This is the story of our young man, Chu Tianlin. While anxiously waiting for the results of 10 job applications, his phone was struck by lightning. He thought he would have to survive on instant noodles this month. But his phone suddenly developed a strange phenomenon. It could connect to the immortals in heaven. As long as he exchanged valuable items for celestial currency, he could buy things used by immortals and even trade for all kinds of cultivation arts. The story began one morning. As Chu Tianlin was washing his face, his phone suddenly rang. He rushed out at rocket speed and grabbed the phone. Hello? Hi. I've been waiting all afternoon. Hello. This is the old Ox Credit Center. Our annual interest rate is extremely low, only 200%. Hearing that, he froze. Another loan company? Stop bothering me while I'm waiting for interview calls. I am Hu Jianning. Things have been awful lately. Getting laid off was bad enough, but I sent out 10 resumes and not one company has called me back. People think that a single guy like me only has himself to feed, but I also have a younger brother in high school. Living in a big city is expensive. I'm practically going to be eating dirt. But even if I die, I won't ask my family for money. Not a chance. At that moment, rain was pouring outside, with thunder roaring overhead. Then a bolt of lightning struck the electrical line to his home and fried his phone. Seeing this, he jumped around like a hip-hop dancer. Seeing that the phone looked beyond saving, he hurriedly picked it up. Oh no. Buddy, don't scare me. Don't die on me. If you die, how am I supposed to watch videos on Vitamin? A new episode comes out this Sunday. Thank goodness, it can still turn on. What is going on? There's only WeChat left. Where did my messages and call history go? Is heaven trying to destroy me? What if a company calls? Am I really going to end up eating dirt? Did the lightning break it? Can this still be repaired? It's basically a brick now. The moment he opened WeChat, all sorts of immortal figures appeared. The mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens, Chang'e, the supreme Lord Lao. Why was there no chat history with any of them? Who were they? Why were their profile pictures of him? My profile picture was clearly that black cat called Little Pure-Hearted Southern Man. What are celestial coins? Let's test it. With that, he raised his phone and aimed the camera at the chair beside the table. A notification immediately appeared on the phone. Value, 0.01 celestial coins. Exchange for celestial coins. He instantly pressed confirm, and the chair vanished. The phone displayed, successfully added 0.01 celestial coins. First top-up successful. You have received 1 discount coupon. Chu Tianlin was utterly dumbfounded, his face full of confusion. What is this? Is this real or fake? It feels like I overdosed on something. He slapped himself to wake up, and only after feeling pain did he realize he was not hallucinating. My God, it's not a dream. Could WeChat really connect me to the legendary Immortal Realm? What is the Immortal Realm merchant shop? My God, but everything is so expensive. The human immortal art, this is it. After looking around, this is the only thing that seems remotely affordable. I only have 0.001 celestial coins now. I need to find a way to make money. Looking around the house, there's nothing left to sell. Then he suddenly had an idea. That's it. This is really strange, but it seems pretty reliable. Still, I only have 300 yuan on hand. I'm unemployed too. Where am I supposed to get 3,000 yuan? Looks like borrowing money is my only option. After trying a few times on his phone, he found that only WeChat remained. He decided to try an internet cafe. The sound of typing filled the internet cafe. He messaged Wang Fatty. Are you there? I'm a little strapped for cash lately. Can you lend me 500 yuan? I'll pay you back next month. Wang Fatty immediately replied, get lost. Chu Tianlin then messaged Zhao Feng. Are you there? I'm a little strapped for cash lately. Can you lend me 500 yuan? I'll pay you back next month. Without another word, Zhao Feng transferred the money. Did you get it? Take your time finding a job and make sure you eat properly. You don't have to pay me back. I'll bring over a bottle of cooking oil later. Chu Tianlin then messaged Su Jiarong. Su Jiarong was busy stuffing a squirrel into a jar, so she replied, I'll transfer the money to you later. Take care of yourself. Chu Tianlin was moved to tears. You're all so kind. Chu Tianlin, will never forget this favor. All right, time to get to work. Mission completed. Received 0.112 units of currency. Chu Tianlin immediately ordered the human immortal art. The moment he submitted the order, a beam of light suddenly shot into his head. His brain felt as though it were swelling. Lines of glittering golden text appeared around him. This was the art of the inner elixir. Refine chi into an elixir and become a human immortal. That sounds impressive. Let's try it. Chu Tianlin struggled into a cross-legged meditation posture. As he cultivated, black spiritual energy enveloped him. Wait, the human immortal art says that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth should be pure white. Why is mine pitch black? Is it because I look at black cats too much? Or is it air pollution? It seems the city is not suitable for chi cultivation. The mountain outside Spring City was 9 Immortals Mountain. It took him 3 hours to get there. This tree looks as if it was formed from condensed spiritual energy. Chu Tianlin climbed up the tree like a monkey. Half a day later, 2 girls who had been hiking became tired and stopped to rest. Chu Tianlin looked down from above. The scenery was so beautiful that he became excited. White as milk? No, white enough to glow. Tian, Guiyu has been pursuing you for a while. Why not give him a chance? Guiyu is a good person, but I just don't feel anything for him. Oh, they're here. My relationship with Chun Dansheng is just making do for now. Once I find someone I truly have feelings for, I'll dump him. Stop trying to persuade me. I can't bring myself to settle like that. Chu Tianlin nodded repeatedly from the tree in agreement. He agreed that love could not be settled for, but a goddess would never want anything to do with him anyway. Better cultivate. Better cultivate. Everyone looks tired. How about we head down the mountain? Yeah, I'm tired. Dansheng really is thoughtful. I don't want to climb anymore. Tian, what about you? I'm a little tired too. Suddenly, a howl startled everyone. A wolf's howl. Oh no, why is there a wolf on this mountain? Everyone, get down the mountain quickly. A massive wolf appeared, throwing everyone into panic. The wolf saw so much food before it and drooled greedily. The 2 men exchanged glances, nodded, and backed away. The red-haired girl gaped in shock. From high up, Chu Tianlin saw the 2 men flee first and was furious. Those bastards are pathetic excuses for men. The short-haired girl cried out in despair. Chun Dansheng, Guiyu, save me. Don't abandon me. Yuan, get up. We have to run. But how could they escape the vicious wolf in front of them? Chu Tianlin was still hesitating. Oh no, these 2 are about to be eaten by the wolf. The 2 girls could only cling to each other and cry. Can I save them? I've only cultivated the human immortal art for half a day. What should I do? After thinking for 1/10,000,000th of a second, Chu Tianlin decided to risk his life. Grabbing a small branch, he leaped from 30 meters above the ground with blazing determination. Chu Tianlin landed in an incredibly cool superhero pose. If you got the guts, come at me. At the sight of someone courting death, the wolf became even more interested and charged without hesitation. Chu Tianlin raised a wooden stick to block it. The wolf pounced, pinning Chu Tianlin down as it prepared to devour him. But Chu Tianlin thrust the branch into its mouth in time, preventing it from biting. Taking advantage of the opening, Chu Tianlin concentrated chi in his hand and gave the wolf a painful punch. The wolf spat blood and was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Was that still not powerful enough? But this was also a good opportunity. Chu Tianlin then leaped roughly 1 kilometer into the air and delivered a fatal blow straight to the wolf's head. The wolf died on the spot, while Chu Tianlin brushed off his hands and walked away proudly. You couldn't beat me, yet you still overestimated yourself. Are you 2 all right? We're fine. Thank you. The girl looked at him gratefully, but she was so frightened that her limbs had gone weak. Unable to stand steadily, she fell into his arms. Chu Tianlin's attention was drawn to her ample chest. Blushing in embarrassment, the girl stammered, "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just a little shaken." It's okay. Thank you, but who are you? Why are you here? Just passing by. I can see that you're skilled, and you seem like a decent person. Would you be interested in becoming a bodyguard at my company? Chu Tianlin was stunned. A bodyguard? The girl immediately handed him a business card. That's right. Would you be my personal bodyguard and protect me? The scene shifted to her company. At that moment, someone was complaining. Why do I have to do this pointless paperwork? What does the new hire have to do with me? Chu Tianlin. Why does Xin Tian care so much about him? She made me personally handle his onboarding. This contract. Who is this person? A bodyguard making 30,000 a month. Excuse me. I'm here to complete my onboarding. I am Hu Chanlin. So, you're Chu Tianlin, the person reporting in today. Follow me. This bookish-looking guy is the new hire, and he's a bodyguard? Old Zhu is already here. Secretary Zhao Nian greeted him warmly. Good morning, Old Zhu. Is President Shun in? What wind blew Secretary Zhao over here today? You're even taking the initiative to greet me. President Shun hasn't arrived yet. What do you need her for? Oh, this is a new colleague. He'll work in President Shin's office and serve as a bodyguard. I heard he's highly skilled. He could take on 30 people by himself. He looks so thin and weak. Highly skilled, my foot. Without warning, old Ju threw a punch at Chu Tianlin. Tianlin swiftly dodged, spun several times in midair, and landed behind him. Old Ju laughed with delight. Not bad. The bespectacled man sneered. It's starting. Old Ju is a martial arts fanatic. Could he be a bodyguard without any skills? What is this brat supposed to be? 30,000 a month? What a joke. Let old Ju beat him flat and see whether Shan Wetian still dares to hire him. Chu Tianlin thought to himself, is this man crazy? Tianlin got serious and raised his hand to block the strike, astonishing even old Ju. What is this? Why is he so strong? Seeing an opening in old Ju's footing, Tianlin quickly kicked him in the middle. Old Ju immediately clutched his leg and grimaced like a monkey, shouting in pain. Are you wearing iron armor? No. Look carefully. Tianlin hurriedly rolled up his pant leg, revealing his fair, smooth leg. Old Ju was completely convinced. The sound of high heels clicked through the room as Shan Yuetian arrived and asked, Chu Tianlin, why are you two fighting? Haha, it's nothing. We were just sparring. President Shun, you're here. Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Old Ju, you dare to fight in the company? Chu Tianlin fought too. Fighting on your first day of work. Don't make things difficult for me. And Zhao Tianyu, are you only good at running errands? You couldn't even stop a fight. If you want to be useless for the rest of your life, I won't stop you. But my company doesn't support idle people. After being reprimanded by his boss, Zhao Tianyu angrily cursed inwardly. Chu Tianlin, I'll make you get out of Nine Phoenix. The city streets were bustling that morning. Bao Feng, I just found a job, and they even gave me an advance on my salary. I'll pay you back right away. Chu Tianlin happily called him. That fast. He planned to send the remaining 7,000 yuan home. Dad, it's Tianlin. I got a new phone number. Tianlin, have you found a job yet? I have. Thinking of Shen Yuetian, he said that his boss was very kind and had advanced him 1 month's salary. Chu Tianlin's father said happily, that's wonderful. What kind of job is it? You must take care of your health. Chu Tianlin said cheerfully, I'm a manager, making 7,000 yuan a month. I'll send 4,000 home. From now on, don't be so frugal at home. I can't let you keep worrying. Back in his rented room, Chu Tianlin sat on the bed and thought, the Qi guidance art can currently heal and strengthen my body, so I can cultivate even while sleeping. Night had fallen. Chu Tianlin frowned at his phone and thought, I only have 3,000 left. I can only start with the human immortal art. I'm so poor that I'm questioning my entire life. The Qi in my Dantian is not strong enough yet, but perhaps I can try the 4 arts. The outer elixir art uses rare medicinal herbs and spiritual energy to refine pills beneficial to the body. Chu Tianlin angrily tore up the paper. I can't afford even the smallest amount of those herbs. He looked at the talismans before him. Aside from spiritual energy, talismans also required certain tools, though one could draw them directly with spiritual energy. Chu Tianlin's eyes lit up like car headlights. It seems I can only draw the most basic kind right now. I'll try the wind talisman. Chu Tianlin rushed outside to test another method. Chu Tianlin chanted an incantation, wanting to see whether he could summon lightning. But where should he strike it? Looking at the forest ahead, he thought, this forest is so deep that there probably isn't anyone here. He cast the spell toward the woods. My God, I'm amazing. Chu Tianlin et gleam et siten li. That strike created a small fire. It's burning. Chu Tianlin immediately panicked, set a fire in the morning, and up at the police station by evening. No, I have to put it out quickly. He continued chanting the water talisman incantation, and a huge stream of water blasted directly at the flames. Chu Tianlin sighed in relief. Good thing it didn't spread. His face immediately turned exhausted, and he felt slightly dizzy. Chu Tianlin golap. He had used too much spiritual power. 1 week later, Shen Yuetian was on the phone in her office. Something like that happened? All right. What happened? Shen Yuetian stood up and said, the Spring City Jade Market has stopped supplying jade to us. Chu Tianlin was startled. What? Then we need to go to the Jade Market now. As Shen Yuetian walked outside, she said, Old Ju, you and Tianlin are coming with me. Yes. At the market, people discussed among themselves, wondering why Shan Yuetian of Nine Phoenix had come. I heard Elder Gu stopped supplying materials to Nine Phoenix. Shen Yuetian called out to Elder Gu, Seeing her, Eldegoos said, Yuetian, you're here. Shun Yuetian asked anxiously. Eldego, why have you stopped supplying jade to our company? Our two companies have always cooperated happily. Elder Gu calmly replied, It isn't that I refuse to supply you. I simply have no goods. All the jade rough we had reserved was bought up by the other jewelry stores in Spring City. I heard that the Chun family joined forces with the jewelry stores in Spring City to suppress Nine Phoenix. There's nothing I can do. If I offend the Chun family for the sake of my relationship with Nine Phoenix. Shin Yuetian frowned. Guiyu, there isn't even a little leftover inventory? Does that mean there will be no supply for the entire year? Suddenly, Chu Tianlin noticed a group of people talking nearby. Chen Dansheng and Li Yuanyuan. Why were those two together? Chen Dansheng noticed them too. What a coincidence. President Shun is here as well. Chen Dansheng said contemptuously. Oh, these two are President Shun's little bodyguards? President Shun must have a lot of free time. A hooligan and a washed-up soldier. Chu Tianlin snapped angrily. What did you say? Shin Yuetian hurriedly stopped him. Tianlin, calm down. It's just a dog barking. There's no need to pay attention to him. Shin Dansheng continued to mock them. Haha, President Shun has quite the sharp tongue. Instead of letting her own dogs bite people, she charges in herself. Li Yuanyuan said weakly. Yuetian, the Chun and Shun families are both wealthy families in Spring City. A conflict between them would benefit neither side. Shin Yuetian closed her eyes and said, Yuanyuan, those two nearly harmed us, yet you have no principles at all. I can't do that. Shin Dansheng sneered. You had the police arrest me over such a minor matter. You really are something. Now that all the raw materials have been bought up, I can only avoid you for the time being. Guiyu grabbed her hand and said, Yuetian, this isn't hopeless. You know I like you. As long as you marry me, the Shin family's business will have nothing to worry about. Shin Yuetian flung his hand away. The Chin family doesn't have enough influence to unite all the gold and jewelry shops. Only you, the mayor's grandson, have that kind of clout. Don't even think about touching me. Guiyu froze. I'm doing this for your own good, Yuetian. I love you, Yuetian. You can't be so heartless. If you refuse to marry me, he said viciously, it won't just be jade. From now on, don't even dream of getting gold, silver, or precious gemstones. In a few days, you'll be kneeling before me, crying and begging me. He shouted, starting tomorrow, your supply of gold, silver, and precious gems will be cut off. Your stock prices will plummet. The banks will stop investing, and creditors will hound you until you can't survive. Within a year, Nine Phoenix gold and jade will disappear from Spring City. Chu Tianlin gritted his teeth. What a bastard. He clenched his phone, thinking about what to do. Suddenly, Chu Tianlin thought of something. Wait, I can use Super WeChat. The higher the value, the more money I can exchange it for. Chu Tianlin said coldly, stop yelling. Even if there are no finished products, aren't there still raw materials? Can you buy up every piece of unprocessed material? Guiyu sneered. Why would we need to buy them all? What an amateur. Even if you buy all the raw materials, that doesn't mean you'll be able to cut out jade. Trying to keep your business afloat with rough stones is simply courting death. Chu Tianlin stepped forward. How will you know if you don't try? Guiyu said disdainfully. Idiot. It's better to rely on yourself than pray to the gods. Only by doing it yourself can you prosper. I don't believe I can't find good raw materials. Unless Yuetian comes begging me, you're certain to lose this fight. Chu Tianlin left with a confident smile. Just wait. You won't be laughing for long, kid. The people in the market murmured noisily. What happened? Shin Yuetian is arguing with Guiyu. We don't know what happened, but it doesn't look promising. Chu Tianlin looked at the pile of rough stones and thought, this really is beyond me. I don't understand any of it. He looked around, then took out his phone. His phone displayed the monetary value of the raw stones. Do I have to exchange them for cash? Chu Tianlin started to worry. The values of these stones went as high as 200. It looks like anyone who comes here to gamble on stones without experience is bound to lose money. Forget it. I won't gamble anymore. 200 isn't a small amount. He continued examining the value of each rough stone. After searching for a long time without any results, he was drenched in sweat. He had checked more than 30 stones, but still had not found one he liked. This exhaustion was really unpleasant. He kept holding up his phone when he suddenly discovered a stone worth 30 yuan. Delighted, he thought, I finally found one. Good thing I didn't give up. Holding the stone in his hand, he thought, great. This should be enough to help Yuetian. Guiyu looked at his watch. It's been nearly an hour. Shen Dansheng added fuel to the fire. That kid probably ran off. Poor President Shun, left standing out here in the sun. Chu Tianlin hurried over. I'm back. Guiyu was surprised. This is the rough stone you picked. What's so special about it? Xinyue Tian was full of doubts. Although I'm not an expert at stone gambling, I know rough stone prices. Tianlin stone is poor quality and not worth much. The chance of cutting out jade is very low. But Tianlin looks so confident, so I'll let him try. I just need to figure out how to handle this situation. Guiyu turned to the crowd and shouted, an outsider is still an outsider. There'll be a good show shortly. Everyone, remember to take out your phones and record it. The surrounding crowd mocked him. He's got quite the brain, picking such an ugly stone. What embarrassment. We can make money by posting this on Weibo tomorrow. Ha ha ha. A man entered, and Guiyu gestured toward him. Allow me to introduce him. This is the famous stone gambling master from Donghui City. My third uncle invited him here to help. Uncle Zhang, please help Miss Li pick out a few rough stones later. The man nodded. Leave it to me. Suddenly, he noticed the stone in Chu Tianlin's hand. The surface is uneven. The interior has numerous cracks, and its texture is loose. Moreover, there's no black outer layer on the surface. It's highly likely there's no jade inside. Guiyu immediately sneered. I wouldn't say it's highly likely. I'd say it's completely impossible. Xinyue Tian thought, the odds of finding jade really are extremely low. Chu Tianlin pointed at the stone. Then let's make a bet. Guiyu frowned. What do you want to bet? Chu Tianlin raised one finger. The loser has to kneel and kowtow 3 times to the winner. Darato bet. Why wouldn't I? I'm not afraid of an amateur like you. If the jade cut from this worthless stone is worth less than the rough stone itself, you lose. If it's worth more, I lose. How about it? Chu Tianlin said firmly, it's a deal. Guiyu sneered. I'm betting with this kid, and everyone here heard it. Please bear witness for him and see what he can cut out of that worthless stone. The crowd cheered, cut it, cut it. Let us see who has to kneel. Xinyue Tian worried. Tianlin spoke too quickly without thinking it through. I can't stop him now. All I can do is hope the quality of this stone isn't too bad. Chu Tianlin placed the stone into the cutting machine, and it began cutting. A patch of green appeared inside the stone. The appraiser said, it's ice jade and top-grade jadeite at that. This kind of jade is extremely rare. What an eye-opener. Xinyue Tian was overjoyed. I never expected Tianlin to have such a good eye. Or was it just luck? The onlookers joined in. That unlucky, Guiyu shouted. That rough stone was only worth a few tens of thousands, but the jade cut from is worth at least 6 million. Looks like Guiyu has to kneel today. Chu Tianlin said smugly, Humph. How could ordinary mortals like you understand the power of Super WeChat? Guiyu thought fearfully, who exactly is this kid? How can he be so capable? The crowd became noisy. Our Galaxy Jewelry Company offers 7 million for this jade. 8 million. Zhengde Jewelry wants to buy it. Xinyue Tian looked at him and thought, I wonder what Tianlin will decide. He isn't well off and only graduated recently, although the company paid for the rough stone. Xinyue Tian thought, this jade. Tianlin, what will you do? The people in the market clamored. Sell it to me. Sell it to our company. Chu Tianlin looked at Xinyue Tian. I'm sorry, but this jadeite belongs to Nine Phoenix. We have no right to make that decision. Chu Tianlin handed the jade to Xinyue Tian. Yue Tian, this counts as a major contribution, right? Will I get an extra bonus at the end of the month? Xinyue Tian smiled. Your bonus definitely won't be small. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Guiyu hurriedly pushed through the crowd to leave. Chu Tianlin promptly grabbed him by the shoulder. Young Masterwa, where are you going? Guiyu angrily shook off his hand. He frowned. Kid, don't push your luck. Chu Tianlin's my. Everyone here saw it. Young Masterwa, will you kneel on your own, or do you need my help? Someone called out, a bet is a bet. Young Masterwa, hurry up and kneel. That's right. Don't be embarrassed. Guiyu said viciously. My third uncle is the deputy mayor of Donghui City. I warn you all to watch your mouths. The crowd was intimidated by his status as an official's son and did not dare say another word. He said smugly, good. Those who understand the times are the real heroes. Chen Danxing said, stop. He grabbed Chu Tianlin's hand. But Chu Tianlin evaded him in time. Seeing him try to grab Guiyu, Chen Dansheng hurriedly kicked him in the back. But unexpectedly, he was sent flying instead. Everyone looked at him like he was a clown and laughed loudly. Chu Tianlin's my. If young Master Guo doesn't want to honor his promise, then I'll have to enforce it. He grabbed Guiyu by the head and forced it down. Everyone took out their phones to record and mock him. Forget his third uncle. Even if his father came today, he couldn't save him. That's right. Chu Tianlin pressed Guiyu's head to the ground. The people in the market burst into laughter. Humiliated, Guiyu ran away. I'll definitely kill you, Xinyue Tian said happily. Tianlin, you were really lucky today. Do you want to pick a few more? Chu Tianlin's my. Sure. Chu Tianlin stood helplessly before a pile of useless stones. At last, he selected one he liked. He placed the stone into the cutting machine. Tianlin, you've made another great contribution. If this second stone yields jadeite, you can become the company's jade consultant from now on. Are you serious? Can I really do that? The stone was cut open, and jadeite was indeed inside. Xinyue Tian happily threw her arms around Chu Tianlin's neck. It really produced jade. You're amazing. Like two children, they looked at each other with flushed faces. Xinyue Tian said awkwardly, ahem. Chu Tianlin asked, what kind of jade is this? How much is it worth? Judge it for yourself. It's top-grade imperial green jadeite. It's even more valuable than the last piece. Young man, you're truly incredible. Chu Tianlin said seriously, this is too valuable. Let's hurry back to the company. Xinyue Tian agreed. All right, old Zhu put the jadeite into the car. Old Zhu laughed. Brother Chu, your skills are remarkable, and your luck is incredible too. Chu Tianlin said smugly. Actually, I'm Sun Wukong reincarnated. I can see the jade inside the stones. Ha ha ha. Xinyue Tian looked at him speechlessly. Old Zhu put an arm around his shoulder. Brother Chu, I like making friends with people like you. Ha ha ha, what a man. Chu Tianlin said, I figured. Tianlin, you're the savior of our company. From now on, you'll be Manager Chu. How about it? Why not? Their car was driving along when it stopped by the roadside. Old Zhu gave a thumbs up. Tianlin, just as you said. Xinyue Tian said, why did the tires suddenly blow out? Chu Tianlin replied, it's fine. Stay in the car. Don't come out. Chu Tianlin got out. Several unfamiliar men carrying blades appeared. They approached him with sinister smiles. Chu Tianlin, snuh. You're finished, boys. Old Zhu stood behind them with a grin. One thug took out his phone and looked at it. He's the one young master we told us about. Get him. Xinyue Tian sat anxiously in the car. What do we do? They have knives. Will Tianlin be all right? She climbed into the driver's seat. Tianlin, I won't leave you behind. The car suddenly reversed. The thug was startled. It almost hit me. Damn it, he shouted angrily. You bitch, are you trying to die? I was planning not to touch you. Chu Tianlin shouted, Brother Zhu. Old Zhu, standing behind him, quickly put him in a chokehold. Don't worry. Leave your sister-in-law to me. Chu Tianlin said awkwardly, Brother Zhu, what are you talking about? The other two men hurriedly charged at Old Zhu, but he dodged them in time. Chu Tianlin rushed toward the remaining thug and grabbed him by the neck. Seeing this, the thug stabbed at him with his blade, but Chu Tianlin was completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the talisman hidden on his body shattered. Chu Tianlin knocked both thugs to the ground. Another man tried to launch a sneak attack, but Old Zhu stopped him in time. You still dare to attack from behind? Thanks, Brother Zhu. Is Yue Tian all right? Old Zhu teased. Don't worry, your sister-in-law is fine. Chu Tianlin called out to Old Zhu awkwardly. Mission's car hit a rock and is damaged, Old Zhu said. We can only walk back now. It's fine as long as no one was hurt. The three of them walked together along the deserted mountain road. Xinyue Tian looked at Chu Tianlin and thought, I've always been alone all these years. This is the first time someone has walked with me. Suddenly, a car sped toward them and stopped in front of them. A man got out. Xinyue Tian said, Dad. Hello, Uncle Shun. Here's what happened. After hearing the explanation, Shun Jiuxing remained silent. He reached into his pocket, took out a check, and said, Thank you for saving Yue Tian, but this trouble happened because of you. I don't want my daughter to be in danger again. Here is 1 million yuan. Resign on your own. Chu Tianlin looked at the check, his expression serious. I am sorry. Ankel Shen. I didn't save your daughter for money. As for resigning, Old Zhu patted Chu Tianlin on the shoulder comfortingly. Mr. Shun, please reconsider. Tianlin is talented. Xinyue Tian also grabbed his hand. Dad, whether he resigns or not should be my decision. She looked pleadingly at her father. Shun Jiuxing sighed. Fine, let's go home. Chu Tianlin, Old Zhu, this matter ends here. Shun Jiuxing and Shan Yuetian got into the car, and everyone returned home separately. I heard that kid is quite capable. Could it be that you like him? Shan Yuetian said excitedly, Dad. The next morning, at work, Chu Tianlin focused on drawing talismans. Yue Tian really is a fairy who descended to Earth. She gave me a reward of 300,000 yuan. I'll send some home and figure out the rest later. Chu Tianlin thought happily. At the antique market, I'll buy some old coins and try exchanging them for cash. Chu Tianlin looked over a stall selling ancient coins. Soon afterward, he held a bag of old coins and happily returned home. Suddenly, he noticed that his room door was open and was startled. "Why is my door open?" Chu Tianlin hurried inside to look and nearly exploded with rage. He found that everything in his room had been smashed to pieces. Rubble was scattered everywhere. Behind Chu Tianlin, two thugs raised bottles, ready to strike him on the head. Chu Tianlin thought, could it be? He swiftly turned around. Fortunately, he avoided the sneak attack. Chu Tianlin pulled out a talisman. The knife-wielding thug from yesterday said, "Brat, we've been waiting for you for a long time." "Die!" he shouted furiously. Chu Tianlin blocked the knife with both hands and asked, "Did Guo Yu send you?" The thug replied, "That's right. Young Master Guo has put up with you for long enough." Unexpectedly, Chu Tianlin snapped the blade in half. The thug trembled in fear. He shouted, "The two of you get him. What are you standing there for?" The other two thugs charged forward with their weapons. Chu Tianlin somehow produced a long staff and struck the two thugs, knocking them to the ground. Both of them said, fearfully, "He's too fast. What is going on? Is he even human?" The gunman fired a shot at Chu Tianlin. Chu Tianlin was hit and fell to the ground. "No way. Am I going to die like this?" Suddenly, he remembered. "That's right. I have a protective talisman." Chu Tianlin felt all over himself, but found no bullet wound. "Huh, didn't expect that, did you?" The thugs thought in disbelief. "Is this guy even human?" Chu Tianlin rushed forward and fiercely struck the shooter with his staff. The man's eyes rolled back as he collapsed. The other two fled in panic, crying as they ran, "Murder! Help!" Chu Tianlin looked completely confused. "Weren't you the ones trying to kill me? Why are you running? Don't be such cowards." Chu Tianlin checked the man he had struck. Fortunately, he's still breathing. Suddenly, police sirens sounded outside. Chu Tianlin looked toward the door and thought, "The police got here that fast?" Two police officers came inside. "Someone reported that you killed someone here. What happened?" Chu Tianlin Wen. "No one died. Isn't he still alive?" The officers checked the thug's breathing. Chu Tianlin stared at the female officer's chest. He awkwardly covered his face and pretended to be embarrassed. This is propriety forbids looking." The officer turned to look at the two accomplices. "No one is dead after all. The report was false, but this is still a public disturbance offense." Terrified, they huddled together and wept. "Even if we don't die, he'll beat us until our heads bleed. Miss, please save us." The female police officer crossed her arms and looked at Chu Tianlin. "You assaulted police officers." Chu Tianlin answered honestly, "This is my home. They came here to rob me, so of course I had to fight back. There truly were few robbers as foolish as these, robbing someone while shouting at the top of their lungs." The two accomplices hiding behind the door said fearfully, "Officer, he's lying. He isn't human. Even bullets can't kill him." The female officer said coldly, "Sorry, but these three thugs filed a false report. We will investigate the matter." The officer handcuffed the two men and took them away. They continued crying out that they had been wronged. At that moment, Chu Tianlin's gaze fell once more upon the female officer's ample chest, and his face flushed red. The female officer glanced at him and said, "But I can tell you're no ordinary man." Night fell. At Chu Tianlin's home, he sat cross-legged in meditation. He pondered, "Guo Yu is becoming more and more insane. Either I get rid of him, or he gets rid of me." Chu Tianlin said resolutely, "First, I need to determine Guo Yu's location. 1,000-mile tracking talisman will do. Then I'll find a talisman that leaves no trace." He took out a talisman and began chanting to locate him. Once the talisman burned to ashes, Chu Tianlin's eyes lit up. An image appeared before him of Guo Yu soliciting a prostitute at the Red Moon Bar. Chu Tianlin took out another talisman and chanted. "Oh," he sneered, "Guo Yu, your day of death has come." A summoned figure appeared before him. The robot summoned by Chu Tianlin immediately leaped down from his apartment. Its eyes emitted a dangerous glow. Sitting inside, Chu Tianlin said, "I hope this armored robot won't disappoint me. Time to cultivate a little." At the Red Moon Bar, Guo Yu was immersed in pleasure. The woman moaned, "Young Master Chiao, you're amazing." Two bodyguards stood watch outside the door, seemingly oblivious to the woman's cries from within. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Guo Yu whirled around in shock. He shouted, "Who's looking to die? Can't you see I'm busy?" The two bodyguards outside were also sent flying through the wall. Guiyu began to panic. The armored robot stepped inside. Guiyu screamed in terror. "A monster!" The armored robot approached and raised its fist at him. Guiyu trembled, tears and snot streaming down his face. Curling into a ball, he screamed, "Help, Mom! Someone's trying to kill me." The armored robot suddenly stopped, then vanished. The woman clutched the blanket, frozen with fear. She screamed in terror as well. "A ghost is trying to kill someone," the female officer asked. "Did you collude with the bar owner to drive Guiyu insane and fabricate this story?" The woman, who had just been in bed with Guiyu, said, "Our bar has surveillance cameras. You can investigate for yourself." The bar owner wanted to use the recording to extort some money from the wealthy young master. The surveillance footage played on the computer. Guiyu's voice rang out, "Baby, you're my precious darling. I want to turn you into a pearl. Don't I treat you well? Young Master Chiao treats me the best." Bang! The armored robot appeared on the screen. The female officer ordered, "Stop it. This is strange. Yushi, copy this footage and send it to the technical department. Also, keep this information under wraps." The next morning, the news reported a bizarre incident. Guiyu, a drug-addicted young man from Spring City, had suddenly gone mad. Watching the news, Chu Tianlin said, "Yue Tian, that Guiyu's gone crazy. Heaven truly has eyes." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "I'm here to see Mr. Chu." "President Shun, could you please give us some privacy?" the female officer said as she entered. "No problem. Tianlin, just answer her questions. I'll get you a lawyer." Chu Tianlin calmly replied, "Fine, it's nothing." The female officer said sternly, "This is the second time we've met." "That's right. So you must know why I came to see you." Chu Tianlin evaded the question. "Why did you come? How would I know?" The female officer raised a document. "This man went insane after passing out at your house the other day. And this morning, another person did the same. Both men are connected to you. Once might be a coincidence, but is twice still a coincidence?" Officer Miyushi stepped closer and spoke to Chu Tianlin. He calmly answered, "Officer, if you have evidence, present it. If not, don't make wild guesses." "How do you know I have no evidence?" She turned back to look at him. "Could it be that you already destroyed all the evidence?" Miyushi suddenly noticed something on the table. There were many talismans covered in strange symbols, identical to the yellow paper found in Guiyu's room. The officer picked up a talisman and asked, "What is this?" Chu Tianlin pointed at the computer. "They're just talismans. I enjoy watching Daoist fantasy movies, so I drew them for fun." "Does the police regulate that too?" The female officer looked at him suspiciously. "Fine. Then I'll contact you again later." Chu Tianlin's my. "Take care, officer. Could this really be so simple? I definitely need to investigate this man." Chu Tianlin sneered to himself. "Want to investigate me? I'll play along with you." Shen Yuetian walked in and said, "This is bad. Something happened." "It's nothing. Don't worry," Secretary Zhao said with a smile. Shen Yuetian snapped, "If it's nothing, why did the police come?" Secretary Zhao, "Stop talking nonsense." Shen Yuetian asked, "Tianlin, are you skilled at appraising jade?" Chu Tianlin rubbed his chin. "I wouldn't say I'm an expert. I just have a strange feeling about it. Maybe it's talent." Secretary Zhao said disdainfully, "Oh, really? I think you were simply lucky before." Chu Tianlin said, "Lucky? If I can accurately appraise these 10 rough stones right now, then you'll admit it's my ability, right, President Shun?" "Let him try." 10 stones were placed on the table. Shen Yuetian said, "Tianlin, assess these 10 uncut stones. Arrange them in descending order according to the value of the jade inside." Chu Tianlin replied confidently, "All right, give me half an hour." Half an hour later, the stones had been arranged in order. "Yuetian, I'm finished." "You've worked hard, Tianlin." Secretary Zhao, "Get someone to cut the stones." Secretary Zhao made a call. "Little Lee, come over." He thought resentfully, "Pretty boy, just wait and see." I refuse to believe he guessed them all right. After inspecting them, Little Lee said, "President Shun, Master Chu's arrangement is completely accurate. Even a top appraisal expert would find that difficult." Secretary Zhao exclaimed in disbelief, "What? How is that possible?" Chu Tianlin looked at him smugly. Shen Yuetian suddenly said, "Tianlin, would you be willing to serve as the company's jade appraisal consultant? The annual salary is 5 million. Little Lee thought in shock. That salary is incredibly high. Secretary Zhao shouted, "President Shun, this pretty boy is just making blind guesses. How can you make such a hasty decision?" Shen Yuetian said angrily, "I warned you not to talk nonsense." President Shun, don't let this pretty boy deceive you. 5 million a year? Are you trying to keep him as your boy toy? Zhu Tianlin's my pretty boy? Then have a taste of his pretty boy's fist. Secretary Zhao charged forward in fury, but Chu Tianlin swiftly grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and hurled him against the wall. Get out. You're not even as good as a pretty boy. You're nothing but trash, Zhao Tianyu. You're fired. Get out. Shin Yuetian decisively threw his dismissal notice at him. Secretary Zhao screamed madly. Fine. Very good. You adulterous pair, just wait. Aggrieved, he called his mother. Mom, Shin Yuetian fired me. The pretty boy she keeps even beat me up. His mother said they dare bully my son? Humph, they must be tired of living. Earlier, the room Chu Tianlin had rented had been wrecked by thugs, so he could only stay at a hotel temporarily. Chu Tianlin was on his way back to room 2. I really need to find another place to rent soon. He swiped his key card and opened the door, when a hand suddenly reached out from inside and grabbed his throat, but his talisman blocked it. The man trying to strangle him was Secretary Zhao's father. He thought in astonishment, what's going on? It feels like something is blocking me. Chu Tianlin quickly grabbed his arm and demanded angrily, who are you? The man hurriedly retreated. You dared beat my son, yet you don't even know who I am? Chu Tianlin's my... Oh, so you're Zhao Tianyu's father. Suddenly, a menacing gaze and a hand appeared behind him. Old man, your skills aren't good enough. Let me handle him. Chu Tianlin's eyes flashed. The woman was startled. What? It was blocked. Chu Tianlin grabbed her finger. How is he so strong? Chu Tianlin kicked her away. Zhao Qianyu's mother was kicked into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Qianyu's father cried out in panic, wife. Then he glared at Chu Tianlin. I'm going to kill you. He swiftly pulled out a knife, his face full of fury. Chu Tianlin dodged in surprise. Fortunately, his protective talisman kept him from being injured. The man stared at Chu Tianlin in shock. You, who exactly are you? Chu Tianlin activated his brute force skill, lifted a cabinet, and hurled it at Zhao Tianyu's father. Unable to dodge in time, the man was struck by the cabinet and crashed to the floor. Chu Tianlin touched the slash in his clothes and said, these two fight exactly like those assassins earlier. That was dangerous. He went out to check the security cameras. The hotel manager told him that the cameras on this floor were broken. Then this can count as a gift for that female officer. At that moment, the police had arrived outside Chu Tianlin's hotel. The female officer looked at the building before her when someone on a skateboard suddenly sped straight toward her. Move, move. The officer was startled. It turned out to be Chu Tianlin on the skateboard. He rushed toward the female officer. The surrounding crowd began murmuring, he's attacking a police officer. I like to try that kind of attack too. Chu Tianlin fell on top of the female officer. Blushing, she pushed him away. Why is it you again? Chu Tianlin said, are police officers banning skateboarding now? The female officer said angrily, don't get cocky. Don't be so arrogant in front of the police. Don't be angry. There's a gift inside that I want to give you. The two entered Chu Tianlin's hotel room together. Inside, Zhao Qianyu's parents were tied up. These are wanted criminals. The female officer was deeply moved. So this is the big gift he was talking about. The next day, Chu Tianlin went to rent a house. Seeing him, the landlady hurriedly welcomed him. Hello, Mr. Chu. The place you want to rent is this way. The woman looked haggard, and her smile was somewhat eerie. Chu Tianlin thought uneasily, why do I have such a strange feeling? She doesn't look well. As she showed him around, she asked, what do you think of this room? Chu Tianlin looked around. It's very good, but I feel like something is wrong here. Have you noticed anything unusual? The landlady nervously clenched her hands. This man is too perceptive, but I can't let him know this place is haunted. She forced a smile. Perhaps it's because this place is a little gloomy. I can lower the rent. Chu Tianlin immediately agreed. All right. That night, he lay exhausted on the bed. I never needed sleep when cultivating before, but cleaning this entire room has worn me out. Suddenly, the figure of a woman appeared. Chu Tianlin looked up and saw a ghost floating before him. He cried out in alarm, heavens! He sat up and rubbed his eyes, but there was nothing there anymore. Although it had vanished, he was certain it had been real. I'm a cultivator now. It can't possibly have been a hallucination. So that woman looked haggard because this room is haunted. I need to find a way to deal with it quickly. If this ghost wants to harm me, I'll be in trouble. Just as Chu Tianlin was worrying, the ghost appeared again. The ghost eye talisman will let me see spirits. The evil dispelling talisman can drive ghosts away, and the demon sealing talisman can seal them. Chu Tianlin muttered as he looked at the talismans. I'll use the ghost eye talisman first. first. Chu Tianlin pulled a talisman from his pocket, but it was unexpectedly blown away by the wind. The other talismans followed. Chu Tianlin hurriedly hugged himself and cried out, "Why is there suddenly so much wind? It's freezing." The ghost silently watched him. It seemed that she had created those gusts of wind. Chu Tianlin said angrily, "Damn it, this female ghost is pretty formidable. But I'm not dying here." Chu Tianlin suddenly noticed a talisman flying before him. That's it. He jumped up and grabbed it. "As long as I have this, I have a chance to win." The ghost lunged at him and tried to strangle him too. Fortunately, Chu Tianlin caught the talisman in time. "Heavenly Eye," Chu Tianlin chanted while holding the talisman, and his eyes began to glow. The ghost appeared clearly before him. "My God, you're this ugly, and you still dare show your face." Chu Tianlin punched the female ghost hard in the face. "Get lost." That night, in Chu Tianlin's newly rented room, the female ghost lay unconscious on the floor, covered in talismans. Chu Tianlin looked triumphantly at the female ghost curled up in the corner, successfully subdued. The ghost anxiously looked at the talismans covering her body. "Don't be afraid. Since I've subdued you, I won't kill you. Can you speak?" The female ghost timidly replied, "Yes. Ordinary people can't hear me." Chu Tianlin began questioning who she was and why she had become a ghost. "I don't remember very clearly. Perhaps my resentment was too deep." Chu Tianlin began chanting, "Spiritual energy can diminish resentment. I'll use it to help you." He blew out a stream of energy. Light enveloped the female ghost. "What is this? It feels so warm." The woman spoke as she cried, "I remember now what happened. Please help me. I was murdered. I died horribly." The female ghost knelt and begged Chu Tianlin. The female ghost explained, "My name is Shue Ding Ding. I was a student at the medical university. I used to live happily and was loved by my parents. But Professor Ma Chunsheng took advantage of me and tried to rape me. Then he killed me. I died so horribly." Chu Tianlin clenched his fists and said furiously, "Scum, I'll help you take revenge." At a hotel, Ma Chunsheng was enjoying himself. Being a university professor, this is the benefit of having power. Chu Tianlin and the female ghost watched Ma Chunsheng indulging himself in a hotel room. The ghost cursed furiously. "You bastard, Ma. Is this what a professor is supposed to do? Let's see how you deny it this time." Chu Tianlin used his newly purchased phone to record the entire lewd scene. Chu Tianlin kicked the door open and barged in. Ma Chunsheng cried out in alarm, "Who are you? Why did you break in here?" Chu Tianlin looked at the girl entangled with him and asked, "Did he threaten you too?" The girl cried, "Yes. He threatened that I wouldn't be allowed to graduate." "Go, leave this to me. I guarantee you'll graduate." "Thank you." The girl hurriedly gathered her clothes and fled. The beast Ma Chunsheng roared, "Who are you? I warn you, I am Shue Ding Ding." A sobbing voice rang out. "The vengeful ghost has come to claim your life." Ma Chunsheng was terrified. That voice, "Shue Ding Ding, aren't you dead?" "Impossible. I killed you with my own hands." Chu Tianlin recorded every word he said. "Very good. You confessed yourself. Raping a student and murder, both are serious crimes." Chu Tianlin told the female ghost, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Watch how I avenge you. My name is Ma Chunsheng. I'm a university professor. This is a misunderstanding. You have the wrong person." The lecherous bastard still tried foolishly to explain. Chu Tianlin waved his hand and sent him flying. "How could I have the wrong person?" The scum was tied up. A document and video evidence of his crimes were placed on the table. The female officer picked up the paper and read it. "A second big gift for you. When are you going to thank me?" The note contained Chu Tianlin's teasing words. This guy, honestly. The next morning, Chu Tianlin watched the news. A university professor, surnamed Ma, had recently been arrested for raping and murdering a female student. Beside him, the female ghost cried emotionally. "My revenge has finally been fulfilled." As the resentment dissipated, it revealed the beautiful face of a woman, dressed in a maid's outfit. Shue Ding Ding said shyly, hugging Chu Tianlin's arm, "Ding Ding is willing to serve you like an ox or a horse, master, forever." Chu Tianlin said happily, "All right, then come with me to pick out antiques. You can tell them apart, right?" "Yes, I'll do my best." After shopping, Chu Tianlin brought his spoils home. Shue Ding Ding asked in confusion, "Master, why did you buy so many antiques?" "You'll find out soon enough." Chu Tianlin arranged the antiques on the table. Shui Dingbing looked at the phone and exclaimed, "Wow, are these master's treasures? That's amazing." "Of course. Ding ding, your eye isn't bad either." The phone screen showed that the bracelet was worth 12 immortal coins. "This one is worth quite a lot. What a lucky find." Chu Tianlin accidentally touched Shui Dingbing's chest. Turning around, he said, "What was that soft thing?" Chu Tianlin suddenly realized he had done something perverted. Covering her face, Shui Dingbing cried, "Master, you've gone too far." Chu Tianlin quickly pulled back his hand. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to. I have more than 50 immortal coins now. What should I buy?" Chu Tianlin looked at the shopping cart, hesitating. "I'll buy a qi condensation pill for cultivation." Spiritual energy radiated from Chu Tianlin's body. He cultivated with all his strength and broke through to the 5th level of the qi refining realm. The next morning, Chu Tianlin and Shun Yuetian were driving to Waterstone Pavilion. They needed a batch of jade for a jewelry exhibition. In the car, Shun Yuetian discussed business with Chu Tianlin. "That matter with Guiyu going mad is truly strange. It's still under investigation. If anyone gives you trouble, call me." "It's fine." Chu Tianlin smiled as he looked at the car behind them and thought to himself, "Thanks to my cultivation, I can sense that someone is following me. So it's the police." Someone in the car behind them sneezed. "Strange. Why did I suddenly sneeze?" The female police officer rubbed her nose in confusion. "Could someone be talking behind my back?" Meanwhile, at the market, the crowd erupted when they saw Chu Tianlin arrive. "Master Chu is here. Hurry and watch him learn." Everyone crowded around him. Chu Tianlin carefully examined the rough stones before him, while a police officer watched from behind. Based on the current situation, Chu Tianlin had not done anything unusual yet. We'll have to see how his material selection turns out. Chu Tianlin glanced at the officer. He knew he was being watched, but he did not care much. The stone was sent into the cutting machine. If Chu Tianlin can find jade, then he must have some secret. After all, luck cannot always be on someone's side. The officer thought sternly. Sure enough, there was jade inside the stone. The crowd cheered excitedly. "He really is a master. He picked the right one with just one glance. And it's ruby." Indeed, the red jade was transparent, with a smooth, fine texture. It was absolutely top grade. Could this really just be a coincidence? The officer began to have doubts. Onto the second stone. The examiner suddenly stopped. The surroundings fell completely silent. What was going on? The officer was curious as well. Sure enough, this one also contained jade. "My God, this is the first time I've ever seen jade like this. It's glass-type jadeite." The crowd cried out in astonishment. Its color was pure, and its emerald green was mesmerizing. This was premium jadeite. Shun Yuetian happily threw her arms around Chu Tianlin. "Tianlin, you're amazing. We'll definitely win this exhibition." "Not definitely. We have already won. 9 Phoenix's jewelry will have absolutely no rival." The officer thought to himself, it seems he truly is no ordinary person. Turning around, he said, "List him as a suspect." Watching from above, the female police officer said, "Understood." She began to worry. Should I warn him? The next day, at Chu Tianlin's apartment, he was typing on his keyboard. Then he suddenly noticed, what? 8 million. Chu Tianlin was stunned. "My God, I never thought I could have this much money too. There's nothing to do these next few days, so I should go home. But I don't know what gifts to bring back." Traffic flowed through the streets outside as Chu Tianlin sat in the car, deep in thought. Time passed quickly. Meanwhile, at the police station, footage of the disappearing talisman was enlarged and played back in slow motion on a computer screen. A police officer and a mysterious Taoist priest examined the clue. The talisman flashed with light. The officer asked, "Taoist Master Ma, do you know what this is?" Stroking his beard, the old Taoist said, "If I'm not mistaken, that armor was transformed from a talisman." The officer asked further, "Can you draw a talisman like that, Taoist Master Ma?" The old Taoist replied, "I've only seen records of it in ancient books. I've never seen the real thing." He declared loudly, "This humble Taoist has cultivated for decades and can only keep his body healthy. If someone can truly draw such a talisman, I would be willing to acknowledge that person as my master." The officer picked up his phone and thought, could this have been created with modern technology? If so, then this matter has nothing to do with Chu Tianlin for now. All right, suspend surveillance on him for the time being. The officer gave the order over the phone. The female police officer was delighted. "Wonderful. That means he'll be safe. Wait, why am I worried about him?" The Taoist priest frowned and thought, this person probably has even more secrets. He did not dare think further. The two officers outside monitoring Chu Tianlin received the order. Mission suspended. Let's withdraw. Seeing them leave, Chu Tianlin smiled. They're finally gone. He entered the house and greeted them. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Chu Tianlin's father smiled. Tianlin, why did you come back so early? I've been doing well at work, so my boss gave me a few days off. Chu Tianlin's mother looked at him and asked, Tianlin, is work tiring? Does your boss treat you well? Work is fine, and my boss treats me very well. Oh, I bought a gift for Mom. Open it and see if you like it. Chu Tianlin's mother opened the gift box. Holding up the necklace, she said happily, this gold necklace must have been expensive, right? It wasn't expensive, Mom. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. You've only just started working. Don't spend money so carelessly in the future, understand? Chu Tianlin said sheepishly, it's all right. I earn money to take care of the family anyway. Chu Tianlin's father, sitting beside them, felt a little jealous. Did he forget about his old man? Chu Tianlin sat beside him and said, don't worry, Dad. I have a gift for you too. A delivery worker stood at the door and asked, excuse me, is this Mr. Chu's residence? You have a package. Please sign for it. Chu Tianlin's father went out to receive the package. He opened it and found a brand new laptop inside. Chu Tianlin smiled and said, this computer is dozens of times better than your old one. Use it as much as you like. His father immediately patted his son on the shoulder in delight. You're the one who understands your dad best. I've been playing an online game recently. Just then, Chu Tianlin's younger brother came home from school. Tianxing shouted happily, brother, you're back. Chu Tianlin called to his little brother, who immediately rushed over and hugged him. Tianxing, I bought you a new bicycle. Now you'll have a bike to ride to school. His younger brother kissed Chu Tianlin. Thank you, brother. Chu Tianlin rubbed his brother's head and thought, Tianxing has always been riding my old bicycle. It was practically falling apart. That often made him late for school, and his classmates mocked him for it. But he never said anything. I only noticed it occasionally. At dinner time, the family ate, chatted, and laughed happily together. The new bicycle Chu Tianlin bought for his brother was parked beneath a tree. Chu Tianlin whistled as he cleared the dishes from the table. Tianxing walked in with a dirty, bruised face. I'm back. Chu Tianlin noticed immediately. What happened, Tianxing? Did someone beat you up? The boy hurriedly covered his face. Brother, I'm fine. If something happened, tell me. I'll handle it for you. Tianxing shook his head. Nothing happened, brother. Chu Tianlin immediately realized his younger brother was lying. Seeing that the bicycle outside had a flat tire, he knew this was not a simple matter. Inside the house, Chu Tianlin went into his father's room. Dad, Tianxing was beaten up. Do you know who did it? He asked as he entered. I'm not entirely sure. I think it was a boy from a neighboring class named Li Ming. Chu Tianlin angrily said, Li Ming? What happened, Dad? Li Ming is the son of Li Guoqiang, the owner of a steel factory. His family is wealthy, so he likes to throw his weight around and bully his classmates. Chu Tianlin's father spoke sadly. Chu Tianlin frowned and snapped. We can't just let Tianxing getting beaten go unpunished. Tianlin's father held his head in distress. Li Guoqiang has some corporate backing and connections to the underworld. Chu Tianlin rubbed his chin. I see. His father waved a hand to stop him. Don't act rashly. Go talk to Tianxing. Chu Tianlin went outside, stood before his younger brother's door, then entered. Tianxing, why didn't you tell me what happened? I have more experience than you. After all, Tianxing was packing his books into his school bag. His face was full of sadness. Suddenly, he burst into tears. Li Ming was jealous because I had a new bike, so he punctured my tires and beat me up. Don't interfere, brother. Tianxing hurriedly added, we can't afford to provoke them. I'm Yufina. Chu Tianlin rubbed his brother's head. I understand. Go study. Chu Tianlin closed the bedroom door and reached into his pocket, taking something out. Chu Tianlin held a talisman in his hand, his face filled with fury. You dare bully my little brother? Li Ming, Li Guoqiang, let me see just how formidable you are. Using an invisibility talisman, Chu Tianlin went to his brother's classroom. He entered and looked at Li Ming. What nice seat. Money really can buy anything. Chu Tianlin walked over to the boy. Seeing him watching a movie, Chu Tianlin leaned over and exclaimed, Isn't this a psycho killer movie? Watching this kind of thing at such a young age. Looks like he needs a proper lesson. A bloody murder scene played on the phone screen. Chu Tianlin immediately pulled out the earphones. Terrified screams echoed throughout the classroom. Li Ming broke out in a cold sweat. The teacher at the front of the classroom angrily said, Li Ming, stand up. What are you doing during class? Li Ming stood up. The teacher said disdainfully, "Stay standing until class is over." Chu Tianlin raised his foot and kicked him. Li Ming's head slammed into the desk. Li Ming angrily glared at the classmate behind him. "Are you looking to die? It really wasn't me." "Not me." At that point, the teacher could no longer tolerate it. "Li Ming, what are you doing? You're making a scene, even after being told to stand up." Li Ming shouted madly, "Shut up! Stop lecturing me! Believe me, I'll tell my dad to have you fired." Chu Tianlin watched him with amusement. "Oh, you even dare curse at your teacher?" Chu Tianlin raised his hand and slapped Li Ming, knocking out one of his teeth. Li Ming clutched his face, furiously looking around. "Who did that? Get out here!" The classroom was dead silent. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, afraid of being blamed. Chu Tianlin grabbed Li Ming's hand and made him slap himself. The entire class watched Li Ming make a fool of himself and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha!" The teacher ordered, "Quick, restrain him. He's gone crazy. I'll call his parents." Chu Tianlin's muli. Failing to discipline your child is a grave fault. "Fine, then I'll teach his father a lesson too." The students eagerly pinned Li Ming to the ground. "Let me go." Li Ming's father, Li Guoqiang, rushed in a panic. "Let my son go." He rushed to his son's side and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" At that moment, Chu Tianlin once again grabbed the boy's hand and made him punch Li Guoqiang in the face. Li Guoqiang was punched by his own son until his nose bled. Furious, he shouted, "Have you gone mad? You even hit your own father." Li Ming trembled as he said, "Dad, it wasn't me. I really didn't do it." Chu Tianlin kicked Li Guoqiang in the leg again, sending him tumbling to the floor. Li Guoqiang screamed madly, "Don't try to scare me. Who did that just now? Come out here." Chu Tianlin shoved Li Ming down. Li Guoqiang immediately assumed his son had done it and cursed loudly. "Damn it, I raised you for nothing. You ungrateful bastard. You even dare hit me?" Chu Tianlin gripped Li Ming's hands and raised them high. Li Ming cried, "Dad, it really wasn't me. I don't want to hit you. Get away." Controlled by Chu Tianlin, Li Ming's hands repeatedly struck Li Guoqiang in the face. Li Guoqiang angrily said, "You've gone insane." His face bruised and swollen. Li Guoqiang shouted at the students, "Are all of you idiots? Hurry up and stop him." The teacher quickly stopped the students. "Everyone step back. Mr. Li, we wouldn't dare bully your son." The teacher took out his phone. "Mr. Li, let me call the police for you." Li Guoqiang could no longer endure it and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Call an ambulance." Police cars and an ambulance arrived. The police handcuffed Li Ming. As two officers escorted the boy away, they discussed it. "Hey, are we taking him to a psychiatric hospital now?" Li Ming said, "I'm not sick. I'm not going to a hospital. You may not be sick, but you beat your own father. Even if you aren't sick, you can still visit the hospital." Chu Tianlin wore a victorious smile. "This is only the beginning." The police car drove away. The students cheered. "Awesome, we finally got rid of that guy. Let's celebrate." At the hospital, Li Guoqiang lay in a hospital bed when someone came to visit. "Why have you come here? Please help me with my son's matter." Vice President Chun smiled sinisterly. "It's a small matter. Recover in peace. I'll take care of your son's situation." Chu Tianlin watched him leave the room. "The next step is to deal with him." He smiled confidently. "Looks like it's time to get to work." At the company, Chu Tianlin stood invisibly beside Vice President Chun. He saw him playing Plants vs. Zombies. Vice President Chun really was busy. Suddenly, Vice President Chun opened a folder on his computer. It was filled with explicit photos of himself. Chu Tianlin looked at it with disgust. "That's blinding. It's all pornographic pictures. I can barely look at them." Vice President Chin's lecherous face lit up as he immediately left the room. "Just looking at these makes me miss my little darling. A perfect opportunity. With these, I can deal with him." Chu Tianlin immediately inserted a USB drive. Suggestive sounds came from the video. "What? That fast? It's only been a minute and you're already done?" Chu Tianlin removed the USB drive as the sound of footsteps vanished. Wiping away sweat, he sighed in relief. "That was close. I wonder if he'll die once this stuff is made public." The computer screen showed, uploading 34%. At a bar, people whispered, "Look, isn't that him?" "It is." After causing such trouble, he still dares to come out? He's asking for death. Vice President Chun was drunkenly admiring the beauties around him, completely unaware of what had happened. As he and his mistress left, they were immediately stopped by the police. "Get lost. Do you know who I am, daring to block my way?" An officer said, "Vice President Chun, you are suspected of embezzlement, bribery, and abuse of power. Please come with us to the police station for investigation. He angrily swung a fist. Nonsense. How dare you frame me? The officer easily blocked his punch and took him away. All evidence of his crimes have been posted online. If you do not want others to know, do not do it. His mistress fled in terror. Vice President Chen broke out in a cold sweat and said fearfully, "How could this happen?" A voice sounded in the small apartment. "I don't know who is so capable that they brought down Chen Ingxiong." Tianlin's father happily added, "Li Ming was expelled from school too, wasn't he? How satisfying." Tianlin thought to himself, "I wonder what mom and dad would think if they knew I did this." "Mr. Chun, hurry up and eat. We still need to change into something nice. We can't look shabby when we visit our son's company." Tianlin's father quickly stood up. "All right, you talk too much." Sitting on the bus, the two of them were excited. Just thinking about it made them emotional. It was their first time visiting their son's company. Stay calm, stay calm. The bus suddenly braked sharply. The driver looked at the vehicle ahead. "What's going on?" the driver exclaimed. "Good thing I reacted quickly." The bus door was suddenly thrown open, and a gun was pointed at the driver's face. A masked robber said, "This is a robbery. Hands up." They rushed onto the bus and shouted, "Everyone stay still and raise your hands. Don't blame us if the bullets have no eyes." The passengers screamed in terror. Tianlin hurriedly shielded his parents behind him. "Mom, Dad, don't be afraid. I'm here. Quiet. I hate noise the most. Anyone who screams again gets shot. Hurry up and hand over all your money. Move it, or I'll shoot." Everyone hurriedly put their watches, jewelry, and phones into bags. Seeing the situation, Tianlin thought, "They cannot hurt me, but my parents and the other passengers are here. The guns and the timing are the most important things." "Ah, very good. We made quite a haul. I'm not trying to be rude, but you passengers are really a bunch of cowards." The robber laughed. "No one here has the guts. I'll show him what guts are in a moment." The bald robber shouted, "Get off the bus. All of you get the hell off." Everyone got off one after another. "Mom, Dad, take it slowly. Everyone, be careful." Chu Tianlin's father said anxiously, "What are you planning to do? Don't act recklessly." Chu Tianlin looked at the robbers and thought, "It's time to teach them a lesson." He leaped in front of them and threw a punch. My God, is that speed even human? The robbers were terrified. Chu Tianlin grabbed the leader and threw him at his accomplices, then swiftly beat them all down. The police arrived. "Arrest them. Don't let them escape." The passengers murmured among themselves, "About no one but this hero. Please let me kneel before this great master." The crowd cheered. "Is he your son? Raising such an outstanding son is truly admirable." Everyone surrounded Chu Tianlin's parents and praised them. Tianlin has really grown up. He truly is his parents' good son. Chu Tianlin's father praised him proudly. Standing outside the company, he proudly introduced it. "Mom, Dad, this is where I work." "What a huge company. You work here as a manager." The employees greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, Director Chu. Director Chu is here. Tianlin is amazing. We're so proud of you." Chu Tianlin's parents looked at him, their hearts full of happiness. "Mom, Dad, my office is on the 5th floor, right next to the president's office. The president is the highest-ranking leader here." "Tianlin, your office is beside the president's? Our son is incredible." Chu Tianlin introduced her. "Mom, Dad, this is my president, President Shun. Yue Tian, these are my parents. I brought them here for a visit today." "Hello, President Shun. Thank you for taking care of our son." "Thank you, President Shun." Shin Yue Tian said, "Uncle, Auntie, please just call me Yue Tian. Tianlin has helped the company tremendously. I should be thanking you both." Chu Tianlin's mother said awkwardly, "Is that all right, Yue Tian? Please have a seat. I'll pour you some tea. Sorry to trouble you." Chu Tianlin's parents asked curiously, "Tianlin, what exactly is your relationship with Yue Tian? She doesn't seem like your superior. You two seem a little too formal." Chu Tianlin said awkwardly, "What are you talking about? We're just boss and subordinate." "I don't believe that. Does the president have a boyfriend?" "President Shun could be my daughter-in-law." Shin Yue Tian happened to come in carrying tea. "Uncle, Auntie, please have some tea. You've traveled a long way, so rest for a while. Once you've recovered, I'll show you around some more. We're not tired. We just ran into robbers on the way here." "That's right. Fortunately, Tianlin took care of those robbers." Shin Yue Tian said admiringly. "Tianlin is really amazing. He makes people feel safe." Chu Tianlin's parents exchanged smiles. "Success. We really are the perfect wingmen. At the police station, officers were discussing leads in a case. Could this case have been staged? Damn it, we've lost the trail again. Two officers walked past, chatting. That kid is incredible. He subdued 5 armed robbers all by himself. Exactly. He must have trained in martial arts. The police chief frowned in thought. He suddenly stood up and said, "You two, come here." The 2 young officers asked nervously, "Captain, what is it? What were you two talking about just now?" "An armed robbery. A young man subdued 5 robbers, and all the passengers were safe." "Was that person named Chu Tianlin?" the police chief asked sharply. "Yes, Captain. How did you know?" Miyushi blushed as she thought. There really is nothing he can't do. The police chief frowned and said, "There is no evidence in Guiyu's case. We need to manufacture evidence to arrest Chu Tianlin." Miyushi asked doubtfully how. The officer beside her suddenly stood up. "Leave it to me. If I can subdue him, I'll interrogate him immediately. If he resists, we can arrest him directly." The police chief smiled. "That's right. Frame him." Miyushi stood up anxiously. "Can we really do that, Captain?" The officer patted his chest. "I guarantee that guy has a problem." The police chief ordered him go. Miyuki frowned worriedly. After taking his parents home, Chu Tianlin left as well. Suddenly, Miyushi called him. Chu Tianlin answered while walking. "Officer Me, why are you calling me? Don't tell me you miss me." Miyushi said worriedly, "I need to tell you something." After explaining what happened at the police station, she warned him, "So you need to be careful. Don't worry, I'll handle it." Chu Tianlin hung up and smiled confidently. "Ah, you want to test me? Go ahead. I'll teach you how to behave." In Chu Tianlin's room, Shui Ding Ding, dressed as a maid, welcomed him home. "Master, was work tiring?" "Chu Tianlin's my happy Li." "Thank you." Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Chu Tianlin smiled toward the door. They came so quickly. Shui Ding Ding asked worriedly, "Master, do you know who it is?" "There are 2 fierce-looking men outside." Chu Tianlin opened the door. "Can I help you too?" 2 police officers stood outside. "Tell us, how did you drive Guiyu insane?" Chu Tianlin gave them a sinister look. "Brains are a good thing. Too bad neither of you has any." Enraged by his words, one officer grabbed Chu Tianlin by the shoulder. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. "What's going on?" Chu Tianlin effortlessly seized his hand and smiled confidently. The officer was horrified. "Such strength. Are you even human?" The other officer rushed forward to hit Chu Tianlin, but was quickly shoved away. The officers began to panic. Is this a monster? I'm this year's Sanda champion." Chu Tianlin contemptuously returned to his room. "With only this much skill, you dare come here looking for trouble? Don't you know your own limits?" After closing the door, he thought seriously, "It seems I'm being watched." In the building across from him, the police chief and Miyushi were watching Chu Tianlin through binoculars. Miyushi thought worriedly, "I hope we'll be all right. Ding Ding, please go out and deal with him." Shui Ding Ding raised her hand in an okay gesture. "Yes, master." She immediately passed through the door and went outside. The 2 officers angrily pounded on the door. "Open up." Shui Ding Ding's eyes gleamed. Ghostly obscuration. The 2 officers fell into an illusion created by her ghostly magic. A beautiful woman appeared in one officer's illusion. "Honey, you're home." Wife, I missed you so much." The officer held his imaginary wife's face and leaned in, but there was nothing there. He was merely kissing the air. "Wife." Shui Ding Ding covered her mouth and giggled. Suddenly, the illusion vanished, and the 2 officers stood there blankly, unable to understand what had happened. The police chief shouted angrily, "What is going on?" Miyushi smiled to herself. "That guy is such a troublemaker." At the Spring City Jewelry Exhibition, a beautiful woman stepped out of a car and strode down the red carpet. People around her began whispering. Chu Tianlin and Shen Yuetian, dressed fashionably, entered the building. Someone mocked them. The Shen family actually dare to come here? Yeah. Did they come here to embarrass themselves? Shen Yuetian said sadly, "These people are ridiculous." Chu Tianlin comforted her. "Ignore them. Not everyone has a brain." "Isn't that Shen Yuetian and Chu Tianlin?" Li Yuan held Chun Minxing's arm and sneered. "We're all prepared. Don't cry later." Chu Tianlin frowned at them. Who ends up crying is still unknown. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind them. Chun Minxing turned around. "The vice president of the Jewelry Association is here." He pointed at Chu Tianlin and said, "He's the one who forced Guiyu's grandson to kneel and apologize." Vice President Liu Jianhua sneered. "So he's just a little brat." He adjusted his glasses, glanced at Chu Tianlin, and said, "Go to Guiyu right now and kowtow 100 times. Then I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in Dawan province. Chu Tianlin's my confident. Oh, you think you can cover the sky with one hand? He calmly walked past him. Yue Tian, I'm going to the restroom for a moment. Lu Jianhua raised his brows and watched Chu Tianlin with a resentful sneer. What can you do to me? Chu Tianlin held a strand of Lu Jianhua's hair in his hand. Facing him, Shen Yue Tian said, "This is my business. You don't need to concern yourself with it. Miss Shen, I advise you to stay away from someone so ignorant of his own place." Suddenly, he cried out in pain. What the hell is happening? Lu Jianhua looked down and saw that his pants were soaked. The surrounding crowd mocked him. It looks like he wet his pants. The vice president is so embarrassing. Lu Jianhua trembled and collapsed onto the floor. Humiliated, he shouted, "What are you looking at? Get lost, all of you." Chen Misheng and Li Yuanyuan looked at him with disgust. Sitting in his own puddle of urine, Lu Jianhua roared angrily, "Little Chen, quickly find someone to take me home." People around them took pictures of him wetting his pants. "This is hilarious. Haha, what a great photo. Post it, hurry up. Post it on the Spring City Forum." Vice President of the Jewelry Association wets his pants. Using Lu Jianhua's hair as a curse medium, Chu Tianlin had made him too ashamed to face anyone. Chu Tianlin looked at his phone and smiled in satisfaction. The exhibition began. The exhibition area was divided into 3 sections. The display booths were still concealed, and no one had seen what was inside. Everyone waited eagerly. The female host held a microphone and introduced the event. "Hello, everyone. I am today's exhibition host. The displays are about to be unveiled, so let us wait and see." The red cloth was pulled down. The crowd stared in astonishment. "My God, am I dreaming?" A dazzling green emerald appeared. A woman suddenly cried out, "A 6th-grade glass-type emerald, the finest of the finest. Whoever dares say the Shun family is finished, come out here and see if I don't beat you to death." Everyone looked on enviously. "Miss Shun, you're really bullying the rest of us." "Exactly. How can you have such a precious emerald?" Chu Tianlin and Shen Yue Tian said awkwardly, "Not at all, not at all." Li Yuanyuan and Chen Minxing glared at them with jealousy. "Damn it, a 6th-grade glass-type emerald? How is that possible? Didn't we cut off her supply channels? It's fake. It must be fake." Li Yuanyuan gritted heartily, "My emerald is the best. She stole all my glory. Shen Yue Tian, you bitch." Suddenly, bullets shattered the glass windows. Someone carrying a gun kicked through a window and jumped inside. The robbers fired several shots into the air to intimidate everyone. The others pointed their guns at the people in the hall. The crowd instantly panicked. Chu Tianlin draped his coat around Shen Yue Tian to shield her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Shen Yue Tian looked at him, deeply moved. Tianlin is so dependable. Chen Minxing broke out in a cold sweat, bit his finger, and trembled as he hid in a corner. Seeing how terrified he was, Li Yuanyuan began to panic too. "I lost again." "Chen Minxing, you useless coward." The leader pointed his gun and said, "We're here for the gemstones. Don't call the police. Once we take what we want, we'll leave. If you call the police, haha." Everyone raised their hands, held their heads, and squatted down. "Hand over your phones, or else." The terrified crowd whispered, "What do we do? I am so scared. They have guns. We're dead this time." The leader frowned and shot a man in the leg. The man cried out in agony, my leg." Everyone nearby looked horrified. He was not afraid for himself, but he had to consider everyone else. "What is it, Yue Tian?" He gave her several talismans. "Take these. A protection talisman, a thunder talisman, and a light talisman." Seeing how serious Chu Tianlin was, Shen Yue Tian became worried. "This is strange." The robbers are divided into 3 groups. One guards the outside, one controls the hostages, and the rest are trying to take the gemstones from the display cases. Chu Tianlin rested his chin on his hand and thought, "They are highly organized. That proves they are experienced. I need to be careful." A robber rushed over and shouted, "The police are here." The leader said disdainfully, "Someone called the police, so I can no longer guarantee your safety." He made a gesture, and the other robbers immediately raised their guns. The crowd screamed in terror. Outside, the building was surrounded by police. The police captain used a loudspeaker. "People inside, listen up. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately." The robber raised his gun and shouted, "Oomph, don't make me laugh." He immediately fired and shattered the police captain's loudspeaker. Inside the building, the robber said casually, "Since the police are already here, we might as well have even more fun." Everyone's faces were filled with fear. A perverted robber lunged toward a young woman. "Beautiful, let me show you some love." The woman cried, "No, help me." He quickly grabbed her. They did not even spare the men. One robber grabbed a man and forcibly kissed him. "Ah, help me. Let go of me." Shin Yuetian covered her mouth in horror. Chu Tianlin patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Another robber approached Li Yuan. "You come with me, or do you want me to drag you away?" Don't come near me." She glared angrily at Chun Minsheng and cursed. "Chen Minsheng, are you even a man?" The robber slapped Chen Minsheng on the head and said contemptuously, "Tell me, are you a man or not?" With tears streaming down his face, Chun Minsheng trembled and said, "I'm not a man. I'm not a man. Don't kill me." Li Yuan gritted hertit. "Chen Minsheng, you're completely useless." She immediately kicked him in the groin. Chen Minsheng writhed in agony. Li Yuan folded her arms and calmly told the robber, "I'll go with you." "Oh, and that woman is my sister. How about we play with her too?" She pointed at Shen Yuetian. The robber said excitedly, "Sounds good." Shen Yuetian glared at her furiously. "Li Yuan, you're so hypocritical." Li Yuan snarled, "Bitch, isn't your man supposed to be amazing? Why don't you tell him to protect you? Look at him hiding like a turtle. Does he dare stand up and die for you?" Chu Tianlin silently tightened his grip around a talisman. He had just exchanged it for a higher-grade talisman from the Great Dream Repository on WeChat. This talisman could make everyone within 100 meters fall into a dream, but it would only last 10 minutes. He stood behind Shun Yuetian protectively. If anyone dared touch her, he would activate the Great Dream Talisman at once. He only needed time. The robber sneered, "Trying to play the hero and save the beauty? I'll count to 3. Kneel immediately, or I'll shoot you dead." He aimed his gun at Chu Tianlin. Shin Yuetian said anxiously, "Tianlin, don't act rashly." 1. Chu Tianlin said coldly, "I'm not acting rashly. I'm your bodyguard, so naturally I have to protect you." Shin Yuetian blushed, touched. "Tianlin, 2, 3, time's up." The robber pulled the trigger. Chu Tianlin quickly dodged. Shin Yuetian supported Chu Tianlin. "Tianlin, are you all right? Don't worry, I'm Yufina." The robber laughed excitedly. "Not bad, kid." Chu Tianlin curled his lips into a smile. "Goodbye." The Great Dream Talisman activated. The robber was struck by it, fainted, and fell into a dream. The people around them also began to be affected, naturally feeling sleepy. "I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. My eyelids feel so heavy." Even Shin Yuetian could not resist. She yawned and fell asleep. Chu Tianlin carried her and gently laid her down. "Sleep peacefully. Everything will be fine when you wake up." Chu Tianlin excitedly rolled his shoulders, ready to teach the robbers a lesson. "You bastards, let me teach you how to behave." He threw a powerful punch at a robber's face. He sent the robber flying into the accomplices behind him. Chu Tianlin knocked all the robbers unconscious. At that moment, the police captain outside spoke through a loudspeaker. "People inside, listen up. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately." The only response was a terrifying silence. The police captain was confused. What is going on? Why is there no sound? Chu Tianlin clapped his hands and sighed in relief. "Phew, it's done. Activate camouflage mode." Everyone began rubbing their eyes as they woke up. "Did I just doze off? What happened?" They were shocked to see that all the robbers had been beaten unconscious. "What is this? Why do they all suddenly pass out?" "Yeah, that's really strange." Shin Yuetian woke up as well and anxiously searched for Chu Tianlin. "Tianlin." Chu Tianlin waved at her. "I'm here." Shin Yuetian ran to him and asked, "Are you all right?" Chu Tianlin's eyes sparkled as he said smugly, "A handsome guy like me is obviously fine." Shin Yuetian blushed and hurriedly withdrew the hand she had placed on his chest. Saw thee." Chu Tianlin scratched his head awkwardly. It's fine. Everyone in the building rushed outside. "The robbers have passed out. Everyone run." The police captain was astonished. "The hostages are out." Seeing 2 people rush out, he asked, "What happened inside?" "The robbers passed out. Hurry in and arrest them." The police captain frowned and thought, "Passed out? That's unbelievable. It makes no sense." He ordered, "Leave some men on standby. The rest, follow me." The police entered the building with their guns drawn and found the robbers unconscious on the floor. Arrest them quickly. This is really strange. They're lying completely still like they were knocked out. Could have been hypnosis. The police captain frowned. Impossible. Hypnosis requires the other party's cooperation, and it also needs a quiet environment. Give me the list of everyone who attended today's exhibition. A police officer hurried over. Captain, I found it. Chu Tianlin's name is on the guest list. The police captain was startled. Him again. Meanwhile, in the car, Shen Yuetian said shyly, Tianlin, I'm still worried. As she helped Chu Tianlin take off his jacket, she said, I think I saw you get shot. Let me check. No, you saw wrong. Their shooting was terrible. There's no way they hit me. Chu Tianlin Bolu said, why are you so close? Seeing the two acting so intimately, the driver coughed softly as a reminder. You two should watch yourselves. This is a public place. Chu Tianlin and Shan Yuetian both blushed furiously and said in unison, It's not what you think. The next morning, the air was fresh in Chu Tianlin's rented apartment. He sat cross-legged on his bed with his eyes closed, focusing as a magic circle appeared. After using the Qi condensation pill, his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Qi refining realm. Chu Tianlin looked solemn and clenched his fist. After getting dressed, he left the apartment. He could no longer go to work without a care in the world. Shui Dingding hurriedly floated out to see him off. Goodbye, master. At the company, someone entered his office. The man introduced himself with a smile. Greetings, Mr. Chu. I am Ma Yiming, sent here by the master of Five Views Temple. Ma Yiming secretly assessed him. This man's spiritual energy is abundant. He truly is a master among masters. Looking at him, Chu Tianlin thought, where did this man come from, and what does he want? Chu Tianlin welcomed him with a polite smile. I never expected to meet a fellow cultivator. Please have a seat, Elder Ma. Ma Yiming sat down and said, I can sense that Mr. Chu has reached the late stage of the Qi refining realm. You are truly a rare talent. I wish to take you as my master. What do you think? Chu Tianlin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. From the way you put it, I sound pretty amazing. But taking on a disciple, I'd better think about it first. It doesn't seem very appropriate. Ma Yiming clasped his hands and said embarrassedly, Then I have a request. For many years, I have been unable to break through the 2nd level of the Qi refining realm. Your body is surrounded by spiritual energy. Would you permit me to cultivate by your side? Flattered, Chu Tianlin blushed and scratched his head. It's a small matter. No problem. Thank you, sir. I will come under a suitable identity. Seeing Ma Yiming treat him with such respect, Chu Tianlin felt a little embarrassed. The next day at the company, Shan Yuetian asked in surprise, Sir, may I ask who you are? Ma Yiming answered with a smile, I'm here to work as Mr. Chu's secretary. The mayor said it was you? But, a secretary? He turned around and said, Yes, then I'll get to work. Goodbye, sir. When Chu Tianlin saw him arrive, he said, Have a seat. I still have some things to do, so just cultivate. Ma Yiming quietly sat in his chair and began cultivating. Seeing this, Chu Tianlin thought, This scene feels a little strange. An old man working as my secretary. It's like opening the door to a whole new world. After work, night began to fall outside the company. Thank you, sir. I have some standing in Spring City. If you need anything, just give a word. Ma Yiming handed Chu Tianlin his business card. It read, Ma Yiming, President of the Taoist Association, Master of Five Views Temple. Oh, Chu Tianlin Wen. Now that you mention it, I remember that a friend of mine loves collecting antiques. Ma Yiming nodded. Leave it to me. That evening, in Chu Tianlin's room, Tianlin looked at the antiques Ma Yiming had sent over and said happily, The old gentleman works fast. Shui Dingding was excited as well. Wow, master, they're all treasures. As expected, nothing in this world is difficult if you have money. After appraising them, he thought, I originally planned to use a shop, but why not ask my friends in the Immortal realm instead? This is truly admirable. His phone displayed his recently contacted friends, Wu Gang, Fairy Chang'e, the Jade Rabbit, and Lu Dongbin, who enjoyed managing things. Chu Tianlin Gurin meets Tievo. Cast a wide net and see what I catch. Let's give it a try. Shui Dingding became so excited that her face flushed. Master, you're unbelievably brilliant. Perfect from every angle. Who do you think will accept? An ordinary male immortal is more likely to accept than Fairy Chang'e. After all, she's the dream lover of countless men. She'll definitely refuse outright. 1 minute later, Chu Tianlin shouted, Excuse me, Fairy Chang'e accepted my friend request. We can chat now. Schwedingding's eyes widened. It must be a fake Chang'e. Chu Tianlin tapped the profile picture, and a brilliant light shone from the phone screen. Fairy Chang'e heard the sound, turned around, and asked, "Who is there?" Chu Tianlin and Schwedingding stared at one another in shock. "See," Fairy Chang'e said warily. "Who are you to dare barge into the Moon Palace? Do you know what a grave crime it is to intrude upon the Moon Palace?" Marshal Tianpeng was turned into a pig for less. "You have some nerve." Chu Tianlin turned to Schwedingding and whispered, "Could it be that these fairies don't have phones and don't know what WeChat is? That's very possible. But if you added Chang'e as a friend, can she see us?" Chu Tianlin reached out to touch Fairy Chang'e. His hand passed through space and reached where Chang'e was standing. "What is this?" Chu Tianlin said in a lecherous tone. "Want to catch me? If you can catch me, I'll let you." Schwedingding anxiously touched her master's forehead. "Master, what's wrong with you? Why are you so hot?" Chu Tianlin Bolu said, "Oh, I'm Fine." Children shouldn't ask so many questions. Master's hand stretched in farther. "Let's see whether my whole body can go through." Sure enough, he passed through successfully. Chu Tianlin suddenly appeared in front of Fairy Chang'e. Chang'e blushed. "Who exactly are you, sir? With such miraculous magic and not the slightest trace of an aura, I fear even the Jade Emperor would not notice you." The fairy's jade rabbit glared angrily at Chu Tianlin. "This man is dressed so strangely, yet he dares intrude into the Moon Palace. How bold!" Chu Tianlin smiled. "It is inconvenient for me to reveal my background to you, fairy. You only need to allow me to come and go freely from the Moon Palace." Chang'e covered the rabbit's mouth. "Come and go freely? What do you take my Moon Palace for?" Suddenly, an old man carrying an axe approached and swung it down at Chu Tianlin. The old man was stunned. What is going on? Who exactly is he? Unwilling to accept it, he raised his axe again. "Take this. I, Wu Gang, can split even a great Luo golden immortal in two. How could I lose to a brat like you?" Chu Tianlin did not care about being chopped at. "Sorry, but with Super WeChat, I could do whatever I want. This is only my projection anyway." Wu Gang shouted angrily. "How can this be? I'll show you I'm not so easy to bully. Go ahead and chop, as long as you're happy." Chu Tianlin looked at Fairy Chang'e and said, "Haha, your neighbor really isn't very bright. Let him keep chopping. I'll come again next time." The fairy looked at him in confusion. After saying goodbye, Chu Tianlin vanished. Wu Gang cannot believe it. He came and went without a trace. Who exactly is he? Chang'e blushed and smiled to herself. This man. When Schwedingding saw Chu Tianlin return, she hurriedly greeted him. "Wow, Master can talk to immortals and even make video calls. But how did you become friends with Chang'e?" "Well, I don't understand it either. I can't really explain it." Suddenly, Chu Tianlin thought of something. "Let's check Chang'e's moments and see if there are any clues." "Wow, Master." Ding Ding is truly impressed. Fairy Chang'e's moments profile was titled Lonely Moonlight, and it was filled with pictures of the moon and flowers. Both today's and yesterday's posts were the same. Master, Ding Ding found something new." Chang'e posted all of these through WeChat. "I didn't expect you to be this clever." Good. Chu Tianlin looked at her approvingly. "So that's it. If an immortal did not want to make new friends, I would not have been able to add them successfully. This Fairy Chang'e lives in cold solitude every day, so naturally she accepted the friend request easily. "I'm sleepy. Let's sleep. Good night, Master." Outside the building where Chu Tianlin lived, police cars had arrived. "Chu Tianlin, you are surrounded." He jolted awake. The police loudspeaker blared outside. "Come out and surrender. There is no escape." Police cars filled the area around the building. "Attention, this is not a drill. Chu Tianlin, you are surrounded. Hand over the mutant phone immediately," the police captain shouted through a loudspeaker. Chu Tianlin gritted his teeth. "Damn it, how am I supposed to keep my protagonist's aura now?" Crouching behind the window, he panicked and frantically looked around. "Oh no, I don't even have a weapon. Am I finished?" Suddenly, Chu Tianlin thought of something. He rushed over and picked up his slippers. "These are it." The police kicked down the door and charged inside. The police captain aimed a gun at his head. "Hands up, don't move." Chu Tianlin thought fearfully, "It's over. This time, it's really over." Another officer found the phone. "Captain, we found it." "Good. Withdraw." Chu Tianlin Wen. Then, unexpectedly, he dashed onto the balcony and jumped down. "Don't run," the police shouted. The next day, the news reported on television. Police have recently solved several cases in succession. According to expert investigations, they're connected to a mutant phone. Chu Tianlin watched the news from the shadows. I won't give up so easily. I have to get my phone back." The police fired their guns and shouted, "Seal off the building! Don't let him take back the phone." Chu Tianlin hurriedly dodged the bullets, charged forward, and knocked one officer down. Another officer was knocked down as well. Someone tried to ambush him from behind, but Chu Tianlin had already noticed. He swiftly spun around and kicked the attacker away. Suddenly, a gun was pointed at Chu Tianlin's head. The police had surrounded him. "Don't move." The police captain smiled smugly. "Chu Tianlin, not only did you fail to seize the mutant phone, you even assaulted police officers. This time, you won't escape death." At the execution site, sweat poured down Chu Tianlin's body. He was tied to a post, gasping heavily. The police captain raised his gun and aimed at him. "Goodbye." Bang! Me the cat meowed, startling him awake. It turned out that everything had only been a dream. "Sobi," Shui Dingding asked anxiously. "Master, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Chu Tianlin covered his face. "So if it was a dream? My God, it felt so real." He suddenly remembered what Miyushi had said about the Special Task Force captain and the case under investigation. Chu Tianlin looked anxiously at his phone. "The police have been watching me before. If they discover this phone... No, my protection of the phone is far too poor. I need to find another way." Chu Tianlin quietly looked through his phone. Suddenly, he looked up and exclaimed, "Mount Sumeru within a mustard seed." Shui Dingding tilted her head in confusion. "What is Mount Sumeru within a mustard seed?" Chu Tianlin explained. "It is a Buddhist saying. Mount Sumeru can contain another Mount Sumeru, referring to the profound mysteries of Buddhist teachings." Shui Dingding listened attentively and committed it to memory. "Oh." Holding his phone, Chu Tianlin searched the WeChat store. There must be something like that. Capacity, 30,000 cubic meters, able to store a great many items. Cosmic ring, contains a space more than 100 feet in length, width, and height. Price, 120 credits. By now, Chu Tianlin decided to purchase it. "I'll buy the cosmic ring first and worry about the rest later. The urgent matter is securing the phone." Master is right. The cosmic ring appeared. Chu Tianlin put it on his finger. He rubbed Shui Dingding's head. "All right, I'm off to work. Bye-bye goodbye, Master." At the company, Xin Yuetian thought worriedly. "I never expected Tianlin's new secretary to be Ma Yiming, the president of the Taoist Association. Dad said Mr. Ma is an important figure. Tianlin is amazing. Is there anything he doesn't know?" She opened the door and entered the office. Chu Tianlin and Ma Yiming were sitting quietly in their chairs. "Tianlin, a friend of mine is holding a birthday party tonight. Could you come with me?" Chu Tianlin bowed slightly. "Of course. It would be my honor." At a villa, the car stopped and Xin Yuetian got out. Chu Tianlin and Shan Yuetian appeared in formal attire, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Xin Yuetian's friend came to greet them. "Yuetian, you're here. Is this your boyfriend?" "No, he's my friend and colleague." Chu Tianlin bowed politely. "Hello, I'm Hu Tianlin." "Hello, I'm Li Dan." Li Dan lowered her voice. "Everyone, be careful not to let someone misunderstand. Feng Hu is here too." Li Dan similait Tia Singli. Feng Hu was Tiantian's high school classmate. He pursued her back then, but Tian rejected him. So Tian has been waiting for him all this time. Embarrassed by the teasing, Shan Yuetian said, "Dandan, don't talk nonsense. Speak of the devil, and he appears." Tian, it's been years. How have you been?" Shan Yuetian replied shyly. "Feng Hu, hello. I've been well. I heard you're about to become a police officer in Spring City." Feng Hu smiled. "Yes. Since childhood, I've been determined to follow in my father's footsteps. Now I've finally achieved it." Li Dan gave him a sidelong glance. "Don't make it sound so impressive. I think your prospects as a police officer are only so bright because of your father." Chu Tianlin extended a hand. "All right, let's go inside. After you too, ladies." Feng Hu watched them leave and frowned. "Pretty boy, huh? Fine. Tian is being so cold to me because of him. Just wait." At the party, Li Dan quietly warned Tianlin, "You need to be careful. That Feng Hu isn't easy to deal with." "Why?" "Because of Tian." Li Dan explained that Feng Hu's father was a deputy bureau chief. One phone call from him could make trouble for Tianlin. A person like him will stop at nothing. "Be careful." Chu Tianlin smiled. "Thanks for the warning, but I'm not afraid of people like him." Li Dan looked at him with sparkling eyes. Unbelievably handsome, and so domineering when he talks. Tian has truly found a god. Chu Tianlin sat outside, drinking water and resting. A can of beer was placed on the table. Feng Hu looked at him provocatively. "Buddy, have a few drinks with me." He wore a sinister smile. "I've drugged the beer. The moment he drinks it, he'll go mad. Then Tian will be mine." "Sorry, I don't drink beer." "What if I insist that you drink it?" Chu Tianlin, "No." No one can stop me from doing what I want, and no one can force me to do what I don't want. Feng Hu angrily stepped closer. Huh, with my father backing me, I can have you killed without lifting a finger. Do you believe that? Chu Tianlin replied calmly. What if I do? What if I don't? Ali Dan's villa, someone asked. Young Master Phone, what is it? Feng Hu angrily took out his phone. Bring some people here. There's finally a lead on that car thief from the other day. He picked up the beer. Kid, drink it now. Once my people get here, it'll be too late even if you want to drink. Chu Tianlin gave a cold smile, seeing through his little scheme. He stood and picked up the beer. Feng Hu sneered. I thought this kid had some backbone. Chu Tianlin splashed the beer in Feng Hu's face. Feng Hu roared furiously. Damn it, are you tired of living? Chu Tianlin smiled with satisfaction. Feng Hu immediately grabbed a beer bottle and raised it angrily to strike him. Damn it! Chu Tianlin effortlessly caught his hand, smiling as he took the bottle from Feng Hu. Then he shoved the beer bottle straight into Feng Hu's mouth. With a handsome smile, he said, What right do you have to act superior in front of me? Seeing that something exciting was happening, the people around them quickly gathered to watch. Is everyone all right? What happened all of a sudden? Feng Hu shouted madly. Damn it, you're all nothing but trash. If it weren't for Yue Tian's sake, I wouldn't even bother with you. Where are my people? Who do you think Feng Hu am? You're all a bunch of sluts, drunk beyond reason. Feng Hu hugged the table. Yue Tian, only you are worthy of me. Yue Tian, you have such a great figure. The crowd murmured, Oh my God, so this is how high society plays. Yeah, how embarrassing. What do we do now? The birthday party is ruined. Don't look at me. I never touched him. The police immediately entered. Young Master Feng, where's the car theft suspect? Who is it? Step forward. Chu Tianlin grabbed Feng Hu by the collar and tossed him toward the two newly arrived officers. Waving with a laugh, he said, Haha, there's no car thief here, but there is a drunk causing trouble. You came at just the right time. Feng Hu was so drunk that he could barely tell up from down. As the two officers helped him up, he laughed. Haha, how embarrassing. The officers hurriedly took him away. Haha. That night, at a villa, Ma Yiming sat in meditation, circulating his energy as his aura surged. This is my chance to break through. I must seize it. Ma Yiming suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his fist. He had successfully broken through to the third level of the Qi refining realm. Suddenly, Ma Yiming's phone rang. Only that person had this number. Brother Ma, congratulations, congratulations. Ma Yiming gefrowned. Zhan Bak Ving. Tran Bok Vin was ranked 10th among the wealthiest businessmen in Daoan province. Through his own strength, he had won over many underworld bosses in Dao province. Since it was not far from Spring City, he sensed Ma Yiming's breakthrough. Tran Bok Vin pondered with a frown. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is now so chaotic that cultivation is difficult. How did Brother Ma manage to break through? I don't deserve the praise. I encountered a benefactor. Tran Bok Vin asked curiously from the other end of the line. Is this benefactor? I spent 3 days by the side of a senior cultivator. That is why I was able to break through successfully. Could this senior be even more formidable than Immortal Mao Dai? Ma Yiming stroked his beard. Although Immortal Mao Dai is the leader of the Taoist community in Huaxia, Senior Chu is even stronger. Both possess extraordinary cultivation, but it was only because I came to know that senior that I have what I do today. Tran Bok Vin gazed thoughtfully out the window. This senior must be an immensely powerful master. Could Brother Ma introduce me to him? I wish to take him as my master. Ma Yiming frowned and thought, I will have to ask the senior first. We are not even worth mentioning compared with him. Then I shall await your good news, brother. After the party at Shun Yuetian's home, Yuetian went to her parents' bedroom to say goodnight. Honey, hurry and take your medicine. The doctor said you need to stay optimistic. If you keep taking your medicine, you may be able to hold on for a while longer. Shun Yuetian was startled. It seemed that her parents were hiding something from her, and it was something very serious. What difference does it make? You and Yuetian are both healthy. If I die, I'll have no regrets. After I'm gone, find someone suitable and remarry. Yuetian's mother said anxiously, What are you saying? Hurry and take your medicine. Why are you talking about funeral arrangements now? Shun Yuetian froze, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her face. She could not believe it. Her father had terminal brain cancer, and her parents had kept it from her all along. No one can live forever. Stop saying that and take your medicine. Shun Yuetian stood outside the door, trembling as she covered her mouth and cried. Her parents were the most important people in her life, and her father was. The next morning, at the company, Chu Tianlin scratched his head awkwardly. Yuetian, I'd like to take a few days off. Xin Yuetian held her head and asked, "Oh, what?" Chu Tianlin immediately noticed that something was wrong. "Yuetian, is something the matter? You don't look well." "I'm fine. I just didn't get enough sleep," Chu Tianlin said worriedly. "Yuetian, we're friends. If something is wrong, just tell me. Maybe I can help." Xin Yuetian's gaze was sorrowful. "My father has terminal brain cancer." "When did this happen?" "About a year ago. My parents kept it from me, but I accidentally overheard them last night." Chu Tianlin put an arm around her shoulders to comfort her. "It's okay. It's okay. There has to be a way." Suddenly, he remembered. "That's right, the disease-dispelling talisman. But drawing one isn't easy. And if I use a talisman to cure an illness, Yuetian probably won't believe me. If you're upset, talk to me. I'm here." As he held the beauty in his arms, he thought, "Forget it. I'll draw it first." A while later, at Chu Tianlin's home. "That's right, it's all packed up. Where are you going? Keep your voice down." A delivery worker was helping him move the antiques he had bought from the antique shop. That was what having money was like. Chu Tianlin looked out onto the street and saw a police car. Feng Hu must have sent them. He smiled to himself. His revenge came quickly. Inside Chu Tianlin's apartment, 2 police officers were prying open the door. He hid in a corner and watched the officers enter. With his abilities, even a police siege could do nothing to him. But there was no shame in avoiding trouble. Now was the time to uphold justice. The talisman above Chu Tianlin's head glowed. Ding ding, it's time to act. In the next instant, Chu Tianlin vanished. In a room filled with cigarette smoke, 1 police officer was engrossed in a game. Chu Tianlin and Xue Dingding hid behind them. "Give them a little light. Watch me give them a massage." He signaled Xue Dingding with his eyes. "Attack them head on for me." "Yes." Xue Dingding flew in front of the 2 officers and cast a little pink magic. The officers immediately stiffened and fell into an illusion. In the dream, Chu Tianlin wore an imperial dragon robe and smiled sternly. "Once you have entered the palace, how can you avoid its troubles? Guards, drag him away." The 2 officers, dressed as eunuchs, knelt and begged, "No, spare us, your majesty." Crying, they were dragged away by guards. No, I don't want to be a eunuch." Back in reality, Chu Tianlin smiled at the 2 screaming officers. "No." Then he flicked his fingers and sent something flying directly at their vital spots. The 2 officers cried out in pain. Terrified, they immediately ran out of Chu Tianlin's apartment. There's a ghost." Then he happily high-fived Xue Dingding. "Well done." As the 2 officers ran downstairs, gasping for breath, they said, "Did we just encounter a ghost?" "Definitely." "Then what do we do?" They looked at each other in fear. "Young Master Feng told us to do this. Should we hire a Taoist priest?" On the 6th floor, outside Chu Tianlin's apartment, a voice rang out. "Give me the key. This humble Taoist will meet the ghost in that room." The old Taoist priest looked disdainfully at the 2 officers, thinking, how could there be such a powerful ghost nowadays? These 2 must be crazy. And crazy people are usually rich. When he reached the door, he saw a cloud of black energy hanging over it. He thought anxiously, "I've lived to this age and never seen a ghost. But these 2 do not look like they are pretending. Could it be real?" The old Taoist priest began chanting an incantation. Suddenly, his heavenly eye opened, and he saw Xue Dingding floating before him with rolled-back white eyes, shrieking. The old Taoist priest screamed in terror and fled for his life. This is no ordinary ghost. It is a spirit ghost with formidable supernatural powers, as if someone has subdued it. "Who did those 2 idiots offend?" Xue Dingding said cheerfully. "Master, those 2 officers brought in another exorcist." Chu Tianlin sat in meditation with his eyes closed. "They're quite bold. Go teach them a lesson." The old Taoist priest hurriedly fled. "This ghost is beyond my comprehension and immensely powerful. This humble Taoist will take his leave. Please do as you wish. Should we leave too?" As the 2 officers spoke, Xue Dingding appeared above their heads, grinning wickedly. Another officer came over while calling Feng Hu. "How is it going? Have you caught that Chu bastard?" Suddenly, he stared in shock at his 2 colleagues, who seemed to have gone mad and were crying and shouting, "I didn't kill her. It wasn't me. Who told her not to like me? She deserved it. Please don't eat me." He said anxiously into the phone, "Young Master Feng, those 2 have gone crazy. I'm done with this job." Xue Dingding looked at him thoughtfully. "Young Master Feng," Chu Tianlin ordered, "he's as annoying as a fly. Dingding, go take a look." Xue Dingding immediately flew away. "Yes, I'll deal with him right away." Feng Hu gritted his teeth in anger. That idiot got driven crazy by that Chu bastard again. That brat has no background and no status. Why is he so arrogant? He sat fuming in a karaoke room. Shui Dingding flew through the hallway in search of Feng Hu's room. Suddenly, she stopped and looked through the door at him. Shui Dingding blew out a breath, and Feng Hu immediately fell into an illusion. All done. Goodbye. The girl beside him looked at him in confusion. Feng Hu sneezed, then saw that his hands were covered in blood. He screamed in horror. Blood. Young Master Feng, what's wrong? Turn on the lights. Stop the music. Feng Hu frowned in confusion. There's no blood. What is going on? Young Master Feng. Suddenly, he clutched his head in pain, then got up and said, I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy. You all carry on. I'm going to the restroom for a moment. Feng Hu entered the restroom and washed his hands. There seemed to be movement in the toilet beside him. Feng Hu broke out in a cold sweat and glanced over fearfully. Something was rising from the toilet. Suddenly, a hand reached out. The next day, at the hospital, Feng Hu sat trembling on the bed. Spare me. Save me. His mother asked anxiously. What should we do? My son is suffering so badly. Could he be possessed by a ghost? She picked up her phone. I'll call the master and ask. Standing at the door, she made a call. Hello, Taoist Master Ma. I am Feng Yuyi. My Yiming gefrownt. So, it is Director Feng. What is it? My son suddenly fainted, and his condition is very strange. I suspect he encountered something unclean. I would like to ask you to help. Fine, bring him to Spirit Bright Temple. Feng Yui hung up. Hurry and take our son to Spirit Bright Temple. Feng Hu's mother worriedly asked. Our son is in that condition, and you want to take him there instead of to the hospital? Who did you call? Why are you acting so proud? Who do you think you are? He only agreed out of respect for me. Even a mayor would have to treat him respectfully. At Spirit Bright Temple. Sorry to trouble you, Taoist Master Ma. Please help my son. Ma Yiming looked at Feng Hu lying on the bed. He reached out and took Feng Hu's pulse. Suddenly, Ma Yiming noticed something. Has your son done anything to harm someone? Feng Yi said incredulously. How could that be? My son is a good boy. He has never done anything bad. Ma Yiming frowned to himself. Never done anything bad? Can you say that with a clear conscience? Then he thought, forget it. For the sake of our years of acquaintance, I should still save him. Your son has been invaded by extremely heavy resentment. To dispel it, we must find the source of that resentment. Please wait here. Ma Yiming raised an incense stick and touched it to Feng Hu's forehead. The incense suddenly ignited, its smoke spreading in every direction. Stay here. This humble Taoist will return shortly. His two disciples received Director Feng. Yes, Master. Ma Yiming followed the trail of smoke. He would reach its destination in 10 minutes. The incense smoke pointed toward Chu Tianlin's home. Ma Yiming frowned to himself. It really leads towards Senior Chu's home. The smoke from the censer drifted toward Chu Tianlin's apartment. Standing before the door, Ma Yiming thought, could Director Feng's son's coma be related to Senior Chu? At that thought, Ma Yiming immediately turned to leave. Feng Hu must be tired of living, daring to offend Senior Chu. Chu Tianlin suddenly opened the door and stepped outside. Taoist Master Ma, what brings you here? Ma Yiming, who had been about to leave, jumped in surprise. He said respectfully, I accepted someone's request for help. Feng Hu must have offended you, sir, so I do not intend to interfere. Feng Hu does deserve a lesson. You do not need to act in this matter. He will wake up after some time. Senior Chu is merciful. I deeply admire you. You flatter me, Taoist Master Ma. Suddenly, Ma Yiming added, Oh, there is one more matter. I have a fellow cultivator who wishes to meet you, Senior. Would you be willing to see him? Chu Tianlin Wen. Fine. Thank you, Senior. Then please rest. I shall take my leave. Chu Tianlin entered his room and looked at his hand. The ring suddenly appeared on Chu Tianlin's hand. With a whoosh, spiritual energy surged forth. The cosmic ring had acknowledged its master and could automatically shrink, change shape, and become invisible. It truly is an immortal-grade item. Its functions are excellent. The ring vanished again. Chu Tianlin sat down and began cultivating. On his way back, Ma Yiming called Tran Bokvin. Brother Bokvin, I have good news. That gentleman has agreed to meet you. Thank you, Brother Ma. I will head to Spring City now, and I will bring the red envelope I prepared for you long ago. Then you must give me a pound of red envelopes. Forget 1 pound. Even 100 pounds would be fine. Back at Spirit Bright Temple, Feng Hu's parents anxiously asked, Taoist Master Ma, how is our son? Ma Yiming said calmly, Your son offended my honored benefactor. He will wake up on his own. Once he wakes up, tell him not to offend that person again. Otherwise, I will not spare him. Ma Yiming left. Feng Hu's mother shouted indignantly, Ma, don't be so arrogant. Do you believe I can have you thrown in prison? Ma Yiming frowned and turned around, waving his hand. The entire Feng family was sent flying. You're not welcome here. Please leave. The Feng family hurriedly helped each other away. Taoist Master Ma truly lives up to his reputation. It's all your fault. You had to run your mouth and offend him. How was I supposed to know he was so powerful? At the company, Chu Tianlin focused intently on drawing talismans. Holding up the talisman, he thought happily. After thousands of attempts, I finally succeeded. This is worth celebrating, rejoicing over, and praising. But most importantly, Yue Tian must believe in this talisman. Chu Tianlin looked at Ma Yiming, who was cultivating. If I say it, Yue Tian will probably find it hard to believe. But if Ma Yiming says it, Chu Tianlin walked over to him. Taoist Master Ma, how well known are you in Spring City? Ma Yiming clasped his hands and replied, Senior Chu, I have some influence in Spring City. What would you like me to do? Chu Tianlin turned and said, The president of our company has brain cancer. I have drawn a disease-dispelling talisman. I am afraid they will not believe it, so I would like you to speak on its behalf. No problem. I will take care of it immediately. Holding the talisman, Ma Yiming thought, disease-dispelling talismans exist only in legends. Even a mortal Mao Dai might not be able to draw one. Senior Chu's cultivation is truly unfathomable. Ma Yiming called Shun Jiuxing. Shun Yuetian's father said, Taoist Master Ma, what brings you to call me? Mr. Shun, may I ask something presumptuous? Do you have cancer? Shun Jiuxing asked in surprise, Taoist Master Ma, where did you hear that? You need not concern yourself with that. I have a disease-dispelling talisman bestowed by a master. It can cure all illnesses. Would you like to try it, Mr. Shun? Shun Jiuxing, looking haggard, thought, if anyone else said this, it would surely be nonsense. But this is Ma Yiming, a man of great influence. Taoist Master Ma, you are not joking, are you? Ma Yiming stroked his beard. Given my reputation and status, of course, I would not speak carelessly. Mr. Shun, just give it a try. Shun Jiuxing frowned and thought, Taoist Master Ma is right. He has no reason to deceive me. In any case, I do not have long to live. I might as well try. All right, I'll try it. I'll come to the company to see you now. See you there shortly. Taoist Master Ma, please tell me, is this talisman real or fake? Mrs. Shun asked worriedly. Of course it is real. Mr. Shun, please sit down. I will activate the disease-dispelling talisman now. Ma Yiming raised the talisman. He placed it against Shun Jiuxing's forehead. Yue Tian's mother watched him, overjoyed and feeling as though she were dreaming. Shun Jiuxing's body emitted light. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and the sickly exhaustion was gone from his face. Shun Jiuxing rose to his feet in delight. Ma Yiming said in astonishment, The results are truly beyond imagination. Just as expected, the cancer cells in your brain have been eliminated. You may go to the hospital for an examination. Thank you, Taoist Master Ma. The two of them then went directly to the hospital. Holding the test results, the doctor said happily, The results are in. Mr. Shun's brain is perfectly healthy. Shun Yuetian's parents embraced joyfully. This is wonderful. You're all right now. Yes, we must thank the Master Taoist, Master Ma mentioned. Now that you mention it, Yue Tian must already know I had brain cancer. She was just holding it in and refusing to say anything. Yes, how should we tell her now? Let's just say it was a misdiagnosis. I'll call her and ask her to come over. Shun Yuetian walked into the room. Mom, Dad, why did you call me in? Her mother smiled. We have good news to tell you. Shun Yuetian was surprised. What good news? Dad is about to leave us. What good news could there be? Shun Jiuxing handed her the medical report. Take a look, Shun Yuetian said anxiously. What does this mean? Didn't Dad have brain cancer? The examination results showed no signs of illness in Shun Jiuxing's brain. Her mother came over and said, I saw you crying in secret that day. It's true that your father was previously diagnosed with brain cancer, but today we found out that the previous results are wrong. So don't worry anymore. Shun Yuetian frowned. Which hospital and which doctor made such a mistake? Misdiagnosing even brain cancer is far too irresponsible. Shun Jiuxing stood up and said, That doctor is a friend of mine. There may have been a problem with the test results. In any case, I'm fine now, so you don't need to cry in secret anymore. Shun Yuetian was still worried. Really? Dad, you aren't lying to me, are you? You didn't fabricate this report just to comfort me, did you? Shun Jiuxing smiled. If I really had brain cancer, I wouldn't be able to keep it from you. Shun Yuetian was so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. It's good that you're all right. That doctor was truly irresponsible, but since he's Dad's friend, I won't hold it against him. Good girl, don't cry anymore. Tian Tian, let's go on a trip. Okay, let's all go together as a family. Xinhua Tian happily opened the door and immediately ran over to throw her arms around Chu Tianlin's neck. Tianlin, I have good news to tell you. Seeing how delighted Xinhua Tian was, he guessed that Taoist Master Ma had succeeded, but he still pretended to ask, "What good news?" Tian said excitedly, "My father's illness was a misdiagnosis. He's fine now. That's wonderful. But that doctor is awful. But he's my father's friend." The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere gradually became intimate. Tianlin merely gave a quiet, Tian shyly released him. Haha, sorry. Tianlin scratched his head, quickly easing the awkwardness. It's all right. So there aren't any problems at the company? Everything is fine? Oh, right. We're going on a trip in a few days. That's great. There's something I need to tell you, though it may spoil the mood a little. What is it? I've already submitted my resignation here. If you need anything afterward, you can still come find me. I'm quitting. Tiantian's thoughts were in turmoil. Why was this happening? Why was he leaving so suddenly? No, this wouldn't do. Tianlin was so capable. He should go somewhere more suitable for his growth. Although she did not want him to leave, for his sake, Tian still smiled and took his hand. All right, I support you. Tianlin comforted her. Don't worry. Even if I quit, we'll still be friends. As long as you need me, I'll come no matter the wind or rain. At the shopping mall, Tran Bok Vin said, "Thank you, senior. No need to be polite. Let's go inside and talk." Chu Tianlin, Ma Yiming, and Tran Bok Vin entered a coffee shop in the mall. Suddenly, Tianlin spotted someone he knew. "Monkey, long time no see. Tianlin, you're here too?" Tianlin walked over to Monkey's table. Monkey warmly pointed at the man across from him and introduced them. "Tianlin, this is my father-in-law, Zhao Xiangtian. Dad, this is my high school classmate, Chu Tianlin. Hello, uncle." The stern middle-aged man said, "Bai Yuan, we're discussing important matters. You could talk to your friend later." Monkey looked at Tianlin awkwardly. Tianlin said, "Sorry, I'm discussing something too. I'll contact you after we're done. Go ahead and take care of your business." With that, Tianlin left. As soon as he left, a well-dressed man in expensive leather shoes entered the cafe. "Old Zhao, is this your son-in-law?" Monkey's father-in-law hurriedly stood up. "Yes. Brother Pan, please have a seat." Bai Yuan stood up and pulled out a chair for him. The man looked cheerfully at Bai Yuan. "I heard you want to join our trading group." Bai Yuan replied somewhat timidly, "Yes, Uncle Pan. I ranked 3rd in the exam. I'll still need your help with the interview." Uncle Pan sighed, his expression filled with distress. "That will be difficult. The trading group is only hiring one person this time. Normally, all it would take is my interview, but the vice president says the person ranked 10th is his distant relative." Bai Yuan panicked. "That can't be." At that moment, Bai Yuan's father-in-law spoke up. "Uncle Pan, is there really no other way? The vice president doesn't have any relatives. If the 10th ranked person can become his distant relative, then with a little effort, can't we become the vice president's relatives too?" Hearing that, Uncle Pan immediately understood. "Then name your price." Uncle Pan held up 3 fingers. "At least this much." Sitting nearby, Chu Tianlin secretly watched them and heard every word clearly. This was obviously bribery. Where could Bai Yuan get that much money? Asking his father-in-law to pay would be even more humiliating. He turned to Ma Yiming. "Taoist Master Ma, Bai Yuan is my friend. He wants to join the trading group. Do you think you can help?" "Of course. Leave it to me." With that, Ma Yiming rose, excused himself, and quickly left. He went to Bai Yuan's table. "Director Pan, long time no see." The man looked up in shock when he saw Taoist Master Ma. "Why are you here?" Once Taoist Master Ma had settled the matter and returned to Tianlin's table, Bai Yuan happened to see him. He hurried over to Tianlin, scratching his head as he said, "Tianlin, thank you. I'm really embarrassed about the way my father-in-law acted." Tianlin replied, "We're classmates. No need to be polite." Bai Yuan stared at him blankly. Tianlin was so generous that he felt truly ashamed. Besides, Tianlin was incredibly impressive. Could this Taoist priest also be Tianlin's friend? From a distance, Bai Yuan's father-in-law watched the two talking, his face gloomy as he muttered, "Bai Yuan's friend. Just who is he? What if I offended him?" Earlier, when Taoist Master Ma had approached Bai Yuan's table, he put an arm around Bai Yuan's shoulders and said, "Bai Yuan is a friend of my friend. Tell the vice president that if Bai Yuan doesn't get into the trading group, I'll settle the score with him." Director Pan broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Master Ma's words, while Bai Yuan looked on in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. "Master Ma, you're too kind. Even the chairman wouldn't dare say anything. I'll go find the vice president immediately." With that, Director Pan hurried away. Taoist Master Ma said to Bai Yuan. Mr. Bai, rest assured about this matter. I'll be taking my leave. He then quickly returned to Tianlin. Bai Yuan's father-in-law hurriedly brought a cup of tea to Tianlin's table and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Young Master Chu, I was blind and ignorant earlier. I offer this tea in place of wine as an apology. With that, he drained the cup in one gulp. Chu Tianlin propped his chin on his hand and looked at him, thinking that this was the benefit of power. Would this man still dare to look down on others now? Forget it. After all, he was Bai Yuan's father-in-law. Tianlin closed his eyes and said deeply, let's consider this matter settled. I want to drink tea now. Bai Yuan's father-in-law understood at once and quickly bowed. Then I'll take my leave. After the two left, Tianlin said to Ma Yiming, Taoist Master Ma, thank you for this. Taoist Master Ma humbly replied, it was a small matter. Senior, there's no need to thank me. Tran Bok Vin took a sip of tea. Senior, may this junior presumptuously ask what your current cultivation level is? Holding his teacup and resting his chin on his hand, Tianlin answered, Peak Chi Refining Realm. The other man was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Peak Chi Refining Realm. This was a legendary level, yet someone had actually reached it. Tran Bok Vin heard Taoist Master Ma ask, You're not from Spring City, are you? Reporting to Senior, this junior is from Dao Prefecture. The economy of Dao Prefecture was more developed than Spring City. Dao Prefecture was a city in Daoan Province and was somewhat more prosperous than Spring City. Tianlin fell into thought, wondering how many antiques there were in Dao Prefecture. The other two seemed to realize something, their eyes lighting up as they looked at each other. At the same time, they handed over 2 business cards. We heard that Senior's friend likes antiques. This is a small token of our sincerity. We hope Senior will accept us as disciples. Chu Tianlin held the 2 cards in his hand. One belonged to Zhang Gang, president of the Dao Prefecture Antique Association. The other belonged to Li Jianguo, general manager of the Spring City Antique Trading Company. He chuckled. Haha, it seems the 2 of you came prepared. Then I will accept you 2 as disciples. The 2 performed the disciple ceremony. This disciple greets master. Chu Tianlin felt somewhat troubled inside. His disciples were older than their master, which was rather embarrassing. But since he had accepted them, so be it. He stood up and saw that both were only at the early stage of cultivation. I'll help you too. Wait here. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped and turned away, leaving the 2 men confused. It turned out that his cosmic ring had activated. He took out a chi condensation pill. He took the pill, crushed it into powder, and sprinkled it into 2 cups of water. Pushing the cups toward them, he said, Drink. The 2 looked at each other. Though they did not understand, they obeyed and picked up the cups, draining them. After drinking, their eyes lit up. Tran Bok Vin's internal energy immediately broke through, reaching the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. Ma Yiming also slowly absorbed the medicinal power, advancing by 1 level. Having successfully broken through, the 2 saluted Chu Tianlin. Thank you, Master. This disciple had been stuck at the 4th level of the Qi refining realm for 10 years. Only thanks to Master was I able to break through. You are my disciples. This is nothing. At that moment, Chu Tianlin's phone rang. He took out his phone. Oh, it's Fairy Chung. She had sent him a WeChat message. Long time no see. Do you still remember this immortal maiden? Only then did Chu Tianlin realize that he had indeed not contacted her for a long time. Still, he replied, Of course I remember, but it's a little inconvenient right now. I'll contact you later. Go ahead and attend to your business first. After reading the message, Chu Tianlin was stunned, his expression darkening as he did not know what to say. As for Fairy Chang'e, the first time she had taken the initiative to message someone, she received such a reply. Blushing, she hugged her arms and fumed with anger. Back in Spring City, Xue Dingding went off to cultivate. Chu Tianlin sat on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. What had Chang'e wanted from him earlier? He should ask. He also wanted to see how Super WeChat was doing. The phone in his hand lit up. He was transported to the Moon Palace. He called out, Fairy Chang'e. He received only silence in response. He walked around. Why is it so quiet? Fairy Chang'e. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from somewhere. Chu Tianlin turned his head. Has Marshal Tianpeng arrived? Looking toward the sound, he hurried over. Fairy Chang'e. So confortable. It turned out that Fairy Chang'e was bathing beneath a waterfall. At times, she stroked her hair. At others, she shifted positions as she enjoyed the cool water. Chu Tianlin froze in place, his face flushing as sweat poured down his brow. What a surprise. Did she have to moan like that while bathing? The reason his face was red was that when he rushed over, he saw Fairy Chang'e bathing in the pool and making movements that made one blush. He hurriedly turned to leave. I need to get out of here. Crack! He accidentally stepped on a dry branch. Hearing the noise, Fairy Chang'e quickly covered herself with her hands, her face as red as a ripe tomato. Who's there? When she saw him, she said furiously, it's you. You pervert. He hurriedly explained, don't say nonsense. It's just a misunderstanding. Wu Gang's face was bright red, and at some point, blood had begun streaming from his nose. He emerged from the bushes with an axe in hand. Where's the pervert? My axe is hungry. Fairy Chang'e and Chu Tianlin both stared at him blankly. Wu Gang saw Chu Tianlin and frowned. So it's you. Tianlin waved at him. It's me, but it isn't me. Without another word, Wu Gang charged at him with his axe. Chu Tianlin dodged to the side. Wu Gang missed and fell flat on his face. He turned to look at Tianlin and put his thumb into his mouth. Then he began repeatedly hacking at Tianlin, while Tianlin effortlessly evaded every strike. Fairy Chang'e climbed ashore and quickly got dressed. She walked up to him and gave a cold snort. Tianlin scratched his head awkwardly and raised his hand in greeting. Fairy, please don't misunderstand. I didn't do it on purpose. By then, Wu Gang was exhausted and panting heavily. Fairy, Changispoke, did you need something? At last, someone was talking to her, she thought. He had wanted to ask about Super WeChat, but the current situation did not seem right. Slowly, he answered, well, Fairy, what did you need from me earlier? Fairy Chang'e blushed and answered shyly, I didn't need anything. But why is the fairy's moon palace so cold? And where is Ho-E? Fairy Chang'e was stunned. Ho-E. Then she flew into a rage. Wu Gang, chop him. Chop him in the face for me. He had brought up exactly what she hated most. Men were truly detestable. Wu Gang accepted the order and charged forward. Get over here. Tianlin looked miserable. Oh no, why did I bring that up? He quickly vanished, leaving behind only the words, please calm down, you two. We could talk again next time. Back in his room, he sat on the sofa and covered his face. The matter of Super WeChat would have to wait until next time. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Bai Yuan calling. He answered, hello, Bai Yuan. What is it? Chu Tianlin, thank you for what happened before. I'm also very sorry. It's all right. Is there anything else? If you're free, can we meet? Come to the barbecue restaurant. Night fell over Spring City as a man dressed in black ran toward him from afar. My good brother, we finally meet again. Long time no see. I missed you like crazy. Haha, same here. Chu Tianlin and the man in black put their arms around each other's shoulders as they walked and chatted. They had come to the delicious barbecue restaurant again. Standing outside, Chu Tianlin and his companion saw Bai Yuan and a young woman seated at a barbecue table inside. Bai Yuan and the young woman stood to welcome them. Bai Yuan raised his glass to Tianlin. This is my wife, Lu Shui. Come on, cheers. The four sat down and chatted. Tianlin, do you remember this restaurant? Of course. Back when I was poor, everyone always found excuses to treat me to barbecue. To be honest, I almost got sick of eating it. Haha, weren't we just trying to get you to eat more meat? Sheng Yun came up with the idea. Sheng Yun is truly loyal. Bai Yuan asked seriously. By the way, have you set a wedding date? Sheng Yun slapped the table. No, don't even mention it. I bought the car and paid the down payment on the house, but there's still the 300,000 yuan bride price. Bai Yuan drank his beer and said, then discuss it with her family. Sheng Yun drained his beer. It's already come to this. We might as well break up sooner rather than later. A girlfriend is hard to find, but that's a huge amount of money. Chu Tianlin spoke up. Don't worry, brother. I can lend you the 300,000 yuan. Sheng Yun set down his half-finished glass of beer in shock. What did you say? Did I hear that right? Beside him, Bai Yuan ate barbecue while thinking that Tianlin treated his friend so well. Tianlin, can you really lend it to me? Yes. If you're sure about it, I'll lend it to you. The two friends stood up and raised their beer glasses. Brother Tianlin, I admire you. Thank you. That's right, Tianlin. Thank you for what happened last time as well. Come on, no one goes home until they're drunk. Everyone ate and drank their fill, and the food on the table was nearly gone. Bai Yuan slammed his glass down on the table. With the alcohol going his head, he flared up. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Sitting beside him, Tianlin listened to Bai Yuan's complaints and finally understood. So this was why Bai Yuan was so depressed. Although Bai Yuan was somewhat weak and afraid of getting into trouble, he was also very loyal to his friends. It was a pity that he was like this. Chu Tianlin quietly went to the restroom. 10 minutes later, he drew 2 disease-dispelling talismans. He hid them behind his back and quietly entered the private room. Pretending to be slightly drunk, he gently sat down at the table. Everyone around him was drunk, so no one noticed him. He slowly lowered his hand beneath the table and placed the 2 talismans nearby Yuan. The talismans took effect, and a golden glow appeared on by Yuan and his wife, Lu Shui. Afterward, they felt refreshed. What's going on? It feels as though my body has been cleansed. I feel much better. Thanks to the disease-dispelling talismans, they also sobered up. Lu Shui stood. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Lu Shui headed toward the back of the restaurant and went down the steps. A public restroom was not far away. Several men were drinking along the road. A blonde-haired man turned around and leered at her. Smack! He slapped her buttocks, leaving her frightened and humiliated. She turned and shouted, "What are you doing? So what if I touched you? Isn't it soft and bouncy?" Ha. The blonde-haired man slowly stood up. They closed in on Lu Shui and teased her. "Little sister, want to come to my place and have some fun? My bed is big and soft." Lu Shui was so terrified that tears came to her eyes, and she quickly ran away. Crying, she rushed back into the private room. Everyone turned to look at Lu Shui. Seeing his wife crying, Bai Yuan asked, "Honey, what happened?" Lu Shui wiped away her tears and said, "Someone groped me and harassed me." One of them grabbed a beer bottle from the table. Sheng Yun rose to his feet with the bottle in hand. "Damn it, you dared to harass my brother's wife." Sheng Yun rushed outside, charging forward with the beer bottle. "I'll beat you to death for my brother." The blonde guy was starting to panic, cold sweat breaking out all over him. Sheng Yun rushed at him with a beer bottle and swung it at him. Luckily, he dodged quickly enough to save his life. His face went pale. That was too dangerous. Before he could recover, a kick came flying at him. With a loud bang, Bai Yuan rushed over and kicked in the back. The blonde guy fell on top of the other 2, and all 3 crashed to the ground, crying out in pain. The blonde guy painfully crawled to his feet. Before he had fully recovered his senses, someone grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him up. Chu Tianlin held him up as he struggled. Put me down." The 2 men with him immediately got up and shouted, "Let our brother go." "What did our brother do to offend you? If you don't explain yourself, don't think about leaving." Tianlin glanced back at them and snorted. "Explain myself?" Seeing people fighting, the restaurant owner hurried outside. "Sheng Yun, what's going on? Why are you wrecking my place?" Sheng Yun looked coldly at the owner. "We're not wrecking anything. These punks are tired of living. They dare to make a move on my friend's wife." With that, Sheng Yun stepped forward and slapped the blonde man. "Damn it!" The other 2 men, standing nearby, gritted their teeth. All this over some woman. Was it worth getting people killed for? At that moment, a long-haired man came forward, scratching his head. "Everyone, this was our fault." Before he could finish, the blonde man clutched his face and cut him off. "What's right or wrong got to do with it? If you've got the guts, beat me to death. Otherwise, sooner or later, I'll make you pay." His words left his friends stunned, speechless. Tianlin's face darkened, killing intent radiating from him. "Is that so? If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." The blonde man's face turned white as he looked at Tianlin. His friends hurried over to mediate. "Brother, he knows he was wrong. Don't get angry. Anger is bad for your health." The restaurant owner also hurriedly tried to persuade Tianlin. "Sheng Yun has always been close to you. For Sheng Yun's sake, could you calm down?" Tianlin released the blonde man. "For Sheng Yun's sake." He picked up a beer bottle. "If you refuse to behave, this will be the consequence." With that, he crushed the beer bottle in his hand. The 3 men shrank back in terror, their faces pale and sweat pouring down their bodies. Tianlin turned and walked away. "Sheng Yun, monkey, let's go." Sheng Yun warned them, "Remember this. If you don't behave again," the restaurant owner hastily replied, "Thank you, Sheng Yun. Thank you, brothers." The long-haired man rolled up his pant leg, revealing an injury on his thigh. "Damn, that hurts a little. You're injured." The blonde man revealed a sinister expression. Yavaplan. Just beat them to death." The caller ID showed Taoist Master Ma's number. Chu Tianlin answered the phone. "You guys keep drinking. I need to take this call." Lu Shui had already gone home, so only Sheng Yun and Bai Yuan were left drinking. A group of people carrying knives, swords, and clubs noisily arrived. They were the blonde man's people. They came to the door of the private room where Tianlin and the others were drinking. "They're in there." The blonde man kicked the door open and charged inside. His men stormed in fiercely, lining up in front of Sheng Yun and Bai Yuan. Seeing this, the 2 stood up. Sheng Yun said angrily, "You bastards aren't done yet?" The blonde man ordered, "Brothers, beat them to death." As soon as he spoke, his lackeys charged forward. Meanwhile, he stood at the door, answering a phone call. He raised the phone and said, "Hello, cousin. Sheng Yun and Bai Yuan were quickly subdued by the group, their bodies covered in bruises. Let me go. If you got the guts, fight me one-on-one. A foot wearing a blue sneaker approached, kicking up dust. Stop making so much noise. Calm down. A burly man walked up before them. The blond man said arrogantly, "Let me introduce you. This is my cousin. He has connections everywhere and plenty of influence. It would only take one word from him to have you beaten to death." Sheng Yun raised his bruised face to look at him, somewhat worried. The blond man stepped closer to Sheng Yun. Slap. He smugly slapped Sheng Yun across the face. Then he repeatedly struck Sheng Yun's face. "Who told you to hit my brother? Hand over your accomplice, or I'll break your legs. Then I'll make you compensate us and send you to prison." Sheng Yun's face had been beaten out of shape. "I don't want to go to prison. I'm about to get married, and I don't have that much money." The long-haired man from earlier put on a convincing performance, clutching his leg and groaning. "Ow, ow." Taking the opportunity, the blond man said, "Damn it, you crippled my brother, and you still want to get married? Bring your accomplice out here, and I'll break your legs." Bai Yuan trembled while holding his head. The blond man said contemptuously, "And you call yourselves brothers?" At this, Sheng Yun knelt on the ground. With an unwilling expression, he clenched his fists, then stood and bowed his head before the blond man. "Brother Jean, this guy's wife has a great body. Do you want me to help you trick her into coming here?" Bai Yuan was horrified to hear Sheng Yun say this. "Sheng Yun, don't blame me. Blame Tianlin for being too arrogant and hitting too hard. I don't even know where he ran off to now. And he still called us brothers?" Oof. The blond man walked over, draping an arm over Sheng Yun's shoulder. "Good. From now on, I'll look after you. Go on then. Let's see you look after him." Chu Tianlin walked in coldly from outside. "Damn it, he's back again. Brothers, get him. Beat him to death." They charged at him viciously, some with knives and others with clubs. He calmly watched them and sneered. Bang, bang. The sounds echoed through the room. The blond man's lackeys were beaten by Tianlin until they lay sprawled all over the floor, unable to move. The blond man trembled in fear. Tianlin rushed forward like the wind. With a loud thud, he leapt up and delivered a powerful punch. The blond man was sent flying into the wall, smashing a huge hole through it. He crashed onto a cabinet, clutching the back of his head where it had struck. Grimacing, he opened his eyes and looked in one direction. His face suddenly turned deathly pale, and terror filled his eyes. Before him lay a family of 3, motionless on the floor as if dead. He shrank fearfully into a corner as the door creaked open. A slender hand felt around for the light switch and turned it on, flooding the room with light. "Ah," the blond man screamed. "Policewoman me." She stared at him in surprise. "Who are you? Why are you at a crime scene?" She suddenly realized something. "Chu Tianlin, why are you causing trouble here again?" With his hands in his pockets, Tianlin casually stepped through the hole in the wall. "Officer, we meet again. Fate brings people together even across 1,000 miles. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. The blond man's cousin angrily grabbed him. "What are you doing? Looking down on me?" Tianlin turned to face him. "Oh, you think someone like you can order me around?" With a swish, the man pointed a gun at Tianlin's forehead. Tianlin remained calm, showing no fear. The other man flew into a rage. "Do you believe I'll shoot you?" The policewoman stepped in to stop him. "Stop, stop." The man glanced at her. "Who do you think you are? You tell me to stop, and I have to stop?" A hand reached out and knocked his gun hand aside. He gritted his teeth in pain. "Damn it, who was that?" Suddenly, his attitude changed. He was so frightened that he could not speak. A stern-looking middle-aged man entered with 2 officers. The man stammered, "See commissioner." A kick struck his shoulder. The commissioner furiously kicked the blond man's cousin. "A bunch of gangsters dare to run wild here? Arrest them all." The blond man's cousin was handcuffed, and all his lackeys were arrested as well. They were finished. The commissioner walked up to Tianlin. "Taoist Master Ma already told me about this. I never expected these thugs to be so brazen as to show up here. I'm sorry to have frightened you, Mr. Chu. It's nothing. Please handle it as you see fit." Sheng Yun was also restrained by the police. Seeing the commissioner act so respectfully toward Tianlin, he panicked. How? How did this happen? Since when did Tianlin become so powerful? What have I done? Mishi was also astonished. Since when did Chu Tianlin become so influential? He's way too arrogant. The commissioner immediately ordered, "Take them away." Bai Yuan approached Tianlin while holding his injuries. "Sheng Yun, who told you not to trust Tianlin? You brought this on yourself." Sheng Yun was filled with regret. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Why am I the one in the wrong? I won't accept this." The others gradually left. The policewoman and another officer were discussing the murder of the family of three. Could it really not have been done by a human? Tianlin stood nearby observing and spoke up. Officer, can you handle it? If not, I can help. Mishi's face flushed with anger. You're the one who can't handle it. Tianlin stepped closer, put a hand on her head, and pinned her against the wall. Don't you know that a man can't be told he can't do it? An officer led Taoist Master Ma inside. Officer Me, Taoist Master Ma is here. Upon seeing Tianlin, Taoist Master Ma stammered, so it's Brother Chu. The policewoman asked in surprise, You two know each other? Taoist Master Ma replied, Yes. We'll need Brother Chu's help with this zombie case. Tianlin was surprised. A zombie case? Did something happen here that I don't know about? Mishi stared at him blankly, thinking, What? How is he involved in a zombie case? In a gloomy forest, a chill hung heavily in the air. At its center stood a well filled with water as black as ink. A red car drove into the forest and stopped beside the well. Click. Policewoman Me, she, and the others got out. We're here. The zombie from the previous case came out of this well. Her colleagues broke out in cold sweat, trembling as they tried to reassure themselves. It may be a little creepy, but I'm a police officer. I'm not afraid. Cold winds howled through the forest, and a group of figures, adults and children, could be seen moving in the distance. The two officers muttered fearfully, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. We have prosperity, democracy, civility, and harmony to protect us. Trembling hands clenched tightly as they tried to remain calm. The policewoman forced herself to look composed. I have to be strong. Holding a rope in one hand, she hurried forward. Chu Tianlin stepped in front of me, and stopped her. Wait, men should go first in a situation like this. Let me do it. The policewoman said awkwardly, Fine, you can have it. She handed him the rope and watched as he failed to turn around. She gave a few light coughs to get his attention. Receiving the hint, he turned and waved, signaling that he did not need it. Officer Me looked astonished. He crouched down, preparing to jump. Like a gust of wind, he jumped straight into the well, leaving Officer Me utterly shocked. Tianlin landed confidently. The two male officers leaned over and looked down into the well. My God, no way. The bottom is at least 60 to 90 feet down. Isn't that practically suicide? Taoist Master Ma stood calmly behind them. Don't worry, gentlemen. With Brother Chu's abilities, this is nothing. Tianlin called up from below. I'm fine. Come down, everyone. He jumped from that height, and he's fine? That's incredible. Mishi stood nearby, looking deeply confused. This man knew far too much. The three officers painstakingly lowered the rope and climbed down. It was so high that they had to exert all their strength just to reach the bottom. Is Mr. Chu from some national special task force? Tianlin waved to them from the distance. Over here. The five gathered together and headed deeper inside. There was actually a long tunnel beneath the well. Let's keep going. Yeah. They walked for more than 600 feet without finding anything. Suddenly, an officer cried out, There's light ahead. Two officers hurried toward the light, while Tianlin and the others followed slowly behind. An extremely strange structure appeared before them. A large coffin stood in the center of the cave, surrounded by four smaller coffins. A golden lion head hung on the wall, with two brightly lit lanterns above it. Officer Me spoke. Is the zombie inside one of those coffins? A male officer clenched his fists. How can a people's police officer be afraid of a zombie? With that, he ran over and kicked one of the small coffins, knocking its lid open. Zombie, get out here. Let's see how powerful you really are. Swish. My God, are you trying to get yourself killed? A pair of hands suddenly rose upright from the coffin that had been kicked. The three officers immediately assumed combat positions. The air was terrifyingly silent. Mi undicesimo suoglio nervously. Someone approached the coffin and shone a light inside. There was only a burial garment within it. Mishi carefully moved closer and inspected it with her flashlight. She called out, It's empty inside. Could this be a cenotaph? Taoist Master Ma offered a suggestion. We could open the other coffins and see whether there are zombies inside. The other two officers answered, yes. They went to carry it out, using wooden poles to pry at the coffin lids. Tianlin stopped them. there's no need. He tapped the largest coffin with his wooden sword. The zombie is in this coffin. Taoist Master Ma took out a talisman and assumed a defensive stance, fully alert. Everyone, be careful. The three officers dared not let down their guard. They drew their guns and aimed them at the coffin. Tianlin said, "Is it coming? This doesn't feel much like a horror movie." With a loud bang, the coffin lid flew open. Tianlin quickly stepped back. Everyone was startled, unsure what had just happened. Tianlin's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth, putting on a very frightened expression. A zombie wearing a burial garment slowly rose to its feet. Its fingernails were long and black, and its red eyes were terrifying. Bang! The coffin lid fell to the ground as the zombie straightened itself. Numerous shadows appeared all around the cave. With a raspy cackle, the zombie slowly turned its head toward the strangers. Cackle. Its finger joints slowly cracked and moved. The two male officers turned pale and cried out, "Ah, it really is a zombie." Tianlin calmly looked at the zombie and mocked it. "You're that ugly, and you still dare to scare people? Come here." Mishi stepped forward to shield everyone. Taoist Master Ma and Chu Tianlin prepared to attack first. One male officer hurriedly said, "That's right, we should go first." Tianlin said sternly, "How can we let a woman take the lead? This girl is really something." Taoist Master Ma stroked his beard. "That really is a zombie. You're all quite brave. Brother Chu, the officers are right. Our talismans need time. Since she has already acted on her own, let it be." Bang, bang. Officer Mi fired at the zombie. Bang, bang, bang. The three officers took turns shooting at the zombie, forcing it backward. It lost its balance and fell backward. Bang! It hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "We hit it. It seems to have worked. Not bad." Taking the opportunity, Tianlin sat down and began to gather his chi. Light radiated in all directions as a powerful wind blew into the cave. Everyone struggled against the strange wind. "What's going on?" Taoist Master Ma shouted. "Watch out! Scrape!" The sound of nails scratching across the ground rang out. The zombie clung to the edge of the coffin. Two more zombies jumped out from the coffins. The male officer turned pale. "No way, there are more." Tianlin gathered his chi, drew talismans, and chanted an incantation. His entire body glowed. "There are two more." The zombie that had been knocked down by gunfire still lay unconscious. Suddenly, it opened its eyes wide, revealing blank white pupils as its mouth gaped open. Together with the other two zombies, it pounced on Tianlin. The two from his smaller coffins jumped in front, while the one that had been shot leaped from behind, dust billowing everywhere. Don't panic. We have to protect the Taoist master. We need to lure the zombies away. I'll go this way. You stay here. With that, the three officers split up, each luring away one zombie. Tianlin and Taoist Master Ma sat down to gather their chi and draw exorcism talismans. Taoist Master Ma, "Mr. Chu, please focus on drawing the talismans. I'll stay here and keep watch." This girl, who gave you permission to make decisions on your own. Inside the cave, Tianlin ran forward with talismans in hand. He caught up with Mishi. "Mishi, don't act rashly." "Who's acting rashly?" The leader zombie was chasing closely behind them. Tianlin anded mi undicesimo a talisman. "Put this on yourself to protect yourself." "Of course I know that. I don't need you to tell me." Tianlin turned around and leaped up, kicking toward the zombie. It also jumped into the air and lunged at him. A scream rang out from Tianlin's direction. He became somewhat worried. "Damn it, she's over here, and there are two zombies over there." As he hesitated, Taoist Master Ma caught up. "Master, leave Mishi to me." Tianlin thought for a moment before quickly leaving. "You two buy me some time. I'll deal with it." "Yes, master." The zombie opened its mouth wide, revealing four sharp fangs as it prepared to bite someone. One zombie had already grabbed a police officer and pinned him against the wall. The officer cried out in terror. Mr. Chu." Tianlin appeared behind the zombie like a divine soldier and struck after gathering his chi. The zombie swiftly dodged, and Tianlin's punch slammed into the wall. Bang! The blow was so powerful that it resounded through the cave, making the entire cavern shake. Seeing the dent in the wall, the officer's face went pale as he cried, "Mom!" Tianlin quickly withdrew his hand. He threw another powerful punch at the zombie. The zombie was sent flying but remained unharmed, its eyes turning red. Not bad. Even a punch that terrifying was useless. The zombie charged at him. The police officer clutched his neck and cried out, "Mr. Chu, be careful." The zombie grabbed Tianlin. Its body was so heavy that he lost his balance. Damn it. Tianlin struggled to stop it from biting his neck. His arms began to tremble. It was too strong. It had indeed drunk human blood. Before he could finish dealing with his zombie, the other police officer, panicking, accidentally led the second zombie over. We're trapped. Tianlin frowned. This is troublesome. I have to protect the two of them while dealing with two zombies. He reached out and circulated his chi, but the zombie suddenly grabbed both his shoulders. He hurriedly shoved it away. He leaped into the air to evade its attack, then came to a stop, hovering in midair. I'll play with you too. The zombie leaped up and lunged at him. He clenched his fist and drew his arm back. He brought down a devastating punch directly onto its body. The blow struck it squarely in the chest. It fell, crushing the other zombie beneath it. The two zombies skidded across the ground. Tianlin put protective talismans on the two officers, then instructed them, "Be careful, you two. Adapt to the situation." Yes, the two zombies slowly got back up, then continued hopping toward him. He grabbed one of them by the arm and slammed it hard into the ground. Boom! Dust billowed as it hit the floor. Precise angle, smooth movement. Amazing. Brother Chu, behind you. Tianlin turned his head. He delivered a beautiful sliding kick to the zombie's legs, knocking it flat on its back. The two police officers cheered excitedly. Great hit. Tianlin took out a talisman and mounted the zombie. Come on, talisman versus zombie. The zombie rolled over, catching Tianlin off guard and throwing him head over heels. He quickly got up and backed against the wall. The two zombies hopped toward him, surrounding him. He can't put the talismans on them. One officer said anxiously, "Brother Chu, what should we do?" "That's right, the peachwood swords. Please go get the peachwood swords." "Got it. Brother Chu, hold on." They hurried off to find the peachwood swords. Thump, thump. Tianlin leaped up to fight the two zombies. The two zombies were knocked into a corner. This doesn't look good. I wonder if the peachwood swords will work. "Brother Chu, we're here." They rushed forward with peachwood swords in hand. One sword stabbed directly into a zombie's back. It turned its head. Ticklish. It reached back and scratched its back. The two officers looked at each other. It seems like it only feels itchy, but it does work a little. Distract them so Brother Chu can put talismans on them. The officer with the sword continued stabbing at the two zombies. Take that. Take that. The other officer stood nearby cheering. Come on. The zombies used each other as shields to avoid the attacks. Tianlin sat down and circulated his chi. His energy had recovered. He had nearly died just now. He immediately rushed forward. Whoosh, whoosh. Fast as the wind, he slapped two talismans onto the zombies' foreheads, then stopped before them with a flourish. Creak, creak, creak. The two zombies roared and struggled. Their arms slowly lowered, and both were subdued. The two officers cheered. Our team won. Brother Chu, we truly admire you. I wonder how Sister Me is doing over there. Their legs shaking. The two officers collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. You two rest for a while. I'll go take a look. Tianlin dashed away like the wind, using the momentum to leap upward. He arrived where Taoist Master Ma and Officer Me were, only to find them sitting motionless on the ground. Something was wrong. It was too quiet. Officer Me, Taoist Master Ma, are you all right? He looked around. Where are the zombies? Have they all been dealt with? Taoist Master Ma still did not move. Suddenly, he raised his head. His eyes were pitch black, emitting black chi. He slowly pushed himself up with his staff. Tianlin stepped back. What is this? Could he have been poisoned by zombie venom? Taoist Master Ma rose to his feet, then swung his staff at Tianlin. Tianlin swiftly dodged. My goodness, is this disciple trying to kill his master? Taoist Master Ma's strike had blasted a large hole into the wall. Not bad. Your cultivation has improved, but using it against your master isn't very good. Taoist Master Ma said, Demon, accept your death. With that, he launched a barrage of attacks. Dust and smoke filled the air as Tianlin circulated his chi and stood firm. Force equivalent to a Category 12 wind or higher. As expected of my disciple. Tianlin scratched his head. If word gets out that you attacked your disciple, it'll be embarrassing. Taoist Master Ma clenched a weapon between his teeth and formed hand seals. March, battle, fight, blood formation, activate, lightning technique. Taoist Master Ma radiated killing intent. He took out a talisman, and blue shockwaves appeared around him. Tianlin was startled. My God, you even prepared a heavenly thunder talisman to deal with zombies? Can you go any further? Taoist Master Ma raised the talisman before him. It emitted powerful blue energy, which began attacking Tianlin. No, I can't hold back anymore. With that, he began chanting an incantation. Creak, creak, creak. Tianlin used his protective chi to create a barrier and block Taoist Master Ma's attack. Smoke filled the area. I need to act quickly. How can I do this without endangering my disciple's life? He frantically considered his options. Suddenly, a slender hand touched his neck. Little Ma, he turned around. Officer Me had put her hand around his neck. She had also been poisoned by zombie venom. Her eyes were pitch black and black chi seeped from her, yet she still looked shy as she touched Tianlin. Taoist Master Ma, exhausted, fell to his knees. Meanwhile, Officer Me moved closer and closer to Tianlin, making him nervous and uneasy. Mi undicesimo. Tianlin. Officer Me swayed seductively, placing one hand on her waist and the other on his shoulder. I'm so hot. Tianlin blushed furiously, not knowing what to do. She unfastened her buttons one by one, revealing her full breasts beneath, and looked at him provocatively. Aren't you hot too? He broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, Officer Me pushed Tianlin to the ground and sat on top of him. He panicked. My God, a super zombie. Suddenly, he spotted a dark shadow on the wall. Found you. He quickly threw a light talisman in that direction. So, you're the one behind this. The talisman flew at his command. Once it stuck to the wall, it glowed, revealing the zombie. Its terrifying face was exposed, its blood-red eyes wide open and its fangs sharp. Damn it, it's awake. I need help. He took out his phone. Supreme Lord Lao. He opened Supreme Lord Lao's WeChat profile. Supreme Lord Lao, this is urgent. Tianlin sent a friend request to Supreme Lord Lao. With a message, we're one person short for Mahjong. The second message said, help. The third said, there are Wuxi hostesses. Accepted. It worked. His phone notified him that he had sent too many messages. You have been prohibited from sending messages. Black Chi surged toward him, leaving Tianlin flustered. My God, you want to fight? He swiftly dodged the zombie's attack. His finger accidentally tapped the wrong command. At that critical moment, Officer Me continued rubbing against him, making Tianlin rather irritated. Hey, the zombie lunged at him. He embraced Officer Me and fell to the ground. He hurriedly took out a talisman, then stuck the immobilization talisman on Officer Me's forehead. She fell over and lay motionless. He sighed in relief. Huff, huff. Slowly, he stood and faced the zombie. Beep, beep. His phone sounded an alert. He raised his phone and scanned the zombie. Beep, beep, beep. It seems I can't scan any information. He focused and scanned it again. There's an energy source in the zombie's abdomen. Just as he thought that, the zombie suddenly pounced on him, scaring him half to death. He slid across the ground and passed beneath the zombie's belly. The zombie stared in surprise as he slipped through. For an instant, they faced each other. Having escaped the attack, Tianlin sighed in relief. That was close. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked the zombie hard in the back. Come on, you rotten zombie. I'm right here. The zombie angrily turned around and glared at him. It faced Tianlin and let out a furious roar. Black chi emanated from its body, spreading throughout the cave. Cough, cough. This is the black chi Ma Yiming inhaled. Good thing my cultivation is high enough. He carefully covered his face with both hands to avoid breathing it in. Then he taunted it. Useless. Naya, Naya, Naya. The zombie looked at its hand, then punched the wall with all its strength. Tianlin watched in confusion as it suddenly went berserk. The wall slowly crumbled apart. The zombie pulled its arm free, its hand covered in stone, and transformed into an enormous fist. Tianlin was shocked. Damn it, the black chi is taking effect. I need to disperse it first. With that, he took out a talisman and chanted, Water controlling talisman, go. A stream of water appeared from nowhere and flew toward the zombie under his control. It hurriedly raised its enormous hand to block. Boom! The water talisman shattered the zombie's stone hand, sending water and rocks flying everywhere. The zombie burst out from behind the curtain of water and pounced on Tianlin. He reached out to stop it, but could not pull free. It was completely rigid. What do I do if I can't get away? The water-controlling talisman is useless. That's right, scan it with WeChat. He reached for a spirit pill, but could not take one out. The cosmic ring appeared, bringing out his phone. The phone appeared before Tianlin. A zombie possesses a Yin Pearl. The corresponding item is required. Would you like to claim it? Yes, yes, yes. WeChat really came through at the right time. but both his hands were tightly held by the zombie. The air suddenly became terrifyingly quiet. Gulp. He struggled to stretch his head toward the phone. His neck trembled and veins bulged, yet he still could not reach it. The zombie brought its face close to his. He squeezed his eyes shut. Trying to look cool at a time like this is really difficult. Then he stuck out his tongue and touched yes on the phone screen. The phone announced that he had received a life-saving item. What is it? I'm kind of looking forward to this. The phone produced a vacuum cleaner. Nonsense. What the hell is this? How am I supposed to fight a zombie with this? Whoosh, whoosh. The vacuum cleaner started up. Tianlin and the zombie stared at it blankly. The zombie was pulled forward, the vacuum suction unbelievably powerful. The Een Pearl flew out of the zombie's body. It was drained, its entire body going limp. Grasping the Een Pearl, Tianlin exclaimed, "Well, you can't judge an item by its appearance." He held the Een Pearl and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Black chi gathered beneath the zombie's feet, and its eyes suddenly lit up. Tianlin noticed, turned around, and tried to give chase, but the zombie had already escaped. Tianlin panted, "Forget it. I'm not chasing it. It's at the end of its rope, but even if I exhaust myself, I won't catch it. What is this pearl that made the zombie so powerful?" He scanned it with his phone, which displayed Een Gathering Pearl. Grade 1 treasure. Attribute Een. Function. Assists ghosts, monsters, or Een aspect people in cultivation. Can be used to beguile hearts and minds. It helps ghosts and monsters cultivate. It's not large. Perfect for Ding Ding. This trip wasn't a loss. I heard WeChat had a new feature. I never expected it could scan an enemy's weakness and provide a suitable item. Tianlin secretly felt pleased with himself. Doesn't that make me invincible? Then he paused. But how much did that item cost? WeChat displayed a payment receipt. Amount paid, 80 credits. Product, Immortal Vacuum Cleaner. Tianlin was dumbfounded. A vacuum cleaner cost 80 credits? His phone displayed the details again, 80 credits. Current status, payment successful. Product, Immortal Vacuum Cleaner. Product description, Grade 1 Immortal Realm Specialty Vacuum Cleaner brand. Payment date, August 22nd, 2019. Payment method, balance. What the hell is an Immortal Vacuum Cleaner? I only fought one zombie. Great, now I'm completely broke. Officer Mi slowly sat up, rubbing her head and frowning. Chu Tianlin, when did you get here? He hurriedly put away the Een Pearl. Taoist Master Ma also slowly regained consciousness. I feel so tired. What happened just now? Are either of you feeling unwell? No, we're fine. Two people hurried over. It was the two male officers who had been with Tianlin. They arrived beside Officer Mi, panting, "Is everyone all right? It's all because you jumped into the well and then got lost." Sister Mi, Taoist Master Ma, where did you two disappear to just now? Brother Chu knocked the zombie away with one punch. Officer Mi, she looked at him with admiration. Taoist Master Ma also sighed in relief. The scene shifted to Tianlin opening the door to his home. It had to be said that today had been rather exhausting. The moment the door opened, Ding Ding, dressed in a maid outfit, flew over and hugged his arm. "Master, you're finally back. I was so worried about you." He rubbed Ding Ding's head. "Don't worry, I'm back safely." He reached into his pocket and took out an Een Pearl. "This is a treasure I got from that zombie. It will be good for your cultivation. Use it while you meditate." "Wow, thank you, Master." She hugged him tightly. He blushed awkwardly. "It's nothing. Haha, try it right away. My little maid Shui Ding Ding is so adorable." Pink chi floated in the air. Ding Ding sat cross-legged in meditation, powerful energy radiating from her entire body. It feels so different. Her eyes lit up. "Master, I think I've broken through to another realm. Master, my abilities have greatly improved. I can touch physical objects now, and my appearance has changed too. Moreover, I can manifest physically now, though there's a time limit." Tianlin sat calmly on the sofa. "That's good, then. I'll take you out to have some fun. Tian and I are planning to pick some rough stones. You can come too." "Yes, Master is so kind. I get to go out again." Is this because Feng Jiao got the upper hand at the gemstone exhibition last time? So we're going to pick rough stones? Where are we going? We're going to Eastern Convergence today. Tianlin opened the door, and Ding Ding shrank down and perched on his shoulder. He turned to her. "Let's see whether you can judge rough stones." But I heard Eastern Convergence has the highest crime rate in Huaxia. There are many gamblers there who want to get rich. If they lose, they may do something reckless. It's fine. I'm here, so don't be afraid." Tian was dressed beautifully. Seeing him arrive, she waved. "Tianlin, over here. Get in the car." Seeing Tian, he thought to himself, Tian has changed her style. Ding Ding whispered in his ear. Master, is this the person you like? She's so pretty. Don't talk nonsense. The two got into the car, and Tian said to him, You've worked hard these past few days. Anything for you. Eastern Convergence Stone Market was located in the commercial district. A group of expensive bodyguards escorted Tian and Tianlin. All the rough stones here are genuine imports from Myanmar. This place is very famous. There's so many people, it's so lively. Eastern Convergence really is different. Ding Ding's attention was drawn to customers lining up to have jade stones examined. Someone cheered, I got it. I'm finally rich. There's good jade in it. They stared eagerly at the stone being examined. Hurry up and keep cutting. Don't stop. Holding the cut stone, the examiner said awkwardly, There's no jadeite. The man from before clutched his head and burst into tears. How could this happen? I thought my gambling skills were so strong. I spent my entire fortune. I can't accept this. The surrounding crowd murmured. Another fool who gambled himself into tears. Ding Ding pouted. That's so miserable. People who lose are really pitiful. Yes, you have to win later. Tianlin began walking around, and Ding Ding flew off his shoulder. She flew over to inspect a rough stone intended for internal force practitioners. Sweat beaded on her forehead. I'm so nervous. If I judge wrong, will Master be angry? Just as Ding Ding hesitated, Tianlin took out his phone and thought, I'll let Ding Ding try first, then check it with WeChat. Ding Ding turned back toward him with a gloomy expression. Are you afraid I won't do well enough? Don't you trust me? They had both underestimated the Een Pearl's effect. Ding Ding flew beside him. I think it's this one. Master, see if I'm right. He tapped his phone. Beep, beep. Let me see. Completely accurate. Value, 2.45 million yuan. Would you like to convert it into another currency? Ding Ding looked at the phone. Wow, I was right. Yes, accurate even to the decimal point. He looked at Ding Ding affectionately. Why were you lacking confidence just now? You need to be confident. I believe in you. Yes. 10 minutes later, Ding Ding selected 3 rough stones. One yielded hibiscus jadeite, worth 1 million. Another yielded orchid ice jadeite, worth 30 million. The surrounding crowd erupted in discussion. Am I seeing things? Both stones produce jade, and both are priceless treasures. Is this the real world? Is my whole life a lie? Chu Tianlin rubbed Ding Ding's head. This is unbelievable. I guessed right. I'm amazing. Yes, you're very impressive now. Tian handed a stone to the inspector. Cut the third one. A man in brown shoes approached. Hold on. A burly man entered. Wait a minute. Who are you? Ding Ding hid behind Chu Tianlin, frightened. The jade inspector broke into a sweat. Lu Huzi, what are you doing here? Naturally, I'm here to do business. Lu Huzi was an underworld boss with a gang of desperados under his command. He had committed countless evil deeds, yet the police had no evidence to convict him. Rumor had it that he once robbed a wealthy merchant's shipment of mink fur, despite it being guarded by more than a dozen bodyguards, and left behind no trace. He had set his sights on the jade dealers and approached Tian. Little sister, how about I pay 1 million for your jade? Someone whispered. That kind of business is no different from robbery. Tian frowned. 1 million. Tian's female bodyguard stepped forward to shield her. Stay away from President Shun. Lu Huzi's face darkened as he stroked his beard, radiating killing intent. Didn't you bother to find out who Lu Huzi is? Everyone knows what I've been doing all these years. Look around. Who isn't terrified when they see me? Everyone looked horrified. You'd better cooperate obediently. He leaned his face close to Tian's. You smell so good. Otherwise, haha, I won't let you off. Tian glared at him. Lu Huzi grinned lewdly. Chu Tianlin stepped forward. You dare? He stared coldly at the old man, without expression. Lu Huzi paid him no attention at all. Folding his arms, he glanced at Tian. I'll add another 200,000. I'll buy all the mink fur and jade you picked. That way, you can leave Eastern Convergence safely. 200,000 for all my things? What kind of offer is that? Tian's female bodyguard frowned and prepared to fight. With a swoosh, she pushed off the ground and leapt up, kicking at Lu Huzi. Lu Huzi frowned. Bang! He caught the bodyguard's leg with just one hand. Whoosh! He flung the female bodyguard away. Chu Tianlin caught her, his expression displeased. Lu Huzi laughed smugly. Overestimating yourself. He really did have some skill. Eastern Convergence was Lu Huzi's territory. It would not benefit them to take things too far. Chu Tianlin moved closer to Tian. Tian, let's not get entangled with him. Why don't we return to the hotel first? I think so too. Move aside. We're leaving. Tian brushed past him, not forgetting to glare at him. Chu Tianlin and the others left. Oomph. I didn't expect them to be so bold. I will have that jade, and I will have the woman too. Once Lu Huzi had targeted them, the consequences would likely be terrible. With Lu Huzi here, taking the jade out of Eastern Convergence would be harder than reaching the heavens. Don't worry, I'm here. Back at the hotel, President Shun, headquarters, is sending 40 bodyguards. Good. Once the reinforcements arrive, we'll leave. Ding ding, go inside first. I'll call you if I need anything later. Yes, master. Please be careful. The cosmic ring emitted a pink aura. For safety, everyone remained in their rooms. Men and women slept separately. Tian Tian thought it over carefully. The safe was placed inside an iron cabinet. Click. Tian Tian looked worriedly at the iron cabinet. A hand rested on her shoulder. Chu Tianlin appeared behind her and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here. Tian Tian smiled. The two walked out into the living room. For bodyguards were there. Tian Tian said, I'll leave the security work to the four of you. The four bodyguards smiled. Leave it to us. This is the information headquarters sent on Lu Huzi. Take a look. The blonde bodyguard said in alarm. This is Lu Huzi? He's terrifying. Yes, we'll split into 2 groups and rotate every 2 hours. Night gradually fell. Chu Tianlin slept soundly on the sofa while 2 bodyguards stood watch. The curtains in Tiantian's room were open, giving a clear view of the building opposite. Lu Huzi had been lying in ambush there for a long time. He was making his move now. 3 of the people were in the room with him. He slowly walked over to a laptop and stared intently at the screen. Haha, I knew you wouldn't dare leave. The laptop screen showed 2 of Tiantian's bodyguards patrolling. Lu Huzi's lackey held 2 knives. Boss, your foresight is incredible. Haha, who do you think Lu Huzi is? I've been in this business for so many years. Do you think I don't understand human nature? Once they hear my reputation, they'll definitely wait for reinforcements. So we set up our ambush in advance. Exactly. The 3 lackeys lowered their heads. Boss, you are wise. Then he asked, is everything ready? Ready. Lu Huzi looked toward the window. Now we wait for nightfall. At night, Lu Huzi sat on the sofa with a woman in his arms, one hand resting on the armrest. The pink-haired woman praised him for being formidable. Lu Huzi laughed loudly. He looked seriously at the woman. Baby, it'll be up to you later. He pushed her out of his embrace. Don't disappoint me. The woman put her hands on her hips and pretended to be upset. I'm a girl, yet you're sending me to fight. You really know how to use people. Lu Huzi sat leisurely on the sofa. To catch a wolf, you must cast a net. The scene shifted to a red-carpeted corridor, where 2 suited guards stood at the end. Click! A pair of white high heels approached. The male guard raised his brows and looked toward the newcomer. A pink-haired woman in a jade-green, strapless mini-dress approached, her figure seductive and her pale legs long and slender. The guard sighed in relief. So, it's just a woman. Handsome, I've seen you walking back and forth here for a long time. Aren't you tired? It's my job. Resting her chin on her hand, the pink-haired woman looked thoughtful. What job is that? Being a guard. The guard closed his eyes, his face reddening. That's right. We can talk another time. Go back to your room first. Things may not be peaceful tonight. After saying that, he waved her away. The pink-haired woman feigned innocence. Why wouldn't it be peaceful? Suddenly, her expression changed into a sinister smile. Like this. As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked the guard in the groin. The guard screamed in pain, tears streaming down his face. He clutched his injury and rolled on the floor. The pink-haired woman smiled smugly. The other female bodyguard quickly took out her phone and pressed the red button on the screen. Ring, ring, ring. The red alarm sounded. This is bad. Something happened. The other 2 guards swiftly moved into position outside. The female guard outside gritted her teeth and stared ahead grimly. Before her stood Lu Huzi's large, vicious-looking gang. Their leader, Lu Huzi, had an arm around the pink-haired woman from before. Lu Huzi affectionately stroked the pink-haired woman's head. Well done, baby. Leave the rest to me. The pink-haired woman nestled against him flirtatiously. Yes, do your best. The female guard rushed forward, but 3 sharp knives flew toward her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They embedded themselves in the floor right before her toes. She froze in shock. Lu Huzi's lackey drew 2 more knives and said slyly, "Trying to ambush us?" The female guard stared wide-eyed, cold sweat pouring down her face. Gulp. She swallowed with difficulty. That's Lu Huzi's strongest lieutenant, Blade. She retreated in fear. Aside from close combat, Blade was also skilled with throwing knives. His throwing knives were even more deadly than bullets. The female guard raised her hands in surrender. I won't fight. They're inside. Blade looked at her sharply. At least you know what's good for you. A burly man with a blonde ponytail stepped forward and kicked the door open. Inside, the guard holding a baton was startled by the kick. He raised his baton and charged forward. The ponytailed man frowned and glared fiercely at the guard. The guard thought in terror, damn it, this is Tiger, one of Lu Huzi's 3 great lieutenants. A large hand seized the guard's baton. The guard panicked. What? Tiger snatched away his baton. Tiger sneered and kicked the guard in the stomach. The guard's eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and blood sprayed from his mouth. The guard was kicked into the wall. He fell to the floor, his vision dimming as blood ran from the corner of his mouth. Someone in the crowd gasped. Tiger only used 1 kick. The force of his legs is stronger than bullets. Lu Huzi's men entered one after another. Chu Tianlin and Tian remained calmly seated on the sofa. Little sister, I told you so. Lu Huzi sat down in a nearby chair. Now you regret not listening to me, don't you? Tian looked at him with disgust. Lu Huzi's face darkened. You still dare to be stubborn? Hand over the jade. Tian felt a little panicked. Lu Huzi's skills were no worse than Chu Tianlin's, and he had so many lackeys. She did not know whether they could protect the jade. A hand landed on Tian's shoulder. Chu Tianlin looked at her. Tian, don't hesitate. Just do what you want. Tian looked at him, her eyes glistening and cheeks flushed. Taking advantage of no one noticing, the last female bodyguard quietly backed away. She lowered her head, looking anxious. The jade is in the safe under the sofa. Her words left Chu Tianlin and Tian utterly shocked. Tian snapped angrily. Why you dare betray your employer? The female bodyguard trembled as she apologized in panic. I had no choice. Do you all want to die? Lu Huzi pointed at the female bodyguard. That's right. Those who understand the times are the wise ones. Go get the jade. They must have arrived. Chu Tianlin suddenly stood up and circulated his inner energy. Lu Huzi looked at him mockingly. Kid, are you scared, stupid? Chu Tianlin shot him a provocative glance. What do you think? Lu Huzi flew into a rage. Cut out his tongue. Several of his lackeys stepped forward and formed up in front of Chu Tianlin. He grinned sinisterly. Lu Huzi folded his arms, leaned back in his chair, and watched leisurely. Without weapons, they could only fight with their lives, and Scorpion's speed was as fast as lightning. Scorpion gradually vanished, then appeared like a ghost in front of Chu Tianlin, his fist aimed right at Tianlin's face. Before it could hit, Chu Tianlin swiftly dodged, leaving Scorpion stunned. Having lost his momentum, Scorpion lunged forward, and Chu Tianlin slipped behind him. Chu Tianlin covered his mouth with one hand and studied Scorpion. You are indeed fast. Scorpion was irritated. He had only used 30% of his strength just now. He had underestimated his opponent. He vanished again. Like a flash of lightning, he circled around Chu Tianlin. Chu Tianlin merely stood still, observing his movements. The lackeys outside cheered. He disappeared. One eye-opener. Scorpion is incredible. Tian sat there watching anxiously. Scorpion spotted an opening in Chu Tianlin's defense and grinned wickedly. He dived forward, clenched his fist, and channeled his inner power. This punch was faster than a bullet. Could Tianlin block it? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Tianlin moved even faster and struck Scorpion in the chest. Ugh! Scorpion's vision blurred, his face twisted, and blood poured from his nose and mouth. Chu Tianlin's my confident. Scorpion's blood sprayed through the air, making Tianlin appear even more calm and composed. He said to Scorpion, you are fast, but even if you were 10 times faster, you still couldn't threaten me. Scorpion cried out in pain as he flew backward. He slammed into a corner of the wall. Bricks and debris shattered and dust filled the air. He was unconscious, his eyes rolled back, his mouth hanging open, and blood still trickling from the corners of his lips. His body was covered in injuries. Chu Tianlin clenched his fist and coldly stared at Scorpion. Tian was delighted. The female bodyguard's eyes widened, her expression somewhat frightened. As for Lu Huzi, he could no longer remain seated. His face darkened. He frowned, his dagger-like gaze fixed on Chu Tianlin as he ground his teeth. He sprang to his feet and pointed at Chu Tianlin. All of you attack. Beat him to death. Chu Tianlin turned his head and glanced over with a snort. A bunch of vermin. He rose onto his toes and stomped heavily. Whoosh! He spun, sweeping his leg clockwise across the ground. Lu Huzi's lackeys lost their balance and tumbled down. Blade and Tiger watched Chu Tianlin from a distance, radiating killing intent. Whoosh whoosh. Chu Tianlin sent Lu Huzi's lackeys flying toward Blade and Tiger. Blade drew his knife, and he and Tiger charged forward with a shout. Chu Tianlin dodged Blade's strike, causing Blade to skid across the floor. Seeing Tianlin standing still, Tiger rushed in to attack. Chu Tianlin remained motionless, his entire body glowing with golden light. Tiger and Blade attacked at the same time. Tian covered her mouth in worry. The female bodyguard beside Tianlin folded her arms and stared in shock. Clang! Blade's knife struck Chu Tianlin's golden protective barrier with a loud ring. Chu Tianlin stood in the center with his eyes closed, completely unmoving. Tiger and Blade attacked him lethally from both sides, yet neither could injure him. Chu Tianlin opened his eyes and stomped heavily. Boom! A powerful aura burst from his body, sending Tiger and Blade flying away. He clenched his fists, golden inner energy enveloping him. Lowering his center of gravity, he threw two heavy punches to either side. The overwhelming force struck both men, and neither could withstand it as they flew backward. Smack! Blade crashed into the wall, his eyes rolling back, his face darkened, his mouth hanging open as drool streamed down. Tiger suffered the same fate, smashing into the wall and scattering bricks and rubble everywhere. Chu Tianlin still stood proudly in the middle of the room. Lu Huzi clenched his fists until the veins bulged. He raised his hands into a martial stance, radiating killing intent. The female bodyguard cried out in fear. 8 trigram palm. In literature, Taiji settles the world. In martial arts, the 8 trigrams stabilize heaven and earth. This martial art has limitless variations, and its power can increase threefold. Tian stood nearby, worried. Tiger glanced at the female bodyguard. He stomped and pushed off the ground. He charged at Chu Tianlin. Kit D. His palms straightened at a 90-degree angle, and the inner energy around it blazed brightly. He rushed directly toward Chu Tianlin, who remained standing with his head lowered and body still. Chu Tianlin opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as bullets. With an expressionless face, he tilted his head. Smack! Boom! Chu Tianlin used only 2 fingers to tap Lu Huzi's palm, neutralizing his technique and leaving him completely astonished. Tian and the female bodyguard were both stunned. A powerful force surged into Lu Huzi's arm. His body stiffened, and he staggered. Lu Huzi's right arm jerked violently backward, his sleeve tearing apart. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Chu Tianlin clenched his fist and looked down at him. In less than a minute, he had defeated more than a dozen men. Tian could barely stand, her knees trembling. Seeing Chu Tianlin win, her face brightened, her eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed. She had not expected him to be such a skilled martial artist. Thud! Lu Huzi's scraped hand slammed against the floor. The brat has some skill. But what I said earlier, Lu Huzi reached toward a lackey beside him, whose eyes were blank and unfocused. Lu Huzi's lips curled into a sly grin. You're good, but are you better than my gun? He held the gun in his hand, looking smug. Chu Tianlin rushed forward as fast as lightning. With a click, the gun vanished from Lu Huzi's hand, leaving him dumbfounded. Sitting on the floor, Lu Huzi stared blankly at Chu Tianlin, who spun the gun around in his hand. Chu Tianlin's my. What did you want to say? Am I better than your gun? Crunch. Chu Tianlin crushed the gun into fragments. Lu Huzi's gang backed away in terror. How is that possible? He didn't just take the gun, he crushed it. Is he human or a ghost? Pieces of the gun clattered onto the floor. Lu Huzi had roamed the underworld for years, yet he had never expected to encounter an opponent like this. He stammered, "Our retreat." His men fled in panic. The cosmic ring appeared. Ding Ding said, "Go collect their hair. 1 strand from each of them. I need them all." "Yes, master." Ding Ding transformed into a streak of pink smoke and flew out of the ring. A bodyguard entered. Young Master Chu's combat ability is even stronger than our company's top bodyguards. The female bodyguard who had betrayed them earlier lowered her head. We were disrespectful. Tian smiled at Chu Tianlin. It seems Tianlin is even more formidable than before. I just wonder whether he can handle powerful opponents like Lu Huzi. With Tianlin beside us, I feel completely safe. There's nothing to worry about. The pink mist drifted back, and Ding Ding appeared with a lock of hair at her hand. Master, the task is complete. Tianlin smiled to himself as he looked at Ding Ding. He turned to the others. Get some rest, everyone. We don't need to wait for reinforcements anymore. Once you've packed up, we can leave immediately. I'm a little tired, so I'll head back to my room for a while. Come find me if anything comes up. Tianlin, go get some rest. Back in his room, Tianlin sat on the bed, staring at a talisman. Ding Ding hovered in the air and asked curiously, Master, how are you going to teach Lu Huzi a lesson? Tianlin gave a sinister smile. Of course, I'll make them pay. Late at night, a long-distance coach was waiting outside the hotel. A young man in black stood beside it, anxiously scratching his head. Why aren't they out yet? Didn't they say they'd get on the bus and cross the border as soon as they got the jade? With a thunderous rumble, Lu Huzi and his men came fleeing as though ghosts were chasing them, leaving the young man by the bus utterly bewildered. Lu Huzi hurried onto the bus. The young man scratched his head and asked, Boss, what happened? Lu Huzi's face was bruised and swollen, and he was still shaken. There's a martial artist among them. The brothers were no match for him. Go to Old Chin's place first. The coach sped down the road. Ding Ding flew above its roof, covering her mouth as she giggled. What did Master say again? Ding Ding recalled his words. A talisman is activated using hair or blood after its target has been identified. Once it takes effect, it will work even from thousands of miles away. Tianlin had smiled wickedly as he held up the talisman. The regret talisman is one of them. Remembering Tianlin's words, Ding Ding immediately shot into the air. She flew alongside the bus and stared at it. Has Master activated the regret talisman yet? A yellow aura enveloped everyone inside the vehicle, and their trembling eyes turned black. Why is it suddenly so hot? Ding Ding cheered happily. It's activated. Complaints continually rang out inside the bus. Why is it so hot? Ding Ding watched them suffer, delighted that they were getting what they deserved. Bang! A fist slammed heavily into a seat. Damn it, haven't we reached Old Chin's place yet? I'm burning up. Lu Huzi was drenched in sweat, his eyes bloodshot and his teeth grinding. The driver trembled as he answered through his discomfort. We're almost there. The coach approached a massive building by the roadside. The gloomy Chun Clinic loomed into view. Everyone on the bus scrambled out. Me first. I'm dying here. Treat me first. Supporting one another, they rushed inside the Chun Clinic in a frantic shove. Ding Ding hovered in the air and watched. Going to a hospital won't help. Master's talismans really are invincible. Bang! A soaking wet hand slammed against the door. Lu Huzi stood at the clinic entrance, drenched like a drowned rat. When a male doctor on duty saw him, he cried out in astonishment, My God! The doctor hurriedly folded the magazine he had been reading and greeted him warmly. Brother Huzi, what happened to you? Don't mention it. I ran into a martial artist. These are only superficial injuries, but now I feel awful all over. Take a look at me. The doctor took Huzi's pulse, then closed his eyes and furrowed his brow, sweating heavily. It feels like excessive internal heat attacking the heart, but this heat is far too intense. It's like you're on fire. How about taking some medicine to reduce the heat? Huzi's lackeys stood beside him, trembling and breaking out in cold sweat. Old Chun, we're going crazy. What the hell is happening to us? Old Chun took each of their pulses. I've never seen a pulse like this before. Ding Ding folded her arms and smiled smugly. Of course you haven't. This is Master's talisman. How could you possibly understand it? Old Chin suggested. Why don't you go to a larger hospital? Lu Huzi's eyes bulged as he grabbed Old Chin by the collar and yanked him up. If we could go to a hospital, why would we come here? If you don't cure us today, we'll chop you to death. The doctor pleaded in terror. Brother Huzi, please calm down. I'll treat you. I'll definitely cure you. I'll go prepare the medicine. Old Chin walked over to the medicine cabinet, unable to make up his mind. He looked back at the men, writhing in pain, and thought, I've never encountered anything like Lu Huzi's condition. How am I supposed to treat this? I should just stall for time. Lu Huzi was on the verge of collapse. His body shook as he clutched his head with both hands. His eyes turned black, his teeth ground so hard that drool ran from his mouth, and his entire body was soaked. He desperately grabbed at his collar. I can't take it anymore. Like a crazed beast, he tore off his clothes. Old Chin turned back and jumped in fright. Lu Huzi lowered his head to look at the floor, while everyone who had been on the bus suddenly fell silent, all lowering their heads with remorseful expressions. Thud! Knees struck struck the floor. Lu Huzi dropped to his knees and bowed his head. I was wrong. The entire group knelt and cried. I'm guilty. I was wrong. I was wrong. The words regret appeared on their bodies. Old Chin watched the scene from afar, both terrified and baffled. Master's talisman is really powerful. It's time. Ding Ding summoned the soul-gathering pearl. As it activated, green ribbons appeared all around it. With a swish, the soul-gathering pearl's ribbons wrapped around the men kneeling on the floor and crying, I was wrong. After giving the order, Ding Ding turned around. Move out. Lu Huzi and his men stood up and left. Old Chun leaned blankly against the medicine cabinet, watching the men controlled by the soul-gathering pearl be pulled away like wooden puppets. Ding Ding hovered above them as they followed along like soulless shells. At the police station, the lights were still on. Two officers hurriedly restrained Lu Huzi. Lu Huzi threw his arms around one of the officers and wept. Officer, on October 16th, I robbed the tomb of a wealthy man. I was wrong. The officer stared at the scene before him in astonishment. His lackeys also sat on the floor, crying as they confessed. Last month, I shouldn't have stolen that motorcycle. I'm here to turn myself in. Last year, I shouldn't have scammed 300,000 yuan. I'm here to turn myself in. Other officers drove over and surrounded Lu Huzi's group. What? What is this? Are you here to cause trouble? No, we're here to surrender. Back in Spring City, Tianlin sat in the car with everyone else while two bodyguards chatted. I heard Lu Huzi turned himself in last night. Yeah. More than a dozen of them were all arrested. Unbelievable. A scumbag like him actually turned himself in. Ding Ding said proudly. Of course. It was all thanks to Master's regret talisman. She then slowly put away her storage ring. Tian turned to Tianlin. It was thanks to you this time. I'll send you a commission. Tianlin scratched his head awkwardly. It's what I should do. Tian tilted her head and asked, what have you always wanted to do? Haha, I haven't figured that out yet. Then tell me once you do. When you're free, let's have a meal together. If anything comes up, just call me. Of course, but from now on, you won't be my superior anymore. Tianlin held out his hand. Let's get acquainted again. I am Hu Jianning. Tian looked at his extended hand and fell into thought. If she was no longer his superior, they would be friends, and friends could develop into. At that thought, her face flushed red like two tomatoes, and she happily took his hand. I am Shen Yuetian. Nice to meet you. I'm planning to buy a car. Tian, are you free to come with me? The following day, Tianlin stood outside a car dealership with a cigarette in his mouth. Why isn't Tian here yet? He yawned and leaned against the showroom entrance. Inside, two female salespeople whispered about him. Why hasn't that country bumpkin come inside? Yeah, he's been standing outside for ages. He looks barely 20. He probably just graduated. From the way he's dressed, he's definitely not from a wealthy family. With those conditions, he wants to buy a car. Dream on. He's probably just here to see what luxury cars look like. Exactly. He can't afford one, yet he's here wasting our time. I'll go ask him. If he isn't coming in, I'll tell him to leave. Tianlin knew nothing of this and remained squatting outside the showroom in boredom. A saleswoman walked over, contempt written all over her face. Sir, are you coming in or not? Don't squat here. Tianlin turned to look at her. A pair of long legs and high heels approached. Tianlin's jaw dropped so far that the cigarette fell from his mouth. Looking up, he saw Tian walking toward him in a radiant pink off-the-shoulder dress. Who says we aren't going inside? Tian looked especially beautiful today. She walked over to Tianlin's side. Tianlin, have you been waiting long? No, I just got here too. The two chatted happily under the saleswoman's scrutinizing gaze. The saleswoman glanced at them, sizing Tian up. The girl didn't look poor, but she was young and beautiful. Could she be the girlfriend of some rich man? The saleswoman returned and interrupted Tianlin and Tian's conversation. What kind of car would you two like to see? The A3 series is over here. And the A4. She impatiently watched the couple, hoping they would leave as soon as they were done looking. Tianlin, what kind do you like? What do you think suits me, Tian? I think a sports car would suit you very well. Then let's go take a look. Hearing their conversation, the saleswoman was stunned and hurried over to stop them. Wait, what are you two doing? Aren't you just here to look at cars? You're only going to feast your eyes and leave, aren't you? Tian angrily stepped toward her. You. Tianlin took Tian's hand and pulled her back. Tian, it's fine. Let's look at the cars first. Tian looked at him resentfully. So angry she looked ready to explode. She turned away and stood there with her hands on her hips. Tianlin could only smile at her adorable manner. The saleswoman stood coldly to one side, leaving the couple to browse on their own. Suddenly, the sound of heels clicking came from nearby. The saleswoman turned and saw another uniformed girl approaching. She held out a hand to stop her. "Wait, Xiao Zhao. Don't rush. What customer is it, Sister Lee?" Xiao Zhao looked at the stack of documents in her hands and asked innocently. "I don't know. I only know he wants to see sports cars." At those words, Sister Lee's eyes lit up. The saleswoman snatched the contract from Xiao Zhao's hands. "Hey!" Xiao Zhao looked confused, not understanding what was happening. The saleswoman hurried away with the contract, smiling as she said, "Xiao Zhao, you're still young and don't know how to speak properly. It would be troublesome if you offended an important customer, so I'll help you. That customer over there is yours." Humming to herself, the saleswoman ran toward a black car. "Big boss, important customer." Xiao Zhao could only sigh as she watched her go. Honestly, Sister Lee, ignoring her, Xiao Zhao walked over to Tianlin and Tian and greeted them enthusiastically. "Hello, how is everything going?" Sister Lee had something to take care of, so she left first. "I'll introduce the cars to you. What kind of vehicle would you like to see?" Tian smiled as she leaned against the car. "We'd like to see sports cars." "Certainly. Please follow me." "This way, please." The three walked to a blue sports car. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh my!" Xiao Zhao's face darkened. Tian and Tianlin looked ahead in surprise. Sister Lee was fawning over a customer. The man leaned against a red sports car with a cigarette in hand, smiling as he said, "President Liu certainly has an excellent eye." Ignoring that awkward scene, Xiao Zhao hurriedly introduced the car beside them. "Please take a look at this one." Sister Lee's face turned livid with anger. "That country bumpkin again." She angrily rushed over to Xiao Zhao and scolded her. "Xiao Zhao, why did you bring them here?" Her words were like a slap in Xiao Zhao's face, making her shrink back in fear. "They can't afford any of the cars here. They can't even afford the accessories. Take them somewhere else. Don't interfere with President Liu's car purchase." Tian and Tianlin looked displeasedly at the shrewish woman. President Liu continued leaning against the car and smoking calmly. "Xiao Li, don't be so blunt. Young people need to be given some dignity." "Oh, President Liu, you really know how to lecture others. I'm just a straightforward person." Suddenly, a voice called out from inside the car, "Honey." Boss Liu turned around. A beautifully dressed woman stepped out of the car. Aiqian glanced at Tianlin and Tian, her tone arrogant. "This is my college classmate, Chu Tianlin." Su Qiaorong said, "What a coincidence. It's been so long." Su Qiaorong smiled and pointed at Tian. "Is this your girlfriend? She's so pretty." Tian was startled. Tian quickly denied it. No, we're just friends." Su Qiaorong walked to Boss Liu's side. "This is my husband, Liu Peng, owner of 2 cosmetic surgery centers." "Hello. If you're Qiaorong's friend, you must have just graduated, right? Young people don't have much financial foundation, so it's too early to buy a car. It's best not to indulge in unrealistic fantasies." Tianlin and Tian glared at them angrily. Still oblivious, Su Qiaorong continued mocking him. "Honey, you're wrong. Tianlin is a senior manager at a jewelry company. If he works hard for another 15 years, he might even surpass you." "Really? Which jewelry company?" "I know several chairmen in the jewelry business. Maybe I can help you." "I worked at the Phoenix 9 jewelry company for a while, but I've resigned now." Liu Peng was slightly surprised. "The Phoenix 9 company that has become so famous recently? Then your future should have been very promising. Why did you resign? Were you fired because you weren't capable enough? Young people should improve their abilities first." This time, Tianlin was truly furious. He turned around and walked away, leaving only one word behind. "Oh!" Liu Peng stared at Tianlin in surprise. "Oh," he thought angrily. "This brat dares to look down on me?" He turned and glared at Sister Lee. She broke out in a cold sweat. "Boss Liu, let's continue looking at cars. Have you made your choice? They happen to be over there. I'll let him see what a successful man really is." Liu Peng raised his voice. "What's the most expensive car in this dealership?" Sister Lee's eyes lit up. "The most expensive one? Let me introduce this yellow sports car in the most prominent spot in the showroom. This is the Audi R8 Spider 5.2 FSI. It costs 2.4 million yuan. What do you think?" Liu Peng's face went pale, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the floor. "My God, more than 2 million? I don't have that much cash." He cleared his throat and pretended to be composed. "I don't really like this color. Do you have another color? Then please come this way. These cars are around 1 million yuan. Sister Lee thought contemptuously. What kind of person is this? He has no money, yet he's pretending. Suddenly, a voice said, "I'll take this one." The voice startled both Sister Lee and Liu Peng. and they turned around. Tianlin had placed his hand on the Audi R8 Spider 5.2 FSI. Help me complete the paperwork. Xiao Zhao was stunned. Huh. Lu Peng's worldview collapsed. What? Sister Li was so terrified that she could barely speak. What? Lu Peng frowned at Tianlin. Where'd he get that kind of money? Xiao Zhao asked Tianlin again. Mr. Chu, this car costs 2.4 million yuan. Are you sure? Of course. He opened his wallet and took out a card. I'll pay in full. Charge it to my card. Xiao Zhao was stunned, but quickly regained her composure. All right, please come this way. Delighted, she invited him over to sign the contract. Lu Peng turned away in embarrassment, not daring to look at him. Tianlin, Tian, and Xiao Zhao left, while Su Xiaorong, Sister Li, and Lu Peng wore awkward expressions. Sister Li sighed in anguish. Xiao Zhao's commission alone was greater than her annual salary. Lu Peng stood beside her, feeling disappointed. Su Xiaorong turned around and sneered. Tianlin paid in full in one go. And you still call yourself a successful man? Lu Peng clenched his trembling fists, then slapped Su Xiaorong across the face. Get lost. I've had enough of you. She clutched her face. You dare to hit me? She lunged at Lu Peng. I'll fight you to the death. How dare you hit me? You're crazy. You two calm down. Stop fighting. A few days later, Tianlin was dressed sharply, spinning his car keys around to get used to them. Satisfied, he sat in his car, lowered the convertible top, and drove around the city. His car, with the license plate YN8888, sped down the road. Tianlin casually held the steering wheel. Whoosh! In the rearview mirror, he saw a blue car following closely behind him. He turned to look. Whoosh! The blue car with the license plate FA943 accelerated. A blond young man wearing a blue jacket sat inside. He floored the accelerator, and the car shot past Tianlin's vehicle like lightning. Speeding, are we? The young man looked at Tianlin mockingly. Move it, turtle. Don't block the road. He suddenly swerved, weaving through the traffic. People in the other cars angrily stuck their heads out and cursed. Damn it, are you trying to die? The blue car raced down the highway. Has he lost his mind? Tianlin frowned to himself. He really is courting death. He stepped on the gas and accelerated after them. Taking out a coin, he flipped it into the air. Then, his right hand's two fingers swiftly gathered spiritual power. Leaning out, he hurled the coin ahead. A thunderous roar echoed along the road. The coin flew toward the blue car from earlier, piercing straight through its windshield. It shot directly at the driver. The coin embedded itself in the blond man's body, sending blood splattering everywhere. The blond man cried out in pain and loosened his grip on the steering wheel. The blue car swerved across the highway. He turned to look at his bleeding shoulder and painfully reached over to inspect it. Touching the wound, he raised his blood-covered hand before his eyes. His face turned deathly pale as cold sweat poured down his forehead. Damn it! Trembling, he tightly gripped the wheel with his bloodied hand. He turned back and cursed. The blue car slowed down. Tianlin calmly caught up to him. This speed is barely acceptable. At an intersection, the blue car turned onto another road. Springs City Hospital. An elderly couple rushed outside in panic. Son, what happened to you? One of them was Mr. Li, the CEO of Glory Wealth Financial Group. The other was Mrs. Li. The two anxiously questioned their son. You called us to the hospital so urgently. What on earth happened? The blond man cried as he called for his parents. I don't know what it was, but it hurts so much. When Mr. and Mrs. Li saw blood flowing from their son's back, they were horrified. Oh my God, what happened? Hurry and take him into emergency treatment. The couple waited anxiously outside the emergency room. Click! The door opened, and a doctor emerged carrying a tray. Mr. Li, the surgery is over. Young Master Li is fine now. A coin was what injured your son. Mr. Li angrily pointed at the coin and shouted, What do you mean, a coin? The doctor picked it up. This coin may have been used as a concealed weapon. It was fired at an extremely high speed and pierced his shoulder. Its power was even greater than that of a bullet. It's hard to believe, but not impossible. Mr. and Mrs. Li broke out in a cold sweat. A concealed weapon? Someone wanted to assassinate my son. Mr. Li hurried away. Honey, where are you going? He took out his phone. Hello, Officer Chun. The police arrived at the hospital to meet Mr. and Mrs. Li. Mrs. Li said, My son was attacked with a coin on the road. That's right. You have to investigate this thoroughly. Otherwise, I won't let this go. A police officer inspecting the car interrupted them. Captain, we've got something. Captain, we've got something. Captain Chin leaned into the car and examined the hole in the driver's seat. It seems the attacker struck while they were on the road. Check the surveillance cameras. Yes, sir. At the police station. The police and Mr. and Mrs. Lee focused on the surveillance footage. Normally, civilians needed permission to view surveillance recordings, and the authorities would only allow it if they considered the request justified. The footage was pulled up. Look, young Master Lee's blue car was speeding down the road. Officer Me spoke up. Mr. Lee, your son was speeding. He may face prosecution. Once he recovers, remember to bring him to the station to accept his punishment. Mr. Lee looked slightly embarrassed. Suddenly, Captain Chen bent closer to the screen. Pointing at it, he said, "Wait, this person looks familiar." Pause it and zoom in. Officer Me was startled. That's Tianlin. The screen froze on the moment he threw the coin. Captain Chen slammed the table. It really is him. Tianlin never gives us a day of peace. All he does is cause more trouble. Officer Me rested her chin on her hand, thinking. She remembered seeing Tianlin fight zombies in the sewers. He definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Mrs. Lee grabbed Captain Chen's hand and shouted, "He's the culprit. Arrest him now. I want justice for my son." Two other officers stood in the corner of the room. Awkwardly, they raised their hands to voice their opinions. What are we supposed to do? Rumors about him destroying zombies last time are still spreading. That's right. This man is far too mysterious. He's incredibly powerful. Perhaps even ghosts and gods are protecting him. Captain Chen broke out in a cold sweat as well. His voice grew quieter. No matter how difficult it is, we have to arrest him. Wuxi, you are my strongest fighter. Go. You must bring Chu Tianlin back for questioning. Tianlin may be mysterious, but every time criminals appear, he shows up. He has even helped the police solve many cases. This time, Li Xiao should be taught a lesson too. But the captain's order. Before Officer Me could answer, Captain Chun walked over to the other two officers. Wuxi will lead this operation. Officer Me rose to her feet and slammed the table, interrupting Captain Chun. I refuse. Why? Are you scared? Officer Me, turn around. I resign. With that, she left. Officer Me walked past Captain Chun and left. Killing intent radiated from Captain Chun as he furiously cursed. Damn it. What kind of stunt are you pulling? This is Spring City, not Dowan. Who do you think you are? You think you're so impressive in Dowan. Bang. Officer Me slammed the door shut. If she won't go, I'll go myself. Ma Yiming calls him senior, doesn't he? Captain Chin pulled out his phone and rapidly tapped the screen. What is it, Yiming? Master, did you offend the son of Glory Wealth Financial Group? Tianlin lay lazily sprawled across the sofa, yawning as he listened to the call. HM, who did you say? The officer said, Master, you injured Li Ronghua's son with a coin. Oh, that kid? He was speeding on the highway, so I merely taught him a little lesson. I see. He certainly deserved a lesson. But you left evidence behind, Master. The police won't let this go. I'm afraid there may be some trouble. Tianlin helplessly picked up his cup of water. It's fine. I'll handle this. All right, then. I'm hanging up. Ding Ding floated over to him. It sounds troublesome. How does Master plan to deal with it? It's nothing. He answered casually as he leisurely drank his coffee. He set down his coffee cup. Whatever they want, I'll give it to them. Talp, talp, talp. Footsteps sounded. Outside Tianlin's apartment, 4 armed police officers stealthily approached. Standing outside the door with tense expressions, they recalled Sister Mi's words. Brothers, I already told you. I'm sorry, but I can't fight alongside you this time. Your opponent isn't ordinary, so you must be careful. One officer pressed his ear to the door and listened. The door isn't locked. We don't need to break it down. Then 2 more peered inside. They slowly entered and saw Tianlin still sitting in his chair. He had not tried to run away. The leader turned and signaled to his companions, and the group rushed in together. They aimed their guns at Tianlin. Don't move. Put your hands up. Tianlin remained seated without moving. Get up now. Wait, why isn't he reacting at all? Tianlin was sitting in a nearby chair, using an invisibility technique to observe them. Ding Ding giggled as she created a clone. Let's see what they can do. Master's clone looks so real. He smiled. It does look real. It's just a little stupid. The officers stared blankly at his clone. Did we scare him senseless? Then they lifted the clone. Forget it. Handcuff him and take him back. They proceeded to cuff the clone. 2 officers escorted the foolish clone back to the station. Wuxi received a call and was alarmed. You caught him? Really? The clone was locked to an iron chair at the police station. Outside, an officer was speaking to Wuxi on the phone. Of course it's true, but he seems to have been scared senseless. He doesn't speak, show any expression, or react at all. I understand. She ended the call and stared at her phone. Tianlin, what exactly are you up to? At Tianlin's apartment. Officer Mi entered. She saw Tianlin coming out carrying a fruit platter. Smiling, he asked, "What brings you here? Did you come to arrest me?" She secretly smiled. Sure enough, something was strange about Tianlin. Of course not. How could I possibly have the ability to arrest you? I just came to see whether clone techniques truly exist in this world. Tianlin smiled. Mi Wuxi examined him carefully. With her hand in her pockets, she walked inside and looked around. I've never heard of clone technique. I've already resigned. If you consider me a friend, tell me the truth. How could they possibly capture you so easily? That's why I came to confirm my suspicion. Aren't you going to offer me anything to drink? Of course. What would you like? Tea, please. Thank you. She sat down and waited. Tianlin placed the fruit platter on the table and walked away. Sitting in the chair, her gaze never left him. Tianlin always displayed such strange abilities. How'd he do it? He brought over a cup of tea and placed it on the table. What did Officer Mi come to see me about? He sat down. You surely didn't come just to drink tea. I'm not a police officer anymore. Just call me Wuxi. All right. Wuxi. She raised the teacup and took a sip. Though Wuxi was not as beautiful as Tian, she possessed a lively and forthright charm. Wuxi looked at him. I'll be direct. I investigated your background, and there's nothing unusual about it. Who exactly are you? Why do you do such extraordinary things? Were you reincarnated? Were you a Buddhist or Taoist cultivator in a past life? Or were you possessed? Wuxi leaned forward and questioned him. He merely smiled. Haha, you read too many novels. I'm just a cultivator. Wuxi was stunned. A cultivator? That's all. She set down her cup. Since things had come to this, she stood up. I'm returning to Dao province. You're my friend too, so I came to warn you. Tonight, I'll have a farewell dinner with my colleagues before I leave. Tianlin's expression shifted slightly. This was Wuxi's bloody calamity. Click, the door opened. Wuxi hurried away, waving to tell him not to see her out. He stood rooted in the doorway, seeing Wuxi's fate. A bloody calamity. He could not simply ignore it. Night fell, and the moon rose overhead. At Fish Delight Restaurant, Sister Mi's colleagues were reluctant to see her leave and urged her to visit them whenever she had time. Mi Wuxi's co-workers raised their glasses to bid her farewell. Tianlin sat in a corner, using an invisibility talisman. Shortly afterward, crash. A wine glass slammed onto the table. This won't do, Sister Mi. How did you get drunk so fast? One of Mi Wuxi's subordinates handed her another glass. She slumped over the table. This alcohol seems a little too strong. They continued drinking merrily, unaware that someone was lurking outside the door. A man in blue stepped inside, shielding his eyes with one hand. He staggered into the room as if he were drunk. He swayed as he held onto a chair. A nearby colleague looked at him and laughed. Come on, comrade, drink up. The man in blue spread his hand open, his gaze fixed in one direction. He straightened up and stared at Mi Wuxi. Tianlin saw from afar that something was wrong. It seemed this man was the source of Wuxi's bloody calamity. But Wuxi had gotten drunk so quickly. He must have tampered with her drink. Tianlin took a healing talisman from inside his clothes, then slowly approached Mi Wuxi. He placed the talisman against her back, and she immediately sobered up. As he prepared to leave while invisible, she reached out and grabbed Tianlin's arm, startling him. Mi Wuxi stared blankly at him, trying to figure out what was happening. Sister Mi saw Tianlin. He softly said, "Let go." Recognizing Tianlin, she released him. An infiltrator pretending to be one of Sister Mi's subordinates said, "Drink up." Sister Mi thought to herself that this person was definitely not one of her subordinates. How'd he gotten in here? The man said to someone beside him, "Officer Mi is drunk. I'll take her home." A subordinate reminded him, "Walk carefully. Don't let Sister Mi fall." He gently helped Mi Wuxi to her feet. "Sister Mi, let's go." A sinister smile appeared on his face. Mi Wuxi waved her hand. She cursed inwardly. These idiots had nearly handed her over. Mi Wuxi asked, "Tell me, who are you really?" Her subordinates also came to their senses and realized what was happening. "Why is there a stranger here?" "Sister Mi, sorry." The man pulled out a gun. "As expected of Officer Mi. You're very alert. But I assume none of you brought guns, right?" He raised a silenced pistol. Her subordinates panicked. What? She calmly considered the situation. From afar, she might be able to dodge a bullet, but at this distance, there was no way. That hand from earlier belonged to Tianlin. His abilities were impossible to predict if he were willing to help her. The man prepared to attack Mi Wuxi. If you want someone to blame, blame yourself for offending someone. A plate flew over, smashing into his arm and shattering. The gun immediately fell to the floor. Looking at his arm, trembling in pain, the man shouted. Sister Mi seized the opportunity to charge at him. She drove her knee into his face. injuring him and spraying blood everywhere. He was completely defeated by Sister Me. A subordinate asked in confusion, "Right, who threw that plate just now?" It was incredibly fast and accurate. They answered blankly, "Not me. Not me either." Sister Me thought to herself, "It must have been Tianlin. He subdued the enemy with nothing but a plate." Sister Me ordered her subordinates, "It was me. If I had waited for you all, I would have died 100 times over. I'm going to the restroom for a moment. Take him to the police station." Sister Me said to Tianlin, "Follow me." She asked, "Can you show yourself now?" Tianlin appeared. Miwuxi said, "It really was you. How did you get in here?" Tianlin replied, "If I said I foresaw your bloody calamity and came to save you, would you believe me?" Miwuxi looked at him and said, "I believe you." Tianlin looked back at her. Sister Me said, "Thank you for saving me again." He replied, "It was nothing, but you resigned, didn't you? Have you let down your guard? How did you get drunk so quickly?" She answered, "You really don't let anyone off the hook. You're awful." Miwuxi thought to herself, "I've already resigned. Who would still have designs on me, daring to kill me? Are they looking down on Miwuxi?" He turned around and replied, "Your bloody calamity has been resolved. I'm leaving." She thanked him. Miwuxi frowned as she watched him walk away. "Tianlin, who exactly are you?" Night deepened. Tianlin drew talismans. Shui Ding Ding beside him asked, "Master, why are you drawing so many talismans?" "I'm drawing hypnosis talismans and tracking talismans." He held up a tracking talisman. "I've only reached the peak of the chi refining stage. How long can a clone last? If I leave it at the police station, it will be exposed." The tracking resonance succeeded. He opened the door, then turned back and told the girl, "Be good and stay home. I'll be back soon." She was very dissatisfied. "You never let me come with you." The scene shifted to the hospital. Young Master Li lay in a hospital bed. His parents stood beside him, asking, "Son, are you feeling better?" Mr. Li advised his wife, "It's late. You should get some rest." Chu Tianlin stood outside the hospital room, silently looking at his hand. His soul left his body and secretly entered the room. That hand opened the inner door. Chu Tianlin peered through the crack in the door and smiled wickedly. Everyone was sound asleep, just in case. Chu Tianlin used hypnosis talismans. The talismans stuck to everyone's foreheads, putting them all into a deep sleep. Chu Tianlin cheerfully said, "Sharpening the knife to slaughter pigs and sheep, that's all. I'll be done in 10 minutes and head home." The hypnosis talismans dissipated as well. The nurse woke up first and screamed in horror, "Mr. Li, your hair." All their hair was beneath the table. Mrs. Li woke up as well and looked at her husband. He shouted, "My wife's hair, my son's hair, our hair." They looked at one another and screamed throughout the room. "Ah, my hair." The wife wailed miserably. "My hair. I spent hundreds of thousands maintaining this hair." A note was pasted on the wall. It read, "You brought this upon yourselves." Zhu Dialin. Mr. Li held the note and said, "So it was connected to him. How could he cut our hair without us noticing at all? Isn't that no different from taking our lives?" I have to call them. I won't press charges against him anymore. Tell the police to release him. At the police station. Over the phone. "Chief Zhou, regarding my son's case. My son was also at fault in this matter. We won't pursue it any further. Release him." Chief Zhou slammed the table. "All right." He ended the call and said, "Mi Wuxi has resigned, and Li Ronghua's case is over as well. That man isn't simple." He ordered them to release the kid involved in Li Xiaojiang's case. The detention room door opened. An officer said, "Kid, you're fine now. You can go." Chu Tianlin remained seated without moving. Two officers said to each other, "It seems he's unhappy with us. Fine, we might as well see this through to the end." The other officer replied. They carried Chu Tianlin outside and set him down. An officer said, "Kid, we've been very polite to you, so stop looking so sour." The cat maid happily watched through the glass door. "Master's clone is back. I'll go greet him." The cat maid stood before Chu Tianlin and poked his face. Her eyes sparkled. "This is so much fun." She pulled Chu Tianlin by the hand. The cat maid happily teased him, but he still did not react no matter what she did. Then Chu Tianlin collapsed, leaving behind a talisman. He immediately vanished before the cat maid's bewildered eyes. She said anxiously, "Oh no." She went back to the window and looked outside. Peering through the crack in the door, the cat maid said, "Master, your clone has returned, but it turned into a talisman." Chu Tianlin inside the room said, I know. I am cultivating. Go play. The door shut. He circulated his energy, his body trembling. Spiritual light radiated from him. Chu Tianlin clapped his hands. He seemed utterly exhausted. The human immortal art has reached the peak of qi refinement, but I still haven't broken through. Chu Tianlin spun his phone in his hand. Then a new idea occurred to him. The human immortal art. I wonder whether immortal maiden Chang'e knows anything about it. Night fell at the Three Treasures Hall. Wu Gang was chopping a tree like mad, while immortal maiden Chang'e sat sadly in a corner. Chu Tianlin appeared. Long time no see, immortal maiden Chang'e. Wu Gang was overjoyed and ran over excitedly. Damn it, my axe, I missed you so much. Chu Tianlin raised a hand to stop him. Calm down. Although the immortal maiden was delighted inwardly, she maintained an indifferent expression. No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a reason. Why have you come to see me? He replied with a smile. You are right, immortal maiden. I have a favor to ask. She asked coldly. Helping you would not be difficult, but why should I help you? Chu Tianlin asked. What would you like me to do, immortal maiden? She replied. You have offended me many times. I must punish you. Chu Tianlin bowed with his hands clasped. If you wish to punish me, immortal maiden, I certainly will not fight back. The immortal maiden activated her power. Her eyes were full of resolve. Chu Tianlin looked back at her as well. Wu Gang cried out, Immortal maiden, don't. He fell to his knees and begged. I've been lonely for thousands of years, and he's the only target I have to chop. If he dies, I'll be heartbroken. Chang'e frowned upon hearing this. She withdrew her power and said, I will spare you for now. Thank you, immortal maiden, for sparing my life, he replied. The immortal maiden instructed, though the death penalty may be waived, you cannot escape punishment entirely. Remember my lesson well, and come talk to me more often. Chu Tianlin said happily, I will remember it well. She asked what trouble he was facing. Chu Tianlin replied, I have been cultivating the human immortal art, but I have been unable to break through the qi refinement stage. Could immortal maiden offer me some guidance? She smiled. I thought you were quite formidable, but it turns out you are cultivating the human immortal art. You were right to come to me if you cannot break through. Chu Tianlin asked again, what guidance do you have for me, immortal maiden? The immortal maiden took out the human immortal art and said, this is the most basic cultivation method in the immortal world. If you cannot break through in qi refinement with the human immortal art, further cultivation will be useless. So that's how it is. Then how can I break through this bottleneck and enter the foundation establishment stage? The immortal maiden advised him not to rush. For now, you must accumulate experience over time and allow the Tao to arise naturally. You can comprehend the Tao through everyday life. Chu Tianlin looked at her. I want to comprehend my own Tao. Please instruct me, immortal maiden. She replied, cultivation is the cultivation of the heart. I believe your conditions for cultivation are quite good. Cultivate your heart like the earth, immortal Lu Dongbin. He took the imperial examination 20 times without passing, yet he never gave up. He was accepted as Han Zhongli's disciple, endured many trials, and only attained immortality after accomplishing many meritorious deeds. Therefore, cultivating while living in the mortal world is not only beneficial to cultivation, but also nurtures and improves one's character. That is equally important if you wish to break through your bottleneck. Just as he was pondering the cultivation of the heart and enlightenment of the Tao, his phone suddenly rang. It was Chun Baron calling. The immortal maiden asked, what is that? This is the first time I have seen such a thing. Chu Tianlin introduced it as a mobile phone and asked whether she did not have one. Then he hung up. Chu Tianlin thought that Chang'e seemed very curious about his WeChat. When the immortal maiden leaned closer to inspect his phone, Chu Tianlin's eyes widened in surprise. He said, it isn't very convenient this time. Once I get one made, I'll give you one next time. As Chu Tianlin strolled through the park, he thought, how am I supposed to comprehend the Tao through everyday life? Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded. Hurry up, we're going to be late for class. I don't want to be punished. Two students spoke as they ran. I heard our homeroom teacher is like the extinction nun. Don't mention it, another child said. A spark flashed in Chu Tianlin's eyes. He seemed to have an idea. Mr. Chu, this is the Spring City Talent Training Center. Your resume has been approved. When would you be available for an interview? Several days later, at the training center, Chu Tianlin arrived fully prepared. He stopped at the entrance, adjusted his clothes, and walked in. He approached the front desk. "Hello, I'm here for an interview." The receptionist said, "Please register first. There is one other person here for an interview as well." The two of them filled out the registration forms. They both said at the same time, "I'm done." The first was Sun Jian, a master's graduate from Jiangbei University, while the other was Chu Tianlin from Spring City University. The receptionist enthusiastically said to Sun Jian, "You have a master's degree from Jiangbei University. You must be very capable. Jiangbei University is one of the nation's top universities." Sun Jian smiled modestly. The receptionist looked at him admiringly. "You made the right choice coming to our center. Our benefits are excellent, especially now that a talent like you is joining us." Chu Tianlin stood aside as though he were an outsider, listening to them chat. The receptionist said, "No, we still have to trouble Mr. Sun to follow the procedure and take the interview." He replied, "No problem." The receptionist looked at Chu Tianlin with disdain. "Does this gentleman still wish to continue with the interview?" Chu Tianlin replied, "Is Spring City University not welcome here?" The two entered the examination room. Chu Tianlin saw the test questions and was surprised. It was actually a mathematics test. Looking at Sun Jian working intently, he thought, he really is impressive. He thought that he should start answering the questions too. Both of them focused on their own papers. Chu Tianlin thought, "Ever since I began cultivating, not only has my physique improved, but my thinking and memory are better than those of ordinary people. Fortunately, I reviewed the books before coming." The clock reached the end time. He picked up his paper, walked out, and handed it to the receptionist. "I'm turning in my test." She said contemptuously, "Too difficult? You couldn't solve it, could you? This is advanced mathematics. Should we switch you to intermediate mathematics instead?" Time was up. Sun Jian said confidently, "Sorry, but only one person will be hired. This position is definitely mine." He looked smugly at Chu Tianlin. "Try harder next time." Chu Tianlin medili not that? Sun Jian asked. "Where do I go to complete the hiring paperwork?" The receptionist was still intently examining the two papers. Sun Jian began to feel uneasy. Could he have answered something wrong? The result was beyond everyone's expectations. Sun Jian scored 130 points, while Chu Tianlin scored 150. Sun Jian was so shocked that he could not speak. "How is that possible?" Chu Tianlin said, "Sorry for borrowing your words. I'll try harder next time." The staff members at the center chatted excitedly. "I heard the new math teacher is incredible. He finished the test in only 20 minutes and got a perfect score." He handed her the faculty roster. "Someone that capable will definitely be assigned to the Olympiad class." She said, "If he joins the Olympiad class, someone will have to be replaced." He laughed. "Don't tell me it's you." She retorted, "I think you're the one who wants to replace me." Teacher Yang walked over carrying a cup of water. "Is this a place for joking around? If you want to chat, do it at home. You don't look like teachers at all." They immediately stopped talking. Teacher Yang asked, "Do you have anything to do this afternoon? Are you prepared? If there is anything you do not understand, ask. You need to prepare thoroughly in order to teach well in class." He thought to himself that she really was still too young. She responded agreeably, Yes, you're right." Another staff member remarked, "You're just picking on young people." A female teacher led Chu Tianlin over. "What a coincidence. Everyone is here. This is teacher Chu Tianlin. Everyone get acquainted." Chu Tianlin greeted everyone cheerfully. The teacher beside him introduced them. "This is teacher Yang, teacher Chun, and teacher Li." Everyone responded warmly. Chu Tianlin looked at teacher Yang and nodded. The female teacher beside Chu Tianlin said, "Teacher Chu will be assigned to the Olympiad class." Teacher Chun and teacher Li anxiously said, "Don't replace me. The Olympiad class pays better, and I still have a family to support." Could it really be, as old Chun said, that I'm being replaced? Teacher Yang sneered, "Why are you two so nervous? Just do your jobs. Anyone unprofessional will naturally be eliminated." "Old Yang, go downstairs first," she said. Teacher Yang choked on his water. "What? I'm the most capable person at Talent Training Center." She said mildly, "Teacher Yang, some things should not be said too bluntly. This was management's decision after reviewing both of your performances." The other two looked very pleased. He immediately packed his things and left the room. The female teacher continued, leading Chu Tianlin away. "Teacher Chu, I'll take you to the Olympiad class. Get acquainted with the students first." They arrived at the classroom door, where a burst of noise came from inside. "Go on, hurry up. If you can't do it, let me." Chu Tianlin asked, "Why is it so noisy?" She said anxiously, "Well, Teacher Chu, someone was holding a dart. Place your bets already." "I bet on the center." Their dartboard target was a small cat. Chu Tianlin said angrily, "What are these brats doing?" A blindfolded student was preparing to throw a dart. He threw it toward the cat taped to the wall. Chu Tianlin shouted, "Stop!" Energy surged from his body, and the dart reversed direction and embedded itself in a desk, only 1 centimeter from the student's vital area. The student jumped in fright. "Mom!" He pulled off his blindfold. Who shouted, "Are you trying to kill me by scaring me?" The other students laughed. "Ha ha, you're amazing. You almost nailed Yang Zheng right in the crotch." Chu Tianlin folded his arms and walked in. "These brats really need to be taught a lesson." A dyed-haired student arrogantly asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" The female teacher gently took down the cat and said, "Stop playing with that, everyone." You gave the teachers quite a scare. Looking at the unruly students, Chu Tianlin thought, "That's right. I'm a teacher now. Even if the students are mischievous, I have to teach them patiently." The female teacher hurriedly pushed him. "Come on, Teacher Chu, hurry into the classroom." He sighed. "And that's all the discipline they get?" The dyed-haired student pointed at him. "You dare ruin our fun?" Another student said, "That's right. Even the principal doesn't dare touch us." The dyed-haired student glanced at a student sitting on a desk. "Brother Wu, we need to teach him a lesson." Zhao Wu said eagerly, "This guy seems interesting." Chu Tianlin paused at the classroom door. He recalled what the female teacher had said. The students in this class were all stuffed into this school because their parents have no time to discipline them. Just think of them as princes. As long as they do not cause trouble, turn a blind eye. Chu Tianlin sighed in disappointment and pushed open the door. The entire class fell silent. He thought, there are still goals worth striving for here. Chu Tianlin entered and greeted everyone. "I'm your new teacher." He wrote his name on the board. "Starting today, I will lead you toward the International Mathematical Olympiad." Everyone was excited. "Wow, the new teacher is so handsome." "Welcome, new teacher. We finally got rid of Yang Yang." Chu Tianlin replied, "Thank you, everyone. Then let's begin class." A loud kick struck the door. The students were all startled. Chu Tianlin could not help looking over as well. Zhao Wu and his group stood in the doorway. Chu Tianlin asked, "What are you here for?" Zhao Wu proposed, "I heard the new teacher of the Olympiad class is very capable. I want to sit in on the lesson. You don't mind, do you?" Chu Tianlin remembered how influential these students' parents were. Even the school depended on them and did not dare offend them. Just as he had said, since they were already here, he might as well teach. Chu Tianlin warned them, "You can listen if you want, but do not cause trouble. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." Zhao Wu assured him, "Don't worry, we'll behave." The dyed-haired boy walked to his seat. "I'm here to study because I want to get into college." Chu Tianlin ordered quiet. "Class is starting." A student suddenly screamed, "There's something in my shirt." Chu Tianlin turned and asked, "What is it?" The student pulled out a snake. "Throw it away." Zhao Wu and his friends laughed gleefully, while everyone else was terrified. The student fell backward onto the floor. "Help me." The dyed-haired boy picked up the snake. Hey, don't scare my pet." Chu Tianlin said irritably, "Is this funny?" The dyed-haired boy replied, "The school rules do not forbid bringing pets to school." Zhao Wu chimed in, "That's right. If you want to blame someone, blame the rules." "What does that have to do with me?" Chu Tianlin looked at him. "It seems you need to be re-educated." As he spoke, he took out a talisman. Once it burned, Zhao Wu's lackeys all began to feel unwell. One after another, they clutched their stomachs. "My stomach hurts so much." "Mine too. I need to use the bathroom." "What is wrong with us?" Zhao Wu was baffled. "What the hell is this? Why does everyone suddenly have a stomachache?" Chu Tianlin looked at Zhao Wu. Why was he unaffected? Zhao Wu looked at the teacher. "You did this, didn't you?" Chu Tianlin calmly replied. "What do you mean?" Zhao Wu stood up. "Stop pretending. I want to confirm something. I saw it. You controlled that dart with your energy, didn't you? You have a secret, right?" Chu Tianlin said. "It seems you are not an ordinary person either." The students in the classroom wondered, what are they talking about? Zhao Wu challenged him. "How about we test it? The loser leaves the school." Chu Tianlin accepted. "You choose the time and place." He added a condition. "But if you lose, you must lead your lackeys in studying properly." Zhao Wu waved a hand and left the classroom. Talk after you win." At sunset, Zhao Wu said to Chu Tianlin, "Enough nonsense. Show me what you can do." Chu Tianlin replied, "I do not want to bully a child. You make the first move." Zhao Wu snapped his fingers. "Looking down on others comes a price. You're a teacher, yet you do not even understand that." Flames ignited on Zhao Wu's fingertips, and he charged forward amid roaring fire. Chu Tianlin was surprised. "So you really can control fire without charcoal." Chu Tianlin used his own power to block the flames. "Where did you learn this magic?" The other side continued summoning fire. Zhao Wu said, "Your ability is wind control, right? Then this will be easy." As he spoke, he attacked with his power and rushed toward the teacher. Zhao Wu formed a ring of fire around Chu Tianlin. He said, "What wind control? You are clearly condensing killing intent into a shield. Once I get into close combat, you'll be useless." Chu Tianlin glanced at him, then turned and slapped Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu cried out in pain and was sent flying, his power vanishing instantly. Zhao Wu said in admiration, "Your reactions are so fast." Chu Tianlin said, "That's enough. Admit defeat before you get hurt." Zhao Wu refused to accept it. What the hell? He flew into the air and activated his power. Who wins and loses has yet to be decided. Chu Tianlin pulled out a talisman. "Seeing you like this, I suppose I have no choice but to risk my life." He threw out the talisman, which became a streak of green light. "Go!" Zhao Wu shielded himself, but the green light struck him and knocked him down. Zhao Wu said painfully, "No, impossible." Chu Tianlin looked at him and said, "Oh, this must be your fate." He asked cheerfully, "Well, still want to fight?" Zhao Wu thought angrily, "His abilities far surpass mine. I'm no match for him." Chu Tianlin took out another talisman and placed it on Zhao Wu's forehead. Zhao Wu asked blankly, "What are you doing?" Chu Tianlin said, "Quiet. I'm treating your injuries." Zhao Wu realized, it doesn't hurt anymore. The two stood on the grass beneath the beautiful sunset. Chu Tianlin helped Zhao Wu to his feet. "The lesson has been enough. Get up." Zhao Wu asked, "Who exactly are you, teacher?" Chu Tianlin replied, "Me? I'm just an ordinary teacher." Zhao did not believe him and said helplessly, "I never expected you to be this powerful. I admit defeat. I'll leave." Chu Tianlin tapped him on the head. "Dream on." He smiled smugly. "From now on, attend school obediently. Your teacher cares about you so much. Aren't you touched?" Zhao Wu said fearfully, "I don't dare move anymore." Chu Tianlin said, "Fine. Just do not bother me again from now on. It's getting late, so go home." Zhao Wu clenched his fists. "Can I study under you? I could be your disciple, or even your lackey. I want to learn your skills." Chu Tianlin looked at him silently. "That depends on how you behave from now on." Zhao Wu was overjoyed. "Teacher, you agreed." Chu Tianlin replied, "No, that was merely a polite response." Zhao Wu thought, "Greetings, teacher. I understand. I'll go home and study hard. I definitely will not disappoint you." Chu Tianlin thought, "This kid changed quickly. Teaching really is exhausting. The teaching profession truly is a noble one." A whirlpool suddenly appeared beneath Chu Tianlin's feet, startling even him. As the swirling water lifted him up, Chu Tianlin wondered, "Where is this? Why am I here?" He followed the current with his eyes, yet could see neither its beginning nor its end. Chu Tianlin Suden Li Zembet. Is this the mental realm within the human immortal art? He realized that he had entered the Tao heart. Returning to the grassy field from before, he said, I'm out again." Chu Tianlin looked at his hand. Although his entry into the Tao heart had been brief, he had seen through the mental realm. That proved that being a teacher could cultivate his Tao heart. He had made the right choice. In a certain house, several photos from Spring City were displayed online. The blonde woman asked, "Thunder during clear weather is truly rare." Online users all think these pictures were edited. What do you think? Master Thousand Hands laughed. "Don't you already have your own thoughts on the matter? That lightning was created by someone, and it was most likely the person we were looking for." The scene shifted to the teacher's office. Teacher Li enthusiastically praised him. "Teacher Chu, you're incredible. You actually tamed that little tyrant. I heard he voluntarily asked to transfer into your class and even dragged all those troublesome students into studying seriously." The dyed-hair student yawned with tears in his eyes. "Brother Wu, I don't want to study anymore. Let me sleep." Zhao Wu threw down his pen. "Sleep? If you don't study properly, how are you going to inherit your family's 10 billion fortune?" He jammed 2 pens into the boy's nostrils. Chu Tianlin folded his arms and thought, "Looks like this kid really has turned over a new leaf." A female teacher burst through the door and shouted, "Everyone, I have an announcement." Teacher Li asked, "What's got you in such a rush?" The principal invested all the school's funds in the stock market and lost everything. Now the school is drowning in debt. It's about to be seized, and it will be acquired in a few days. All we can do is ask the teachers to comfort the students. During Chu Tianlin's class, A little girl looked at him with tears in her eyes. Teacher, the school is closing down. Does that mean we can't participate in the International Mathematical Olympiad anymore? Chu Tianlin asked. Have you all heard? The other students were equally upset. We trained for so long and did so many practice problems every day, all for nothing. My dad was hoping I'd win the championship so he could show off to the relatives. He'll be so disappointed. Everyone was dejected. Chu Tianlin thought. No amount of comforting words will help with a blow like this. Still, he encouraged them. Come on, cheer up. As long as you work hard, your dreams will come true. He opened the door, then turned back and said, Leave the practical matters to us teachers. His master called. Chun Beirong answered. Master, what do you need from your disciple? Chu Tianlin said over the phone, Beirong, I want you to make a deal under the company's name. By the Talent Training Center. Name your price. I'll pay for it. Beirong replied, There's no need for money, master. Of course I can do that. It is an honor to serve you, master. In the future, I'll still need your guidance in cultivation. Chu Tianlin hesitated slightly. Beirong said, It's settled then, master. Just wait for my good news. Chu Tianlin Hongmu Fine. As long as the students' dreams are protected, it doesn't matter who buys the school. Master Thousand Hands arrived. Excuse me, is there someone here named Chu Tianlin? Chu Tianlin replied, That's me. Your presence truly is extraordinary. It puts me to shame, the old man said. Chu Tianlin asked, No need to flatter me. What do you want? The blonde woman whispered in the old man's ear. Young people these days don't like beating around the bush. Just get to the point. Master Thousand Hands explained, We know that the strange phenomena in Spring City were caused by you. He suddenly began trembling. Chu Tianlin calmly replied, I have no idea what you're talking about. Why don't you keep praising me? The old man asked. You refuse to admit it? Master Thousand Hands had no choice but to use his ability. Chu Tianlin looked up. What the hell is that? A car rushed toward him. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Damn! Chu Tianlin stared at the car in front of him. How bizarre. It really is a strange phenomenon. The blonde woman became suspicious. This person doesn't seem very bright. Could we have found the wrong person? Are you certain? All the strange incidents in Spring City are connected to him. Even the police suspect him. Chu Tianlin was still kicking the car and cursing. Who told you to smash my car? I don't believe he won't make a move. Gather all the vehicles around here. Chu Tianlin thought. Aren't I acting panicked enough to look like an ordinary person? Flames burst from the upper floors of the school. Thousand Hands said, There's another ability user. The fire blazed like a flare, illuminating the sky before them. Chu Tianlin was annoyed. Why'd he come here? Zhao Wu charged over amid the flames. You dare touch my master? I'll beat you to death. The blonde woman counterattacked, delivering a kick directly at him. Zhao Wu rolled across the ground. Chu Tianlin helped him up as Zhao Wu clutched his chest in pain. The woman asked when he had arrived. The old man answered, I didn't see him at all. She suggested, Let me test him. She rushed forward to attack Chu Tianlin. Her foot was already at his head, yet Chu Tianlin remained completely still. As she kicked, he glanced beneath the blonde woman's skirt. She thought, He's so hard. It's like kicking an iron plate. Chu Tianlin said irritably, Move aside. Your movements have no aesthetic appeal whatsoever. The blonde woman fell beside Master Thousand Hands. He said, Elemental teleportation. Tyrant body. How can he possess so many abilities? Chu Tianlin spoke up. You dare try to destroy the nation's young seedlings? Zhao Wu looked at him in admiration. The old man closed his eyes, seeming to realize something. Countless jade green talismans appeared around Thousand Hands and the blonde woman. Thousand Hands was baffled. Talismans? When did they appear? The jade green talismans released arcs of electricity. Chu Tianlin Wen. Heavenly condemnation, earthly punishment. Zhao Wu was astonished. Master, did you make this too? Even Chu Tianlin was surprised. Huh, no way. The power of the lightning was enough to reduce people to graves. Only a hand remained sticking out from the ashes. The blonde woman and Thousand Hands helped each other out of the wreckage. Chu Tianlin said, Smart. You knew to bury yourselves to avoid the lightning. He asked, Speak. Why did you come here? The old man replied, Sorry, we didn't come here to fight. The blonde woman helped him up. We initially thought you were an ability user, so we came to invite you to join our organization. Chu Tianlin was puzzled. Ability user? He turned to Zhao Wu. Then are you an ability user too? Zhao Wu looked confused. I don't know. I only gained these powers last year. Thousand Hands sat back down in his wheelchair. Supernatural powers must naturally be regulated. Otherwise, they will cause chaos in society. Chu Tianlin asked. So throwing cars at people and beating children is for world peace. The old man stammered. Chu Tianlin picked Zhao Wu up and turned to leave. Forget it. I don't have time to talk to you. Leave while you still can, or I'll call the police. Zhao Wu admired him even more. Master is amazing. So cool. The blonde woman looked at Thousand Hands. Master Thousand Hands, what should we do? He replied, this man is not what we expected. On the road, Chu Tianlin asked, why did you come here? Zhao Wu answered, I was planning to tell Master something important. Brother Kai won't be able to keep the school running. Chu Tianlin asked, is that so? But he already knew the outcome. He thought, Qin Baron works fast. They continued onward. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get back to school. Zhao Wu staggered after him. Slow down. Chu Tianlin was drawing talismans. The cat maid asked, ability users? Why were they looking for you, Master? He replied, they want to recruit me into their organization. They might cause trouble for me later, so I need to prepare more. He looked at the talisman in his hand. The cat maid confidently said, don't worry, Master. Whoever dares bully, you will have to fight me to the death. Chu Tianlin gently tapped her nose, making her flustered. He smiled. Then I'll leave it to you. The cat maid happily cried out, ah. There was a knock at the door. Chu Tianlin wondered, who would be knocking at this hour? She replied, maybe it's one of the bad people Master just mentioned. She used her ability to pass half her body through the door. Tian was startled. Oh, she froze in shock. Then she collapsed. Shui Dingding cried out in alarm. Oh no. Chu Tianlin opened the door. What happened? Ding Ding sat beside Tian, sobbing uncontrollably. Master. Chu Tianlin examined Tian and called her name. Tian lay on the couch with a talisman stuck to her forehead. Chu Tianlin said, luckily, she isn't dead. If it weren't for my talisman, even her swelling condition wouldn't have been cured. Ding Ding apologized. I'm sorry, Master. I was too hasty. Chu Tianlin said, then I must punish you. You don't need to stand facing the wall and reflect anymore, but without my permission, you're not allowed to go outside. She dejectedly replied, yes, Master. Tian gradually woke up. Chu Tianlin called, Yue Tian. She looked at him as his hair fluttered in the wind. Chu Tianlin's gaze was full of affection. As if in a romance film, she threw herself into his arms. Tian said, Tianlin, I think I saw something terrifying. He asked, what terrifying thing do you remember? But she could not describe it to him. Chu Tianlin held her and said, you must be exhausted and saw things by mistake. I'm here, so just rest without worry. Tian said emotionally, thank you, Tianlin. You always make me feel safe. Chu Tianlin replied, we're friends. You can rest easy. Ding Ding happily turned around and said, Master, this is when you should decisively confess your feelings. Chu Tianlin turned around in a panic. You. She whispered, don't worry, Master. She can't see. Tian said, I came to invite you to the National Jade Appraisal Convention in Dao Province next week. Chu Tianlin replied, all right, I'll be taking my students to Dao Province for their competition next week, so I can go with you. Shui Dingding leaned close and whispered in his ear, why are you saying all this nonsense? Tian put on her shoes. It's late. I should go home. Shui Dingding watched them say goodbye anxiously and muttered, sorry, Master. It's all for your happiness. She pushed Chu Tianlin toward Tian. Tian shyly said, Tianlin. Chu Tianlin hurriedly stepped back. Hey, it's fine. You should get going. Tian lowered her head. Then I'll go. Chu Tianlin sighed. Shui Dingding said in disappointment, no wonder Master is still single. Chu Tianlin took his students to Dao Province for the competition. At the hotel, he told the students, go back to your rooms and rest first. Tian praised him. You really have the bearing of a teacher. Chu Tianlin cheerfully replied, really? Haha, thanks for booking the hotel for me, but you didn't need to reserve such a nice room. Tian warmly suggested, if you feel bad about it, then dress handsomely later and attend the banquet with me. Chu Tianlin confidently said, don't worry. I guarantee I'll be the most eye-catching person at the banquet. A man dressed in black spoke up. Miss, you are truly beautiful. Tian and Chu Tianlin both turned around. He introduced himself. Hello, I'm Chun Liangdao, Vice President of the Chun Group. Chun Liangdao took her hand. Would I have the honor of inviting you up to my room for a drink? Chu Tianlin stepped in and slapped his hand away. Chun Liangdao sneered. What? Is she your girlfriend? He took something out of his pocket. Chun Liangdao threw a stack of cash at Chu Tianlin's face. I'm buying her. Take the money and get lost. Chu Tianlin looked at him. Since you insist, I'll use a talisman. He stuck a talisman onto Chun Liangdao and said, then I'll grant your wish. Chun Liangdao suddenly sprayed from his backside. Confused, he asked, why is it coming out of my pants? Chu Tianlin lauet samuli. Everyone look, he's all grown up and still wetting himself. Chu Tianlin thought, I drew that 7 prohibitions talisman randomly before. I never expected to actually use it. Chun Liangdao screamed, did someone give me laxatives? It's running all the way down my legs. This is disgusting. His lackey supported him. President Chun, we'll take you to change your pants. If we don't beat him up, how dare he laugh at me? Chun Liangdao pointed at Chu Tianlin. His lackeys rushed forward. Chu Tianlin had already prepared talismans behind his back. Then let me give you some excitement. Chun Liangdao said, I'll stuff these pants into his mouth. Chu Tianlin said, heaven and earth reversed, yin and yang inverted. Chun Liangdao's lackeys froze. Chun Liangdao was no exception. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chu Tianlin said, done. Tian stammered, everyone. Chun Liangdao panicked as he looked at his suddenly swollen chest. His lackeys had also developed breasts and curvy hips. The 3 of them were horrified to suddenly have ideal female figures. Everyone could not help laughing and rushed to take pictures. Tian asked in confusion, why did they turn into women? They cried in terror. What's happening? Why are my breasts so big and soft? Chu Tianlin laughed until tears came out. Why don't you form a girl group? You'd definitely become famous. A hand waved toward them. A balding old man stared at them lustfully. Beauties, would you like to go on a date? One of the lackeys angrily punched him away. Date my ass. Get lost. Another lackey helped Chun Liangdao up. President Chun, this place is too sinister. Let's get out of here, he replied. I'm too ashamed to face anyone. Chu Tianlin said, take care, Miss Chun. Chun Liangdao told his lackeys, quick, call and contact an expert. Tian leaned close to Chu Tianlin and quietly asked, was it you who turned them into this? Chu Tianlin asked, why would you think that? She replied, I'm not stupid. Ever since you saved me, I've known you're not an ordinary person. Chu Tianlin asked curiously, then aren't you afraid of someone strange like me? Tian gazed at him lovingly. I'm only afraid that my life won't have you in it. Chu Tianlin softly called, Yue Tian. Tian hurriedly broke the romantic atmosphere. What are you thinking? I mean, you're the most important friend in my life. Then she turned away. All right, let's go. We should rest a while before attending the banquet. Chu Tianlin thought, that was close. I nearly misspoke. Under the beautiful moonlit night, the banquet was in full swing. Chu Tianlin helped Tian back and urged her to drink less, but she refused. I'm so happy. Our jade sold for such a high price. Chu Tianlin took something from his pocket. Good thing I prepared a hangover talisman. Tian looked at him. Tianlin, do I look pretty tonight? Chu Tianlin's my pretty, very pretty. You're drunk. Let me take you back to rest. Tian continued, but I want to admire the moon with you. Someone called out to Chu Tianlin. Tianlin turned around and asked, are you Officer Mishi? Mishi said, have you forgotten? I'm not a police officer anymore. Chu Tianlin supported Tian. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here. Congratulations, Miss Shun Tian, on making such a huge success at this exhibition. Tian warmly thanked her. It's all thanks to Tianlin. I'm very grateful to him. Sorry, she's drunk. Mishi was unhappy inside. Mr. Chu, it seems I came at the wrong time. Tian said, Tianlin and I are heading back to the hotel. Please make yourself comfortable. Mi undicesimo replied, irritably. Fine. I'll see you another time, Mr. Chu. The atmosphere between the 2 women was thick with jealousy. Chu Tianlin gave an awkward smile. This seems serious. What should I do? Excuse me, are you Mr. Chu? He hurriedly replied, that's me. Thank goodness. Someone has come to rescue me. 3 people approached. One of them spoke sternly. I am Chi Yu, captain of the Battle Dragon Unit under the Special Investigation Bureau. You're suspected of using supernatural powers to harm civilians. Please come with us for an investigation. Chi Yu asked, the incident where Chun Liangdao and his bodyguards turned into women. That was your doing, wasn't it, Mr. Chu? Chu Tianlin calmly replied, they had it coming. Chi Yu said, you are a dangerous individual. You surely have accomplices. We must act first. His subordinate understood the signal. His eyes immediately changed color, and his ability pulled the 2 women beside Chu Tianlin toward him. Chu Tianlin used his power to stop him. Stop! Xiao Yan could not resist. Chi Yu caught Xiao Yan. Chi Yu ordered, Xiao Meng go. Xiao Yin warned. His mental power is very strong. You need to get close to restrain him. Xiao Ming covered his eyes. I've finally met a worthy opponent. He approached Chu Tianlin. As long as I can't see you, your mental power is useless against me. Chu Tianlin sighed. What a nuisance. Chu Tianlin threw a punch and sent Xiao Ming flying. Xiao Ming was struck in the stomach. Chu Tianlin's power was far too strong for him to resist. Shi Yu said, "How can this be?" He drew a treasured sword from his sleeve. Your martial arts are formidable. Let's see how you handle my sword. Chu Tianlin blocked the attack with his fist. Shi Yu asked, how many moves can you withstand? The two sides exchanged blows without pause. Chu Tianlin thought to himself, relying only on Qi to protect my body is proving difficult against a martial arts expert. That sword is too powerful. Qi Yu retreated and continued using his ability. Chu Tianlin also formed an energy sphere around himself. He thought, I need to get myself some new equipment. Qi Yu counterattacked with his sword. You're finished. The two collided like a massive explosion. Smoke and dust filled the air, and blood sprayed everywhere. Blood streamed continuously from Chu Tianlin's hand as he trembled and caught the treasured sword. Your martial arts are impressive, but unfortunately, you picked the wrong opponent. With that, Chu Tianlin crushed the treasured sword. Qi Yu refused to back down. The outcome has yet to be decided. Chu Tianlin warned, do you really think so? The muscles in both his arms bulged violently, leaving Qi Yu horrified. Those powerful hands clamped down on Qi Yu's face. His face was covered in blood as his weakened body flew through the air, then crashed down amid Xiao Yan's terrified cry. Captain, Xiao Yan recognized the technique as projected psychic power. Chu Tianlin threatened. I'll say it one more time. Wake them up, or else. Chu Tianlin frowned. The two women moved toward him. Xiao Yan used his ability to control them. You aren't qualified to negotiate. They struck Chu Tianlin in the back, causing him excruciating pain. He turned to look at them. Tian, Mi Shi, both his hand and sword were trembling. Qi got back up and summoned his power, forming an energy blast aimed at Chu Tianlin. Chu Tianlin had already noticed it, but the softness of the two women kept him from breaking free. Xiao Yan asked if his captain was all right. Qi Yu answered, luckily, your puppets arrived in time. He's dangerously strong. Qi Yu's energy enveloped all three of them. Sister Me, she's alluring curves, and Tiantian's chest pressed against Chu Tianlin. Chu Tianlin thought, if I break free, they'll definitely get hurt. Only by defeating him can I undo this psychic control. Chu Tianlin closed his eyes. I caused this trouble myself. I can't let Tian and Mi Shi be harmed because of it. Chu Tianlin opened his eyes. He was in a universe of water. He began to contemplate. This feeble current is just like my state of mind, oppressed yet helpless. As soon as the thought arose, he entered that universe. I refuse to accept this. His fist cracked the universe apart, and a blue wave emerged. It wrapped around Chu Tianlin's body. The waves rippled and struck the crack from before, widening it further. A ray of light shone through. The undercurrent was unexpectedly fierce. I understand now. Only when the heart is free of attachments can one release its hidden strength. The wave carried him toward the light. Energy radiated from Chu Tianlin's body. Thank you for helping me make a breakthrough in my Tao heart. The light Chu Tianlin emitted forced Qi Yu's entire team to look up. Chu Tianlin's my. You should try it too. Feeling the attack of psychic power, they saw the beam of light shoot toward Qi Yu's team. All three froze in panic. Tian and Sister Me, she returned to normal. Tian asked, Tianlin, what happened just now? He smiled. Nothing. It's already been handled. When they woke up, Xiao Yan screamed, Mom, so many cockroaches. Flying cockroaches. Xiao Ming said fearfully, Dad, don't hit me anymore. I'll do my homework. I'll do it right now. Qi Yu looked at Chu Tianlin before him. You're very strong. We can't do anything to you on our own. Chu Tianlin replied, now that you know, get lost. They left the house. Qi Yu turned back and said, the investigation bureau won't let you off. Let's go. Chu Tianlin was completely unfazed. Who are you threatening? I am bored anyway. I haven't had anyone to fight. His phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. WeChat was updating. Chu Tianlin was puzzled. Could it be because I succeeded in cultivating my Tao heart? Have I broken through Qi refinement? Then why is it stuck at 99% without moving? The two women stood watching him. Chu Tianlin sat atop the doorway, holding up his phone to search for a signal. The signal is too weak. Even standing this high doesn't help. Cut me some slack, will you? Tian and sister me. She watched him and whispered. Tianlin clearly wasn't drunk before. Did he only get drunk now? At the Battle Dragon unit's base, Chi Yu slammed his fist on the table. What? He said angrily. You're handing Chu Tianlin over to them to deal with. Boss Red Moon said, the Battle Dragon unit is not capable of handling him. The higher-ranking Divine Dragon unit will take action. This is the rule of the 5 Great Dragon Divisions. Have you forgotten? Red Moon comforted Chi Yu. Don't worry. Once Chu Tianlin is captured, I'll request a reward from headquarters for all of you. Chi Yu trembled with rage, yet still said, then I must thank Boss Red Moon. His phone was still stuck at 99%. Chu Tianlin said gloomily, how cruel. It gets to 99% and then stops. It's like taking off my pants from top to bottom, only to get stuck in my ankles in the end. Chun Beirong opened the door. Master, I've investigated the Special Investigation Bureau. Chu Tianlin was surprised. That fast. Beirong held a stack of documents. The Special Investigation Bureau manages ability users across different regions. It isn't public knowledge, but neither is it particularly secret. The Bureau has the 5 Great Dragon Divisions. Each division has a different function. The higher the division's rank, the stronger its members. Chun Beirong said, the Battle Dragon unit that moved against you, Master, is merely a division of average strength. Chu Tianlin reviewed the documents. Before this, someone named Master Thousand Hands came looking for me. It seems this bureau has had its eye on me for quite some time. Chun Beirong asked, Master Thousand Hands? That is only a self-organized group. Their relationship with the Special Investigation Bureau isn't very good. Both sides are competing for talented people. Chu Tianlin recalled Chi Yu's words. The Investigation Bureau won't let you off. He thought, I've offended both sides. If they join forces, that will be troublesome. It would be nice if I had some magical artifacts. Unfortunately, WeChat is updating, so I can't use it. Chu Tianlin stood up. Beirong, take me to an antique shop. Beirong replied, what do you want, master? Your disciple will buy it for you. Chu Tianlin smiled. No, I'll look for a treasure myself. At When You Want Antique Shop, Beirong was already exhausted. Master, we visited every antique shop in Dao Province. Still no item that satisfies you. Chu Tianlin looked around, but still could not find it. He thought, now I can only use spiritual energy to inspect antiques. But none of them resonate with me. I was too naive. How could there possibly be so many magical artifacts in this world? He told Chun Beirong to go on ahead. The saleswoman called out enthusiastically, priceless treasures at bargain prices. Don't miss out as you pass by. Chu Tianlin stopped. The saleswoman happily said, Sir, have a look. We have plenty of treasures here. What are you looking for? Chu Tianlin pointed in the saleswoman's direction and asked. The woman narrowed her eyes with a smile. Sir, you have a sharp eye. Chu Tianlin pointed behind her, and the shop owner's expression changed at once. I want to ask about that piece of cloth. The shop owner shouted, Cloth? Are you kidding me? You ignore all these precious items and ask about that piece of cloth. Chu Tianlin replied, That's right. The owner handed him the cloth. He thought joyfully, I found it. Chu Tianlin hugged the cloth, unwilling to let it go. My treasure. The shop owner thought in confusion. What's wrong with this man? Beirong looked at his master and asked, Are you sure this is a magical artifact? Chu Tianlin replied happily, We'll know once we try it. Chu Tianlin said, Right here. He unfolded the cloth and gathered all his strength. Let's see if I can activate it with spiritual power. The cloth shone and flew into the air, fluttering like a soft silk ribbon. Success, Chu Tianlin thought. Beirong asked doubtfully, It really is change, but what can it do? Chu Tianlin replied, Cloth is naturally used to make clothes. He poured spiritual power into the old cloth, and it immediately transformed into a new outfit. Chu Tianlin said, Wow, it's exactly the outfit I imagined. Chu Tianlin ordered, This must be protective equipment. Beirong, take out your blade and test it. Beirong was astonished. Master, are you joking? Chu Tianlin looked at the outfit. Trust me. Chun Beirong readied his blade. Chu Tianlin said loudly, Come on, slash away as hard as you like. Beirong attacked. Then I'll really strike, master. Chun Beirong rushed at Chu Tianlin. The moment his blade touched the outfit, it snapped in half. Chun Beirong was stunned. The broken blade fragment flew back and grazed Beirong's face. Chun Beirong looked at the broken blade lodged in the ground. This magical artifact is truly powerful. Chu Tianlin looked at his completely undamaged outfit. This outfit is incredible. He clasped his hands. It feels like it can do much more than this. Chu Tianlin's outfit began to transform. Sure enough, it could take many different forms. I won't need to buy so many clothes in the future. This really saves money, he said. Chen Beirong looked on enviously. Wow, that's amazing. Beirong suddenly stopped laughing. The outfit had transformed into a schoolgirl uniform. Beirong asked, Master, what are you thinking about? Chu Tianlin answered awkwardly, For my sake, don't ask. I'll return to the hotel first, then. Beirong smiled. Take care, Master. If you need anything, just give me an order. Chu Tianlin was walking down the street when someone mysterious followed behind him. That person quickened their pace, and Chu Tianlin noticed. He turned around, forcing the other person to stop abruptly. What are you doing? The person removed their glasses. The girl's eyes were brimming with tears. Master, I'm Chen Liangdao. Chu Tianlin spat out blood. You're Chen Liangdao? No. Miss Chen, what do you want with me? Liangdao knelt down. I know I was wrong, Master. Look at me now. I'm neither man nor woman, he cried. I've even been having periods these past 2 days. The pain is killing me. Please, Master, remove this curse. Chu Tianlin said coldly. You brought this on yourself. You deserve it. It has nothing to do with me. Liang Dao shouted. I offended you, and this happened to me afterward. If it wasn't you, then who else could it have been? Chu Tianlin replied. That gives me even less reason to help you. He took off his coat. I have no dignity left to live with anyway. If you don't remove the curse, I absolutely won't let this go. Chen Liangdao threw himself into Chu Tianlin's arms. Who's harassing whom here? Chu Tianlin shouted, Heavens. Who's harassing whom? Liangdao's soft chest pressed against him as passers-by all stared. Tian asked, Tianlin, what are you doing? Passers-by murmured, Wow, this is so dramatic. Chu Tianlin smiled as he pushed Liangdao away and explained, Tian, it's not what you think. This person is Chen Liangdao. Tian examined him, stepped closer, and asked, Is it really you? Chen Liangdao pleaded, Beautiful lady, could you please put in a good word for me? Being a woman is so hard. I don't want to live like this. Chu Tianlin said eagerly, I think you should slowly get used to it. Tian said, Come on, Tianlin. I think he has learned his lesson. Please spare him. Chu Tianlin replied, All right, I'll do it for your sake. Chen Liangdao rejoiced. Thank you, and my 2 bodyguards as well. Chu Tianlin held up a payment code. The fee is 3 million. Pay first, then I'll remove the curse. It's very cheap, isn't it? Liangdao trembled. Not expensive. Not expensive. After the transfer went through, Chu Tianlin burned a talisman. His voice was urgent, like he was issuing a command. The talisman became light and enveloped Chen Liangdao. Liangdao said emotionally, I can finally be a man again. The passers-by whispered among themselves. What kind of man dresses so provocatively? Come on, we should respect other people's choices. Chen Liangdao ran away amid Tian and Tianlin's laughter, not forgetting to thank the master. It's nothing. I'll be going now. Tian laughed until tears flowed from her eyes. She said that being with Tianlin always led to interesting things happening. He replied that it also brought plenty of trouble. She asked, Oh, are you worried about dragging me into trouble? Chu Tianlin awkwardly pulled back his foot. Tian took his hand. But the truth is, only when I'm by your side do I feel safest. Every moment they had shared appeared vividly before him. Chu Tianlin thought, Actually, it's because you're by my side that I have the courage to face hardship. Boss Red Moon watched them. Chu Tianlin, I've come to find you, Red Moon said. Mr. Chu, the person was difficult to identify as male or female, dressed head to toe in blazing red. Chu Tianlin's expression changed. The cross-dressing boss. The deep voice seemed utterly mismatched with the outfit. Tian asked, A friend or trouble? The cross-dressing boss said, I came to ask you for a favor. Can we find somewhere to talk? Chu Tianlin told Tian, go back to your room first. I'll come find you later. Be careful, she reminded him. The two passed one another, their eyes meeting. The cross-dressing boss smiled. How enviable. I hope the person I love can care about me like that too. Chu Tianlin curled his lip. The psychic attack has begun. The cross-dressing boss turned around. Let's go. I don't have much time. Chu Tianlin said, Let me guess. You want me to turn you into a real woman? The boss replied, Very clever. I'm starting to like you. Chu Tianlin said flatly, Thanks, but no need. The cross-dressing boss snapped their fingers. As long as you do as I ask, I guarantee the Special Investigation Bureau will not trouble you. Otherwise, you can forget about ever having peace. Chu Tianlin calmly said, "What I hate most is being threatened. If you want to be a woman, wait until your next life." The cross-dressing boss summoned their power. "I gave you respect, yet you refused to appreciate it. Then don't regret this." Rocks and earth rose into the air at the boss's command. Chu Tianlin threw a punch, shattering the rocks. "You change your attitude quickly, just like a woman." The boss raised both hands, and the earth and rocks behind them formed two enormous hands. "It's not too late to regret this." With a wave of their hand, the giant stone hands charged at him. "Chu Tianlin, no, I don't want to." He added, "Stay mad, he." The cross-dressing boss continuously summoned more earth and stone. "You arrogant brat," the boss said. Red threads wrapped around each stone, tightening around them before sending them flying at high speed. All the rocks shot rapidly toward Chu Tianlin. The cross-dressing boss clapped, and earth and stones continued rising around him. They flew on at lightning speed. The cross-dressing boss summoned a volcano. "You underestimated me too much. What a pity." The volcano gradually vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust. The boss could not help but be astonished. Thick smoke and dust filled the entire area. Light radiated from Chu Tianlin's entire body. The cross-dressing boss said angrily, "How can this be?" Chu Tianlin said, "Don't be in such a rush to leave. I'm still building up energy. I may not be able to turn you into a woman, but I don't mind putting on a show for you." Chu Tianlin flew toward the cross-dressing boss. He concentrated all his energy into his fist. The boss's face twisted. A tremendous explosion rang out. The cross-dressing boss was sent flying like a bird. The boss crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Their face was scraped and battered, with several teeth knocked out. Chu Tianlin said, "You look much better now." The cross-dressing boss called out to him. Chu Tianlin turned back. "I'm done playing with you. Call yourself an ambulance." The boss clutched their wounds and trembled. The cross-dressing boss said furiously, "Damn it, Chi-Yu took the opportunity to snap several photos of the boss." He mocked, "So even Boss Red Moon can end up this miserable. Definitely worth recording." Boss Red Moon shouted, "Chi-Yu, did you come here just to laugh at me?" Chi-Yu explained, "Heaven and earth bear witness. I came to witness your moment of victory." "Who would have thought?" Boss Red Moon said, "Enough. Chu Tianlin is indeed extremely strong. It is no disgrace that you and I lost to him. We can only ask the Divine Dragon Chief to step in." At the Divine Dragon headquarters, an old man thought to himself, "Chu Tianlin's file is very simple, yet his abilities are so complicated." Boss Red Moon replied, "That's right. In a one-on-one fight, we have no chance of winning." The muscular man beside them said, "Then we'll attack together and show him the strength of unity." Red Moon looked at Chu Tianlin with eyes full of admiration. Divine Dragon, captain of the Special Operations Unit, was busy leading students to the International Mathematical Olympiad. He decided to capture Chu Tianlin after the competition, so as not to affect the students' results. Red Moon thought, "As expected of the man I have my eye on. He is truly responsible towards society. Dying by his hand would be a blessing for you." Over here, Chu Tianlin suddenly sneezed. Standing at the entrance to the academy, Shan Tiantian asked whether he had caught a cold. He replied that someone was probably talking behind his back. Everyone gathered at the gate was surprised. "Oh, students are already coming out? This is the Mathematical Olympiad. Why are they leaving so early?" Chu Tianlin wondered whose students could be so capable. 3 students emerged with proud expressions. Tianlin recognized them as his own students. It felt as though he had just been slapped in the face. This feeling of being proven wrong was wonderfully satisfying. Chu Tianlin said happily, "You 3 did great. You'll definitely get high scores." The other teachers whispered among themselves. They must have left early because they couldn't solve the questions. Exactly. That teacher looks so young. Who knows how capable he really is? Tian said angrily, "You are teachers too. Isn't it rude to badmouth people behind their backs?" Chu Tianlin said mockingly, "Forget it, Tian. You only find out who has been swimming naked when the tide goes out. Ignore them." He turned to his students. "You worked hard today. I'm treating you all to a meal." They cheered in agreement. They all went to a restaurant together. Tian said, "You seem awfully happy, as if they already won the championship." Chu Tianlin replied, "They worked incredibly hard for this competition. In my heart, they're already champions." The students giggled. "Teacher, you sound just like our dad, and Sister Tian is our mom." Chu Tianlin pretended to be angry. "Looks like you brats want a beating from your dad." They scattered in panic. "Teacher, we were wrong." His phone rang. The magical wheel of love. I miss you so much, day and night. Chu Tianlin grabbed one of the boys by the head. Hello, who is this? A voice said, if you do not want the person beside you to get hurt, come to the underground parking garage alone. Chu Tianlin turned away from everyone. Are you with the Divine Dragon Unit or with the Special Investigation Bureau? The caller replied, I am the Divine Dragon Captain of the Special Operations Unit. Chu Tianlin said, let's settle this. He looked up at the rooftop where the Divine Dragon Captain was standing. Good, you came at just the right time, he said. 3 people stood before Chu Tianlin. He thought to himself, the Divine Dragon Unit really has all kinds of people. The captain said, Chu Tianlin, you are talented. I invite you to join the Divine Dragon Unit. Chu Tianlin scratched his ear. Not interested. The Divine Dragon Captain looked angry. You refused to join us, yet you dared to injure our people. You have some nerve. The captain ordered Diamond deal with him. Diamond warned, be careful. My fists do not have eyes. Chu Tianlin surrounded himself with golden energy, defending against Diamond's attack. Looking at him, Tianlin said, you dare look down on others with only this much strength? This is not even enough to scratch an itch. Diamond threw a furious punch. You have angered me. Chu Tianlin's spiritual power formed a protective shield. Tianlin's expression turned grave as he reflected the attack back at Diamond. Diamond's face turned pale. The old man looked at Diamond's injured arm. He defeated Diamond's full strength with just one finger. He supported Diamond. Can you stand? I am Ufine, Diamond replied. The captain placed a hand on Diamond's shoulder. Fall back. He moved at lightning speed behind Chu Tianlin. Surrender obediently. Chu Tianlin immediately went on guard. Chu Tianlin created a ring of light around them. Just you, he asked. He unleashed the heavenly staff fist, forcing the captain to retreat. The captain's gaze hardened. Spiritual power gathered in his hand and transformed into a huge, ferocious red dragon. Chu Tianlin remarked, that is somewhat interesting. The captain ordered the dragon to attack. It charged forward. Chu Tianlin grabbed it. Looks like I can play dragon catching today. The captain was shocked. You caught my inner force with your bare hands? How is that possible? Take it back. Chu Tianlin shouted. The captain tried to quickly dispel his power, but Chu Tianlin had already grasped all of the captain's energy in his palm. Chu Tianlin said, trying to run? Too late. He lunged forward. Before the captain could stop himself, he shouted, do not underestimate me. The dragon charged again. Energy also burst from Chu Tianlin's hand. A flurry of relentless strikes descended. The Gale Dragon was shredded to pieces. Chu Tianlin gathered all his strength and delivered a deadly blow to the captain's chest. Before he could retaliate, Diamond suddenly stepped in. Even the captain is only this strong. Looking at the captain, Chu Tianlin said, you are quite good. You are a worthy opponent. I apologize for being so rude to you earlier. The two roared and charged at each other for a final battle. The captain ordered them to stop. The old man looked at him in astonishment. This is between him and me. Do not interfere, the captain said. Chu Tianlin Lauget, you really care about your pride. Just tell them not to rush in and die. The captain said furiously. Chu Tianlin raised a hand to stop him. All right, let's call a day. Come find me for revenge once you have recovered from your injuries. Old Ghost said, who do you think we are? The Special Investigation Bureau's mission is to protect people. The captain invited you to join only because he wanted to protect you. The captain reminded him, enough, Old Ghost. If we are inferior, we should not make fools of ourselves. Chu Tianlin looked at them. I believe that, but cultivators are accustomed to freedom. We do not like being restrained. The captain said, you are a cultivator? No wonder you can control something as intangible as inner force. Chu Tianlin said, I helped Chun Liangdao become a man again. I hope the Special Investigation Bureau will stop pursuing the matters well. I do not want to be enemies with you. The captain replied, I cannot make that decision. Chu Tianlin turned to leave. That is your problem. My students are still waiting for me to eat. I will be going. Old Ghost said admiringly, I never expected that young cultivators like him still exist. The captain said, if he is not a bad person, then he is practically a national treasure. Chu Tianlin checked his phone. Tian must have been waiting a long time. He called her. Hello, Tian. The voice on the other end said, hello, who is this little girl? Tian screamed. Tianlin, save me. Chu Tianlin panic. Tian, what happened to you? In the restaurant lobby, Chu Tianlin asked, who are you? Twilight of the Gods, Viper replied. Her? She is on a date with me. Many terrified hostages stood before him. You are obviously a bad guy, Chu Tianlin said. Chu Tianlin angrily tried to call back. Hello, hello. At the same time, Old Ghost received a call. This is Old Ghost. What did he say over the phone? Chu Tianlin turned his head and listened in. The Bureau reports that 3 Twilight of the Gods assassins have escaped. One of them is holding dozens of hostages at the Jinjiang Hotel. The captain replied, their goal must be to force us to hand over their accomplice captured last week. Hearing the words, Jinjiang Hotel, Chu Tianlin realized that was where his friends were. Old Ghost responded. Chu Tianlin rushed over to them. My friends and students are there too. Who exactly are these people? The captain answered, Twilight of the Gods is a notorious foreign assassin organization. Previously, one of their squads infiltrated Dao province and killed several important officials. The 3 escapees all possess supernatural abilities. If we want to rescue the hostages quickly, I am afraid we must cooperate. Old Ghost said, they said they will kill 1 person every 10 minutes until we hand over their companion. Chu Tianlin clenched his fists angrily. These beasts dare to slaughter innocent people so openly in this city. He said, I'm going with you. The captain replied, inside the hotel, Twilight of the Gods, Viper leaned close and sniffed Tian. With such a seductive fragrance, how could I bear to hurt you? Twilight of the Gods. White Ape warned, be careful. The Special Investigation Bureau could appear at any moment. Twilight of the Gods. Viper sneered. It has been so long, yet there is not even a police officer outside. Maybe they have abandoned these poor people. Twilight of the Gods. Spider asked. Earthworm, have you forgotten how the Divine Dragon unit ambushed us last time? Was the price we paid not high enough? Viper and Spider started arguing. Listen, Spider, I am Viper. Call me Earthworm again, and I will beat you to death. Earthworm certainly has a bad temper. White Ape urged the 2 to calm down. Knocking sounded outside the door, and all 3 turned toward it. Hey, are you still short on hostages? Someone asked. Everyone cried out happily. Teacher Tianlin. Chu Tianlin said, Tian, it is good that everyone is all right. Do not be afraid. It will all be over soon. Twilight of the Gods was suspicious. Is he sick? He came here looking for death. Is he from the Special Investigation Bureau? Spider was doubtful. Something is wrong. I cannot sense his presence. Could he be a ghost? Viper stepped forward. I will find out who he really is. Be careful, White Ape said. Viper looked at Chu Tianlin and expelled a blast of force toward him. Chu Tianlin was entirely fearless as the attack pierced through the glass door. Chu Tianlin said, disgusting. Twilight of the Gods. Viper said, quick reflexes. You really are not ordinary. But coming here alone only means certain death. Chu Tianlin's my. Who said I came alone? Spider jumped in alarm. Damn it, that presence is too powerful. White Ape was bewildered. What is going on? A punch twisted White Ape's face, knocking him to the ground and nearly leaving a crater. Spider shouted, careful, they are invisible. What? Viper said. Chu Tianlin touched a crack in the door. You dare touch my people. Today I will show you the iron fist of socialism. As he spoke, he smashed the door. Under his control, the shards turned and attacked Viper, piercing his body and leaving numerous cuts across his clothes and skin. Chu Tianlin closed in and struck with his palm. You dared massacre my fellow citizens. Viper was sent flying. Tianlin rushed at him again. You dared threaten my friends. He cursed while attacking. Twilight of the Gods. Viper collapsed to his knees, his limbs covered in blood. Viper crawled forward. Chu Tianlin said angrily, do you think I will spare you just because you hugged my leg? Viper grinned sinisterly. Fool, my blood is highly toxic. A single drop is enough to kill an elephant. Strangely, Chu Tianlin's body had no reaction at all. Viper's smile suddenly vanished. You are dead for sure, huh? Chu Tianlin kicked him away. Pay for my clothes, Spider said in shock. Earthworm's poison does not work on him. Realizing something, she dodged an attack. She turned to look at the invisible people. What a nuisance. Spider reached out and grabbed a woman. Come here. The woman screamed in terror. Twilight of the Gods. Spider ordered, stop, or I will kill her. Chu Tianlin said helplessly, that damned Western bitch is truly shameless. Spider looked at him. So what? Tell those 2 invisible men to show themselves, or I will kill this woman. The captain and Old Ghost revealed themselves. The scene descended into chaos. White Ape attacked the Divine Dragon captain and said angrily, you dare fight back? Spider said, kill her. The captain interrupted, wait, do not harm innocent people. White Ape's eyes flashed. Then I will harm you. As he spoke, White Ape punched the captain in the face. Old Ghost shouted, Captain, Captain. Blood flowed. Spider still held the woman tightly by the throat. Just try moving. White Ape flew toward Old Ghost to attack him. Chu Tianlin looked around. Damn it. I did not expect the enemy to have sensing abilities. Even if I approached to take her down, I could not guarantee the hostage's safety. A hand grabbed Tiantian's wrist. White Ape had seized her. She screamed, "Do not touch me." White Ape laughed. "Little friend over there, it seems you care deeply about her. Let her go." Chu Tianlin roared in fury. The captain also shouted, "Stop." White Ape said, "Today I will show you what human brains spilling out looks like." Chu Tianlin was driven mad with rage, but he was powerless to act. Shen Tiantian sobbed in his grasp. The students cried out in fear, "Sister." White Ape's eyes were full of confidence. Tiantian looked at Chu Tianlin and thought, "Tianlin, meeting you in this life has already made me content." White Ape smiled smugly. "Umph." Suddenly, his eyes rolled back and blood ran from his nose. Arg! As White Ape loosened his grip, Tiantian immediately escaped. She fell into Chu Tianlin's arms as White Ape collapsed to the floor. "Tianlin," she cried. Chu Tianlin comforted her. "Do not be afraid. It is all right now." Tiantian hugged him tightly. Thank goodness. They gazed at each other tenderly. The captain and Old Ghost looked at White Ape, unable to understand why he had suddenly collapsed. Old Ghost said, "I cannot see clearly. We will have to ask Chu Tianlin." Chu Tianlin said, "Hey, Western woman, it is not too late to surrender. Do not force me to strike a woman." She said, "We came here with no intention of leaving alive." Spider gathered all her strength. "Let us die together." Chu Tianlin replied, "You brought this upon yourself." He stared directly at her. Spider struggled. My hands." The hostages rolled up their sleeves. "That bandit bitch has no moves left. Let us get her." They beat Spider. "Beat this bitch to death." The woman from earlier cried out, "My stomach hurts so much." The captain shouted, "Stop." The others all began suffering from headaches. Chu Tianlin supported the woman. "What is wrong? I'm about to give birth. Please save my child." The captain ordered, "You know some medical skills. Go quickly." Old Ghost replied, "Yes, Captain." Chu Tianlin placed a talisman on her. "I will use a sickness-dispelling talisman to ease your pain. I will leave the rest to you." "I will do my best," Old Ghost replied. Tian comforted her. "Do not worry. With them here, you and your child will be safe." The captain ordered everyone to evacuate the scene and wait outside the lobby for the police and rescue teams. Old Ghost said, "Push. Take a deep breath." A child was born, crying loudly, lying in the ambulance. The woman wore a happy expression. "Thank you so much." Tian beamed. "Get some good rest." "Goodbye," Tian said. "In such a short time, I witnessed both death and new life. It is hard to describe how I feel." Chu Tianlin replied, "I understand. I hope things like this never happen again." The captain interrupted, "Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Chu, but could you tell me how you subdued those two men in an instant?" Chu Tianlin closed his eyes and recounted the entire event. When White Ape said, "Today I will show you what human brains spilling out looks like," Chu Tianlin rushed forward. As he ran at such high speed, it was as if his body had split apart. He stood amid a boundless sea. "Is this the Dao Heart realm?" "The ocean," he said. "My two previous breakthroughs in Dao Heart were both triggered by drawing on the momentum of the moment, like rivers and lakes flowing into the sea. Yet the sea accepts 100 rivers. With no ground beneath me, I had to tear through the curtain of towering waves." Chu Tianlin thought, "I can only rely on the power of the wind." His feet stood upon the water. Chu Tianlin raised his head and sensed it. This was his own world. Waves surged one after another. He felt himself moving forward under the guidance of his heart. His body fell into the raging waves. Chu Tianlin opened his eyes and rushed forward. His primordial spirit left his body. Brilliant golden light radiated from him. That light struck White Ape's body directly. White Ape looked as though he had been struck by lightning. His spinal marrow corroded. His body staggered before collapsing. Chu Tianlin closed his eyes and let the dazzling energy take effect. When Spider said, "We came here with no intention of leaving alive," she unleashed a move meant to take everyone down with her. Chu Tianlin warned, "You brought this upon yourself." His expression was stern. Golden light burst from his body again. Electrical wires wrapped tightly around her wrists, and she cried out in pain. "That is what happened," Chu Tianlin finished. The captain did not believe him. "Are you telling me a myth?" Chu Tianlin held Tian Tian in his arms. Believe it or not, the matter is settled. My job is done. Old Ghost reported. Captain, the memories of the witnesses at the scene have been erased. Chu Tianlin asked, Hey, did you tamper with their brains? Did you turn them into idiots? Old Ghost assured him, Don't worry. I only used hypnosis to make them forget about our fight with the enemy. It won't affect their intelligence. Chu Tianlin sighed. That's good, then. The captain continued. Brother Chu, although we have dealt with the immediate danger, this isn't over yet. We obtained an assassination list from the captured killers. There are hundreds of targets. Moreover, Twilight of the Gods definitely will not abandon its mission. Rather than wait passively, we need to take the initiative and strike first. Chu Tianlin encouraged him. Oh, then do your best. The captain was stunned. This was different from what he had expected. He had thought Chu Tianlin would agree to join the fight. Old Ghost suggested, Why not kneel down and beg him? Get lost. Chu Tianlin said decisively. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. The captain stopped him. Wait, Kajitra is a professional organization. We can't carry out this plan ourselves. One small mistake could trigger an international crisis. Tian Tian asked, So you want Tianlin to go in your place? The captain said, This is for the greater good of the country. I hope Brother Chu will consider it carefully. A reporter at the scene announced. Yesterday afternoon, the Jinjiang Hotel was suddenly attacked by criminals, placing numerous civilians in danger. The police secretly entered the hotel and successfully apprehended the criminals. Miwuxi wiped the sweat from her brow. She had not expected such a serious incident. Then she recognized Chu Tianlin on the television. Tian Tian, I'll leave the rest to you. Don't worry, Tian Tian replied. A student asked, Teacher, aren't you coming back with us? Chu Tianlin answered, Listen to Tian Tian on the way back. Don't fool around. I still have something to take care of. Tian Tian nodded worriedly. You have to come back safely. Chu Tianlin looked at her. I promise. If I can't beat them, I'll run. She immediately threw her arms around him. The students cheered excitedly. I'll wait for you to come back, Tian Tian said before getting into the vehicle. Chu Tianlin watched her receding figure. A student asked Tian Tian, Sister, where is teacher going? Tian Tian proudly replied, To be a hero. Their vehicle drove away. Did your girlfriend abandon you? Chu Tianlin spun around in surprise. Miwuxi was standing in front of him. What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Tianlin's not pet. Who has a girlfriend? I'm single just like you, okay? Then why are you staying behind? She asked. Chu Tianlin sighed. The Special Investigation Bureau asked me to help destroy an assassin organization called Twilight of the Gods. I agreed. Miwuxi was shocked. They want you to act alone? Have those damned officials lost their minds? Sister Mi grabbed his hand. No, you can't agree to this. I'm taking you away. Leave now and refuse them. Chu Tianlin said, It is understandable that they're afraid of causing international disputes. Miwuxi replied, But they can't sacrifice ordinary people who deserve protection. Protecting the people is the responsibility of those in power. Chu Tianlin hesitita. Yeah, you're right. When I first joined the police force, I also hoped I could seek justice for the weak. But you've seen how that turned out. You don't need to shoulder responsibilities that aren't yours. Chu Tianlin spoke softly. Justice isn't any one person's responsibility. It is everyone's belief. We simply pursue it in different ways. If I have the ability, then I will do it. Besides, I won't be doing it alone. Shun Beiying called from the car. Su Feng's private jet has arrived. We can set off now. Chu Tianlin replied, All right, let's go. He waved. I'm leaving then. Sister Mi said, I'm going with you. Chu Tianlin smiled at her. Welcome aboard. Miwuxi had no choice but to drive, which left her rather annoyed. The other two laughed and joked happily. When you see injustice, shout out. When it's time to act, lend a hand. Charge valiantly across the land. Sister Mi said helplessly, I'm starting to regret this. Is this Twilight of the Gods headquarters? The party inside was lively and bustling. Taking another step forward, Chu Tianlin snorted. Socialist capitalism really is rotten. Miwuxi asked, Is the location provided by the Special Investigation Bureau accurate? Their undercover agent had been planted here for several months, Chu Tianlin said as he took off his coat. He was exposed and killed, but before he died, he sent the location in code. It can't be wrong. Chu Tianlin draped his coat over Sister Mi, making her blush slightly. Wear this transforming divine garment and keep watch outside. What divine garment? She asked. Chu Tianlin said, Transform. The coat immediately turned into a green trench coat. Chu Tianlin proudly said, It's bulletproof and warm. Isn't my treasure amazing? Shen Beiying laughed. This outfit really suits Miss Me. I give up. You people are truly vicious. Chu Tianlin patted Beiying on the shoulder. What are you laughing at? Go cover the back entrance. Beiying carried out the order. Chu Tianlin commanded, all right, everyone, take your positions. Let's use this chance to wipe out this den of scum in one go. Sister Me said, turn on your mics and stay in contact. The DJ started the music, and everyone enthusiastically swayed to the beat. Chu Tianlin snatched the microphone. Stop, stop, stop. Sorry for interrupting your dancing. I just have one little question. How many people here are members of Twilight of the Gods? Raise your hands and let me see. Everyone raised their hands. Chu Tianlin leaned over and asked the DJ, hey, are you guys holding an annual party? Then he said pleasantly, that makes this simple. The party continued. Suddenly, a huge explosion rang out. Everyone was blasted off their feet. They cried out in shock. Someone actually dares attack our headquarters? Boss, something's happened. The boss ordered. What are you standing around for? Anyone who isn't dead, charge with me. Hurry. Gun barrels were trained on them. Snipers, they screamed in terror. Sister Me operated the gun and asked, Tianlin, you caused the explosion inside, didn't you? Holding talismans in his hands, Chu Tianlin answered, that's right. None of them can put up a fight. Don't let your guard down. They have reinforcements. At the back entrance, Beiying said, Miss Me, don't be nervous. They're just ordinary people. No matter how many come, they're only here to entertain my master. Chu Tianlin said, Beiying, stop flattering me. What if something really happens to me? Beiying laughed. Well, a few Death Seekers have rushed in over here. As Beiying fired his gun, he said, don't wave toys like these around in front of me. Beiying grabbed the blonde man by the head. The blonde man sneered. Got you. The blonde man's but slammed into another man's face. Chun Bing launched his attack, charging toward the gunman and striking him in the head. The fat man asked, how can you be this strong? Who exactly are you? Chun Bing stood with his arms folded, scared, speechless already. How can Twilight of the Gods have a coward like you? The man flew into a rage. Damn it, I'll beat you to death. Chun Bing sneered. Ha ha, is this brat Twilight of the Gods mascot? Is he here just to make people laugh? Chu Tianlin said, I'm fine over here. How's Bang doing? Coughing came from the other end of the line. Chu Tianlin felt uneasy. Beiying was pinned beneath a fat man's foot. The muscular fat man said, I've loved eating ever since I was little. I'm not too scared to speak. Chu Tianlin repeatedly called out, Beiying, how are you? Rushed footsteps sounded. Chu Tianlin ran desperately. Something must have happened to Beiying. The fat man grabbed Beiying by the head, turned around, and asked, are you his boss? Let him go. Chu Tianlin shouted. The fat man looked delighted. A superpower? He stomped on the ground. The fat man puffed out his chest and received the attack, reveling in the blazing light. The wooden-faced man laughed. Give me more of this. I like it. I really like it. Chu Tianlin was shocked. This man was absorbing his spiritual energy. The fat man's pants split from the strain. He became more muscular and fatter by the second. I'll gladly accept your power. He condensed the power into a dazzling golden sphere like a tiny sun. Now it's my turn to return the favor. Spiritual power shot directly toward Chu Tianlin. Chu Tianlin had not even recovered from his shock. Is this fat man Murong Fu's descendant? How does he know the star-shifting art? He was forced several steps back, his face full of frustration. He caught this spiritual blast with his hand. Chu Tianlin redirected the energy straight into the sky. The beam soared upward, as though setting off fireworks over the city. The wooden-faced man shouted, this power is amazing. Hurry up and keep hitting me. Chu Tianlin thought, no wonder Beiying lost him. Using spiritual energy against him will only make him stronger. Chu Tianlin grabbed the man's arm with one hand and threw a powerful punch with the other. The blow landed squarely on the fat man's round face. The fat man staggered. Chu Tianlin slammed him to the ground, but he was not finished. He kicked the fat man, sending him flying through a wall. Chu Tianlin thought, I can't keep wasting time with him. The fat man stood back up and looked at Chu Tianlin. Ha, it's been a long time since I met such a powerful opponent. The fat man was about to continue when he suddenly froze. The barrier appeared again. Another explosion rang out. Chu Tianlin grabbed Beiying and leaped outside. Wuxi, get the car ready. Beiying is injured. He has a disease-banishing protective talisman, but if he isn't treated in time, his life could be in danger. Sister Me replied, all right, I'll. Her eyes widened. What is that? She screamed. Tianlin, watch out behind you. There's a ball. Chu Tianlin turned around. My God, a meatball. The fat man jumped down. What do you think you're running? I haven't had enough fun yet. Chu Tianlin was utterly stunned. The fat man was completely unharmed. Where had that terrifying attack even hit him? Sister Me shouted, Tianlin, take him and go first. I'll hold it back. The fat man said irritably, annoying flies. He raised his face. Watch me breathe fire. The fat man spewed flames. Chu Tianlin was alarmed. He really breathed fire. He wondered. The two fire talismans were absorbed. Can spiritual power block it? The fat man appeared again, noticeably slimmer. Didn't expect that, did you? Chu Tianlin was horrified. What is this? That's completely unfair. The fat man said, I have plenty more tricks. The fat man knocked both of them rolling to the ground. Sister Me looked toward Tianlin. Chu Tianlin coughed up blood. Damn it, I underestimated his intelligence. He had six-pack abs, but his arms were as huge as sledgehammers. Idiot, you chose not to fight back just to save an underling. A phone rang, and he shouted, Ding ding. Chu Tianlin Lauget. Perfect timing. The fat man said, accept your fate. You can't defeat me. Chu Tianlin confidently replied, is that so? Then it's my turn. He drew his sword. The battle has only just begun. Under the moonlight, Chu Tianlin stood majestically with sword in hand. The fat man stammered. An illusion? Such petty tricks. He charged forward. Chu Tianlin swung his sword. The fat man threw a punch with overwhelming force. Chu Tianlin swung his sword again and again. Then he stopped. Both of them stood still. The fat man dropped to his knees before Chu Tianlin. The reverse sword slashes had cut him into 100 pieces. Blood flowed without end. Trembling, the fat man asked, what is this? Chu Tianlin looked at his sword. You've already fallen for those petty tricks. I've had enough fun. Now you can go meet the king of hell in peace. Chu Tianlin killed the fat man in a single move, without any unnecessary motions. With Twilight of the Gods dealt with, Being gradually recovered. Chu Tianlin scratched his head. Why is Ding Ding unhappy? The little cat sulked. Oomph. Master went fighting without taking Ding Ding along. Ding Ding is unhappy. Chu Tianlin moved closer gently. Don't be mad. Let me show you the WeChat update. The little cat snatched away the phone. I wanted to try this new feature for ages. Chu Tianlin let out a sigh. Was I tricked? The little cat glanced around. Oh, there are rewards in the WeChat game. She grinned happily. Chu Tianlin said, all right then, let's set off for the mission. It was a beautiful sunny day, and the bus was packed. On the bus, the little cat asked, Master, are you all right? Chu Tianlin's face turned pale. Oh no, someone seems to have farted. I'm about to pass out. The little cat asked curiously, why does Master insist on taking the bus? Because buses are crowded, making it easier to act, he answered. Then he felt a hand groping around his back pocket. Chu Tianlin had spotted a pickpocket. A target already? He grabbed that hand. You've got some nerve trying to steal my wallet. It belonged to a sad-eyed little girl. Chu Tianlin shouted, Driver, stop the bus. I'm taking this pickpocket to the police station. Get off. The girl cried, Hey, take it easy. Then she threatened him. I'm telling you, if you don't let go, I won't be nice about it. Chu Tianlin looked at her. Go ahead. Let's see how nasty you can be. The girl said angrily, You forced me to do this. She launched her move, descendant ending kick. She kicked straight at Chu Tianlin's groin. It's her. Chu Tianlin asked, Are you all right? The girl thought, Did I kick an iron ball? With tears welling in her eyes, she said, Sir, I was wrong. I'll give your wallet back. Please let me go. Chu Tianlin took back his wallet. A girl like you, resorting to theft. The girl trembled in pain, wondering why her disguise had been seen through so easily. The little cat suddenly understood. Ah, so she's a girl. Chu Tianlin said helplessly. She could only fool idiots like you. He asked the girl, Tell me, why are you stealing? The girl only thought because. Then she pushed Chu Tianlin. Sir, leave quickly. Chu Tianlin sent someone in the alley. Tianlin realized that the girl was telling him to leave because she was afraid of implicating him. She was not a bad person. A flash of green light streaked forth. Seeing it fly toward her, the girl cried out in fear. Danger! Chu Tianlin's hand caught the silver needle. The needle stopped mere millimeters from the girl's eye. Chu Tianlin examined it. This needle was aimed at your eye. Little girl, it seems your identity is far from ordinary. Chu Tianlin asked again, Tell me, why are you stealing? The girl looked toward the person in the alley. That person said, Assassination target located. Sikongyu. He threw another silver needle. Mission complete. Chu Tianlin caught it just millimeters from the girl's face. The person was shocked. Impossible. Chu Tianlin hurled the silver needle back at the person in the alley. He fell to the ground, his phone dropping beside him. Chu Tianlin hurriedly led the girl away. Come on, quickly. The person's phone rang. Hello, what is it? Speak. He pulled a silver needle out of his forehead and trembled. I failed. Fortunately, I brought the antidote. He swallowed it as blood streamed down his face. Furious, he said, that bastard dared interfere with the Reaper organization's operation. He doesn't know his own limits. I'll make sure he dies without a grave. Chu Tianlin shouted, run. Get out of here. The girl said, no. He saw us. We can't let him live. Chu Tianlin asked, I don't casually take lives. Besides, who is he? Why does he want to kill you? The girl said, I've never met him. He was probably sent by my aunt. Chu Tianlin asked, your aunt? Why does she want to kill you? The girl stopped walking. Chu Tianlin and the little cat did not understand what was happening. Crying, the girl grabbed him. Sir, can you save me? My aunt killed my father to seize the position of family head. You're so strong. Can you help me? Chu Tianlin paused for several seconds before saying, as long as you promise not to steal again, I'll consider it. Really? The girl asked. The girl jumped happily. I, Sikong Yu, swear that as long as you help me return to my family, I guarantee that the entire Sikong family will give up thievery. Chu Tianlin was stunned. My God, so your family has been in this line of work for generations. The phone chimed. The little cat cheered. Master, the first mission is complete. Mission, persuade a bad person to turn over a new leaf. Reward, one fragment of the fierce dragon cauldron. Chu Tianlin thought, this mission feels awfully convenient. Oh well, I'll take it one step at a time. Chu Tianlin looked at the girl. I'll take you somewhere safe. The girl repeatedly thanked him. At the Sikong residence, a voice on the phone reported the target wasn't abandoned. There's an expert beside her. I need support. Sister Ching replied calmly. Understood. Send me your location. She tossed the phone onto the table. With her arms folded, Sister Ching said disdainfully, the Reaper organization is nothing special. Sister Ching's husband said, Sikong Yu is still alive. We absolutely cannot let the family elders find out. Sister Ching said calmly, don't worry, darling. I'll personally send little Yu to reunite with them. In a residence, a man lay collapsed in a pool of blood. Sister Ching said, the head of the Sikong family is dead. From now on, it will be up to the two of us to restore the family's glory. As he wiped his blade, her husband said, don't let your guard down. As long as his daughter is alive, we have not won completely. A soldier reported to Sister Ching, the elders have suddenly gone to the ancestral hall. I'll go see them. You stay here and clean this up. Search for Sikong Yu while you're at it. Deal with her immediately once you find her. The soldiers acknowledged the order and dragged away the body. A crack in the ceiling had left an opening, and a pair of eyes was watching through it. Sikong Yu was peering down through the gap, struggling to hold back her tears. Sobbing, she said, I'm so useless. I could only watch father die right before my eyes. Chu Tianlin comforted her. It's not your fault. Your aunt is the one who is too cruel. The girl said firmly, I will avenge my father. Sistemi said, you're still young. Leave this to the adults. I'll arrange for someone to take you somewhere safe. Something flashed through the forest, making the leaves rustle. A man carrying a weapon leaped onto the car. Chu Tianlin shielded the girl's head. Watch out. A blade stabbed into the car. Chu Tianlin cried out, damn it. Sistemi told them to stay seated, then sharply turned the car, causing the man to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Their car came to an abrupt stop. The three of them got out, and Chu Tianlin said they caught up fast. For masked, armed men stood before them. One said, we only want Sikong Yu. Hand her over if you want to live. Rolling his wrist, Chu Tianlin said, I need to stretch a little too. There's no point reasoning with lackeys. Sister Ching arrived, escorted respectfully by soldiers. Sikong Yu, have you seen enough? Sikong Yu said angrily, Sikong Qinghua, a vicious woman like you think she deserves to be family head? Wiping away tears, Sikong Qinghua said, little Yu, you misunderstand me. I learned that they had kidnapped you, so I came to rescue you. They all spat in disgust. Chu Tianlin said, with your character, I certainly can't hand her over to you. I have already reported the Sikong murder case to the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Just wait and see. Sikong Qinghua's expression changed. So you already know everything. Then there is no reason to let you live. She ordered them to attack. Chu Tianlin snapped. You overestimate yourselves. He unleashed his power and sent several soldiers flying with a single move. Sikong Qinghua asked her husband, can we win? He hesitated. His internal energy is too powerful. Sikong Qinghua's husband said, even an internal martial arts master is useless once his energy is suppressed. He viciously attacked his own soldiers. Chu Tianlin said in surprise, damn it, he's even using hidden weapons on his own men. Her husband attacked from behind. Sikong Yu worriedly called out, "Be careful, uncle." Sister Mi merely smiled. "He'll be fine." Chu Tianlin released his energy, and his feet gradually lifted off the ground. Sister Qing's husband said, "Is that the iron cloth shirt?" Chu Tianlin replied, "I also have the golden bell shield." He activated his power and shot a rope toward his opponent. The rope tightly bound Sikong, Qinghua's husband, who trembled in pain. "My body is bound." Chu Tianlin stepped forward and gathered strength in his fist. He kicked the man, forcing him to his knees. Grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up, Chu Tianlin said, "I'm not killing you today because someone has sworn to kill you with her own hands." Sikong Yu stared at him with hatred. Chu Tianlin threw him back. "Wash your neck and wait for death." Sikong Qinghua rushed to her husband and asked, "How are you? Can you still hold on, or should we retreat?" Her husband answered. Sikong Qinghua glanced at him. "Fine, I'll take you home." She drew her sword and stabbed her husband through the body. Chu Tianlin and Sikong Yu were both stunned, as was Sister Mi. Her husband could not believe it. Sikong Qinghua sneered. "Thank you for helping me all these years. Don't worry, I'll soon send your family down to join you." Trembling, he spoke his final words. "You truly are a vicious woman." Sikong Yu shouted. "You even killed your own husband. Have you gone mad?" Turning around, Sikong Qinghua said, "A political marriage is merely for show. There was never any affection between us." Blushing, she added, "I like strong men like Brother Chu." Chu Tianlin's face turned pale. "Don't call me that, old hag. I'm younger than you." The women also said, disgusting. Sikong Qinghua proposed, "As long as you agree to be my lover, I'll give you the position of family head." "What do you say? If you prefer younger girls, I can give Little Yu to you in marriage." Two women serving one man is not impossible. Chu Tianlin looked helplessly at Miyushi. She really is a shameless woman. Sikong Qinghua grabbed her hand and said, "I only want what I want." "What is wrong with that?" Sister Qing shook off Miyushi's hand. "Don't use moral standards to restrain me." Supporting Sister Mi, Chu Tianlin said, "Forget it. Hitting someone like her would only dirty your hands." Sikong Qinghua stepped toward Chu Tianlin. He shouted angrily, "Get lost." Her face twisted. Sikong Qinghua fell beside her husband, utterly terrified by his bloodied face. Their car drove away under Sikong Qinghua's gaze. Sikong Yu asked Sikong Qinghua, "Was all this worth it?" She smiled. "As long as I gain power, any number of sacrifices is worth it. Besides, my plan has only just begun." Zhou called, and Sikong Qinghua began acting. In anguish, she said, "Hello, father." "Aye, he has been killed." Zhou roared, "What? Who killed my son?" Sikong Qinghua replied, "Sikong Yu and her boyfriend." Zhou said furiously, "Find them. Make them pay for my son's life." The scene shifted to a restaurant. Sikong Yu was wolfing down a hamburger. Chu Tianlin reminded her, "Eat slowly. No one is going to take it from you." Sister Bai added, "If it isn't enough, we can order more." Sister Mi turned to Chu Tianlin. "Any news from the bureau?" He replied, "Divine Dragon said they have begun a secret investigation." He also suggested handing the girl over to them for witness protection. Sikong Yu said, "I'm not going anywhere. I want to stay with Uncle." She grabbed Chu Tianlin's hand. "I won't just sit around doing nothing. I'll wash clothes and cook for you. Please, I beg you. You're the only one I trust now." He answered, all right. The grease on your hands is getting all over my clothes." Wiping his hands, Chu Tianlin said, "I already spoke with Divine Dragon. Until they catch Sikong Qinghua, I'll protect you. Also, stop calling me uncle. I'm not that old." Sikong Yu said happily, "You treat me so well. Can I accept you as my godfather?" "Thank you, godfather." Chu Tianlin responded helplessly, "Is there no more normal way for you to address me?" Sister Mi laughed. Isn't being a father better?" Footsteps shattered the glass as Zhou arrived with his men. Sikong Yu cried out, "Head of the Zhou family." Holding a chicken leg, Chu Tianlin asked, "Who is that?" Sikong Yu replied, "My aunt's father-in-law." Zhou drew his sword, sending the surrounding diners fleeing in panic. "You led people to kill my son. You will pay for his life." Chu Tianlin looked at him and threw the chicken leg like a hidden weapon. Zhou became even more enraged. "A chicken wing? You brat! How dare you insult me?" Zhou slashed the chicken wing in half with his sword. His subordinates caught him. He thought to himself, how can a mere chicken wing contain such powerful internal energy? Chu Tianlin stood up. "Fine, come on. Do you believe I can beat you to death with a chicken leg?" Zhou was shocked. This brat's power was at least 3 times his own, but he seemed to have something wrong with his head. Zhou ordered, "Capture him. Go kill those 2 women." His men acknowledged the order. Chu Tianlin threw fried chicken, and 2 chicken legs knocked 2 subordinates flat onto their backs. Chu Tianlin said smugly, "Did you think I wouldn't hear you just because you spoke quietly?" Old Zhou stared at his fallen men, unable to understand what had happened. Chu Tianlin leaned close to his ear and said, "Believe it or not, I did not kill your son." Zhou Run replied, "If you are truly innocent, let me go back and investigate properly." Chu Tianlin said, "Your cowardice is quite remarkable. Fine, I'll let you go. So don't betray my goodwill." Chu Tianlin warned him. Zhou Ren frowned and ordered his subordinates to retreat. Sister Mi said, "They will definitely cause more trouble." Chu Tianlin agreed. "I think so too." Chu Tianlin removed the talisman from his hand. "The longer the night, the more trouble there is. We might as well cripple him." Zhou Ren said, "Damn it, never in my life have I suffered such humiliation." He said angrily, "If I do not kill that brat, I swear I am not human." He clutched the hand he had just slammed on the table, writhing in pain. One subordinate thought, with his internal energy, this table should have shattered. What's going on? Another said in horror, "Oh no, where has my internal energy gone? I can't circulate it anymore." Zhou Run realized, could I have lost my internal energy as well? Old Zhou raged. "That brat named Chu, what did you do to us?" He invoked the energy sealing talisman. A subordinate said, "Master, don't worry. The battle earlier must have exhausted too much of our internal energy. I'll go buy some water. Maybe we'll recover after drinking it." The old man shouted, "Then hurry up." "Yes, master. Please wait a moment." The disciple revealed a sinister smile. In a mountain villa, Chu Tianlin was frying eggs. He hummed cheerfully as he cooked. Sister Mi called out, "Are you making breakfast?" He replied, "Yes." "Call little you down to eat." Sikong Yu was already seated in the room, smelling the delicious food. With sparkling eyes, she looked at Sister Mi. "Sister Yushi, you're so lucky to have found a boyfriend like my godfather." Both of them said together, "Don't talk nonsense." Sikong Yu muttered, "Strange. You two look perfect together." Chu Tianlin lightly flicked her forehead. "Stop saying nonsense and eat." "Yes, godmother." He continued, "Don't call me that." Someone repeatedly rang the doorbell outside. Miyushi said, "What a racket. We have visitors." Chu Tianlin guessed it was Divine Dragon. He's the only one I gave this address to. As soon as the door opened, the captain of the Special Investigation Bureau said, "This place was hard to find. It truly is a good hiding place." Chu Tianlin invited him in, but he said, "No need. I came to report something. Zhou Run, the head of the Zhou family whom you mentioned last night, is dead." Chu Tianlin was shocked. "What?" The captain continued. "He was tortured before his death. The killer was extremely cruel." Chu Tianlin replied, "I didn't expect someone to take advantage of me, sealing his internal energy with the energy sealing talisman, and kill him." At a park, the two had arrived at the scene. The Special Investigation Bureau captain said, "We suspect that it was done by an enemy." His 2 disciples were also killed by poison. Chu Tianlin asked, "Zhou Ren brought 3 disciples with him last night. Where's the other one?" He answered, "He is missing. His name is Chun Yuan, and he is currently the prime suspect." Chu Tianlin speculated, perhaps Sikong Qinghua ordered Chun Yuan to do it. She killed Zhou Ren's son, so she may well be trying to eliminate them all. The captain suggested, "There is not enough evidence to arrest Sikong Qinghua yet. If necessary, I can send people to protect Sikong Yu." Chu Tianlin Dekelin, "Thank you, but we have enough people for now." Back home, the cat girl felt very displeased. "I feel like a maid." Sister Mi called Sikong Yu downstairs to eat fruit. Sikong Yu was wiping away tears, and Sister Mi asked, "What is it, little Yu?" The girl replied blankly, "Oh, nothing. I just miss my parents." Sister Mi comforted her. "If you want to cry, then cry. I'm here with you." The cat girl said happily, "Miss Mi is so gentle. She's a perfect match for Master." The door suddenly shattered into countless pieces of glass. Amid the chaos, the cat girl saw a black sphere fly toward the 2 women, stop before them, and release gas. "Miyuksi ugid sikongyu. Get down." The cat girl rushed over. "Are you 2 all right?" Looking worriedly at them, she lightly touched them. "It seems they have only been knocked unconscious." A voice came from outside. "Quick, find Sikong Yu." The cat girl muttered, "I didn't expect the bad guys to arrive so quickly." She said resolutely, "Don't worry, Master. Ding Ding will protect them." In a living room, members of the Reaper organization were speaking. Sikong Qinghua paid a high price to kill this girl. "That's right. Our Reaper organization charges by the hour." Their leader said, "Shut up and get to work. Search every corner. The moment you find a target, kill her immediately." "Yes, boss," a disciple answered. The boss suddenly shivered. Why did it suddenly get so cold? Ding Ding gave a sinister smile. Perish. The man grew colder and colder, while a blue glow seemed to seep entirely into his body. He cried out and fell to the floor. The others surrounded their boss, and one of them said, "Everyone be careful. Someone may be ambushing us." Another refused to believe it. Impossible. Chu was clearly gone out. He couldn't have returned so quickly. Checking the boss's pressure points, the man stammered, "B-boss is dead." One man drew his blade, then stabbed his companion. One of them shouted, "Third brother, have you gone mad?" The swordsman said, "I didn't mean to. I can't control myself." Ding Ding controlled the body of the stabbed disciple. With excitement written across her face, she raised a strand of thread. The disciple holding the blade warned his companion, "I'm not lying. Run." His companion cursed, "Bastard, are you rebelling?" The companion killed him with a slash. He collapsed. The companion said, "You dared betray the organization and murder your brother." Clutching his neck, the man said, "I was framed." Ding Ding appeared behind him, startling him. She said, "He was framed. I can testify to that." The man asked, "Who's there?" He slashed at Ding Ding, cutting her body in half. Ding Ding said angrily, "Bastard, how dare you attack a girl?" Terrified, he said, "A ghost, a ghost." Ding Ding's body instantly returned to normal, as though she had felt no pain. Just as he tried to run, she passed through his body. "But I'm still very angry." He fell to his knees, screaming in agony. Ding Ding said, "The karmic flames are burning so fiercely. It seems he has committed far too many sins." His hands trembled as the disciple cried for help and begged. Ding Ding said, "This is your retribution. Sooner or later, you would have had to repay it. Be a good person in your next life." Chu Tianlin pushed open the door. "Is everyone all right?" He looked at the scene before him in surprise. Ding Ding was carrying a man over her shoulder and happily greeted her master. Chu Tianlin praised her. "Well done, Ding Ding. Good thing you stayed behind to watch the house. Are Yushi and Liu Yu all right?" Ding Ding replied, "Don't worry, master. They're only unconscious. It is nothing serious. But why did you return so quickly?" Chu Tianlin looked at his phone. "I received a notice that the mission was complete. I knew you were handling them, so I hurried back to check." Ding Ding immediately threw the man down. "Wow, I helped Master complete the mission. But why can what I do help Master complete his mission?" Chu Tianlin explained, "You carry my spiritual energy within you. Essentially, we are symbiotic." Ding Ding blushed after hearing that. Imagining Chu Tianlin wearing a dress, she shyly said, "That's a little hard to believe." Chu Tianlin had no idea what she was thinking. Ding Ding waved her hands. No, it's nothing." "So, Master, what should we do now?" Chu Tianlin said, "Sikong Qinghua has repeatedly caused us trouble. It is time we return the favor. I want to pay a visit to the Sikong residence." Ding Ding agreed. At the Sikong residence, Qinghua addressed the elders. "Elders, I invited you here today to announce something." She wept as she spoke. "Last night, my father-in-law, Zhou Run, the head of the Zhou family, was killed by Chu." Everyone gasped. How could this happen? That man Chu kidnapped little Yu, then killed both father and son of the Zhou family. He truly has no regard for our two great families. Sikong Qinghua continued, "Now, I'm the only one left of the Sikong and Zhou families. I hope all you senior uncles will support me in unifying the two families and gathering our strength to track down that man surnamed Su and take revenge." The two elders consulted one another. "But he is so powerful. He may be an expert from some sect. If so, we should take our time with revenge." Sikong Qinghua thought to herself, "These useless old fools cannot be relied upon to help me swallow up the Zhou residents." Ding Ding sneered. "Looks like this wicked woman is not very popular, either." Ding Ding rushed down. "Then this will be easy." Ding Ding moved close to her. The two elders spoke at the Sikong residence. "There is no need for us to interfere in the Zhou family's affairs." "That's right. What matters now is finding out the truth behind the Su family head's death." One elder suggested, "Qinghua, let us discuss this." She gave a cold laugh. "Discuss my ass." The old man beside him shouted, "Qinghua, what are you doing?" She looked at him. Sikong Qinghua grabbed him by the throat and flung him away. "Let me be blunt. Your family head, Sikong Qingming, was killed by Zhou, Yi, and me." An elder said, You actually dared to lay hands on your own biological brother." Several disciples asked each other in panic, "Why would Sister Qing say that?" Another replied, "I don't know." The elder ordered, "Seize her. Avenge the family head." Qinghua's people stood in front of her. "Sister Qing, this wasn't part of the plan." Sikong Qinghua struck him. "Get lost." He froze in shock. Qinghua's disciples said, "What's wrong, Sister Qing?" We support you. She brushed him off without concern. Someone has to die. The disciples opposite them whispered among themselves. What is wrong with her? Not only did she confess, she even attacked her own people. She must be trying to save herself. The elders' disciples charged forward. What are you waiting for? Everyone attack. Sikong Qinghua suddenly fell to her knees. The disciples tied them up, while the elders still could not understand why she had knelt. Only then did Ding Ding appear. Hee, the game is over. Sikong Qinghua was startled. Huh? What are you doing? Let me go. They threatened, walk quietly. The two elders cursed Sikong Qinghua. You disgrace. You murdered your own brother and dared to behave outrageously in the ancestral hall. Lock her in the confinement chamber and await trial. Sikong Qinghua cried out, I'm innocent. I was framed. Ding Ding folded her arms. Mission accomplished. Back at Chu Tianlin's home, he happily said, Sikong Qinghua has been arrested. Chu Tianlin patted Ding Ding on the shoulder. Our Ding Ding is amazing. You worked hard. Ding Ding eagerly said, Master, give me more missions in the future so I can show what I can do. Chu Tianlin immediately agreed. Ding Ding said, There's one more thing, Master. When I entered Sikong Qinghua's mind for you, I discovered one of her memories. She made a deal with an organization called Reaper. The two sides are working together on a huge conspiracy. Oh, and that masked man belongs to that organization. She recognized him. Chu Tianlin replied, Is that so? It seems the Sikong family alone is no longer enough to satisfy her ambition. In a sealed room, a girl said to Sikong Qinghua, Time to eat. A guard asked, Hold on, which sect are you a disciple of? Why have I never seen you before? The girl smiled. Me? I belong to the Reaper organization. Sounds of fighting rang out. The door was blasted open. Sikong Qinghua sat inside. Looking up, she said, You finally came. A brilliant smile spread across her lips. Sikong Qinghua, our boss wants to see you. She rose to her feet. Take me there. At the Sikong family ancestral hall, the two elders shouted upon receiving the news. What? Qinghua escaped? We must send people to capture her. The other elders said, No, we cannot panic now. We must choose a new family head to restore order to the family. That elder thought to himself, Old man, I can see you have been plotting this for a long time. I'm not dead yet. Sikong, you stepped forward. Great elder, can you no longer sit still and wait to seize the position? The two elders turned around in astonishment to look at Sikong Yu. Chu Tianlin spoke up. A child should inherit their parents' legacy. The position of family head should belong to Sikong Yu. You two need not concern yourselves with it. Sikong Yu corrected him. A daughter inherits her father's legacy. One elder stammered, This. The other asked, Who are you? What does the Sikong family's business have to do with you? Chu Tianlin Sumai, standing in front of Sikong Yu, he said, This is something I, Su, must involve myself in. The two elders frowned. He is the man surnamed Su whom Sikong Qinghua mentioned. The Zhou family head was effortlessly defeated by this young man. The two exchanged glances. Such a genius must be a carefully groomed descendant of some hidden great clan. A minor sect like ours absolutely cannot afford to offend him. Chu Tianlin asked, You two elders are dissatisfied? Think about what happened to the Zhou father and son. The two elders lowered their heads. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. Chu Tianlin Pondo Silenti. These two old bullies were actually this afraid of him. Chu Tianlin looked at Sikong Yu. I recognize only Sikong Yu as the new family head. She was moved to tears. Foster father. Sister Mi said, The Mi family of Dao province fully supports the Sikong family's new head as well. The two elders felt as if they had struck gold. The wealthy Mi family of Dao province? Even a Mi family supports her. Her background is certainly extraordinary. One elder waved his hand. Ha, little brother, you are truly remarkable. You must be a core disciple of a renowned major sect. May we ask your identity, so that we may visit personally and thank you for protecting our family head? Chu Tianlin thought. I thought they had been cowed by my presence, so they want to curry favor with the force behind me. Chu Tianlin waved his hand. Forget it. We always keep a low profile. Knowing too much would not be good for you elders. The elder laughed. Good. Chu Tianlin patted Sikong Yu on the shoulder. Now it is your turn to make your position clear. Be firm. Sikong Yu replied, Foster father, so you have such powerful backing. Chu Tianlin confidently said, Of course. Private tutoring is also an honorable profession. A people's teacher teaching private classes, he added under his breath. Sikong Yu asked suspiciously. So you were just making things up earlier? Chu Tianlin nudged her. That is not important. Hurry and make your inauguration declaration. Don't let my performance go to waste. Sikong Yu looked at the two elders. Taking a deep breath, she said, I will protect the Sikong family. Do you understand? The two elders trembled. We understand. We understand. They bowed to the three of them. Sister Mi whistled. It's done. Well done, Chu Tianlin. Sikong Yu rejoiced inwardly. I have finally returned. Everyone shouted in unison. Welcome back, family head. On a clear day, amid majestic mountain scenery, there was a shop at the foot of the mountain. Sikong Yu waved a flag. Next, I will take everyone to visit the Sikong family's cultivation grounds, which are also our family's sacred site of worship. This place has never been open to outsiders. Mi Yushi and Chu Tianlin looked up. It did not seem particularly special. Sikong Yu turned around. We're here. Chu Tianlin observed. There are so many frightening slogans engraved outside. I thought there would be some kind of secret realm inside. Sister Mi asked. Have you really not noticed it yet? Chu Tianlin was confused. Notice what? The air here is so heavy that even breathing is difficult, Mi Yushi said with a sigh. Every step feels as though someone is pulling me back. Chu Tianlin hopped about as he spoke. Really? I feel perfectly comfortable. Sister Mi helplessly said, I forgot that you are not an ordinary person. Sikong Yu smiled. Sister's right. The gravity and air pressure here are much greater than outside. It is ideal for training lightness skills, movement techniques, and internal breathing cultivation. For someone as powerful as Foster Father, this little gravity is nothing. Tianlin danced about wildly. So that is how it is. Then why did you build a statue of a heavenly king here? Sister Mi cautiously said, Could you please stop jumping? Sikong Yu said, That is said to be the ancestor of the Sikong clan. Chu Tianlin was astonished. Your ancestor is the heavenly king who hears all. Sikong Yu hurriedly denied it. No, I mean the one standing to the heavenly king's left. The little mouse, she said. Chu Tianlin gazed into the distance. Are you sure you have not mistaken your ancestor? Mi Yushi fell silent. Sikong Yu continued, It is said that when our mouse ancestor searched the mortal world for treasures, he transformed into a human and left behind our bloodline. That is why our family has always made a living through thievery. Put nicely, it is inheriting the family trade. I suppose this is only a legend, but do not worry. Now that I am family head, I will lead the clan onto the righteous path from now on. Sister Mi happily said, That is good. Chu Tianlin wondered, The WeChat mission led me to Little Yu. Little Yu's ancestor was a treasure-seeking mouse. That mouse was an immortal. The mission was issued by an immortal. Could this entire chain of events really be a coincidence? A jumble of sounds came from the stone statue. Chu Tianlin took out a talisman. Oh my god, the stone statue has manifested. Sikong Yu pointed at a loudspeaker. I think the sound is coming from there. Sikong Yu, how dare you disrespect your ancestor and bring outsiders into the sacred site? An elder said, Even as family head, you may not break the rules. The elder beside him whispered, That's right. If anyone is to give them a tour, it should be us. Why is she flattering those two? Sikong Yu covered her ears. It's fine. Ignore that stubborn old man. A voice came from the other side. Who are you? Run. The three of them were stunned. Hey, can you hear me? Qinghua spoke. Sikong Yu shouted, It's Sikong Qinghua. What did you do to the elders? She replied, If you want to know what happened, go down and ask them yourselves. Qinghua gave the order to activate it. The stone gates of the training grounds closed. Sikong Yu anxiously said, Oh no. She shut the stone gates. We cannot get out now. Chu Tianlin asked, You said this is your family's worship site. You did not bury your ancestors' ashes here, did you? Sikong Yu waved her hand and laughed. Haha, don't overthink the details. Gravity still weighed heavily on Sister Mi's legs. Sikong Qinghua filed her nails as she said, Let's see where you can run this time. A member of the Reaper organization said, Black-clad envoy, it seems those who would prevent you from becoming family head are not all dead yet. She replied, Only those three remain. I can handle them myself. The masked man said, Now that the overall situation is settled, what about the item you promised us? The Sikong family relic, the fierce dragon cauldron? Qinghua stood up. Do not worry, envoy. You have helped me so much. Never mind a broken old cauldron, even if you wanted me. Sikong Qinghua stepped closer to him. He turned away. I do not have that much patience. You had better hand over the fierce dragon cauldron quickly. Otherwise, there is no point in letting you live. Sikong Qinghua replied, understood. Once I deal with these nuisances, I will immediately offer the treasure to you. Qinghua looked at the monitor. The Reaper organization is interested in this legendary object as well. It seems the fierce dragon cauldron truly exists. If it belongs to the Sikong clan, then it belongs to me. A sinister expression crossed her face. No one is taking it from me. The screen displayed a self-destruct system warning. Alarms blared within the stone cavern. Sikong Yu said, the self-destruct system has activated. A hole opened in the ceiling, and black liquid poured down. Chu Tianlin shouted, it's gasoline. He used his ability to form a protective barrier. Stay close to me. The ability kept the gasoline outside. The gasoline continued pouring in and gradually caught fire. The flames surged up. The three stood watching as more gasoline poured down. The more gasoline fell, the fiercer the flames became. Fire reached the opening through which the gasoline was pouring. Outside their protective sphere, flames spread everywhere. What about foster father? Is foster father still alive? He replied, do not worry. With me here, even the king of hell would not dare drag you down. Mi Yushi said, with the fire burning this fiercely, we will soon run out of oxygen. We have to get out quickly. I'll break down the door. He looked at her as the flames flared again. Chu Tianlin asked, why is there a second tremor? Sikong Yu said, father once said that it would not be over until the entire mountain had been leveled. Chu Tianlin cautiously said, whether it is killing or burying people, their system is very thorough. I wonder if I can withstand it this time. It was not only the fire. Rocks began falling from the mountain. Outside, the mountain gradually collapsed as huge boulders crashed down. A ray of light appeared. Chu Tianlin took out a talisman, making it glow. Sikong Qinghua said, isn't this just digging up our ancestors' graves? Mi Yushi said, fortunately, little you brought us into this secret chamber. Otherwise, we would surely have been buried alive. Sikong Yu sat down. This is where the sect master undergoes secluded cultivation. Let's rest a while and go out once it is quiet outside. Something fell on Chu Tianlin's head as he spoke. Fine by me. He shouted, damn it, there are mechanisms in here, too. A pair of black and white dragons appeared. Am I dreaming? He said. Ink sprayed across his face. Awake now. Sikong Yu tiredly said, foster father, stop joking around. Who would install traps where they meditate? Mi Yushi was baffled. What nonsense are you talking about now? Chu Tianlin turned toward them, the talisman's light dazzling. Sikong Yu asked, what are you doing, foster father? Chu Tianlin pointed upward for them to see. Sikong Yu cried out in astonishment. Oh my god, when did these two dragons get here? Mi Yushi looked around. They really are dragons. Chu Tianlin replied, don't ask. The black dragon excitedly said, I never expected that after thousands of years, people would still be able to see us. These little ones are cultivators. Perfect nourishment for this old man. Chu Tianlin raised his hand. Hey, dragon brother, I understand that you crave me, but could you at least tell me why you are in the Sikong clan's secret chamber first? The white dragon angrily said, this Sikong clan is the dwelling place of my fierce dragon cauldron. They stood dumbfounded. Are you saying this cave is my family's inherited treasure? Chu Tianlin asked. The fierce dragon cauldron is our family's heirloom, she replied. That is right, but like the story of our ancestor, it has only been a legend. The black dragon furiously said, Humph, what dwelling place? It is clearly a cage that imprisoned us. That hateful, treasure-seeking mouse, wanting to spare his descendants from disaster, destroyed the fierce dragon cauldron and trapped us here. He set up an altar and exhausted all his magical power to protect more than 30 generations of the Sikong clan. Today, our power has run dry, and we can no longer ward off calamity. The Sikong clan is about to suffer the punishment of heaven. A great disaster is imminent. Sikong, you still could not believe it. How can this be? Is everything my family is going through the karmic consequence of sins committed by our ancestor long ago? Mi Yushi comforted little you. Chu Tianlin thought, If that is the case, there's an 89% chance that this WeChat mission was issued by that treasure-seeking mouse. He wants to atone for his sins. Chu Tianlin asked, Dragon Brothers, is there any way to save the Seikon clan's fate? The dragon laughed. This is the natural order. The Seikon clan's decline is destined. Who would dare defy heaven? Chu Tianlin proposed. Then if I lift the seal on you too, could that accumulate some good karma for the Seikon clan and help them avoid this calamity? The white dragon asked. The fierce dragon cauldron was destroyed and left us trapped here. What can you possibly do? Chu Tianlin took out the fierce dragon cauldron. As it happens, I have 2 fragments of the fierce dragon cauldron. The 2 dragons examined them. They are indeed fragments of the fierce dragon cauldron. Chu Tianlin raised the 2 fragments. They flew up and fitted into 2 holes in the earthen wall. The dirt and stone gradually changed color, becoming a magnificent golden wall covered in patterns. Unfortunately, 1 fragment is still missing, said the black dragon. Chu Tianlin summoned his power, and the brilliant light made Seikon Yu and me Yushi squint. Chu Tianlin replied, I will become the 3rd fragment. The white dragon said contemptuously, with your level of cultivation, even if you can merge with the cauldron, at most you can merely restore the missing portion. Chu Tianlin replied, I'm not about to use my own flesh to patch this cauldron. The formation outside has collapsed. I'll stabilize 2 points to keep the 2 of you from weakening further. I can channel spiritual energy into you and restore your magical power, allowing you to forcibly break the seal. They said, then let's give it a try. But our magical power has already weakened to this extent. We don't know how much his spiritual energy can restore. Seikon Yu asked, Sister, why does Chu Tianlin have a fragment of my family's treasure? And he can even talk to dragons. Is Chu Tianlin an immortal? No, he's just a fool who likes showing off his strength and talent. Chu Tianlin summoned his energy, channeling spiritual energy into the 2 dragons. The dragon said comfortably, such pure spiritual energy. Yes, it feels wonderful, so refreshing. Chu Tianlin said irritably, stop enjoying yourselves and try breaking the seal. The 2 dragons circulated their energy, and the black dragon struggled with all its might. Chu Tianlin said, it's working. The black dragon said, Friend, although your spiritual energy has a foundation in cultivation and can help restore a magical power, it is still but a drop in the ocean against this mountain seal. Chu Tianlin took out another item. These 3 essence pills should help me hold on a little longer. He tossed the 3 pills into his mouth, and his gaze changed. Chu Tianlin steeled his resolve once more. Misisi warned, hurry and fall back. Seikon Yu said, what kind of medicine did my foster father take? It's so powerful. Seikon Yu encouraged him. It looks like it's about to work. Keep going, foster father. Misisi worriedly said, Tianlin says he can't bear to sacrifice himself, but what he's doing now is risking his life. Chu Tianlin bled as he channeled spiritual energy, while the white and black dragons absorbed it without pause. Chu Tianlin's output grew stronger and stronger. The black dragon said, Friend, can you still endure? If not, withdraw your power. You don't need to risk your life for us. Chu Tianlin said, Pa, I've held on this long, and now you're telling me to give up? Give it everything you've got. Whoever gives up is a coward. Chu Tianlin collapsed from exhaustion. Seikon Yu and Misisi caught him. The 2 dragon brothers said to each other, we truly underestimated this kid. His passionate, loyal nature is far better than those people in the heavens. The dragons said heartily, it has been a long time since this old man met a youngster so much to his liking. Today we'll risk it all. Even if we exhaust ourselves to death, it will be a kind of release. They exerted their power together. The earth shook and the mountains trembled, frightening the rabbits into scattering. A small jar flew out from the mountain. Misisi asked Chu Tianlin, how are you? Chu Tianlin's face was pale. I feel like I've been completely drained. She said, do you have any medicine left? Take 2 more pills to replenish yourself. He replied, no more. Don't worry. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Where are the 2 dragon brothers? Seikon Yu picked it up. They're here, foster father. The 2 dragons poked their heads out. The kid is still fairly alert. Chu Tianlin said, I'm not dead yet. They asked, by the way, friend, who exactly are you? Why do you have a fragment of the fierce dragon cauldron? Chu Tianlin explained. You can think of it this way. Through a relay station, I accept quests from the Immortal board. Once I complete them, I receive rewards, and I can also purchase all kinds of spirit pills and magical treasures from the Immortal store. The two dragons spoke among themselves. He can contact a relay station in the Immortal realm. Old friend, do you remember that treasure map in the Heavenly Record? It mentioned that plan. I remember. It seemed to be some kind of plan. Chu Tianlin thought. Could that be WeChat's true purpose? He immediately asked, tell me, what is that plan? A blade flew toward them. Miss Cece instantly recognized it and shoved the other two down. Miss Cece was struck in the back. She drew her gun and immediately counterattacked, killing two masked men with a single shot. Miss Cece pressed Chu Tianlin's head against her chest. Don't stick your head out, Chu Tianlin said. Did Sikong Qinghua catch up with us that quickly? Hey, you two, hurry and help. Sikong, you said. The two dragons replied, Miss, we cannot help. We just broke the seal and exhausted all our spiritual energy. We are powerless now. Miss Cece thought. They must have seen the fierce dragon cauldron fly out and tracked us here. She is determined to kill us, so she must have brought plenty of people. More people leaped in and attacked Miss Cece from behind. A masked man prepared to stab her with his blade. She looked up at them, and an explosion rang out. Nothing but smoke and dust remained before the masked man. The blade struck a talisman. They exclaimed in shock. A talisman? The talisman activated, and lightning struck the three men directly. Tianlin and the other two hid behind a tree. Sikong, you said admiringly. Foster father is amazing. Miss Cece asked, do you have enough talismans for us to escape? Chu Tianlin said, there are enough, but my reactions are a little slow right now. I'm worried we won't be able to hold out against their guerrilla tactics. Bu Qinghe said, then stop fighting. Let's make peace. The three were all startled. With weapons at the ready, they abruptly turned around. Stay where you are. Anyone who moves will be shot dead. Qinghe and the Reaper organization shouted. Hand over the fierce dragon cauldron, and we won't harm you. Chu Tianlin muttered. Damn it, there are too many of them. Sikong, you took something out and said, this is the fierce dragon cauldron. I can give it to you, but you have to trade something for it. Bu Qinghe said gently, good niece, don't worry. Whatever you want, Annie will grant it. Sikong, you replied, I want your life. Bu Qinghe said, it seems the peace talks have failed. Bu Qinghe ordered, kill her and take back the cauldron. The Reaper organization charged forward, closing in on Sikong Yu. Chu Tianlin swung his magical artifact, and talismans transformed into lightning that surrounded them. Chu Tianlin said, this is a matter of the Sikong family. Outsiders should stay out of it. A masked man attacked from behind. Miss Cece fired a warning shot. Watch out! The bullet struck him. Masked men attacked from every direction. Miss Cece said, you were right. There are too many enemies. We can't hold them off. Don't be afraid. We have reinforcements. Chu Tianlin reassured her. The masked men were flung into the air, and the others panicked. Tingting had arrived to deal with them. She unleashed ribbons of pink silk, eliminating them all. The others had no idea what was happening. What is going on? Are these our people? Bu Qinghe asked fearfully. What's happening? Did they betray us? Tingting said, Master, isn't Tingting's soul control technique impressive? Chu Tianlin praised her. Your background is indeed unbeatable. You truly are my secret weapon. Miss Cece thought, what nonsense are you saying? I'm not yours. Chu Tianlin replied, well, you just keep going. Tingting acknowledged his order. Sikong Yu also rushed into attack. Get out of my way. A hand swung toward her, and Sikong Yu saw it. Qinghua said, are you really that eager to hand that cauldron over to me? Sikong Yu stumbled backward, her face injured. Sikong Yu thought, you hateful old woman. She charged forward. Sikong Yu raised her fist. Old hag, I want your life. Qinghe blocked her force, and Sikong Yu froze. She cried out in pain. Ah, Miss Cece called anxiously, little you, Bu Qinghe kiket Sikong Yu. With such little skill, you dare lose your mind in front of me? Sooner or later, the Sikong family will be ruined in your hands. Qinghe beat the young girl until she was exhausted. Do you think those old men are truly helping you? They only see you as a tool, just as they did me. Qinghe spoke through tears. Sikong Yu replied, I know you hate them for forcing you into a political marriage and ruining your life, but they have already paid back everything they owed you. She raised a spirit bell to attack. Now it's my turn to collect what you owe me. Bu Qinghe stood still. You're so eager to die? Fine, I'll send you to reunite with your family. A gunshot rang out. Bu Qinghe's eyes widened and she fell. Sikong Yu was about to attack, striking Bu Qinghe in the face with the spirit bell. With one powerful blow, Bu Qinghe was knocked down. Sikong Yu wondered, did I win just like that? The gun was still smoking. Chu Tianlin said, didn't little Yu say she wanted to take revenge with her own hands? Why did you interfere? Mi Sisi replied, stop talking so much. Besides, if she cannot endure the nightmare of killing someone close to her, then consider this the cure for it. Two masked men said, the Sikong steward is dead. Forget her. Our mission is only to seize the fierce dragon cauldron. A beam of light shot into the sky. That's the signal to retreat. They all leaped away. Chu Tianlin said, they're leaving in such a hurry. It looks like their operation ran into trouble. Mi Sisi said irritably, they're just leaving like that? Ting Ting declared, brothers, don't let the bad guys escape. Charge! Leaves scattered through the air. A helicopter flew overhead. Shi Jun of the Reaper organization said, Mr. Chu, keep the fierce dragon cauldron for now. I'll come collect it when I have time. Mi Sisi asked who he was. Let's go. Back to headquarters, he said. The helicopter pilot asked Shi Jun, what new mission has the leader calling us back so urgently? Shi Jun replied, there's a major client in the east. If we don't serve them well, they could be even more troublesome than that brat. Chu Tianlin held up a talisman provocatively. Come get it if you have the guts. The three stood before a grave. It was Bu Qinghe's grave. Mi Sisi said, little Yu, let's go down the mountain. Sikong Yu stammered, sister, was what I did right? Mi Sisi asked, are you afraid that you have become like her? Chu Tianlin gently patted the girl. He explained that knowing fear was a good thing, because it proved she still had kindness in her heart. Not killing recklessly was only natural. That was the greatest difference between her and them. He believed this fear would always remind her and help her become a better person. Chu Tianlin crouched down and looked at her. Sikong Yu seemed to understand, and tears streamed down her face. Thank you, foster father, the girl said. Come on, you'll feel better once you cry it out, Mi Sisi said. I never expected you to know how to comfort people. Chu Tianlin confidently replied, of course, I'm that outstanding. Sikong, you held Mi Sisi's hand. And you too, sister. Thank you both for everything you've done for me. Mi Sisi said affectionately, silly girl, why are you being so formal? Chu Tianlin broke the mood. All right, let's head down the mountain. We still need to treat little Yu's injuries. Divine Dragon called out to Chu Tianlin and asked about their injuries. Chu Tianlin replied, we're barely alive. You only showed up after we finished dealing with everything. How are you supposed to serve the people at that speed? Divine Dragon said awkwardly, sorry. We ran into some trouble on our end. I received an emergency order just now, so I arrived late. He carried Chu Tianlin in a princess carry, delighting the other two, who eagerly took pictures. Come on, I'll take you down the mountain for treatment. Hey, brother, I'm not that badly hurt. Put me down. As they headed off together, Divine Dragon carried Sikong Yu on his back and said, the higher-ups have just issued an emergency order. The two Dragon Unit captains are to leave for the front lines immediately. This mission has something to do with you, so I would like to invite you to handle it with us. Chu Tianlin replied, it has something to do with me? Who are we dealing with this time? Divine Dragon said, a group of Japanese Tomb Raiders. More precisely, they specialize in stealing legendary magical treasures. This time, their target is a tomb in Spring City. At 9 Phoenix Jewelry Company in Spring City, 2 days after the crisis was resolved. The secretary said, several major suppliers have arrived at the venue. They're just waiting for you to begin the signing ceremony. Tian ordered, have the driver pick me up. The secretary held up her vibrating phone. President Shun, you have a message. Tian looked at her phone, her expression lighting up with joy. She happily ran off. I have something urgent to do. Go ahead and attend the signing ceremony. I'm leaving first. The secretary tried to stop her, but President Shun, Tian ran to the entrance and called out, Tianlin. Chu Tianlin, dressed smartly in a suit, was already waiting for her. Chu Tianlin said, didn't I say I would wait here until you got off work? Why did you come out yourself? She eagerly replied, you went through so much danger. I was worried and wanted to see whether you were hurt. She thought, why am I talking so incoherently? How embarrassing. Chu Tianlin took her hand. Didn't I call to tell you I was safe? I'm fine, so don't worry about me. She asked, has the matter with Sikong Yu been settled? Chu Tianlin recalled Sikong Yu saying, foster father, you must come visit me often, and replied, yes. Although the Sikong family is in chaos right now, with Wu Xuan and the Special Investigation Bureau helping, They should be able to settle the family matters properly. Tian muttered. Wu Xuan called her miss me last time, yet they have become this close already. Chu Tianlin asked, what are you muttering about? Tian said, oh, I was thinking about where we should eat. Chu Tianlin pointed ahead. Follow me. I know a good place. Today is my college roommate's wedding. I didn't tell you beforehand, so I'm only bringing you now. You're not upset, are you? Tian said shyly. Not at all. It will be nice to enjoy the happy atmosphere together. Chu Tianlin's friend greeted guests. Thank you for coming. Please come in. Zhao Feng recognized his friend. Chu Tianlin, you look pretty handsome today. Zhao Feng laughed. When I asked you to be my best man, you refused. So you want to pick up your girlfriend instead. He continued, you have such a beautiful girlfriend, yet you didn't tell your brothers. Later, you'll have to punish yourself with 3 drinks. Chu Tianlin cheerfully replied, Fine, fine. Someone approached Zhao Feng. Ah, the groom looks so pathetic. I have no idea what Xiao Xiao sees in you. Zhao Feng said, don't come near me today. Another woman walked over. Little sister, stop embarrassing yourself here. Be good and go sit inside, then watch Xiao Xiao marry someone else. The other woman replied, Sister, don't blame me. Zhao Feng is my younger brother. He liked Xiao Xiao for so long, only for you to steal her away from him. So naturally, I have some complaints about you. Zhao Feng smiled awkwardly and said, I understand. We'll still need Sister Rong to host the wedding today. The older sister turned and said, don't worry. Xiao Xiao and I are good sisters. I'll do my very best. I'm going to get my makeup done now. Chu Tianlin found the 2 sisters strange. Zhao Feng could only say helplessly, Li Qiurong is Spring City Television's most famous host. It's already an honor that she agreed to host our wedding. We can't offend her. Tian quietly told Chu Tianlin, I'm going to the restroom. I'll be right back. He said, okay. In the women's restroom, Tian was touching up her makeup. The door opened, and Li Qiurong's drunken younger brother entered. Well, there's actually a beautiful girl in the men's restroom. Tian said, Sir, this is the women's restroom. Please leave. He moved closer and harassed her. Come on, let me have a drink first. Tian cried, don't do this. He poured alcohol over Tian and said, drink it. Terrified, she dodged him and ran outside. Zhao Feng led Chu Tianlin inside. Everyone, look who's here. Everyone was surprised. Chu Tianlin said, long time no see. They whispered among themselves. How many years has it been since graduation? He still looks so unsophisticated. With his family background, no money, no connections, it is already impressive that he can survive in society. Zhao Feng said, come over and sit with everyone. A friend beside him asked, where are you working now, Mr. Chu? I'm still unemployed, he answered. They began whispering again. Did he come to eat for free? Did he even give a wedding gift? Has he paid back the thousands he borrowed from Zhao Feng back then? He dresses like such a country bumpkin. Zhao Feng really does not know whom to invite. Zhao Feng said awkwardly, don't say that. Tianlin paid me back a long time ago. Tianlin, don't take it to heart. They're just joking. Let me go. A panicked cry came from the restroom. Chu Tianlin recognized Tian's voice. He rushed outside. Zhao Feng asked, what's wrong, Tianlin? The others continued mocking him. He must be angry. With such a petty temperament, how could he ever accomplish anything? Tian screamed to the man, let me go. The man angrily raised a bottle of liquor. You bitch, you dare hit me? I'll beat you to death. A hand stopped him. Stop, Chu Tianlin said. The man cried out in pain. Everyone rushed outside. Li Qiurong angrily said, let go of my younger brother. Chu Tianlin threw him aside and said, keep your mad dog under control. Don't let him out to bite people. Li Qiurong helped her younger brother up as he cried out in pain. Chu Tianlin took off his jacket and draped it over Tian, asking, are you all right? Tian said, don't worry, I'm Fine. The guests around them all sneered. A useless man who can't even protect his own woman from suffering. Chu Tianlin probably doesn't know that Sister Rong has lots of friends in the underworld. This wedding is probably ruined. Zhao Feng is really unlucky to have a friend like that. Furious, Li Qiurong made a phone call and ordered, I'm being bullied at the Glorious Hotel. Bring some men over and teach him a lesson. Skin him alive and pull out his tendons. I'm nearby. I'll be there right away. Zhao Feng tried to calm her down. Sister Rong, please don't do this. For Xiao Xiao's and my sake, don't make this any bigger. Li Qiurong raised her voice. Fine, then tell him to chop off his hand as compensation for my brother. At Zhao Feng's wedding in the hotel, Brother Bao demanded, who the hell dared bully my sister Rong? Get out here. Li Qiurong pointed at Chu Tianlin. That's him. Help me chop off his hand. Brother Bao said, all right. Brother Bao recognized him, then turned around and slapped Li Qiurong across the face. What the hell are you doing? Li Qiurong clutched her reddened cheek, unable to understand what was happening. Everyone was confused. What's going on? I have no idea. Brother Bao bowed his head and apologized to Mr. Chu. I've disciplined this troublesome woman on your behalf. Please allow us to leave. Chu Tianlin calmly said. Go ahead. Tian asked, do you know them? Chu Tianlin replied, no, but I can guess whose people they are. Zhao Feng said, Sister Rong, I'll cover your brother's medical expenses. Let's put this matter aside for now. Li Qiurong shouted, not unless he kneels and apologizes. Otherwise, I won't host this wedding anymore. Chu Tianlin said, it's fine, Zhao Feng. I just hired a new host. We don't need to indulge her anymore. Zhao Feng worriedly said, the important thing is that my wife wants a younger host. She won't agree to this. If things go badly, she might divorce me. Oh, the new host is here. Excuse me, who is Mr. Chu Tianlin? We've admired you for a long time. Isn't that by Xiao Xiao, the provincial television station's star host? I heard she's incredibly difficult to hire. Last time, a real estate tycoon offered a fortune and still couldn't get her. Chu Tianlin stepped forward. That's me. Bai Xiaoxiao replied, hello. Chen Baiwen told me everything. Don't worry, leave the wedding hosting to me. Zhao Feng exclaimed in surprise. My God, Tianlin, how did you manage to hire Bai Xiaoxiao? Everyone immediately changed their attitude. Tianlin, you're amazing. You're so humble. You even lied to us and said you were unemployed. Li Qiurong angrily said, damn it. So what if he hired Bai Xiaoxiao? I'm going to ruin this wedding today. No, I need to call the reporters. Li Qiurong's phone rang. By coincidence, it was the station director. She answered it. Hello, director. The voice on the other end said, you're fired. Get back here, pack your things, and get out. Zhao Feng happily said, thank you all for attending our wedding. My wife and I would like to offer everyone a toast. Everyone cheered and congratulated them. Cheers. May you enjoy a lifetime of happiness and have a child soon. Zhao Feng's wife stood beside Li Qiurong and said, Brother Tianlin, my best friend offended you. Please forgive her for Zhao Feng's and my sake. Chu Tianlin replied, it's only a small matter. If the two of you can forgive her for disrupting your wedding, then I have no reason to hold it against her. Li Qiurong clasped her hands and apologized to Chu Tianlin. I was wrong. Please tell my station director not to fire me. What does that have to do with me? I don't even know him. Chu Tianlin spoke Haupa. Li Qiurong dropped to her knees and cried. The director said someone told him I offended Mr. Chu, so he fired me. Please help me. I can't lose this job. The guests murmured among themselves. My God, just who is Tianlin? Without even lifting a finger, he can deal with his enemies. That's what a truly successful person is like. Li Qiurong hugged his leg. Mr. Chu, please. Otherwise, I'll kneel here until you agree. Chu Tianlin said in surprise. All right, I'll call your station director. Chu Tianlin picked up the phone. Hello, my surname is Su. I'm Brother Chen's friend. Yes, the matter has been settled. There's no need to fire her over something so serious. All right. He hung up and turned around. All right, you won't be fired. Li Qiurong joyfully said, thank you, thank you. Zhao Feng added, thank you, Tianlin, for showing us respect. Chu Tianlin took out a car key and handed it to Zhao Feng. This is my wedding gift to you. Thank you for lending me 1,000 yuan when I was in trouble. Zhao Feng stared in disbelief. Why you're giving me a car? An Audi. A guest said, it's outside the hotel. Go take a look later. He borrowed 1,000 and paid it back with a car. Even loan sharks don't make that much. Let's go see it now. Wow, it's the latest Audi model. This car must be worth more than 2 million. Tianlin is so generous to Zhao Feng. Chu Tianlin said, Zhao Feng, we have something to do, so we'll leave first. Zhao Feng replied, oh, all right, go ahead. I'll contact you later. Chu Tianlin sighed. I only came to have a celebratory drink, yet I ended up watching so much farce. What a mess. Tian quietly said, that was unexpected, but she pointed to the hand he had placed on her shoulder. Can you explain what this means? Chu Tianlin filled oh no, I just naturally put my arm around you. He raised both hands. Well, they all thought you were my girlfriend, so I got too absorbed in the act. Tian looked at him tenderly. Oh, is that all? Chu Tianlin awkwardly said, I'd like to know too. Chu Tianlin swallowed and looked directly at Tian. Would you be willing to? A car drove up and someone inside shouted at Chu Tianlin. Chi Luo said, something happened. The target crossed the border into Spring City. We've lost many men. We need to get to the ancient tomb site immediately. Get in the car. Chu Tianlin irritably said, damn it, what timing? Tian said, go quickly. They need you more than I do right now. We could talk when you come back. Chu Tianlin asked, what's the situation now? Chi Luo replied, Divine Dragon has already led a team there. The car drove away, and Tian smiled. She shyly watched Xian's car disappear. Chu Tianlin shouted, what? This entire mountain is a tomb. Chi Luo replied, that's right. According to our estimates, this mountain is the mausoleum of an ancient emperor. The amount of treasure inside is beyond imagination. The car stopped. Chu Tianlin said, they actually set up a checkpoint here. Chi Luo explained, since yesterday, we've been deploying security forces and sealing every route leading up this ancient tomb mountain. Civilians are prohibited from entering. A soldier asked, hello, sir. Let me see your identification. Chi Luo presented his credentials. I'm Chi Luo of the Special Investigation Bureau. The person beside me is also a member of our unit. The soldier gave the order, the big fish is here. Move. They began firing at the car. Chu Tianlin cursed. Damn it. A bomb was thrown beside the car. It began smoking, followed by a thunderous explosion. One soldier said, don't let your guard down. Most people in the Special Investigation Bureau are ability users. Two soldiers spoke to each other. Looks like our opponents aren't just Eastern Islanders, little Chi. Chi Luo replied, that's right. There has never been a shortage of traitors. And don't call me that. The soldier ordered, surround them, attack and eliminate them. Chu Tianlin and Chi Luo charged forward as the wind howled. Chu Tianlin said, I'm not afraid of the wind blowing my tongue away. Chi Luo darted between the streams of bullets and swung his blade horizontally. A soldier's body was split in two as easily as chopping a melon. Flesh and blood splattered from the two soldiers. Chu Tianlin stepped forward, and they cried out in horror, what is this? Two soldiers were tightly bound and suspended in midair. Chu Tianlin asked, who exactly are you? One soldier bit down with a crack. Foam began spilling from his mouth. Chi Luo shouted, they're biting poison capsules to kill themselves. Stop them. Looking at the two dead men, Chu Tianlin said, it's too late. He studied them. They aren't ordinary traitors. They're more like suicide soldiers. Chi Luo added, it seems the collusion between the Eastern Islanders and that organization is terrifying. I need to report this to Divine Dragon immediately. Someone made a phone call. Hello, Chi Luo. Chu Tianlin said over the line, Divine Dragon, the Eastern Islanders have bought off domestic forces, and they're moving faster than we expected. Divine Dragon replied, yes, I've already had a taste of it. Chi Luo shuddered. Damn it. Chu Tianlin asked, what is it? Chi Luo angrily said, all our checkpoints have been taken. More than a dozen men are dead. They've hung every one of them from the trees to intimidate us. Chi Luo drew his blade. Bastards. Chu Tianlin turned around. I don't have time to stay here with you. Chi Luo asked, where are you going? Chu Tianlin clenched his fists. They dared kill my countrymen on our own land. He declared, I'll make them pay blood for blood. At another checkpoint, the soldiers were patrolling. A tremendous explosion caused their entire camp to collapse. The soldiers assumed fighting stances. One soldier looked up to see Chu Tianlin place a hand over his face. The soldier cried out, what? Chu Tianlin said, kid, your retribution has arrived. He slammed the man's face down and killed him. The remaining soldiers retreated, then rushed forward to attack. Chu Tianlin took out a talisman. He released a current of electricity from the talisman and struck them. All three soldiers died. Chi Luo said, Chu Tianlin, you leap straight into every enemy's stronghold you see without even inviting me along. Chu Tianlin replied, you're here. Why would the captain need to act? Another massive fire broke out on the mountain. Chu Tianlin looked over and said, they're blasting open the mountain to access the tomb. The two hurried forward. Hurry up, kid. Wait for me. Divine Dragon ran at incredible speed. He thought, I have to catch up to Divine Dragon. I can't let him do something foolish. A group of people appeared ahead. Help, Divine Dragon thought. Hikers? He stepped forward and asked, did you come from the explosion site? They replied, yes, big brother. The group spoke about the Eastern Islanders. They started slashing at us the moment they saw us. Run away with us. Divine Dragon replied, I'll stay and deal with them. Get out of here quickly. They tried to dissuade him. No, big brother, it's too dangerous. As they spoke, they attacked Divine Dragon from behind. You might die anyway. Divine Dragon looked at them. One of them drew a knife. Don't be afraid. I'll make it quick. They restrained him, leaving him unable to move. Divine Dragon was forced to unleash his ability. They dodged the five dragons' roar. Divine Dragon asked, who exactly are you? Why are you willing to sell your lives to the Eastern Islanders? They continued attacking. One of them said, ask the King of Hell when you get there. Divine Dragon counterattacked as another enemy rushed him with an axe. Divine Dragon swiftly struck back, and the rest charged in as well. He successfully repelled them all. They stopped advancing. One of them challenged Divine Dragon to a one-on-one duel and threw down his weapon. Divine Dragon chanted an incantation and summoned a ferocious Divine Dragon. They spoke of the Reaper's scythe, the soul-summoning, bone-shattering fist, and the Blood Moon Wheel. Divine Dragon recognized them as members of the Reaper organization. They flicked their sleeves and introduced themselves as the black, white, blue, and red of the four directions. Divine Dragon clasped his hands together. You bandits won't leave this place alive today. He summoned the Divine Dragon, but they hastily formed a shield to block the attack. The man in blue thought, that nearly killed us. This battle is going to be brutal. Chu Tianlin and Chi Luo flew in and landed directly on the blue-clad man. He collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Chi Luo, held up by Chu Tianlin, cried out, "You bastard! You nearly strangled me to death." Divine Dragon called out Tianlin. The soldiers recognized him as a member of the Su family. Chu Tianlin cast a spell on Chi Luo and said, "Ultimate combination technique." Chu Tianlin raised Chi Luo up. Chi Luo weakly said, "Big brother." Chi Luo transformed into Chu Tianlin's sword and shot straight toward the enemy. The soldiers shouted, "Watch out." Chi Luo continued charging. The woman in red said, "Hold him off. Run." She leaped into the air. Divine Dragon tried to launch a surprise punch. "Do you think I'm invisible?" He kicked the man away. The man in black panicked. Red. Chi Luo continued his ability-based assault. The man in black was also knocked backward. Chu Tianlin clapped his hands. "The fight is over. See? With my spiritual power, you're much stronger." So annoying. "Shut up. Where did you get such a corny name for that technique?" Divine Dragon said, "You arrived just in time. Let's hurry and destroy the site, then stop the Eastern Islanders." Chu Tianlin replied, "We were tricked. There's no way out. The Eastern Islanders deliberately lured us here, then arranged for the four directions to surround and kill us, buying themselves time. Among those 5 Eastern Island Tomb Raiders are quite a few experts. I'm afraid that by now, they've already found the entrance to Tomb number 7. We found the entrance. Congratulations, Mr. Matsumoto. We've located it, as expected of an ancient emperor's mausoleum. Just this aura alone lets me feel boundless power." Chu Tianlin took the lead. There are definitely many deadly traps ahead. Everyone be careful. As they advanced, a barrage of weapons flew toward them. Divine Dragon said, "The tomb mechanisms were designed much like this." The yellow-clad man used his ability, stepping forward and unleashing his power. The other soldiers also summoned their abilities. They leaped onto the pillars, while below them lay countless dry bones. One man said, "Gentlemen, the moment to witness history has arrived." They're finally standing joyfully before the tomb gate. Unfortunately, they don't know tomb number 7 has more than one entrance. Smoke and flames appeared. Divine Dragon said, "These are Taoist talismanic inscriptions." Another soldier said, "There are some above us too." Green power flashed like lightning. Chu Tianlin said, "Traps aren't the only things blocking the way." He unleashed heavenly thunder and earthly fire. The gate opened. Chu Tianlin continued, "The descendants of Huaxia are here as well." Thunder rumbled, and many people vanished. What a devious opponent. I never thought you would force us to use Shikigami teleportation. No one can ever learn of this humiliation. Then die here. He charged forward. Then let's see whether you have the ability. The enemy summoned his power. From the dense smoke emerged a grotesque giant python. Divine Dragon blocked the aura it emitted and fought it with all his strength, delivering a powerful punch to its head. Chu Tianlin coordinated with him, jumping onto the python's head. Let's see how my newly drawn beast-taming talisman works. The talisman was placed on the python's head. Chu Tianlin stood atop it. The python was completely subdued. "Brother, do you have any more pets you'd like to give away?" The enemy said, "Damn it, give me back my Shikigami." Chu Tianlin calmly replied, "In your dreams." The enemy continued using spiritual power. Spiritual power shot into the sky like a star chart. Chi Luo saw it and dodged the attack. Looking at the flames behind him, Chu Tianlin threw out a talisman. "You dared bully little Yaya? I'll destroy you." Chi Luo angrily said. Don't call me that disgusting name. The flames turned into a blazing fire phoenix and suddenly attacked the enemy. A massive mountain range appeared before him, blocking the fire phoenix's attack. Chu Tianlin cried out, "Damn it, my bird!" The enemy looked toward the person beside him. "Yixiatang, why did you come back?" She replied, "Mr. Matsumoto sent me to help you." He said, "No need." The Taoist master unleashed an inherited technique and rushed forward to block the ninja's attack. Iga Du used his sword to block the Taoist master's attack. His sword was tightly wrapped by the rope and snapped in two. Chu Tianlin praised the Taoist master, then charged forward and unleashed the Reaper Fist, leaving Iga Du unable to defend himself. A thunderous explosion rang out, filling the area with smoke and dust. The enemy was knocked to the ground and cursed the useless fool. Chu Tianlin ordered them to use the artifact. Iga Du launched an attack with Shadow Evasion Python, but was tightly bound by ropes. Everyone was tied up, leaving only Chu Tianlin free. Chi Luo urged Chu Tianlin to think of something quickly. Chu Tianlin loudly told them to wait. Just as he was about to counterattack, Iga Du dodged in time. She seized the chance to counterattack Abe Ken. Abe Ken talked too much, then summoned countless star map-like rings to surround them. Chu Tianlin shouted, "Release her! Do you want to kill her too?" Iga Du replied, "I came prepared. I'm ready to die for the mission." Chu Tianlin snapped, "You lunatic!" Iga Du could not stop him and could only watch Abe Ken. Chu Tianlin yelled, "Sacrificing your own teammate? You're nothing but trash." Chu Tianlin rushed forward and struck him. Abe Ken's face twisted as he fell to the ground. Taking advantage of his distraction, Iga Du launched a dart. Just as the dart neared him, it bounced back. Although Iga Du tried to dodge, she was still hit. Iga Du collapsed to her knees, and the giant python vanished, turning back into a small paper doll. Everyone watched it float through the air. The Taoist master thought to himself that his master was truly formidable. Abe Ken's face was covered in blood. The Taoist master reported, "Master, the formation at 7 Tombs has been destroyed. Another group of Eastern Island invaders has arrived there." Chu Tianlin replied, "Go capture that old ghost and throw him in prison." Everyone left. With his last bit of strength, Abe Ken said, "I haven't lost yet." The little paper doll flew upward. Everyone turned back to look and discussed how this was his final move. With luck that bad, he was truly pitiful. Covered in blood, he ordered it to fly away. A paper crane appeared, and energy shot out from it. Mr. Ban turned around and murmured, "It's Abe Ken's paper crane." It seems he and Iga Du have both sacrificed themselves. Shijun said, "May the Buddha protect us." They opened the paper crane and found it full of hair. Mr. Ban pointed at Shijun. "We'll have to rely on you." Mr. Ban instructed, "Don't let them sabotage it." Shijun replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Ban." The 4 of them fled. The Taoist master said, "We're almost there." Shijun smeared red ink over 4 puppets. Once everything was prepared, he shook a bell and chanted an incantation. The bell rang. The Taoist master, Divine Dragon, Chu Tianlin, and Chi Luo were all confused. Captain Long asked what was wrong with the 2 of them. Shi Yun left sinistoli. "Oh, I managed to control these 2. Not bad, not bad. I love watching people kill each other." Divine Dragon gathered his inner strength and attacked Chi Luo. It seemed they had been afflicted by a Southeast Asian curse. Chu Tianlin held down the struggling Taoist master. "Be careful not to hurt them." Divine Dragon kicked Chi Luo. "I'm the one getting hurt here." Chi Luo winked, and Divine Dragon charged at him. Chu Tianlin threw out a net. "Get out of the way." Divine Dragon was caught in it. Chi Luo punched him. "Sorry, Captain Long. I learned this move from Chu Tianlin." The Taoist master waved his hand, sending a string of copper coins flying out. It severed the rope. The Taoist master used the coin string to catch Chu Tianlin. He cried, "Damn it, my expensive clothes are torn." Chu Tianlin struck him. "Are you trying to betray your master and destroy your lineage?" He grabbed the Taoist master by the face and lifted him up. "Hang in there. It'll be over soon." Shijun's puppet shook and shattered. His control spell was unexpectedly broken. It seemed the other side had an expert. He poured more red powder into his pouch. "Let's see who you save." Divine Dragon seemed to gain another burst of strength and struggled to break free from the net. The captain is trapped in the enemy's net. He used his power to burn the net, tore off his clothes, and rushed in to help. This isn't ordinary fire. Chu Tianlin summoned 2 dragons. Dragon brothers, I'm counting on you. He suppressed the yang energy, which suddenly expanded enormously and rose into the sky. It enveloped the captain's burning body. The 2 dragons continuously absorbed his life force. Mr. Ban's body seemed to be freed. Chu Tianlin called out for his teammates to be saved. He pulled something out of Ma Yiming's head. Once the cursed object was removed, Ma Yiming immediately foamed at the mouth and collapsed. Chu Tianlin cursed. Damn it, you used something this disgusting to harm us. He immediately bounded with his power. Chu Tianlin summoned his strength and turned it into an arrow, firing it at the enemy. Take it back. The arrow pierced through several walls and struck back at the enemies. The leader turned around just as the arrow hit him directly and blasted him away. He slammed into the wall and died on the spot. One of the soldiers said, Lord Matsumoto, what should we do? After all the soldiers had died, Matsumoto finally spoke. To have reached such a supernatural level at such a young age, you truly surpass your predecessors. Chu Tianlin stared at him. Surrender now, and I can at least send you off properly. Matsumoto replied. At first, I truly wasn't certain I could win. He took out an artifact, stabbed it into his own body, and shouted, But now all of you will die. Chu Tianlin was stunned. What kind of madness is this? His powers seemed to double as he tore off his clothes. Such a fine artifact, yet the people of Huaxiao would rather bury it underground than use it. Let us Eastern Islanders bring out its true power. The artifact pierced straight into his chest, and countless vines sprouted from it, wrapping around his entire body. The dead soldiers suddenly came back to life. Chu Tianlin thought to himself, they've all become zombies, just like the ones we encountered before. Matsumoto ordered, tear him apart. Chu Tianlin blocked the attack with his sword. But these zombies did not even give experience points now. Chu Tianlin leaped into the air and attacked Matsumoto. Matsumoto said, that sword is a treasure. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. As he spoke, he reached out to take it. Chu Tianlin said, you want to eat shit? Matsumoto laughed. Then leave your life behind. One attacked while the other dodged. Chu Tianlin thought, the zombies aren't affecting him at all. He said, I'm your old man. Matsumoto was hit. Chu Tianlin quickly followed up. You'll never get it. Matsumoto howled as he watched the artifact being pulled out. Not only did green vines overtake his body, they also pierced into the walls and eventually covered everything. Chu Tianlin said, Idiot, do you feel like your body's been drained dry? He returned to his frail state and asked why. Chu Tianlin replied, I'm in a good mood, so I don't mind telling you. He picked up the artifact. Chu Tianlin said, without spiritual power, don't even think about controlling an artifact by relying on the flesh and blood in your body. His phone notified him. This is one of the progenitor zombies, condensed by the underworld god Guanshin. It possesses half of divine power and commands both water and fire, but it cannot infiltrate or control zombies, nor can its rewards be claimed. It must operate using spiritual power or a provided template. It is classified as a dangerous weapon and must not be used recklessly. He looked at the hazy stone. Something this dangerous is better off in my custody. Chi Luo called out to Chu Tianlin. Why are you still here? Chu Tianlin replied, I was using the restroom. Chu Tianlin asked, how are Divine Dragon and Taoist Ma? Chi Luo replied, their lives aren't in danger. I've arranged for the medical team to take them down the mountain for treatment. He continued, the higher-ups greatly appreciate your help to the Special Investigation Bureau this time. They've decided to appoint you as an external special agent at captain rank. From now on, you may freely mobilize the Special Investigation Bureau's resources when necessary. Chu Tianlin said confidently, wow, I got backing now too. Chi Luo replied helplessly, yeah, someone wants to see you. Chi Luo set up a projector. Chu Tianlin said excitedly, this 3D projection is so cool. A man appeared and asked, how are you, Mr. Chu? Chu Tianlin asked, you're Zhou Ren's disciple? The man said, Mr. Chu, you have an excellent memory. I especially wanted to thank you. If you hadn't crippled Zhou Ren's martial arts, I couldn't have killed him so easily and avenged my younger sister. Chu Tianlin asked, so should I congratulate you? Zhou Ren's disciple lowered his head. Yes, but when I went to my sister's grave to tell her the good news, I felt filthy instead. Tears rolled down his face. Am I fucking crazy? I obviously did the right thing. So why do I feel like I'm no longer worthy of seeing her? What? Chu Tianlin said, being forced into doing evil is torture for a kind person. Chi Luo added that the man had turned himself in and shown genuine remorse, so the court would certainly be lenient. Chu Tianlin took out his phone. The screen displayed, "Congratulations on completing the mission. You have obtained the tears of an evil man's regret. Reward, 1 fragment of the fierce dragon cauldron." Chu Tianlin was delighted. He had finally collected all the fragments. The ring on his hand absorbed them, and Chu Tianlin assembled them. "Dragon brothers, you're free now." The 2 dragons soared into the sky. Chi Luo was startled. "My God, what is that?" The dragon brothers replied, "Worthy brother, we have finally escaped this cage." Chi Luo looked up. "Oh my God, they're dragons." The 2 dragons bid the young man farewell. "You gave us a new life. Even if we are shattered to pieces, we must repay this debt of gratitude." Chu Tianlin refused. "No need. You're my friends. Helping you is only natural." The 2 dragons spoke to each other. "Worthy brother, it seems we can finally make our decision." Divine Dragon said, "Kid, I like you very much." Chu Tianlin replied, "No, thanks. I already have a girlfriend." Azure Dragon said, "Enough nonsense." 2 streams of light entered Chu Tianlin's body. Chu Tianlin thought, "Do they want their dragon souls to reside within me?" Chu Tianlin said, "That's it? It doesn't seem all that special." He sneezed, and a bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky. Chi Luo fell backward. "My God, what's happening?" With tears in his eyes, Chi Luo said, "I haven't done anything evil. Don't strike me." Kid, once dragon souls reside in your body, you will possess the divine power of dragons. Your voice can summon thunder and fire. Your breath can become wind. And with the slightest gesture, you can ascend to the 9th heaven. Nothing will be beyond your reach. Chu Tianlin said excitedly, "Doesn't that make me a dragon king?" He danced happily. "Huh, I can ride the clouds and command the wind too." Then Chu Tianlin became confused. Memories from the Dragon Brothers surfaced in his mind. Absurd memories. How could I indulge in governing and recreation, associating with mortals? Tong Tianan said, "No, outsiders like Yuan should be burned to death." The man turned around and replied, "Go ahead and keep arguing. One day, you'll beg me to burn you all to ashes." Chu Tianlin pondered Tong Tianan. Chu Tianlin sat on a cloud and played with his phone as he made plans. This mysterious Tong Tian and must be an important figure in the celestial realm. But after searching for so long, all I found were wandering immortals and various ranks. How could they possibly know about this? Zhao called. Chu Tianlin wondered why that kid was looking for him. At Spring City University of Technology, a voice sounded outside Dormitory 601. "Master is here. This is the place." They opened the door and entered the messy room. Chu Tianlin said, "You call this rat's nest a place for people to live in? Damn it, why do I have to suffer like this?" Chu Tianlin covered his nose. "I was run ragged on the mountain yesterday, and early this morning you called me here to breathe in this poisonous stench." Zhao Yu forced a smile. "Sorry, master. I truly had no other choice but to ask for your help." A young boy rushed in, startling them both. "Oh no, something terrible has happened. There really is a ghost here." The boy said, "Look, the Yin energy here is terrifyingly dense. There must be a decomposing corpse nearby." He dropped to his knees. "Great master, please save us." Zhao Yu pointed at him. "Is he really a cultivator? I thought he was some fraudulent charlatan." Chu Tianlin replied, "No, he really is a charlatan." The young girl moved close and sniffed Chu Tianlin. Only Big Brother smells nice." Chu Tianlin thought, "Strange. I can clearly see no spiritual power on this kid, yet she can sense the protective spiritual energy around me. Could she be a hidden master?" He asked, "What perfume are you wearing? You don't smell bad at all." Chu Tianlin sprayed perfume on himself. "Forget it. I was overthinking it." Zhao Yu's cousin paced back and forth. "Anyone, please save me. My roommates have all suddenly come down with some strange illness. I'm probably next." Zhao Yu reassured him. "Cousin, calm down. We still don't know whether ghosts are really involved." The boy said, "Friend, don't disbelieve me. I'll use my Bagua mirror to check." Chu Tianlin looked at him and thought, "This kid may be an ordinary person, but the mirror in his hand is a treasure." The boy commanded, "Obey my command at once." The Bagua mirror glowed and revealed a ghostly figure. Chu Tianlin's eyes were dazzled by the light, and he saw countless scribbles on the ceiling. Chu Tianlin said, "That's it." Zhao Yu said, "It reeks." Chu Tianlin told the child, "The walls are covered in blood." The murder method was extremely brutal. The child replied, "This person was mashed to pieces and mixed into cement to plaster the walls. The ghost is bound here. I just don't know why it has begun harming people now." Chu Tianlin said coolly. Capture him and ask. Won't that make everything clear? Night fell, and they hid outside. The child said, this ghost is pretty interesting. It goes out for revenge during the day, rests at night, keeps working hours, and absorbs some yang energy on the side to nourish itself. Why are you two here to join the fun? If it hurts you later, I'm not taking responsibility. Chu Tianlin glanced over and said, oh, the leaves rustled. Chu Tianlin said, stop talking. The ghost is here. The child replied, I'm not even sure whether it has come. As soon as the words left his mouth, he turned around and shouted, it really is here. Annoyed, Chu Tianlin covered his mouth. Keep it down. The three turned around. Seeing an opening, the child charged out. Demon, prepare to die. Chu Tianlin warned him not to act recklessly. When the ghost saw the child attack, it immediately fought back. The child shouted, you still want to run? Let's see where you can go. Chu Tianlin said, the magical artifact is powerful, but this person cannot even bring out half of its power. Zhao Yu asked regretfully, then isn't this little Taoist guaranteed to lose? The ghost counterattacked, and the child cried in fear, I'm done for. The wooden sword in his hand shattered as well. The young Taoist screamed for help. I'm going to die. Master, Dad, save me. Chu Tianlin asked that. You're not dying. I'm even giving you energy. The energy passed through the ghost. Chu Tianlin said, don't casually call me Dad. After absorbing the energy, the ghost gradually took human form. A young man in a black and white striped long-sleeve shirt and blue jacket split into two figures. One floated in the air and absorbed the energy, while the other stood blankly staring at the sky, black energy rising from his body. The young Taoist lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, looking at his ghost and thinking, I'm still alive? Then he saw that his wooden sword was broken and angrily cursed. You damned ghost! How dare you break my treasure? Having said that, he charged at the ghost like a madman. Tianlin chased after him, shouting, Taoist master, stop. Suddenly, he stopped with a blank expression. He froze when he saw the young Taoist pinned to the ground by the ghost, which was biting his head. Sobi, big brother, I was wrong. The male lead stood there and sighed. Why must you do this? With a bang, an immensely powerful blast struck the ghost in the chest, sending him flying to the ground with a pained cry. The young Taoist curled up on the ground, clutching his head. That's enough. Keep acting vicious, and I'll make your soul scatter into nothingness. A golden vortex appeared in the male lead's palm as he coldly threatened the ghost, leaving the young Taoist staring in stunned amazement. This guy is incredible. Talk. Why did you harm people? The ghost covered his face fearfully and replied, I wanted revenge. I was a student at this school 5 years ago at the construction site for the new dormitory building. I caught my girlfriend cheating on me with my best friend. I rushed over, grabbed that bastard by the throat, and threw him to the ground. Who knew my girlfriend would sneak up behind me and hit me with a brick? The two of them actually killed me, then mixed my flesh and blood into the cement, trapping me in the dormitory forever. The three stood before the ghost. With one hand in his pocket, Zhao Yu rubbed the crying young Taoist's head with the other. A murder over being cheated on? That's tragic. Who taught you how to break free from those restraints? Tianlin stepped closer to the ghost. You behaved yourself for 4 years, but now you've started devouring other people's souls to get revenge. Don't tell me you came up with that on your own. The ghost lowered his head. If you agree to let me take revenge on Chun Gong and Ko Huanyan, I'll tell you. Afterward, Tianlin, Zhao Yu, and the young Taoist arrived in a large forest. Master, that ghost never clearly explained what the other party was after. Isn't it a little risky to simply trust him and come here? Little brother, you need to trust an adult's judgment. My brother Su is so capable. How could he possibly be fooled by a ghost? Right? You really know how to talk, you little flatterer. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past behind Tianlin. He stood still and listened carefully. A two-headed snake and a giant bat appeared behind them. The young Taoist fled in terror. Monsters! He leaped onto Tianlin and clung to him tightly. Big brother, save me. Tianlin tried to push him off. Get off me. Hiss! The two-headed snake and the bat surrounded Zhao Yu, baring its fangs and flicking its tongue. The snake slithered toward its prey. Zhao Yu shouted, my turn to perform. Boom! A golden energy sphere shot straight at the two-headed snake. Having just dealt with the two-headed snake, Zhao Yu came face to face with the giant bat. Turning around, he hurled a fireball at it. "I don't eat wild game, thanks." Whoosh! Vines flew toward him, wrapping tightly around Zhao Yu and binding him. Bound tightly as vines constricted his entire body, Zhao Yu cried out in fear. Tianlin forcefully shoved the young Taoist to the ground. "Get lost!" Zhao Yu struggled desperately. Chu Tianlin charged toward him. Twin dragons. "Go!" A pair of black and white dragons appeared and flew toward Zhao Yu. They breathed fire on the ground. The vines loosened their grip on Zhao Yu as flames surged fiercely. Tianlin and the young Taoist ran over to Zhao Yu. Tianlin helped Zhao Yu up from the ground. "How are you?" Zhao Yu gave a thumbs up. "I'm Fine. I almost got torn apart. I'm sure that would have hurt like hell." The three were protected within a ring of fire. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out. "Save me. Stop burning." The boss appeared behind them. "Thanks for your hard work, Brother Dragon. You can withdraw your divine power now." Was that ancient tree talking just now? The three walked to the base of the tree and bent down to inspect it. "No, that's not right. You two look down there." Oh, inside a hollow in the tree was a tiny flower spirit, lying face down atop a skull and crying fearfully. "Wah, I'm not a bad person. Please don't kill me." The three peered into the hollow. Her little flushed face was truly adorable. Tianlin pointed at her and asked curiously, "What are you?" The little flower spirit puffed out her cheeks angrily. "What do you mean, what? I'm not some thing. No, I'm not some thing. I'm a beautiful flower fairy." Tianlin helplessly coaxed the little spirit. All right, you're a flower fairy. Okay, stop crying. First explain why you're living on someone else's skull." The flower fairy lowered her head shyly. 8 years ago, I accidentally got pregnant and my boyfriend abandoned me. I hanged myself beneath this tree. When I woke up afterward, I had become like this. Hearing this, the young Taoist excitedly raised his hand to speak. "I know this one. After she died, her resentment must have been so deep that she became a monster, attached herself to a flower, and became the ruler of this mountain." Zhao Yu looked at him thoughtfully. "That doesn't sound very reliable. Was it you who encouraged the male ghost at Spring City University of Technology to hurt people?" The flower fairy replied tremulously. "Why, yes. He was so pitiful. What's wrong with borrowing souls to seek revenge? He promised me that after he succeeded, he would rescue those victims." As expected, it seems you aren't evil at heart. You simply used an inhumane method. The flower fairy looked anxiously at Tianlin. "Then you won't kill me, right? Could I ask you to do me a favor?" Zhao Yu stood up, stretched, and yawned. "Great, we've got another mission." The young Taoist opened his bag. "You two do your best. I'm going to sleep." Suddenly, his face turned pale. "Hey, you shouldn't just drive people away like that." The young Taoist was dressed as a woman, wearing an elegant off-the-shoulder green dress and a wig. Looking at himself, he complained, "Big brother, I only got paid a little for exorcising ghosts. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to make me do this?" Zhao Yu and Tianlin stood nearby, suppressing their laughter. "I saved your life. Of course you have to repay me now." Then the three went to knock on the door of a house. Knock, knock. Chu Tianlin turned back to remind the young Taoist, "You'd better act well later." Click. The door opened, and a middle-aged man poked his head out. "Who is it?" "Dad, it's your daughter." The man angrily cursed. "Scammer, my daughter isn't as slutty as you. Get lost, or I'll call the police." "Dad, take a closer look. An 18-year-old girl can change a lot." His wife, standing behind the door, pulled him back. "It's our daughter. It really is our daughter. She's come home." "It's not her. It can't be." Smack, smack. Tianlin stuck 2 pomelo leaves onto the elderly couple's foreheads. They turned to look at the girl before them. The young Taoist's face had transformed into the flower fairy's face, and petals drifted down. She called out shyly, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." The couple ran toward her. The woman threw her arms around the young Taoist and burst into tears. "It really is Mommy's precious baby. Your father, and I miss you so much. Where have you been all these years?" Possessing the young Taoist, the flower fairy explained, "Mom and Dad, don't worry about me. I'm a fairy in heaven now." "A fairy? Are you living well, sweetheart? I don't need you to be a fairy. I only want you by my side." The flower fairy reached out to wipe the woman's tears. "I'm sorry, Mom. Humans and immortals are different. I won't be able to care for you and Dad anymore. You must both take good care of yourselves. I'll watch over you from heaven." "Mom, Dad, time is up. I have to return to heaven." "Sweetheart, don't go." The flower fairy released her mother's hand and flew away. "If you miss me, look up at the sky and talk to me. I'll be able to hear you, your daughter." The couple's eyes brimmed with tears. Unable to bear parting from their daughter, they cried out for her. The scene of the three male leads faded away, leaving only the couple supporting each other before their home as cherry blossoms fell in the wind. An envelope appeared in the distance. Back with the three male leads, Zhao Yu asked Tianlin. Master comforted the flower spirit's parents and even gave them money. You really see a good deed through to the end. Tianlin answered gently. Forming good karmic ties is itself a form of cultivation. Do as much as you can. Besides, your master isn't short of money. Zhao Yu turned around and said, Now, this is a true cultivator, far more virtuous than those fake Taoist priests. Suddenly, Zhao Yu was startled. Little Taoist, why are you crying? The young Taoist turned away to wipe his tears and said it was nothing. Zhao Yu walked over and teased him. Did you get too immersed in the act? Missing your mom? The young Taoist turned back. Tears still gathered at the corners of his eyes and shouted angrily, Yes, I haven't had a mother since I was little. Am I not allowed to miss her a little? Zhao Yu froze, speechless. Do you think I enjoyed doing all this fake mystic nonsense? My father forced me into it. Zhao Yu awkwardly said, Those are two different things. Smack. Tianlin angrily struck Zhao Yu hard on the head. I'm sorry, little Taoist. Zhao Yu offended you because I failed to discipline him properly. I apologize on his behalf. Zhao Yu awkwardly ran over and tugged at the young Taoist's sleeve. I shouldn't have said so much. The young Taoist turned away with a snort. Fine then, stop looking at me. Hurry up and tell me what we're doing next. Next, we should bring this matter to a satisfactory conclusion. With that, Tianlin took out his phone and called someone. A voice came through the phone. Hello, this is the Special Investigation Bureau at the residential complex. Sir, Chun Gong and Ku Huanyan, the people you're looking for, are in the Bishui residential complex in Spring City. Their photos have been sent to your phone. Thank you. Inside an apartment, a family had just returned home. The child quickly ran into his room. I'm going to read comics in my room. Call me when dinner's ready. All right. The woman tied an apron around the man as he chopped vegetables. Don't spoil the child too much. Are you jealous of her own child? Don't be silly. Tianlin and Zhao Yu watched the couple while invisible. Master, they don't look like murderers. Do we find the wrong people? We'll know once we ask them. Whoosh. The couple turned around and clung to one another in terror. Invisible Tianlin appeared like a ghost, raising both hands to his throat as he tried to alter his voice. His face darkened black. I died so horribly. The man held his wife while gripping a knife and shouted, Who's talking? You adulterous pair killed me all those years ago. Can't you even recognize my voice now? Honey, it's him. He's come for us. Zhao Peng, you bastard. You still have the nerve to come bother us? Show yourself if you dare. I wouldn't mind cutting you up one more time. What did I do wrong? How could you be so cruel? Stop pretending to be pitiful. I treated you like a brother, yet you tried to take my girlfriend. Hearing that, Tianlin froze and stopped disguising his voice. For years earlier, at the construction site for the dormitory building. That day, you used my phone to send messages and trick Huan into coming to the dormitory construction site. Zhao Peng pinned Huan to the ground. I'm better looking and richer than Qingong. You won't lose out by following me. You animal, you're not human. Zhao Peng, you bastard. If I hadn't realized something was wrong and rushed over in time, Huan would have been violated by you. With that, Qingong rushed forward and shoved Zhao Peng to the ground. Zhao Peng stared blankly at the furious Qingong. Qingong pinned him down and repeatedly slapped him across the face. Zhao Peng raised his leg and kicked Qingong in the groin. He lunged forward and grabbed Qingong by the throat, snarling, I was only having some fun with your wife. It's not like I refuse to pay. Believe it or not, even if I kill you, I'll only have to compensate you with money and it'll all be over. Ku Huanyan, dressed in ragged clothes and clutching a brick, rushed forward. Die, she screamed. Bang! The brick came down hard on Zhao Peng's head. With a thud, Zhao Peng fell face down on the ground. Ku Huanyan panted, her face pale. I killed someone. Back in the present, Ku Huanyan screamed, Zhao, I accidentally killed you. If you want revenge, come after me. Spare my husband and child. Qingong held Ku Huanyan tightly, trying to comfort her. Huan, don't be afraid. I won't let him hurt you. Zhao Yu, who had remained invisible and witnessed everything, spoke up. They don't seem to be lying. Could that ghost have deliberately deceived us, intending to use us to kill them? Suddenly, Tianlin cried out in alarm. Oh no, the young Taoist is still at the dormitory, undoing his seal. At Spring City University of Technology, the young Taoist had set up an altar and was casting a spell, using the Supreme Imperial Platform's boundless transformation. Tianlin worried that the man might truly be an evil demon. Above the young Taoist's head, a red, black, and white vortex appeared. Unaware of the danger, he continued chanting, "May the three souls endure forever. May the seven spirits suffer no harm." Zhao Peng poked his head out from the vortex with a sinister smile. Feeling a sense of dread, Tianlin exclaimed, "This is bad. The young Taoist is in danger." Sure enough, just as Tianlin feared, the ghost transformed into black smoke and enveloped the young Taoist. The boy cried out in terror, "Mom, what is this?" The ghost sneered, "If you want to help me, then help me to the end. Let me eat you." The young Taoist stared at him with wide, terrified eyes. Whoosh! Tianlin rushed through the wall like a gust of wind, heading straight for the ghost. The ghost panicked. Tianlin seized the ghost by the head, planting one foot firmly on the ground. He coldly gripped the ghost's throat. "Beast, your sins were already piled high in your past life. Yet in this one, you still tried to deceive me into taking revenge for you." The ghost trembled as he looked at him. Tianlin said, "I told you to apologize. Now you won't even have a chance to reincarnate." He tightened his hand. Arg! The ghost was crushed, his soul scattering into nothingness. The young Taoist knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. "Big brother, what happened?" Tianlin landed on the floor. "It's a long story." Whoosh! An iron sword flew in through the window. Tianlin turned in surprise and caught the sword between two fingers. Wind roared in through the window like a storm, sending the room's belongings flying everywhere. The young Taoist clung tightly to the bed frame to avoid being blown away, while Tianlin stood firm as a rock. Smack! A pair of pants slapped the young Taoist in the face. "Isn't that the Emperor?" Before he could finish, foam appeared at his mouth and his eyes rolled wildly. Swish, swish, swish. The sword in Tianlin's hand spun, cutting his hand. "Let go." Bang! A Taoist priest rushed in from outside, snatched the sword, and thrust it toward Tianlin. Whoosh! Tianlin circulated his power, releasing golden light toward him. Swish! The priest blocked Tianlin's attack. Tianlin thought, "He can break through my protective spiritual aura. He's clearly no ordinary opponent." With that, Tianlin charged forward. Boom! He condensed his spiritual energy into an arrow. "Try this." He fired it at the Taoist priest. Bang! The priest raised his sword to block the arrow. Ugh! Teeth gritted and sweat pouring down his face, he struggled to hold on. Poof! Scales appeared on Tianlin's hand, and his fingernails transformed into sharp claws. Ugh! Unable to withstand the attack, the Taoist priest fell backward. A gust of wind swept him out the window. Staggering as he landed, he looked up at the room. This man's cultivation is profound. I'm afraid I'll have to summon a deity. With that, he bit his finger and used his blood to write the character for Slay on his sword. Tianlin dove down from above, fists clenched as golden light radiated around him. "I won't give you time to chant." The young Taoist stuck his head out the window and shouted, "Don't hit my dad." Tianlin turned in shock. What? He withdrew his attack and landed on the ground awkwardly. The young Taoist's father raised his sword to the sky, summoning a blood-red vortex. Tianlin hurriedly shouted, "Sir, stop fighting." The young Taoist's father stopped, bracing himself on his sword and panting. "Who are you calling, sir? I don't have a nephew with such evil energy." The young Taoist hurried to his father's side. "Dad was tainted by evil energy because he saved me from a demon." His father was surprised. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Now you've been knocked senseless by the evil aura from those shorts." Tianlin stood nearby, listening helplessly. He pointed at the vortex in the sky. "This isn't the time to discuss that, sir. Can you stop the spell first?" The young Taoist's father scratched his head awkwardly. "The situation was urgent, so I had no choice but to use a deity summoning technique. The talisman has already been activated." A dazzling ball of light shot straight down toward Tianlin and the others, knocking the young Taoist and his father to the ground. It can't be recalled now. A magnificent goddess appeared. It has been many years since anyone last used a deity summoning technique. The price for summoning a deity is very high. Tianlin struggled against the immense pressure, unable to move his body. As the goddess approached, he sensed the power emanating from her and could not help but marvel. Is this the difference in strength between immortals and cultivators? The young Taoist father knelt down. "Esteemed goddess, please calm your anger. This humble Taoist used the deity summoning technique only because of a momentary misunderstanding. I am willing to accept punishment. Oh, I rarely descend to the mortal world in such good spirits, yet I've been summoned here as a joke. Tianlin quickly spoke up. Goddess, there is something I'm not sure whether I should say. Go ahead. Tianlin eagerly held up a QR code. Let's add each other on Zalo. Huh? The goddess looked confused. What is this? It seemed that even the goddess knew that Zalo accounts existed. Then could you tell me what this actually is? Nothing can be said. Since you have been chosen by the Heaven Connecting case, there is no need for me to act. With that, the goddess flew into the sky, leaving behind one final sentence. In any case, you will die soon enough. Tianlin threw back his head and shouted, What do you mean by that? Smack! Tianlin leaped up after the goddess. Don't go. What exactly is the Heaven Connecting case? Tell me the truth. Enough, said the goddess. A pink halo radiated from her body, and its power sent Tianlin flying. Boom! He crashed to the ground like a blazing meteor. The young Taoist ran to his father's side. If you want to live, remember this. Pretend you never met me. Snap! The goddess flicked her finger, and Tianlin landed safely in the young Taoist's arms. The Taoist priest also approached them, while their memories of meeting the goddess gradually faded away. The goddess vanished, and everything returned to normal. Tianlin stared blankly at the young Taoist. Little Taoist, why are you holding me? The young Taoist looked equally confused. The young Taoist father rushed over, intending to strike Tianlin. I can kill this demon with one palm. The young Taoist shouted, Dad, stop. Tianlin innocently replied, Didn't I tell you not to call people dad so casually? The young Taoist father stood there fuming. Monster, I'm his real father. High in the clear blue sky, the goddess used her divine arts to observe the three noisy people below. You were struck by my true chi and can still jump around like that. It seems the heavenly rank nascent soul you nurtured is quite robust. A figure stepped forward with a laugh. There is naturally a reason my Heaven Connecting case chose him. Besides, he possesses the investiture of the gods' super account on Zalo and the Palace of Dipper Numbers. This level of cultivation is hardly surprising. I want that Chu Tianlin. That may not be so simple. After all, he is not the only one with a heavenly rank nascent soul. There should be enough for all of you to divide among yourselves. Ding Ding hid behind a cloud, secretly watching the two immortals. What are these immortals plotting? I need to go back and report to Master. Tianlin had a bump on his head from being struck, yet he was still smiling. So, you thought I harmed the little Taoist, which is why you attacked me. How embarrassing. You've practiced Taoist arts for so many years, yet you couldn't even deal with one ghost and even got someone else into trouble. If you're so capable, Dad, you do it. The young Taoist father was so furious that he nearly rushed over to hit him. Tianlin hastily stopped him. What did you say? Nothing. By the way, may I ask for your Taoist name? The young Taoist's father performed a salute. This humble Taoist is Mao Dai. Mao Dai. Tianlin immediately thought of a bottle of Mao Dai liquor upon hearing his name. The man knocked Tianlin on the head. Not that. Tianlin clasped his hands. I know. I once heard Taoist master Ma Yiming mention you. You're a legendary figure in the cultivation world. The young Taoist showed a look of disdain. A tragically legendary figure, more like. The boy was struck until a bump rose on his head, and he began sobbing. Meanwhile, the young Taoist father was still angry. Are you asking for a beating? Please don't get angry. We should educate children with love. Ding Ding flew over to Tianlin. Master, I'm back. Ding Ding, where did you go? Didn't you tell me to follow Big Sis? Ding Ding recounted how the goddess had knocked him away. Tianlin promptly summoned Ding Ding back through the spatial ring to follow her. Meanwhile, Tianlin sat on the ground with his chin propped on his hand, deep in thought. It seems she may have erased my memories. But why would she do that? Ding Ding stood with his hands on his hips in anger. It must be to cover up the Heaven Connecting case. We still don't know the truth, but I feel they're plotting something. Nearby, the young Taoist was being smacked repeatedly by his father. Crying, he stretched out a hand toward Tianlin for help. Whoosh! A seal of chi appeared in Tianlin's hand, summoning a pair of black and white dragons. Dragon brothers, do you know that goddess? I met her once at an assembly 1,000 years ago. She is one of the 10 saints of the heavenly realm, the holy mother of the Jade Pool. Tianlin stared intently at his phone. Those 10 saints must be the ones who established the Heaven Connecting case. I should see whether I can find Big Sis Jade Pool on WeChat. I've never tried this feature before. No, you can't go to the rear mountain. Those words frightened Tianlin so much that he dropped his phone. Taoist Mao Dai pushed the young Taoist aside. Don't stop me. The evil aura there is dense. Demons and ghosts must be hiding on the rear mountain. Tianlin watched the two from afar. Could they be talking about the little flower spirit? Demons are disasters and must be eliminated. Taoist Mao Dai shot toward the rear mountain. This is bad. With Dad's stubborn nature, the little flower spirit is doomed. Why had the once quiet forest suddenly begun to shake, with birds scattering in all directions? The flower fairy used 2 petals to cover her face, trembling in terror. Don't! Before her, a huge figure was slowly approaching. Boom! Tianlin descended behind Taoist Mao Dai with the young Taoist in his arms. He hurriedly stopped him. Please spare her. Taoist Mao Dai turned around, his face revealing a frighteningly cold expression. Too late. Little flower spiriti. Sobi. Dad, you're so cruel. Do you know how pitiful that child is? The young Taoist grabbed the man's hand. She was already like this before Dad arrived. Believe it or not. Tianlin sat down and examined the flower fairy's dwelling. I believe you. Then he stood. Besides, the residual energy at the scene differs from your spiritual power. Taoist Mao Dai placed a hand on the tree trunk, panic appearing on his face as sweat broke out. The attacker left behind no aura at all. We can't determine whether it was a demon or a god. Just like back then, he recalled a horrifying scene of corpses strewn everywhere. The young Taoist angrily punched his father. Then why are you still standing here posing? Hurry up and find whatever hurt the little flower spirit. Taoist Mao Dai roared. How am I supposed to find it without an aura? Your brain is enough to drive me to death. Right, let's try the nearby search function. Tianlin took out his phone and tapped the search button. Buzz. Got it. Tianlin looked around. It's right beside us. Damn it, it's right beneath our feet. A mass of shaggy black fur emerged from the ground. Tianlin leaped away to dodge its attack. Father and son froze in fright. What is that? A marsh beast. This creature has existed since ancient times. It is neither demon nor god, and it grows stronger by devouring other living creatures. The monster appeared before the father and son, opening its mouth in a roar. Whoosh! Tianlin erupted with powerful energy and charged at it. Was this the thing that devoured the little flower spirit? He clenched his fist, which grew into a giant fist, and smashed it into the marsh beast. Splatter! Slime flew everywhere. Boom! Tianlin struck it head-on. It opened its mouth wide and bit toward him. You want to swallow me too? Whoosh! Tianlin fixed the monster with a blade-sharp gaze. He raised his hand, pressing his fingers together like a knife, and lunged toward its mouth, slashing repeatedly inside. Sticky mucus enveloped his body. The monster's slime clung tightly to his legs, catching him somewhat off guard. Taoist Mao Dai took out a Bagua mirror, aimed it at the monster, and began chanting an incantation. The Bagua mirror emitted a dazzling radiance. The Taoist gave the order to attack. Boom! The monster vanished. The light from the Bagua mirror was so intense that Tianlin had to shield his face. Boom! Tianlin fell to the ground. Supporting himself with one hand, he crouched down. Is that mud monster dead? The young Taoist hurried over. Big brother, are you all right? Taoist Mao Dai approached. It escaped. I didn't expect it to be a monster of that level. Had it not been weakened, you would have become its food. Rapid footsteps sounded, then gradually faded into the distance. Tianlin and Taoist Mao Dai each tucked the young Taoist beneath one arm and sprinted ahead. With his mouth covered, the young Taoist's face turned pale. Dad, I'm dizzy and nauseous. Wait, something is wrong with the energy field here. That's right. It's even stronger than that mud monster's energy. It seems to have surrounded us. Indeed, there isn't the slightest trace of an aura. This familiar feeling is so unpleasant. As Tianlin and Taoist Mao Dai spoke, the young Taoist clung to a tree trunk and vomited. The mud monster from before had shrunk into a tiny stone, resting in a sharp, scale-covered palm. Such an adorable little treasure. How could anyone bear to bully it? Seeing a figure appear before him, Taoist Mao Dai was shocked. It's you, Lu Shi. You're late, Mao Dai. I rarely send little Toady to welcome you, yet you beat it into this state. Isn't that going too far? So it really is you, you bastard. You're still alive? Your father was the one who slaughtered my entire family. Lu Shi touched the ruined half of his face. You cut me in half and left me in the wilderness. Luckily, little Toady picked me up and nursed me back to life. A disaster can turn into a blessing. After all, I found a benefactor. Taoist Mao Dai drew his sword and charged forward. This time, I'll make your soul scatter and vanish. Tianlin raised his hand to stop him. Don't act rashly, but it was too late. Seeing Taoist Mao Dai rush forward, Lu Shi met his charge. With just you, he tossed little Toady into the air, and little Toady transformed into a snake that shot toward the Taoist. Water of the Can trigram. The impact of the water of the Can trigram forced little Toady to turn back. You do have some skill, Mao Dai. Unfortunately, these little tricks are nothing before me. Little Toady charged again. The Taoist held his sword before him and chanted. Boom! Little Toady opened its mouth and bit forward. The Taoist pointed his sword at it. Thunder of the Jun trigram. The monster shattered into pieces. Lu Shi's face turned pale. Little Toady, Taoist Mao Dai thrust his sword straight at Lu Shi's head. You're finished. Buzz. Little Toady's fragments gathered into one mass and suddenly transformed into a hand that grabbed the Taoist's leg. Taoist Mao Dai frowned as he looked down at his foot. Lu Shi sneered. You're still just as foolish. He raised a sharp hand and proudly said, Thank me. You're about to be reunited. Smack! Tianlin delivered a godlike kick to Lu Shi's face. Oomph. You dare put on airs in front of me. Lu Shi skidded across the ground, sending stones flying and dust billowing into the air. Tianlin proudly pointed at himself. I am the true Chu Tianlin of this comic. Taoist Mao Dai grimaced, rubbing his throat as he tried to regulate his breathing. He pushed Tianlin aside. This is my personal vendetta. Stay out of it. Lu Shi braced himself and stood up, thinking, this brat has some skill. But Mao Dai is both stubborn and foolish. Victory is mine for certain. The Taoist walked toward him and felt around inside his robe for something. The young Taoist ran after him. Dad, wait. Taoist Mao Dai pulled out a bottle of Mao Dai liquor. Whoosh. Lu Shi rushed forward like a storm. The Taoist opened the liquor bottle and raised it to his mouth, gulping it down. Tianlin grabbed the young Taoist by the collar to stop him. Don't go over there. It's too dangerous. No, Dad's body can't use that move again. Lu Shi conjured two skulls that flew toward the Taoist, snarling viciously. Lu Shi said smugly, Farewell, old friend. Clang. The bottle of Mao Dai liquor fell to the ground. The young Taoist sobbed. Dad is going to die. Taoist Mao Dai threw his head back. Crimson energy surged from his body into the heavens. The ground beneath his feet cracked apart. Tianlin raised a hand to shield his face, frowning as he stared ahead with ragged breathing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Shi's attack was hurled back by Taoist Mao Dai's energy. This power, impossible. It's time to end this grudge. Taoist Mao Dai entered his half-immortal state. Death was closing in. He gathered his strength and leaped high, charging straight at Lu Shi like a whirlwind. Lu Shi cried out in alarm, so fast, and hastily dodged. Taoist Mao Dai gripped his treasured sword in both hands and slashed at Lu Shi, who blocked with his arm. Boom! Slash! The two fought fiercely. The surrounding trees were severed and toppled. Crimson energy surged like a tsunami, swallowing everything. Taoist Mao Dai pressed the attack, slashing at Lu Shi again and again. Whoosh! Lu Shi gritted his teeth, his eyes turning razor-sharp as he counterattacked. Taoist Mao Dai spun through the air to evade his attack. Boom! He extended his arm, smack, and struck Lu Shi hard, sending him flying. Yes! The young Taoist cheered joyfully. We won! We won! Tianlin remained worried. Things were probably not that simple. Taoist Mao Dai radiated brilliant light. It's time to finish this. Whoosh! 10,000 swords shot forth toward Lu Shi. He supported himself and slowly rose. Not a bad formation, but unfortunately, as he spoke, he opened his mouth in a roar. A crimson fireball appeared inside it, while countless streams of spiritual energy flowed from nowhere into his mouth. Taoist Mao Dai was stunned. He can actually absorb immortal energy? The young Taoist and Tianlin were also dumbfounded. Cough, cough. Taoist Mao Dai frowned and spat blood. This is bad. I've been poisoned. Gulp. Lu Shi took in a mouthful of immortal energy. The young Taoist panicked. He's about to attack. Smack! A hand seized Lu Shi by the head. Tianlin slammed his head into the ground. Swallow this. MMPH. Immortal energy erupted in every direction. MMPH. MMPH. The young Taoist hugged a tree and screamed, "Oh my God!" Smoke and dust filled the forest. Octopus-like tentacles wrapped around Tianlin's arm, and he used his power to break free. Those tentacles had emerged from Lu Shi's stomach. Lu Shi threatened, "Underestimating others comes at a price." Tianlin tore off his tentacles, thinking, immortal spiritual qi is clearly the bane of demons. How can he absorb it? Tianlin pointed skyward and shouted, "Heavenly justice descends." A massive golden sphere of light appeared in the sky. Boom! Lightning struck Lu Shi. He cried out in pain, then raised his head with a sinister smile. "Fool! An attack like that can't kill me." Ha ha ha! Taoist Mao Dai stood in front of Tianlin. "Didn't I tell you not to interfere?" Lu Shi arrogantly declared. "Now both of your powers will belong to me." The young Taoist ran up from behind and hugged Tianlin's shoulder. "Big brother, save me." He then jumped up and held the Bawang mirror high. "As you command." The light it emitted made Lu Shi unable to open his eyes. He covered his face and turned away. Smack! Tianlin launched himself forward and delivered a powerful kick, severing Lu Shi's tentacles. Lu Shi was sent flying. Suddenly, Taoist Mao Dai collapsed to the ground, motionless. The young Taoist knelt beside him and wailed, "Dad." Tianlin turned back. "Uncle Master." Taoist Mao Dai lay on the ground in agony. Tianlin took out a talisman and placed it on his forehead. The Taoist cried out in pain. Tianlin summoned the Cosmos Ring. "Dragon Brothers, can't you cure the poison?" The Dragon Brothers' voices came through the Cosmos Ring. "That poison must have been created by the monster transforming its own body into poison. As long as he lives, the poison cannot be cured." Covered in wounds, Lu Shi curled up in a corner, with the little toad perched on his shoulder. Power filled his body. "I never expected such a rich harvest today. That lord will surely be pleased." Tianlin appeared behind Lu Shi with his arms crossed. "I see. The lord you mentioned is the person who planted the immortal root within you, isn't he?" Lu Shi was horrified by those words, his face turning pale. He leaped backward. "How do you know there is an immortal root inside me?" The black and white twin dragons appeared, circling Tianlin. "Of course, the Dragon Brothers told me. And they also told me how to kill you." Dragon horns sprouted from Tianlin's head. Shimmering armor covered his body, fur grew over his shoulders, and wet claws emerged from his hands. Lu Shi grew 2 enormous wings and flew toward Tianlin. "I'm afraid you no longer have the chance." 3 dragon claws scraped across the ground. Tianlin formed a fireball and smashed it into Lu Shi. The sound of footsteps scraped across the earth. Tianlin stood proudly between heaven and earth, turning his head with a cold snort. Lu Shi rose in terror. The immortal root on the right side of his body had vanished. "My immortal root!" Tianlin looked at the immortal root in his hand. "This is so pure, yet it was used on a filthy body like yours. It's like sticking a jasmine flower into a pile of cow dung." Lu Shi rushed at Tianlin like lightning. "Give it back to me." Tianlin turned to look at him and let out a whistle. Countless frigid blocks of ice appeared, surrounding Lu Shi and lifting him into the air. From afar, the young Taoist cheered, "Brother Chu is so cool." Holding Lu Shi's immortal root, Tianlin walked toward him. "It seems you won't die unless I destroy this immortal root." Frozen on the ground, Lu Shi pleaded, "Please don't. I failed to recognize a great man before me." "Great immortal, spare my life. I don't want to die. I'll tell you who that important figure is. Guang Chengzi. It's Guang Chengzi." Tianlin and the others said in shock, "Damn it. One of the legendary 12 golden immortals." Lu Shi frowned and gritted his teeth. "That's right. That old man has raised quite a few scattered monsters like me and the marsh beast, using all kinds of demon immortals as ingredients for his pills." Tianlin listened to Lu Shi's story while snacking. "What a huge melon. How am I supposed to finish all this?" Suddenly, Lu Shi smiled amicably. "That old man is in seclusion. If great immortal spares my life, I'm willing to lead you to his lair. We can take his life while his guard is down. Once you devour him, you might even become a god." Smack! Tianlin slapped Lu Shi across the face. "Do you think I'm as cruel as you? Take it." With that, Tianlin tossed Lu Shi's immortal root. and it landed in the young Taoist's hands. The boy stared in surprise. Huh? Tianlin said to him, "He's your enemy. How you deal with this is up to you." The young Taoist was somewhat dazed, unsure what to do with the immortal root. After a moment, he tossed it into his mouth and swallowed it under his father's astonished gaze. Tianlin was also a little stunned. "You just ate it?" Seeing this, Lucier screamed and wept inwardly. After swallowing the immortal root, the young Taoist flew into the air. "My body feels so good. Did I become an immortal?" Lucier foamed at the mouth in rage. "You little bastard." Before he could finish, Lucier's body dissipated into thin air. Mao Dai grabbed the young Taoist and scolded him. "You idiot! Why did you eat that? Your father went through all that trouble to cripple him. It was such a waste. It would have been better to let you use it to strengthen yourself. Disaster is coming, you fool." Tianlin said nothing, merely staring silently at the block of ice before him. "The little flower spirit is still inside, right?" The small ice block trembled in fear. With bloodshot eyes and a dangerous expression, Tianlin approached the ice block. "Hand her over now, or I'll crush you." He took hold of the little marsh beast, where a small sprout had emerged. "Brother Chu," the flower fairy danced happily. "I'm actually still alive." Seeing the little flower spirit, the young Taoist ran over joyfully. "Big brother and Brother Chu saved you." Tianlin said, "I'll use spiritual power to fuse you with this clump of soil into one body. From now on, it will be your legs. You're free." The flower fairy shed tears of gratitude. "Thank you. After being trapped inside that tree hollow for so many years, I can finally go home and see my parents." The little flower spirit then left Tianlin's hand. Before departing, she turned back to bid the two men farewell. "Goodbye. I will never forget this kindness." The young Taoist waved goodbye. "Take care. Look after your parents well. They miss you terribly." As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson face filled with murderous intent appeared behind the young Taoist, sending a chill down his spine. Mao Dai struck the young Taoist hard on the head. "Then why don't you know how to be filial to your own father? Why do you keep making me angry?" "Ow!" Tianlin stood nearby awkwardly. "It seems Uncle Master's poison has been completely purged." The young Taoist dropped to his knees, clutching his aching face as he trembled and gritted his teeth. "It hurts, Dad. Uncle Master hit me so hard just now." In pain, the boy tore open his clothes, his head burning like fire. Words appeared across his body. "Guang Chengzi." Along with them came a message. "You stole the immortal root and killed me. Once I leave seclusion, that will be the day you die." They were in serious trouble now. The young Taoist could not absorb the immortal root, and immortal energy kept leaking out of his body. Not only would Guang Chengzi be able to find him easily, even ordinary demon beasts would be drawn to him. The young Taoist turned pale and collapsed. Mao Dai hurriedly supported him. The boy forced out, "I don't want to die." Mao Dai knelt before Tianlin. "Senior brother, your cultivation is higher than mine. Please help my son refine the immortal root." Tianlin hesitated, unsure what to say. He sat down and placed a hand on Mao Dai's shoulder. "Even if you hadn't asked, I would have done it. Why do you have to kneel?" Mao Dai handed the young Taoist over to Tianlin, then turned to leave. "My son is in your care. Where are you going, Uncle Master?" Lucier was right. To deal with an enemy like Guang Chengzi, we can only strike while he is weakened. I'll use this immortal energy to trace his location. As he spoke, Mao Dai took out a bottle of liquor and drank. After drinking, he capped the bottle and continued, "No matter the cost, I must kill him. Going alone is too dangerous." Mao Dai turned around and looked sorrowfully at the young Taoist lying on the ground, deliriously calling for his mother through tears. "It's worth it." The young Taoist lay fast asleep on a large bed. The boy slowly opened his eyes. Ding Ding leaned close to his face and cried, "You're awake." The young Taoist screamed, making Tianlin spit out all the water in his mouth. Tianlin hurried into the room. "What's wrong?" The pale-faced young Taoist felt around on the bed, then pointed at Ding Ding. "There's a female ghost." Ding Ding immediately flew into a rage. Annoyed, Tianlin knocked the boy on the head. "What are you thinking?" The young Taoist cried out in pain. "Ow!" He pointed at Ding Ding again. "She's my ghost servant. She's been taking care of you while you were unconscious these past 2 days." "Then why was she taking off my clothes?" Tianlin yanked away the young Taoist blanket. Because I use talismans to seal the immortal energy leaking from your body. The young Taoist hurriedly covered himself and cried out in panic. Looking at the talismans on his body, he understood. I see. Thank you, senior brother, and thank you, beautiful sister, for saving me. Ding Ding floated to Tianlin's side and whispered, Master, how long do we have to watch over this idiot? Until his father comes back for him. After getting dressed, the young Taoist hurried out of the room after Tianlin. Senior brother, where did my father go? He has something to do. First, refine the immortal route with me. He'll contact us. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, delivery service. Please sign for your package. Tianlin opened the door and looked outside. Thank you. Bang! A huge coffin was wheeled into Tianlin's apartment. Creak! It slowly opened. A sinister, chilling aura poured out from within. Tianlin quickly held down the lid and told the young Taoist, Get back. The boy stood there dumbfounded. Mother! Tianlin placed his hand on the coffin lid and used a spell, shattering it to pieces. He frowned and said gravely, Who are you? A long-haired old man gripped the edge of the coffin. Not bad. You really are an opponent worth fighting. Crawling out of my grave to find you was not in vain. Tianlin could not be bothered with him. The young Taoist picked up the basin of gold offerings. We're rich this time. His eyes gleaming, he ran off with the basin. I'm coming, big brother. The old man looked at them helplessly. He snapped and formed a blue fireball. Will you people listen when someone is talking? Boom! He hurled a fireball toward Tianlin. At some point, Tianlin had already seated himself firmly on the coffin lid, his sword pressed against the old man's throat. Anything else you want to say? The old man stared blankly at him. So fast. Then he sneered. You're the one with Super WeChat, aren't you? Tianlin froze. How do you know? Swish. A chain shot straight toward Tianlin's back. The old man said smugly, What a pity. You'll never get the chance to hear the answer. A rift tore open in the sky, and sharp shards of ice fell from it. Tianlin finished his sentence for him. Is that so? The ice shards struck the old man. He panicked. What? And he looked up to see countless ice arrows shooting toward him. Tianlin stepped forward and pointed skyward, stopping the falling ice. Now, can you talk? The old man looked up at him. Spiritual power taking form. You've learned quite a few spells. Impressive. Dragging his battered body, he climbed back into the coffin. You and I are very alike. We're both users of Super WeChat. I guessed as much. So you wanted to kill me and seize my spiritual power and magical artifacts. That's right. An unfamiliar WeChat account gave me your location. That person must be a celestial being. Looks like you know no less than I do. Can't you see that the Celestials are arranging for us to slaughter one another, like raising venomous insects? What do they gain from it? For now, I don't know. There are too many celestial conspiracies hidden behind WeChat. Investigate it with me. What? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? The old man trembled as he glared at Tianlin. After all, killing me would benefit you more, wouldn't it? The old man was left speechless by Tianlin's words. I don't want to be enemies with you. Don't force me. With that, he threw 2 puppets at Tianlin, one male and one female. He quickly counterattacked. Someone like you isn't worthy of my trust. Boom! A gigantic female puppet wrapped Tianlin in a tight embrace and pinned him to the floor. The 2 smaller puppets rushed over and held him tightly against the wall. Before fleeing, the old man turned back and said, Just wait, Chu Tianlin. I, Qian Xing Tian, will not let you off. Tianlin shouted furiously after him. Then stay for dinner. With a whoosh, the coffin flew out of Tianlin's apartment. He flew after it, but before he could touch it, the coffin vanished. Those ghostly escape techniques are pretty good. He landed on the ground and rubbed his chin, recalling Qian Shengtian's words. Can't you see that the Celestials are arranging for us to slaughter one another, like raising venomous insects? He wondered, what exactly are we to the Celestials? A call of Dad pulled him out of his thoughts. Looking up, he saw a little girl charging toward him. Hiya! The young Taoist flew in from nowhere and kicked the girl in the face, making her spit out blood. She collapsed in the corner. The young Taoist happily ran over to Tianlin. Good thing I got here in time, big brother. Otherwise, you would have been in danger. Tianlin stared at him blankly. Why does this person look familiar? Policewoman Mi Yushi hurried over. Tianlin approached the 2 of them. Yushi, that is. Mi Yushi shouted at him. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and save her. Yu's head was wrapped in bandages, with tissues stuffed into both nostrils. Trembling, she cried, "That was too much. I came all this way to visit my foster father, and this is how you welcome me? Boo-hoo." The bruised young Taoist covered his face and protested indignantly. "Hey, hey, hey, you beat me up like this, and you still dare cry." Yu pointed at his face. "It's only out of respect for my foster father that I didn't beat you to death." The two adults looked at the children with indulgent expressions. They really are sworn enemies. She acts just like a child when she's with me. Seekong's downfall made her bear far too much. "I didn't mean to. I'm not listening. This bad guy just keeps babbling." Tianlin scratched his head awkwardly and turned to Miyushi. "Thank you for taking care of her. It should have been my responsibility, but I made you shoulder it." Miyuki smiled. "I'll remember this debt. When I need you, don't even think of running away. As long as it's something I can do, I absolutely won't refuse." You ran over, grabbed Miyushi's and Tianlin's hands, and pressed them together. "Why wait until then? Foster father can repay her right now." With a mischievous smile, she said, "Repay her with your body." Tianlin flushed bright red. "Hey, hey, no way." Before he could finish, Yu Tian stood at the door with a dark expression and called, "Tianlin." The three of them stared blankly toward the door. "You two are awfully intimate. You can't even close your mouths." Tianlin quickly let go of Miyushi's hand and said awkwardly, "Sister Yu Tian, you're here?" Tianlin silently thought, "Why the hell do I feel guilty?" Miyushi stood beside him and glared at him. Yu Tian replied, "So many friends here. What are you all talking about?" You spoke up. "My foster father, Tianlin, wants to repay Sister Me with his body. We were discussing when to hold their wedding." Tianlin's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly explained, "No, that's not it. I didn't say that, Yu Tian. This girl is talking nonsense." Miyushi put one hand on her hip and grabbed Tianlin by the collar with the other, lifting him up. "What nonsense? Didn't you say you wanted to repay me? I think Yu's suggestion is excellent." He glared at her. Yu Tian also rushed over and pinched Tianlin's ear. "Sorry, Miyushi, but Tianlin already confessed to me." Miyushi could not help retorting, "There's no such thing as first come, first served in this." "Hey, hey, hey, stop fighting, you two." Yu Tian and Miyushi glared at each other with murderous intent. One was a tiger, the other a dragon. Yu Tian asked Tianlin whom he would choose first. Trapped between them, Tianlin trembled as he answered, "I choose puppies." "Shut up," Miyuki shouted. "Young Taoist, they're about to fight. Think of something." You cried. The young Taoist did not bother thinking of a solution. He took out snacks and a drink, then sat down to watch the show. "This is so exciting." Smack! You angrily knocked the can from the young Taoist's hand. "Exciting my foot." The boy turned pale in fright. The spilled drink soaked the young Taoist, causing the talismans on his body to shine brightly. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from the young Taoist's body. The power was so immense that it sent both Miyushi and Yu Tian flying. Hearing their cries, Tianlin turned around in alarm. Smack! One hand caught Yu Tian around the waist, while the other grabbed Miyushi's hand. "Are you two all right?" While Tianlin worried over the two women, they only glared at each other. "What is this?" He was chased by the light, retreating in fear. Whoosh! The rays of light entered her forehead. A vast surge of energy flooded Yu's body, causing her to faint. Tianlin flashed over and caught Yu. Big brother. Yu, what's wrong?" After releasing the energy, the young Taoist became skin and bones, his eyes bulging as he weakly said, "Shouldn't you be asking me first?" Only then did the other three turn to look at him. Yu slowly opened her eyes, a lotus-shaped mark appearing on her forehead. "Foster father, what? What happened to me?" Tianlin was startled upon seeing her face. The aura of the azure lotus immortal energy has stabilized as well. Tianlin helped Yu sit in a chair and explained, "I understand now. Yu is descended from an immortal who possessed a mortal body. An inborn immortal body is the best vessel for immortal energy." She stared at him in confusion. What does that mean?" Tianlin pinched Yu's cheek. "It means this little girl is now a half immortal." Miyushi bent down. "How lucky. Foster father. That hurts." Suddenly, Yu rolled her eyes back. "Descendants of a Seacone clan, do not defy my command. None of my descendants may enter the immortal register or ascend the heavenly gate. Any unfortunate soul tainted by divine traces must immediately remove their spiritual root and return themselves to a mortal body. Otherwise, they will surely suffer heavenly punishment and endanger the fate of the entire clan. I have divined this from the heavens. Do not say, 'I failed to warn you.'" As soon as the voice stopped, Yu returned to normal. It felt as though something were stuck in her throat. She opened her mouth and touched her neck, drenched in sweat. What's wrong? Foster father, a voice suddenly appeared in my head and said a whole lot of confusing things. Did I enter a trance and commune with spirits or something? I couldn't understand what he said. It was all ancient language. I remember he mentioned heavenly punishment and said I couldn't become an immortal. He said it was very dangerous. Tianlin was alarmed. Could it have been a message from your ancestor? Whilst did he say, think carefully. Ding dong. Tianlin's phone rang. A compass appeared on the screen. Sikong has been granted the title of Rogue Immortal. Distance, 32 kilometers. Location, Ancient Gate Hall. A man sat inside a coffin, staring at his phone. Now, there's even a Rogue Immortal? Could she be some immortal's illegitimate daughter? Your guess is correct. Qian Xingtian was startled. Who are you, ma'am? Whoosh. The Jade Pool Fairy appeared inside the ancient tomb. I am Qian Xingtian. He rose to his feet. Who are you trying to scare? Then he summoned 2 iron chains, with sharp arrowheads at their ends. The chains shot toward the Jade Pool Fairy. Damn it, let me tell you, old man, I hate pretentious people like you most of all. The Jade Pool Fairy smiled, snapped her fingers, and said, you don't know the difference between life and death. Boom! A massive explosion erupted where Qian Xingtian stood, and black smoke billowed everywhere. His eyes bulged, veins filled with blood appeared in them, and saliva dripped from his open mouth. The Jade Pool Fairy approached Qian Xingtian. Are you convinced now? Smack, smack. Qian Xingtian slapped himself across the face. I failed to recognize a great person before me and offended a superior deity. Please spare my life, great goddess. I beg you. Enough. This is truly unsightly. I came here to give you orders, not to watch a monkey show. Please give your command, Immortal. Kill everyone close to So Tien Lam. Tien Tang Tien replied to Jade Pool Fairy with some alarm. But So Tien Lam is the one who saved my life. Back then, following directions on Super WeChat, I went to an ancient tomb to search for treasures and secret arts. I found a large coffin and eagerly opened it. The sight inside turned my face pale. Countless arms reached out from within the coffin and clawed at me. I was terrified and tried to escape, but I was trapped inside that golden coffin for 5 whole years until So Tien Lam appeared. If he had not broken the seal, I would never have had the chance to see the sun again. I truly cannot bear to treat him so cruelly. I will grant you a superior grade red elixir, which will allow you to advance directly to the Foundation Establishment Realm. You underestimate me, exalted goddess. How could young Master So's great kindness toward me be erased by just 1 red elixir? Tien Tang. Tien shamelessly held up 2 fingers, asking for 2 pills. The scene shifts to the male lead. Noyet Tien storms off in anger. Tien Lam hurriedly chases after her. Noyet Tien, listen to me explain. I thought you were different from other men. I never expected you to be such a womanizer. Little Noyet is staying at your house for her own safety. Noyet Tien suddenly turned around. Then what about me, Vu Qi? You let her stay there too. What about her? Little Noyet does not want to leave her. Noyet Tien angrily turns to leave. Then the 3 of you can just live together. I'm leaving. Suddenly, Noyet Tien falls backward. Countless chunks of rubble fly toward her. The male lead rushes over, catching her and shielding the unconscious Noyet Tien. Suddenly, he raises 2 fingers in the shape of a gun and points in one direction. Bang! He mimics firing a shot. Someone in that building cries out. One of the gunmen is hit by Tien Lam's attack and crashes to the ground. The others gather around the wounded man. We've been discovered. Retreat now. Bang! Tien Lam kicks down the door and bursts in, standing before the group. His face is filled with killing intent. No one is leaving here. So Tien Lam, the death organization will never let you go. Tien Lam clenches his fist. If you want to come here and die, I don't mind delivering justice on heaven's behalf. You may be powerful, but that may not be true for your family. Cough. Tien Lam grabs one man by the throat and lifts him up, his eyes bloodshot. If you dare lay a hand on my family, I will make you wish you were dead. You have no idea how powerful we are. You cannot even find us. I don't have time to waste on small fry like you. With that, he reaches out and summons the Blood Crystal War General. Go ahead and tear each other apart. Red energy enters the mouths of the Death Organization members. Their eyes turn blood red. They howl and collapse to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Then they get back up and surround the male lead. He orders, once you have completed your mission, kill yourselves. Understood. They leave through the window. Downstairs, Noyet Tien watches the scene in fear. Boom! Tien Lam leaps down from upstairs. Tien Lam, are you all right? Noya Tien looks at him worriedly. I saw those assassins running out and thought something had happened to you. Tien Lam places a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, I'm Yufine. Noya Tien hugs him tightly. I was scared to death just now. Even though I know you're strong, I still couldn't help worrying. I was afraid you'd get hurt, afraid something would happen to you. Hearing Tien Lam call her name, Noya Tien quickly lets go of him. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jinx you. Tien Lam kisses Noya Tien on the forehead. Thank you for caring about me. For you, I'll take good care of myself. Okay, pinky promise. Why are we suddenly acting like children? All right, pinky promise. Ring, ring, ring. Before he can finish speaking, Tien Lam's phone rings. He takes it out. Noya Tien urgently says, it's my mother's phone. Answer it quickly. Tien Lam thinks, could the death organization have come to their door? Don't scare yourself. Tien Lam answers the phone. Mom, what is it? Tien Lam, save me. Beep, beep, beep. Mom, Annie, what's wrong? Tien Lam hurriedly leaves. My family is in danger. I have to go back and save them immediately. Noya Tien grabs his hand. I'm coming with you. Maybe I can help. Pen Lam hestita budi fili. All right. Whoosh. Tien Lam stomps on the ground, takes Noya Tien into his arms, and flies into the sky. It'll be fine. I left protective talismans with my parents and younger brother. Ordinary people cannot hurt them. Boom. The two shoot away like rockets. We have to hurry. Boom! Tien Lam kicks the door open and rushes inside. Mom, Dad, a man is leisurely eating at a table in the corner. Tien Lam enters with overwhelming, killing intent. Dine Tang Tan, where's my family? Where did you take them? Don't be so hasty. Let me finish eating first. It smells delicious. The male lead angrily charges forward. Give them back to me. Black and white impermanents rush forward. Tien Tang Tien remains seated. You can keep these two company. With a bang, the wall of the house shatters and dust fills the air. In a flash, Black Dragon and White Dragon chase after the two men. Inside the house, smoke and dust swirl everywhere. Tien Lam and Tien Tang Tien fight. If you wanted to steal my treasure, you should have come after me. Why drag my family into this? Those are the celestial gods' orders. Tien Tang Tien recalls Jade Pool Fairy's words. So Tien Lam is the pawn I have my eye on. Only by making him lose everything can he be easily subdued. He smiles meaningfully. It seems your younger brother has become a target. Then I'll kill you first. The staff in Tien Lam's hand strikes Tien Tang Tien's sword, throwing him off balance and forcing him to stagger backward. Black Dragon and White Dragon tear Black and White impermanents apart. On Tien Lam's side, he angrily channels all his strength into a slash at Tien Tang Tien, declaring forcefully, then I will slay a god. Dine Tang Ten Swat Sato. And his body is cut in two. His body suddenly transforms into a paper substitute. Tien Lam is shocked. What is this? He falls into a pitch-black void. Below the void are countless spikes. His entire body is immobilized, and he cannot use spiritual power. Ugh. He falls, his body pierced through by the spikes. Tien Tang Tien floats in midair with his arms folded. Calm down. Fighting me in this space, you do not stand the slightest chance of winning. The male lead's eyes turn red as he grits his teeth. This is your inner realm. You've advanced. That's right. Thanks to the 2 red elixirs bestowed by Jade Pool Fairy, I escaped the coffin, and my cultivation has surpassed yours. But I don't want to kill you, and I haven't harmed your family either. Do you still want to recruit me to fight the celestial gods? This is your last chance. The male lead struggles to his feet. I can join you, but I get to make the decisions. Tien Tang Tien looks displeased. It seems you still don't understand who holds the advantage here. Pen Lam Sno. No, you're the one who doesn't understand. With a roar, a bottomless whirlpool appears. Cold sweat breaks out on Tien Tang Tien's brow. Tien Lam tells him, your blade prison may be terrifying, but in my boundless sea, it is nothing more than a small pond. A huge wave rises and crashes down over his head. He panics. His inner realm has completely surrounded mine. Damn it, how much strength has this guy been hiding? So what? Your family is still in my hands. Idiot, do you think I came alone? He recalls what he told Noya Tien before returning. My family all carry the same protective talisman. If they are hidden away, you can use this to find them. I'm counting on you. After receiving the device he gave her, Noya Tien immediately went looking for his family. She hurried out of house to tell him, Tien Lam, I found them. Back in Tien Tang Tien's inner realm, the male lead folds his arms smugly. You no longer have the right to negotiate. With a boom, he turns the massive wave into a gigantic hand that tightly clenches Tien Tang Tien. Trapped in the watery hand, he cries out, "So, Tien Lam, if you refuse to submit, then wait here to die." With that, the wave hand hurls him down. He screams in terror. He is sucked into the bottomless whirlpool. Enough. I surrender. Everything will be as you arrange it. Back in reality, smack. The male lead slaps Tien Tang Tien across the face. That slap was for daring to offend my family. Now we can discuss our cooperation. Tien Tang Tien clutches his face, looking dazed. Boss, I was wrong before. Roar. Black dragon and white dragon fly to the male lead's side. Their roars frighten Tien Tang Tien so badly that he falls backward. He sees the mangled corpses of black and white impermanence behind them in horror, then turns fearfully to Tien Lam. What do you want? The male lead answers with confidence and resolve. Capture Jade Pool Fairy. Tien Lam opens the door and urgently calls out, "Mom, Dad, how are you? Are you hurt?" Noyet Tien walks over to him. "Don't worry. Uncle and Annie merely fainted." His parents, seated in chairs, answer their son. "Yes, our daughter-in-law took very good care of us." Tien Lam walks over to his parents, scratching his head and blushing. "What daughter-in-law? You've already started treating her like family." His parents have already approved of Noyet Tien. "You two should hurry up and get married." "That's right, brat. If you ever do anything to wrong my daughter-in-law, I'll break your legs." Noyet Tien happily pushes the still stunned Tien Lam. "Come on, uncle. Let's go discuss the wedding. You two should rest first." Tien Lam's father happily waves his hand. "Go on. We wouldn't even mind a shotgun wedding." The male lead interjects, "Could you two be serious for once?" Tien Lam and Noyet Tien walk to one side. Noyet Tien speaks first. "How did it go? Did you find out who harmed your parents?" "Yes. This person's background is far from simple. Next, I have to meet her and settle this once and for all. Go in peace. I'll take care of your parents for you." Blushing as red as a tomato, Tien Lam happily says, "Thank you, Noyet Tien." Then he takes Noyet Tien's hand. "Wait for me to return." Tien Lam and Tien Tang Tien arrive at a towering mountain. The spiritual energy here is wonderfully pure. This truly is an excellent place for cultivation, perfect for us to enter seclusion and cultivate together. Tien Lam tells Tien Tang Tien, "Would you please shut up?" Someone runs toward them from afar. "Brother So, Ten Lam Dun Sto Dan Tang Ten. Our man is here." The newcomer is Taoist Mao Dai. Tien Lam turns to him. "Martial uncle, have you prepared everything?" The Taoist gives a thumbs up and answers confidently, "Don't worry. The moment I received your call, I arranged everything. I've been waiting only for you. Then let's begin at once." Taoist Mao Tai bites his fingertip, raises his sword toward the sky, and performs a ritual. This disciple respectfully invites Jade Pool Fairy to descend. Jade Pool Fairy slowly descends. "Who dares summon me to the mortal realm?" Tien Lam, Tien Tang Tien, and Taoist Mao Tai step out, their bodies overflowing with killing intent as they point at the fairy. She panics. You boom. The three men blow up the mountain behind Jade Pool Fairy. She stares in astonishment. "What are you doing?" Rumble. The mountain crumbles and countless rocks tumble down. An old man charges down furiously from above. "Who dares destroy my place of seclusion? Surrender your lives." The old man begins fighting Jade Pool Fairy. Suddenly, the two stop and stare at each other. Guang Chengzi, Jade Pool. Guang Chengzi takes a step back. "Jade Pool, our two sects agreed not to interfere with one another. Why did you attack me?" Tien Lam contemptuously raises his middle finger. "An old man like you raises demons and murders our goddess. I've disliked you for a long time." Jade Pool Fairy hurriedly waves her hands behind him. "So Tien Lam, what nonsense are you spouting?" The three men kneel and bow to Jade Pool Fairy. "Today, our fairy shall uphold justice on heaven's behalf. She has come specifically to take your life as a warning to the fallen gods of the three realms." Jade Pool Fairy hurriedly denies it. "I did not. I have done nothing." Wang Chengzi shouts, "Stop talking nonsense. I despise the despicable methods of your heaven-piercing pavilion. Are you any better?" Tien Lam fans the flames. "You're both shameless wretches, so why pretend to be virtuous?" Jade Pool Fairy curses back. "You dare shout at me?" The male lead eggs them on from behind. Showing disrespect to the fairy is a crime worthy of immediate execution. Boom! Jade Pool Fairy and Guang Chengzi begin fighting. "You shrew, I've wanted to beat you to death for a long time. You dare insult me? I will grind your bones to dust. You old hag, I'll scratch that face of yours to pieces. I'll castrate you. While they are fighting, the group quietly slips away. Brother So, that was brilliant. I thought we'd have to fight a huge battle. If words can solve it, there is no need to use our fists. The next step is what truly matters. Taoist Mao Tai stares at the sword before him and activates the formation. Several enormous boulders shift against one another. The two words Imperial Decree slowly move aside, opening a passage. Meanwhile, the two are still fighting fiercely. You dare to dirty my clothes. Let's see if you can still act so arrogantly now. Jade Pool Fairy is covered in mud, her fury blazing. I'm truly enraged now. Guang Qingzi conjures a huge character and presses it down upon Jade Pool Fairy. Jade Pool Fairy glares, her entire body glowing as bricks and stones fly off her and light envelopes her body, quickly dissolving Guang Qingzi's attack. On the male lead side, rocks rain down. Dine tang ten hai fo fuli behin ten lam. Mother of Heaven, I nearly got reduced to ashes. Tian Lam focuses on his phone. Calm down. You're interfering with my filming. Taoist Mao Tai continues concentrating on his ritual. Jade Pool Fairy reaches out her hand. It is not too late to beg for forgiveness. Countless red sparks fly toward Guang Qingzi. He angrily retreats to dodge them, startled awake from his daze. The male lead turns to look at Taoist Mao Tai. At that moment, the Taoist's power gathers at the sword tip, pointing straight ahead. A flash of sword light streaks forth like lightning. Slash! The sword pierces Guang Qingzi's body. He looks down at his dantian in horror. His sea of qi has been sealed, and he can no longer use spiritual power. Cold sweat covers Guang Qingzi's forehead, and his entire body trembles. Boom! Guang Qingzi's wounds burst open, spraying blood everywhere. Jade Pool Fairy stares blankly at the scene before her. How could this happen? I only used half my power. Whoosh! Guang Qingzi falls from the sky. Jade Pool Fairy flies to his side. Even if he was in seclusion, he should have been able to withstand one attack. Guang Qingzi lies motionless on the ground, his eyes shut tightly and mouth hanging open. He has truly fallen. Tian Lam and the others emerge from the bushes. Jade Pool Fairy, your enforcement of justice on heaven's behalf truly makes you a shining example for all cultivators to follow. Jade Pool Fairy grits her teeth, whirls around, and rages. You dare scheme against me? Whoosh whoosh. Jade Pool Fairy flies toward Tian Lam. I will kill you all. Tian Lam calmly holds his phone up at her. Do you dare? Jade Pool Fairy sees the footage of Guang Qingzi falling and herself rushing toward him, and she is frightened. Tian Lam continues, I've uploaded this video to the cloud. Anyone can receive it, so even immortals can become professional actors. The moment I die, the video will automatically unlock and spread. No one can stop it. I thought this would be twice as entertaining. If you want the 3 realms to know how Guang Qingzi died at your hands, then go ahead and attack. The words 100% appear before Jade Pool Fairy. The world does not know the dark side of the celestial gods. Haven't the celestial gods decayed long ago? I believe the force behind Guang Qingzi will certainly avenge us. Jade Pool Fairy snorts coldly and slaps Tian Lam hard, making him cough up blood. A mere mortal dares threaten me? Boom! The male lead is sent flying into a tree, blood splattering everywhere. Brother So, whoosh! Jade Pool Fairy unleashes a blinding blast of energy. You are merely insects who cultivated immortal arts by relying on my favor. Boom! Tian Tang Tian and Taoist Mao Tai fall to the ground. Jade Pool Fairy flies closer and asks, Who gave you the nerve to stand before me and speak? Tian Lam grits his teeth and wipes his mouth. It is only through the faith of mortals that you exist. Tian Lam walked over to the two of them and channeled his energy. You're the one who should kneel and call us father. Jade Pool Fairy flew into a rage. You want to die? Tian Lam pressed his sword to his own neck. Your father is right here. Come and take him yourself. Let's see this through to the end. A message appeared on the male lead's phone. Host deceased. Video unlocked. He pressed the blade harder against his neck. Boom! Jade Pool Fairy was so enraged that the ground split open. What are you trying to do? That power is terrifying. She's still alive. So Tian Lam, what exactly is your purpose? Nothing much. I just want you to bless us with healthy bodies, peaceful families, and world peace. While you're at it, tell us what the Heaven Ascending plan really is. Fine. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. 7,000 years ago, Heavenly Emperor Zhuanshu carried out the separation of heaven and earth, ushering in an age where gods and men ruled separately. Gods no longer guided mortals. Instead, they ruled them absolutely and enjoyed their worship for generation after generation. Gods no longer needed arduous cultivation. Faith was their sole source of power. Yet mortals now worship science and no longer believe in gods. Industrial development has also caused pure lands to gradually disappear. More and more gods have fallen because their power was exhausted. Thus, we established the Heaven Ascending Plan to seek mortals with divine nature, provide them with the means to cultivate, and hope they would ascend to the heavenly realm as soon as possible to replace the fallen gods. So that's how it is. Then what was Guang Chengxi's deal? It seems his faction is deeply at odds with yours. Jade Pool Fairy looked at Guang Chengxi's corpse. Yes, they colluded with demons to preserve their own lives and committed acts that even you could never accept. How could we tolerate that? The divine realm is weak now, while demons are rising by exploiting human desires. You are the people chosen by the gods to protect the mortal world. Then why did you try to harm me? Then why did you say Tian Tang Tian had harmed my family? Jade Pool Fairy turned away awkwardly. That was merely a test of your abilities. I already had a way to keep you safe. That does make some sense. Tian Tang Tian stood nearby, looking at Jade Pool Fairy with disgust, as if I'd believe you. That old woman is far too cunning. Tian Lam stepped toward Jade Pool Fairy and extended his hand. Since it was all a misunderstanding, there's no need for us to be enemies anymore. From now on, we're friends. Friends are fine. Then can you delete that video? It's better to keep it. Let it serve as a memento of our friendship, the male lead said solemnly. As long as this friendship doesn't fall apart, the video will never be released. Jade Pool Fairy frowned. How dare you? With that, she left in fury. I'm tired. I'm returning to the heavenly palace to rest. Make yourselves at home. Do you believe her explanation about the Heaven Ascending Plan? Do I look like an idiot? So she was just deceiving us. Tian Lam patted Taoist Mao Dai on the shoulder. It's over. We can go home now. Fortunately, we managed to get Jade Pool Fairy into the same boat as us. We can investigate the truth slowly, and we conveniently dealt with Guang Chengxi's threat as well. Tian Lam and the Taoist put their arms around each other's shoulders and prepared to leave. Tian Lam turned back toward Tian Tang Tian. You're not coming? He replied, we're not headed the same way. You go ahead. Contact me on WeChat if anything comes up. Watching the two male leads leave, Tian Tang Tian turned around with a strange look in his eyes. It turned out he was coveting Guang Chengxi's body. He revealed a sinister smile. Only after you all leave can I deal with this pile of trash in peace. Suddenly, a red cord flew over and wrapped around Tian Tang Tian's neck. His face changed as he spun around. Whoosh! Jade Pool Fairy had not truly left. She returned, bound Tian Tang Tian by the neck, and suspended him in midair. I never expected you to be a traitor. You dare betray me? Jade Pool Fairy used magic to force Tian Tang Tian to confess. He pleaded in pain. Hi, goddess. Listen to my explanation. Explain yourself clearly before you die. That girl of Tian Lam's. Tian Tang Tian recalled what happened. When Noyet Tian happily returned from shopping, he sent a paper puppet to follow her. The people below sneered. The paper puppet approached Noyet Tian. Sensing danger behind her, she suddenly stopped. Whoosh! Noyet Tian's shopping bag fell, and apples rolled out into the blood pooling on the ground. Noyet Tian lay in that pool of blood, still clutching the little airplane Tian Lam had given her. She was dead. Jade Pool Fairy held Tian Tang Tian's heart and asked suspiciously, so you deliberately helped me cooperate with Tian Lam, then planned to use his lover's death to force him into submitting to me? Tian Tang Tian clutched his wound with one hand and grasped Jade Pool Fairy's skirt with the other. Looking up, he said, that's right. To save his woman, Tian Lam will surely try to curry favor with you. Mortals are that weak. Tian Lam entered the house and found Noyet Tian, covered in blood, lying on the bed as his parents cared for her. He rushed to her side. Jade Pool Fairy remarked, the loss of love alone is enough to destroy him. Yet mortals are so stubborn. The male lead helped Noyet Tian sit up. Noyet Tian, Tien Tang Tien continued. As long as there is even a shred of hope, they will never give up. So whether it is Tien Lam or a lowly man like me, we are both willing to become the High Goddess's loyal hounds. Thud! Jade Pool Fairy threw Tien Tang Tien's heart back to him. I'll trust you one more time. If you dare harbor divided loyalties again. Tien Tang Tien hurriedly put his heart back in place. I would never dare again. Never again. Thank you, High Goddess. When he looked up, Jade Pool Fairy had already vanished. Damn it. Once I use you and Tien Lam to ascend and become a god, I'll skin you alive. Back at Tien Lam's home. Brother Tien Lam, the dead cannot return to life. Please restrain your grief. Uncle, you have studied the Tao your whole life. Don't you know? As Tien Lam spoke, he wiped the blood from Noye Tien's face. How do I open the entrance to the Yellow Springs? Taoist Mao Tai was stunned by the question. You want to break into the underworld to save someone? Tien Lam gently laid Noye Tien back down. She suffered because of me. I have to bring her back. Taoist Mao Tai rushed forward and shook the male lead. Snatching back the soul of a living person is a grave crime. Heaven will punish you for it. Why not ask Jade Pool Fairy for help? She won't back down. Instead, she'll use this to force me to hand over the video, then kill all of us. Fine, I'll find a way myself. No matter what price I have to pay, I'll pay it. The male lead began to leave. Taoist Mao Tai closed his eyes and sighed. I'll take you. Tien Lam sat cross-legged on the floor and arranged a formation. Taoist Mao Tai held a burning talisman in one hand and a bowl in the other. The bowl contained chicken blood and the ashes of the talisman he had just burned. He handed it to Tien Lam. Drink this. It can temporarily send your spirit into your soul, but it will only last the time it takes to burn one incense stick. You must find her quickly. Understood. He then put a red bracelet with a bell on Tien Lam's wrist. If your soul is in danger, this bell will ring. When that happens, whether you succeed or fail, I must summon you back. This is the final bottom line of what I can do to help you. No nigo los chiastions. Tien Lam wiped the corner of his mouth. I understand. Send me on my way. The candle on the table went out, and the room was plunged into darkness. Taoist Mao Tai stared intently at Tien Lam. You are ready to depart. The Taoist drove a silver needle into Tien Lam's chest. This blossom needle pierces the ever-living central heaven acupoint and can place you in a state of suspended death. Be careful. Don't let your soul truly die. Tien Lam's soul left his body. Thank you, Uncle. I'll be careful. Suddenly, Tien Lam's expression changed. Black and white impermanence came to inspect the male lead's soul. Kid, you look familiar. Aren't you that rogue cultivator who offended us a few days ago? Black impermanence sneered. This time, we can finally get our revenge. Clank, clank. Rapid footsteps aprakid. Black and white impermanence placed shackles around Tien Lam's neck and escorted him away. White impermanence pointed to the sign reading road to the Yellow Springs. Welcome to the underworld. We'll have an unforgettable time here. Tien Lam looked up and replied, I can't wait. Boom! The male lead stood up and shattered black and white impermanence's iron shackles with one strike. They backed away in alarm. How do you still have spiritual power? You're the soul of a living person. Black and white impermanence drew their weapons and surrounded him. Black impermanence rushed in and swung his scythe at Tien Lam. Tien Lam caught the blade barehanded. Come here. He grabbed Black Impermanence by the collar and pulled him over. Black Impermanence cried out in terror. Wait. Tien Lam held Black Impermanence up as a shield, leaving his body stiff with fear. There's still one white impermanence I need to deal with. You despicable bastard. Release Old 8. The male lead carried a huge block of ice and charged at white impermanence. Here, take it back. A miserable scream echoed throughout the underworld. Tien Lam's middle finger-shaped block of ice-pinned white impermanence beneath it. The male lead walked up to him. I'm looking for a wrongfully deceased female ghost named Shun Noyet Tien. Tell me where she is. White impermanence replied. You think I'll tell you just because you demand it? Are you my father or something? Tien Lam clenched his fist furiously and rushed forward. Then don't blame me. Stop hitting me. He punched the ice block hard, shattering it and revealing Black Impermanence. He had been beaten until tears and snot covered his face, while White Impermanence stared with a deathly pale expression. Old 8, smack, smack, smack. He threw punch after punch at Black Impermanence. If you won't talk, I'll keep beating him. Let's see who breaks first. White Impermanence hurriedly shouted, "Stop! I'll talk. I'll tell you now." Cough. Black Impermanence collapsed to his knees, coughing violently. White Impermanence hurried over to support Black Impermanence. "Old 8, are you all right?" The two embraced and wept. "You fool, Old 7. You can't go against the rules of our past lives. You died for me before. Today, it's my turn to protect you." Tien Lam stood there with his arms folded, looking like a street thug. Then Black and White Impermanence escorted Tien Lam away through the air. Ding ding. "Welcome, travelers. You are about to arrive at Wraith City. This is the liveliest place in the underworld. Every unfortunate soul captured and brought here stays in this place, waiting until their allotted lifespan ends before reincarnating. A friendly reminder, because they died unjustly, the spirits here bear deep resentment and are extremely vicious. This is the most dangerous area in the entire underworld. Please do not wander off alone during your visit, lest you encounter evil spirits. Shut up and take me there." The souls locked in cages saw someone arrive and immediately clung to the bars, reaching out and crying, "I was wronged. I'm not dead yet. Let me go home." Seeing this scene, he thought, "Is Noyet Tin imprisoned here?" The souls in the cages tore at one another, while some screamed for help. The male lead grabbed White Impermanence by the collar and lifted him up. "Find Shinoyet Tien immediately. If anything happens to her, I'll make sure you never reincarnate." "Yes, yes, yes. Dear visitor, please do not assault the staff." Then they continued onward. A jailer rushed up to them. "Greetings, honored underworld officers. Is this Lord White Impermanence? This is the newly appointed judge, here specifically to inspect the place." The jailer frowned slightly. Then he turned around and gestured for them to follow. "Understood. This humble subordinate will guide the new judge. Sorry to trouble you. Do you believe me now?" The sky was pitch black. Following behind the jailer, Tien Lam asked, "May I ask where newly deceased souls are detained?" "Do not worry, my lord." The jailer turned around. "I'll take you there immediately." But upon seeing the scene before him, he trembled in fear. The male lead's entire body was enveloped in a blue glow. "This is Tien Lam et Glim in Shok." A blue talisman sealed Tien Lam in place. The jailer shouted, "Surround him." The male lead struggled against the talisman's power. "The pressure is too great. My soul is about to disperse." "Huh, you ignorant brat. No matter how powerful a cultivator may be, once he reaches our territory, he is nothing but a dead ghost. Do you really think we're easy to bully? There has never been a new judge appointed. Lord White used this trick to warn me that something was suspicious. As expected, he was wise. Countless underworld soldiers carrying spears rushed forward and surrounded Tien Lam. The ghosts panicked. This brat has held out in the ceiling formation for so long. Don't waste your strength on him. He's already a dying chicken. He won't struggle much longer." But a terrifying power began to radiate from within the formation. With only a spear, Tien Lam killed a pile of ghosts at his feet. "If this keeps up, the time limit on my soul possession spiritual power will run out. I can only take a gamble." He let out a roar, and everything around him rose into the air. The imprisoned souls flew toward him. The ghosts were horrified. This brat has gone insane. He dares devour souls to replenish his spiritual power. Stop him. Tien Lam became more powerful than ever. His body turned black, his eyes glowed crimson, and a third eye even opened on his forehead. Evil energy poured from his entire body, and a pair of black wings grew from his back. With a single roar, the surrounding flames destroyed several more souls. The ghosts struck by his attack could only absorb the evil energy as well. They were utterly terrified. This villain is becoming more and more brutal. He's now in an overpowered state, with tens of thousands of evil spirits fused into one body. We absolutely cannot let him escape and bring disaster upon the netherworld. Yet despite their bold words, seeing Tien Lam's terrifying appearance and aura, everyone retreated. One ghost shouted, "Old 8, save me." Old 8 swung his iron chain and bound Tien Lam. Got him, but unexpectedly, Tien Lam was not afraid. He grabbed the iron chain and pulled hard. Old 8 was dragged flying toward him. The ghost cried out, "Let go." Old 8 is finished. Tien Lam kicked him in the stomach, then sent another kick into Old 8. The two ghosts crashed into each other. "We lost." Cough, cough. Old 8, hold on. Tien Lam sensed something approaching from behind and abruptly turned around. That woman blew out a stream of red, evil energy. What a lively young man. What a pity that he has been driven mad by tens of thousands of evil spirits. The red, evil energy shot straight at Tien Lam. Tien Lam saw the evil energy cling to his hand and instantly transform into strange flowers. The beautiful woman stepped forward. "Let your elder sister help you." Tien Lam hesitated, and his third eye returned to normal. All the surrounding ghosts lower their heads. "Greetings, wheel-turning king." With a single move, she forced Tien Lam to the ground. "I'm one of the Yama emperors of the 10 courts." Tien Lam lay amid the strange red flowers. The wheel-turning king asked, "Using such a method to strengthen yourself while damaging your own cultivation. I'm very curious. What are you doing this for?" Black and white impermanents supported each other as they explained, "Reporting to your majesty, this little thief caused havoc in Wraith City because he wanted to bring a female ghost named Shania Tien back to life. We beg your majesty to punish him severely." The wheel-turning king smiled. "Oh, so you're a love-struck fool. Fine. I can allow Shan Noyet Tien to return to the world of the living, but on one condition." She conjured a sphere containing Shan Noyet Tien, who was imprisoned inside. To save her, though Tien Lam was in a perilous state, he nodded repeatedly. "I agree. I agree to anything." King Yama stated her condition. "I want you to become my slave and remain by my side for all eternity, never leaving me for even one step." In an instant, Tien Lam returned to reality. The bell on his wrist rang loudly. Maotai sensed that the strange aura emanating from Tien Lam had vanished. Senior brother is in danger. His soul may be destroyed. At that moment, Tien Lam sat within the 8 trigrams formation, and the ornament in his hand suddenly stopped ringing. Maotai was astonished. "Has he stabilized?" "Senior brother, you're back?" But unexpectedly, King Yama appeared. "Whether he can return or not is up to me. So Tien Lam, do not forget our agreement." Tien Lam clutched his chest and staggered to his feet. Maotai asked, "Who are you?" Tien Lam held the sphere containing Shan Noyet Tien and replied, "King Yama." Maotai stammered, "Are the two of you?" Tianlin shook his head. "No, don't ask any more questions. We should save Yuetian first." King Yama said, "Her soul and body have completely separated. Only a spiritual artifact infused with borrowed spiritual power can forcibly seal her soul back into her body. An artifact like that would need at least 1,000 years of cultivation to form. You two probably don't have anything that good, do you? Why not beg me instead?" But Tianlin gave her a resounding slap across the face. He took out the ancient corpse king's blood giant. Ido. King Yama turned away and left in anger. Maotai hesitated. "Senior brother, wait. The blood giant is far too sinister. What if there are side effects?" Tianlin had no time left to think. "I know the consequences of using it, but this is the only way right now. Come back, Yuetian." The blood crystal began to merge with her before entering her body. Yuetian woke up and called Tianlin's name. Tianlin was overjoyed. "It worked. Yuetian, I'm here." King Yama kindly warned him, "I advise you not to touch her. She's no longer your little sweetheart." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuetian grabbed Tianlin by the throat, startling him. Yuetian's eyes were terrifyingly vicious. Maotai hurried over to save him. "Senior brother, be careful." Yet Tianlin was still worried about Yuetian. "Don't hurt her. Has she turned into a zombie? Why doesn't she look like Matsumoto Tianxia did?" Yuetian was now tied to the bed, roaring without pause. King Yama explained, "The blood crystal retains remnants of its owner's will. Someone capable can suppress or erase it, but in the hands of a fool, it can take over the body. If someone is offered as a sacrifice, the remnant will and power of the blood crystal become even stronger. Don't tell me you used the witch crystal to turn people into zombies." Tianlin recalled the zombies he had defeated earlier. There had probably been hundreds, if not thousands, of newly transformed zombies. If they were all sacrifices for the blood crystal, then Yuetian is now the blood giant corpse progenitor. At that moment, something emerged from Yuetian's body. "Boy, do you think those little tricks of yours can subdue me?" King Yama darted forward like lightning and blocked Yuetian's attack. Yuetian had now lost control of her own body. "If you dare attack, I'll destroy this body." But King Yama did not care at all. "I don't even know her. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. But anyone who touches my person must die." So she had been trying to protect Tianlin. Yuetian attacked with her bone chains. "Hellhound, stay out of other people's business." Both of them froze. Even King Yama was shocked and somewhat wary. Tianlin had stepped between them to stop the fight. Both of you stop. He had transformed into a demon beast as well. King Yama shouted, "You belong to me now." Yuetian's eyes became utterly terrifying. Her body had been completely possessed, and none of her human consciousness remained. Go be a pair of doomed lovers together. Tianlin stubbornly grabbed Yuetian's arm, from which bone chains were erupting, then held her and dodged King Yama's attack. Then he resolutely kissed her and passed a spirit pearl from his mouth into hers. Mao Dai was stunned. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" King Yama frowned. He gave his core pellet to Shun Yuetian. Mao Dai panicked. Without his core pellet, won't all his cultivation vanish? Yuetian closed her eyes and gradually calmed down. The soul within her body screamed. The bone threads from her hands slowly withdrew. Chu Tianlin also returned to his original form. Yuetian opened her eyes and tightly embraced Tianlin. Chu Tianlin comforted her. "I'm here, sleepyhead. You've been asleep for a long time." Yuetian held him tightly. "Is it really you, Tianlin?" "Tianlin, I thought I would never see you again." Tianlin trembled all over. "Let go. I can't breathe." Yuetian quickly released him. "I didn't mean to. I only hugged you a little." Tianlin rubbed his neck. "You've fused with both the core pellet and the blood crystal's power. Naturally, you're different from ordinary people now." Yuetian saw the red jewel on her body, the core pellet and blood crystal, and suddenly screamed, her face turning bright red. "Ah!" Then she shoved Tianlin away, making his nose bleed profusely. King Yama grabbed Chu Tianlin. "Little sister, as the saying goes, even when beating a dog, you should consider its master. You treat my servant like this without asking me first." Yuetian raised her fist, killing intent surging toward her. "This is between Tianlin and me." King Yama raised a hand and formed a barrier. You. To her surprise, Yuetian effortlessly shattered the barrier and even injured her face. King Yama flew into a rage. "You dare strike this king's face?" Yuetian clutched her head and repeatedly apologized. The two people behind them were also sent flying by the shockwave. "Ow, she's that strong." Yuetian kicked King Yama directly in the stomach. Her breathing became ragged. "I won't let you take Tianlin away." King Yama smiled. "No need to apologize. Whatever you do is useless anyway." Red spider lilies appeared in Yuetian's hands, the power of King Yama. "I erased Chu Tianlin's name from the Book of Life and Death long ago. If King Yama wants him dead at midnight, how could he possibly live until dawn? I envy you for meeting someone so good, but from now on, he belongs only to me." With that, she drew Tianlin into her sphere. Yuetian wept as the red spider lilies bound her tightly, leaving her unable to move. King Yama and Chu Tianlin vanished in an instant. Mao Dai looked miserable. "It's over. It's over." Yuetian finally managed to get up. "Daoist priest, please think of a way to save Tianlin." The Daoist priest shook his head. "It's all over. Brother Chu is dead, and the seal will be unlocked." King Yama did not understand. "Why?" The Daoist priest frowned. "The three realms will become a battlefield of slaughter." She looked at the scene before her. Someone was pierced through by something resembling flower petals and died on the spot. Thunder roared across the sky, while people in the streets looked up and chattered. "Is a heavy storm coming? Hurry home and bring the laundry." A bolt of lightning struck the tallest building in the city, splitting it in two. Yuetian watched from above. "Daoist priest, what exactly is happening?" The Daoist priest saw a fireball rushing toward them. "Watch out!" The two barely dodged in time. A badly injured person fell straight to the ground from within the fireball. Has an angel been cast down? The divine realm has begun to fall into chaos. King Yama frowned. "They're only punishing the sacred mother of the Jade Pool. Why make such a huge fuss?" It turned out she was speaking with Tianlin. Tianlin was covered in wounds, his clothes stripped away as he covered his face and cried. "That's only the surface reason. In truth, the fallen gods and the heaven ascending plan are fighting over benefits. The spreading chaos is inevitable, and the entire three realms will be dragged in. Stop hitting me. At least preserve my dignity." King Yama stomped her foot. "You hid such an enormous secret from me. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Chu Tianlin could only tell the truth. "I wanted to save Yuetian first and then tell her, but you made your move before I could." King Yama was furious. You still dare blame me? It seems I need to teach you a lesson. Chu Tianlin Jianbe, please calm down, Your Majesty. Now isn't the time for this. Black and White Impermanence reported, Your Majesty, something is terribly wrong. A horde of wrongful dead has suddenly appeared on the road to the Yellow Springs. They are packed around the gates of ghosts, and their numbers keep increasing. Chaos has already broken out. Please dispatch troops immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the sight before him and trembled so hard that he dropped all his documents. King Yama declared, Do such trivial matters need to trouble me? Summon the ghost soldiers yourselves. Tianlin hurriedly said, Wait, please hear me out. Let me return to the mortal world and explain the truth to the angels. I can put an end to all this. Seeing his hand on King Yama, she smiled and asked, How does it feel? Tianlin quickly pulled back his hand. Saw the... King Yama pulled him closer. I know a thing or two about the angels' little schemes. They're using this chance to devour one another. Would they stop just because of a few words from you? For all you know, both sides might thank you for doing it. Tianlin trembled as King Yama licked his ear. That can't be. If it weren't for the sacred mother of the Jade Pool, why would she let me live? Could it be that she isn't afraid of retaliation from the fallen gods, but instead fears affecting the progress of the heaven ascending plan? At that moment, the sacred mother of the Jade Pool was arguing with others. More and more gods are falling because they have exhausted their power. That is why we established the heaven ascending plan in the mortal world, to find mortals with divine nature. Someone beside her asked, Don't you think the angels are making us slaughter one another like venomous insects in a jar? Others retorted, You criticize our methods as vile, but what is so noble about your heaven ascending plan? If old Qian's possession of Guangchengzi is real, then the angel's purpose is even more likely to be turning us into offerings, absorbing our spiritual power to preserve their cultivation. That is the true purpose of the heaven ascending plan. Tianlin got dressed and prepared to leave. King Yama asked, Where are you going? He replied, Even if they're deliberately causing trouble, someone has to stop them. King Yama snapped her fingers smugly. You belong to me. How can you simply leave whenever you want? The ground beneath Tianlin's feet immediately cracked apart. Whoa! He fell directly into a level of hell. What kind of cursed place did you throw me into? King Yama looked down from above. This is the first of the 18 hells, the Avicii Hell. It holds only the most vicious demon beasts. If you can fight your way out, then go on and show off your heroic spirit. Tianlin fell among terrifying demon beasts. Couldn't you turn on me a little less quickly? The moment he arrived, he encountered a snake-headed ostrich. He kicked it away. Since you can't beat me, you want to destroy me? I'm not that easy to kill. But he sensed something behind him. A giant bird opened its beak, ready to swallow Tianlin whole. With a loud crash, he fell down. Is this the end? White Impermanence said, Your Majesty, you worry too much about that boy. Avicii Hell does not enter the cycle of life and death. Even if he is killed, he will revive on the spot. You are really protecting him from being discovered by the sacred mother of the Jade Pool. White Impermanence had unexpectedly seen through King Yama's intentions. King Yama glared at him. You're quite clever. Now hurry and take me to the mortal world to save people. Do you want the underworld surrounded by resentful spirits? White Impermanence quickly stepped back. Yes. King Yama crossed her arms and headed for the door. I have matters of my own as well. I'm going to the ninth heaven to take a look. Tianlin had not been killed yet, but the bird kept pecking at his head. You might as well peck me to death already. The city had become a wasteland, with rubble everywhere and countless casualties. The captain ordered, Rescue them quickly. Do not leave behind a single injured person. A subordinate reported, Captain, the Chihuahua group sent word. While escorting the zombies from the death organization, they also encountered the heavenly annihilation. The captain looked helplessly at the sky. Indeed, the apocalypse is not something we can withstand easily. If only Tianlin were here. Suddenly, something shot past them. It was Qian Xingtian. He kept calling Tianlin on his phone. Damn it, what the hell is Tianlin doing? He uploaded a video without saying a word and won't answer WeChat either. Did that bastard really get himself killed? Then he ran elsewhere to check the situation and found the Taoist priest treating the wounded. A man clutching his head came before the Taoist priest. My youngest son is still at school. Please save him first. The Taoist priest reassured him. Don't worry. We'll go get the child right away. Chen Xingtian suddenly saw Yue Tian carrying Chu Tianlin as she came out. He was startled. How is this girl still alive? Could it be that Chu Tianlin traded his life for hers? Chu Tianlin, you bastard. Thinking this, he charged forward aggressively. Mao Dai was shocked. Qian Shengtian, Yue Tian had received the power Tianlin gave her and immediately kicked him in the stomach. Don't come any closer. Qian Shengtian was sent flying into the wall behind him. That's Chu Tianlin's spiritual power. He really went to his death for this girl. Everyone saw Qian Shengtian arguing with Mao Tai and began whispering among themselves. What is going on? Why did they start fighting before they even finished talking? Mao Tai angrily asked Qian Shengtian, what are you trying to do? Qian Shengtian replied, Chu Tianlin is truly ungrateful. He betrayed our plan for a mere girl. If he's dead, those treasures are useless anyway. He might as well give them to me. Then 2 paper effigies appeared, one male and one female. Yue Tian recognized them. Tianlin's mother cried, daughter-in-law, didn't you say Tianlin's soul had merely left his body? Why is he saying Tianlin is dead? Yue Tian trembled all over. Tianlin's father held his wife tightly to protect her. Careful, dear. Yue Tian exposed him. So you're the one who took Tianlin away from me. You and I cannot exist under the same sky. With that, she erupted with power and tore the 2 paper effigies apart, then launched a fierce attack at Qian Shengtian. Give Tianlin to Mao Tai. Meanwhile, Qian Shengtian unleashed streams of power like chains that wrapped around her. Yue Tian glared at him and threw a punch that knocked Qian Shengtian backward. But he quickly used the chains to bind Yue Tian. Qian Shengtian was astonished. He gave you his treasure too. Hand it over to me. Then he attacked frantically. Yue Tian swung the chains around her, shattering the restraints surrounding Qian Shengtian and freeing herself. Ignoring Qian Shengtian's feeble chains still encircling her, Yue Tian was completely unhindered. She kicked him straight in the stomach, making him spit blood as he flew backward. Still not satisfied, Yue Tian continued throwing a barrage of punches. Qian Shengtian was caught off guard by the beating and slammed to the ground. Seeing Yue Tian becoming more and more violent, Mao Tai stopped her. Miss Shan, stop. He's already dead. Yue Tian had beaten Qian Shengtian's head into a pulp. Mao Tai asked, are you all right? Yue Tian held Tianlin and said she was fine. So this is what he has always had to face. She sobbed, her whole body trembling. This time, it's my turn to protect him. I have the spiritual power of the blood tiger physique. I can even kill people without using my hands. Yet I'm still the little girl who can't open a bottle cap. Tianlin slowly opened his eyes. Yue Tian, was that another dream? How many more times do I have to die? The wounds on Chu Tianlin's body vanished, and he gradually recovered. I knew these beasts wouldn't give up. The monsters swam over again to bite and tear at Tianlin. But unexpectedly, he transformed into a stream of water, sweeping all of them into a vortex and holding them lightly in his palm like ornaments. Don't think I'm easy to bully just because I have no spiritual power. Then he absorbed them directly into his body. They truly are ancient demon beasts. Their strength may be low, but the intensity of their spiritual power rivals that of several gods. This really is a blessing in disguise. A red-haired man wrapped in a headscarf smiled. Go ahead and absorb them. Sooner or later, your soul will explode and scatter. Even if you absorb every demon beast here, you still cannot escape Avicii hell. Tianlin had not expected to find someone like himself here. Who are you? The man replied, like you, I'm a prisoner. But unlike you, I'm also this place's jailer. As soon as he finished speaking, sharp fragments flew toward Tianlin. Tianlin swiftly caught one. Don't you want to get out? The man reached behind his back, preparing to draw his blade. I said it's impossible to get out. Don't you understand? Tianlin used the small fragment to block his greatsword. How will you know unless you try? It then transformed into a tsunami and surged toward him. He showed no concern at all. Brats. A bell appeared in his hand again, creating a vortex. Tianlin broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. Damn it, the situation was tense. Yue Tian worried for Tianlin, while King Yama faced a tremendous threat. Suddenly, a strange force shattered the mindscape, terrifying the dragon's soul. The Sacred Mother was in danger, her breathing ragged. The mystic maiden risked her life to take a fatal blow for the Sacred Mother. My lady, Sacred Mother, watch out, my lady. The sacred mother cried out in horror. Trembling, the mystic maiden gritted her teeth and drew her sword at the abomination. An arrow pierced the mystic maiden, and she cried out in terror. Wait! Someone reached out and cast a spell, knocking the dagger away, but was struck at the same time. It was none other than the nine-spirit primordial sage. Enough, Yaoqi. If you keep fighting, you will gain nothing. It is not too late to join us now. Yaoqi struggled to her feet. You want me to follow you down the wicked path? Dream on. Nine Spirit knelt on one knee before her. For thousands of years, the heaven-ascending plan has lured countless mortals into cultivation, then robbed them of their spiritual power in the name of heavenly tribulations. You dare commit such inhuman acts, yet call us demons. Even cornered, Yaoqi refused to yield. It is a fair transaction. Nine Spirit shoved her to the ground. How vicious. Fine then, I shall help you fulfill your worth as fertilizer. Suddenly, he was horrified to see King Yama's flowers of the other shore creeping over his hand. The omen says she has arrived. Flowers of the other shore. King Yama stepped forward. Nine Spirit, primordial sage, why be so angry? I have something to say. Please hear me out. Nine Spirit asked, do you intend to oppose me? King Yama warned, if you stop fighting here, we can all remain unharmed. But Nine Spirit remained stubborn. And if I refuse? King Yama attacked decisively. Then I will eliminate you. Ghost Army, heed my command. The Ghost Army immediately surrounded the southern heavenly gate. Nine Spirit's subordinate was astonished. Since when has the heavenly palace had so many ghost soldiers? The sage roared furiously. What does the divine realm's civil war have to do with you? Why are you doing this? King Yama blushed. Because of my new pet. At that moment, Yaoqi forced herself to stand. Your pet is Tianlin, isn't it? You carry his aura. King Yama nodded. That's right. Yaoqi gave a sinister smile. I understand now. So the underworld was behind Tianlin arranging for me to kill Guangchengzi. Nine Spirit, you have been used. Today, both sides have suffered losses, and King Yama will become ruler of the three realms. Nine Spirit immediately destroyed the flowers of the other shore on his hand. King Yama, she is right. I do not care about the consequences, but if you intend to seize the heavenly palace, I absolutely will not allow it. King Yama brandished her sharp claws. I have no interest in the heavenly palace, but neither will I let you become ruler of the three realms. Nine Spirit frowned. Then there is nothing more to say. He lunged to seize King Yama, but she swiftly evaded him and circled behind his back. Unexpectedly, a mask behind Nine Spirit emitted a strange, sinister aura. True form of evil aspect. Nine Spirit gritted his teeth and struck backward. Prepare to die here. King Yama reminded him, do not forget that I am the god of death. Too frightened to do anything else, Yaoqi fled. King Yama's army arrived as reinforcements. Protect his majesty. Stop them. Yaoqi said angrily. No matter what King Yama's intentions are, as long as she can hold Nine Spirit back, that is enough. Heavenly Venerable, this is all Yaoqi can do. Elsewhere, Tianlin was fighting a red-haired man and seemed to be at a disadvantage. Tianlin breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I have the Twin Dragon Soul imprint, or I would have died again. Let me see who you are. When he removed the ice wrapped around the man's face, Tianlin stumbled backward. Ah, demon. The rat demon coughed. How do you have the fierce dragon cauldron? The white dragon muttered. I never expected to see you again. Get over here and let me vent my anger. The black dragon glared at him as well. Something the growth heavenly king once cherished has fallen to the lowest level of hell. Instant calma. Hearing the fierce dragon cauldron speak, Tianlin's face darkened at once. Are you Shun Baoshu, ancestor of the Taoist master Sikong Rui? When Shun Baoshu saw that someone recognized him, he urgently shook Tianlin. You know Sikong Rui? Tell me quickly, how is Sikong Rui? What have you done to my descendant? The fierce dragon cauldron said disdainfully, enough nonsense. Let me bite him to death. Move aside, kid. Tianlin yielded. Wait, everyone listen to me. Water dripped from the cave, sealing onto Shun Baoshu's head, but he paid it no mind. The misfortune that befell my family and this bloody tragedy were all my fault. Tianlin asked sorrowfully. Then why are you in Avicii Hell, Senior? Shen Baoshu sighed. Because I was foolish back then and did too many things against my conscience for the heavenly gods. I was ordered to scour the 3 realms for treasures. They called it searching, but it was really theft. The stolen treasures were broken into fragments by the heavenly gods and sent to the mortal world. Then they deceived cultivators into collecting them to complete so-called divine missions. Those fragments possessed spiritual awareness. They absorbed the spiritual power of whoever acquired them in order to restore themselves. By the time all the fragments had been gathered, the cultivator's spiritual power was nearly drained. Then heavenly punishment would descend, killing the cultivator and taking all of his spiritual power and treasures. Again and again, it continued. After learning the truth, I planned to steal something and flee the heavenly realm. Unfortunately, I was exposed and cast into a Vichy hell to suffer punishment. Tianlin said sternly, so my deduction was right. The heaven ascending plan was merely a tool of the heavenly gods. Their true purpose was to harvest us like crops. But there is no time to worry about that now. The heavenly gods are engaged in civil war, and the mortal world is being destroyed. If you do not leave now, senior, you may never see your only descendant again. Come with me. Shen Baoshu hesitated, but Tianlin's face hardened. Enough nonsense. Just one word. Are you coming or not? After some thought, Shen Baoshu decided to follow Tianlin and led him through the cave. This is the only hidden passage I discovered centuries ago. Tianlin was surprised. If you found a way out, senior, why did you not escape? Did you truly wish to atone for your sins? When Shen Baoshu touched a boulder, he recoiled in terror. This is why. An infernal volcano appeared before them. Tianlin could not help but be startled. Shen Baoshu explained, I have searched everywhere. There is no exit here. If we want to dig our way out, it will likely take more than half a year. Tianlin closed his eyes and used his mind's eye. There is no hidden door anywhere, not even a crack. It is impossible to dig our way out. Is this our only path? Senior, let us jump into the lake. Shen Baoshu thought he had gone mad. Are you all right? Below is volcanic lava. The moment you touch it, you will turn to ash. Tianlin pulled open Shen Baoshu's outer robe and spotted a small bundle on him. Senior, do you not have a life-saving treasure? Shen Baoshu had no choice but to take out his treasure. The two climbed inside an alchemy furnace. This furnace is not as good as the Supreme Lord's. If it breaks, we will both die here. Then they used the alchemy furnace to pass through the volcano. Flames clung to the outside of the furnace as it sped onward. Inside, both of them broke into cold sweats. Tianlin used all his strength to control the furnace through the volcano. Damn it, this lava is too deep. We're moving too slowly. Shen Baoshu said, the temperature is rising. At this rate, the furnace will melt, create some cold energy. These are the only spiritual pills I have left. He took out numerous blue spiritual pills from his bundle and, without another word, stuffed them into Tianlin's mouth. Eat them quickly. If nothing else, they may keep you alive. Tianlin's mouth was immediately stuffed full of spiritual pills. Oh, wait, the alchemy furnace is starting to crack. Shen Baoshu desperately used his power to repair it. This furnace cannot hold on much longer. Tianlin was still chewing. Hang on a little longer, senior. We are almost out. By then, lava had begun seeping inside. Sweat poured down Shen Baoshu's face, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. Kid, thank you for giving me hope. If you meet my descendant, help me tell them that we are sorry for making them bear this darkness. Then he draped his own robe over Tianlin. The alchemy furnace gradually began to break apart. Shen Baoshu closed his eyes, prepared to fall into the sea of flames. My sins can finally be washed away. But just as he was about to die, Tianlin yanked him back. He summoned the fierce dragon cauldron. I said we would leave together. Do not even think of going back on your word. At the entrance to the infernal volcano, everyone around them was in an uproar. What is happening? Hurry and get somewhere safe. At that moment, Tianlin saw the exit. We finally made it out. Shen Baoshu smiled. It is fortunate that I had you, kid. Tianlin said, let us go, senior. Our families are still waiting for us. At last, they escaped the volcanic lava. At the southern heavenly gate, the battle between King Yama and the nine-spirit primordial sage continued. King Yama, the heavenly realm and the underworld have remained at peace for many years. Are you truly going to break the boundaries for the sake of a mortal? King Yama dodged his attacks and replied, even without him, you would have become restless long ago. As the two fought, a beam of light appeared above them, and someone commanded them to stop. King Yama raised her head at the familiar spiritual pressure. Nine Spirit recognized him as well. The primeval heavenly venerable. The primeval heavenly venerable appeared in majestic fashion. The heavenly venerable conjured a strand of steel wire, defeating all the subordinates around them. King Yama and Nine Spirit were forced to conjure protective barriers. King Yama warily regarded this overwhelmingly powerful aura. Nine Spirit leaped up to confront the primeval heavenly venerable. You're just a paper tiger. The time for the heaven ascending plan is not yet ripe. How many exchanges can your spiritual power sustain? He turned, preparing to attack in his true form. The heavenly venerable immediately gave him his answer. Yet unexpectedly, he crashed into the heavenly venerable's unshakable defensive barrier. The heavenly venerable merely cast a talisman calmly. It is enough to reduce you to ashes. Nine Spirit's true form continuously emitted dense, sinister energy. The two sides fought fiercely. The people below shouted, "Quick, help the sage kill the heavenly venerable." Everyone charged forward. But unexpectedly, reinforcements from the heavenly gods arrived. The heavenly gods have come to kill us again. Shouting is all you can do. You wicked immortals will have to get past me first. Two people came to reinforce the heavenly venerable. We are willing to offer our origin pellets to help you kill the enemy. We only ask that you revive us after victory is achieved. The heavenly venerable agreed. You have worked hard, both of you. I will certainly not disappoint you. The woman shouted and transformed into a pearl. Then she and her companion charged directly down to kill those subordinates. The heavenly venerable's power grew ever stronger. He summoned another talisman, directly shattering Nine Spirit's spell. It was no surprise that Nine Spirit was defeated and sent flying. The battle in the sky shook the earth. Yuetion observed the terrifying power. Maotai was astonished. Yeah, it feels as if every cell in my body is gone numb. Whoever cast that spell must be an immensely powerful god. At that moment, three little Taoists arrived. "Father, we are here." Maotai was astonished. "You little brats." The little girl approached Tianlin, crying bitterly. "Why has my godfather fainted?" Yuetion comforted her. "He is only unconscious for now. Your big sister will definitely save him." Beside them, Miyushi spoke with great determination. "What can I do?" The two children agreed. "Me too. I'm a half-immortal. I can help too." Tianlin suddenly spoke up. "Sai, it feels wonderful to have so many people care about me. I hope you all never stop loving me." Everyone present glared at him. Yuedion tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, seemingly about to break Tianlin's back. "When did you wake up?" Held like that. He felt as though his soul was about to leave his body. "I barely escaped hell, and now you want to send me back?" Yuetion said angrily. "You came back without telling me and made me worry for so long. If I did not hit you, who should I hit?" Miyushi nodded beside them. "Exactly. I support her." Tianlin clutched his seemingly broken waist. "I only returned when that lightning strike came. I really did not mean to deceive you. I will never dare not to come back again." Yuetion sobbed. Seeing this, Tianlin pulled her into his embrace. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Miyushi watched from behind, her eyes filled with a trace of heartache. Shin Baoshu reminded them, "This is not the time to reminisce, kid. That lightning technique, just now, was the primeval heavenly venerable's killing move. Now that the murderous aura of the wicked immortals has weakened, the heavenly palace rebellion has likely been put down." Maodai asked, "Isn't that a good thing?" Shun Baoshu shook his head. "Think about it. After this battle, the heavenly god's spiritual power has weakened even further. What do you think they will do next?" Tianlin realized it. Harvest the heaven ascending plan. As soon as he spoke, vast amounts of reclaimed spiritual power flew into the sky. Tianlin was shocked. "That is spiritual power." Maotai suddenly widened his eyes, as though something had flown into his body. Not only him, those around them suffered the same fate. Their spiritual power was being taken away as well. Uncle Ten, Juetian, no, but was already too late. Having lost their spiritual power, both of them collapsed. "No." Shin Baoshu stopped Tianlin. "Stop. Spiritual essence cannot be tainted by mortal things. Otherwise, it will dissipate." Tianlin did not understand why Uncle Tin and Yuetian had been taken while he was unharmed. Shun Baoshu explained, "Kid, you were forcibly restored to life from the underworld. You are no longer within the five elements, so the heaven-ascending plan cannot find you. The little Taoist cried, "Brother Chu, save my father and that silly girl." Tianlin rubbed the little Taoist's head. "If we erase Uncle Tin and Yue Tian's names from the Book of Life and Death, can we save them?" Shen Baoshu shook his head. "Their spiritual essences and souls have both left their bodies. Erasing their names will not help." Tianlin clenched his trembling fist. "Then the only way to save them is to overthrow this entire heavenly court." Shen Baoshu was horrified. "Are you mad? How can you and I stand against all the gods of the heavenly palace?" Tianlin pointed at Yue Tian, unconscious on the ground, his eyes blazing. "Can you really bear to abandon your only descendant?" Shen Baoshu was shaken. "What? That little girl is." Tianlin's gaze was resolute. "My friends have never abandoned me. This time, I will not abandon them either. Yue Tian, let us go." Shen Baoshu looked at them. "You're no match for them. Can you bear to watch him go to his death?" Standing below, Miyushi smiled. "If he did not go, then I would truly look down on him. Even if we lack the strength to fight the heavenly gods, we absolutely cannot sit by and watch our homes be destroyed and our loved ones suffer. Mobilize every resource of the family at once to treat the injured. Bring the survivors to the shelter zone." The voice on the other end immediately accepted the order. "Yes, young master." A subordinate pointed toward the sky, where Yue Tian and Tianlin were flying. "Captain, 2 more beams of light are shooting into the sky over there. They seem different from the previous ones." The captain recognized Tianlin's figure. "This time, mortals are going to fight heaven itself." The two of them flew upward, straight into the clouds. At the southern heavenly gate, the heavenly venerable had finally dealt with Nine Spirit and obtained a sphere of spiritual power. This heaven-ascending plan ended prematurely, and we absorbed too little spiritual power. Fortunately, we had them devour one another and refine themselves beforehand, so the quality is acceptable. King Yama, you have rendered merit in suppressing this rebellion. I may grant you some spiritual power. You should thank me." King Yama shook her head. "You should use that spiritual power to revive the immortals who sacrifice themselves. After all, you personally promised them that." Yao Qi cursed directly. "How dare you obstruct him? The heavenly venerable intends to promote you, yet you dare refuse?" King Yama saw through their malicious intentions. The truth is, you never intended to save anyone, did you? This rebellion was simply the perfect opportunity for you to eliminate the weak. At this moment, the Nine-Spirit Primordial Sage and his subordinates were all bound to tall pillars, their bodies covered in wounds. King Yama, have you seen these selfish wretches for what they truly are? The primeval, heavenly venerable angrily cast a spell at the furnace in the center. "Shut up, vile creature. Today, I will refine you into pills and reward them to the immortals." Every pillar burst into flames, and the people bound to them began to burn as well. King Yama was horrified. Even fallen immortals can be refined into spiritual pills? These heavenly gods are willing to descend into depravity just to replenish their spiritual power. The Nine-Spirit Primordial Sage screamed in agony amid the sea of flames, gradually transforming into a primordial pill. The primeval heavenly venerable continued, "King Yama, I am the master of the 3 realms. For the greater good, you should serve me faithfully. Do not become like the Nine-Spirit Primordial Sage." King Yama felt uneasy. That spiritual pressure. He intended to kill her. Suddenly, the primeval heavenly venerable's protective barrier was struck by a sword, but the blade immediately shattered. Since when did the heavenly court have such flies and vermin, daring to use eggs against a rock? It was Tianlin and Yue Tian. Tianlin launched another all-out attack on the primeval heavenly venerable. King Yama worriedly thought, "Chu Tianlin? Why did he leave Avicii Hell?" The primeval heavenly venerable easily defeated the two of them. "You are the one who brought chaos to the heavenly realm. You deserve death." Suddenly, he widened his eyes. "What?" Tianlin charged forward again. "It's not over yet," Yue Tian shouted. "Give our friends back." The primeval heavenly venerable attacked once more. Another immortal body beyond the 5 elements. "It seems I must put in a little more effort." Tianlin provoked him. "Come on. Even if I can't kill you, I'll still tear a chunk of flesh off you. The primeval heavenly venerable said, so you are merely an insect. You received a little divinely bestowed cultivation and thought that was enough to defy a god. How laughable. You know nothing of the power of heavenly gods. Tianlin and Yuetian were struck head-on. Yuetian cried out, Tianlin. Tianlin's entire body was engulfed in flames. His face twisted in agony, and his skin seemed to split apart. The primeval heavenly venerable said, even if you are beyond the 5 elements, you cannot escape my grasp. With that, a massive boulder crushed down on Tianlin. King Yama silently thought, fool, I told him not to come. The 9-spirit primordial sage sneered. These fools dare challenge the primeval heavenly venerable? They are courting death. The primeval heavenly venerable prepared to deliver the final blow. It is an honor to be granted death by me. Yuetian rushed forward to attack. I will kill you. Just then, the sound of Shun Baoshu's pipa rang out. The primeval heavenly venerable was startled. Shun Baoshu's pipa? The music reached Yuetian, and everyone clutched their heads in splitting pain. Some could no longer endure it and collapsed. The sound cracked the ground apart. The primeval heavenly venerable roared against the music. Shin Baoshu was covered in wounds. Seeing this, Yuetian charged straight at the primeval heavenly venerable again. By now, he had formed another protective barrier. Yuetian's power struck the barrier, creating cracks in it, but she could not harm him. Believing Tianlin was dead, Shun Baoshu drew his sword to avenge him. My hesitation got him killed. I'll finish the mission in his stead. The primeval heavenly venerable's expression darkened. So, it was you, little brat. You have truly enraged me. He immediately fired a star toward Shin Baoshu. Shin Baoshu broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly used a magical artifact to block it. How can this be? Even my master's precious parasol can't withstand it. As Yuetian saw the star flying toward her, the jade pendant on her chest began to glow. No, I can't die. Heavenly King Possession. She transformed into a powerful female wraith, and her scream blasted the stars away. The sacred mother of the jade pool came to aid the primeval heavenly venerable. Even if you sacrifice your life force, it will not change the outcome. She thrust her sword directly into the jade pendant on Yuetian's chest. The pendant shattered. The southern heavenly gate fell quiet once more. The primeval heavenly venerable had exhausted far too much of his power. Yuetian lost all strength and trembled as she crawled on the ground. I am sorry, Chanlin. I did my best. The sacred mother of the jade pool was about to finish her with her sword when something suddenly pierced through her. Could King Yama have come help? It wasn't me. King Yama did not know what was happening either. The primeval heavenly venerable ordered, King Yama, you dare defy me? Kill her. King Yama's sharp claws clamped around the 9-spirit primordial sage's throat. Don't come any closer. I said it wasn't me. I'm being controlled. Her subordinate refused to believe her. Nonsense. The only one capable of this is the primeval heavenly venerable. Why would he use you to harm the 9-spirit primordial sage? King Yama shouted, who dares frame me? Show yourself. The boulder pinning Tianlin down began to crack. He stretched out his hand, still holding his phone. Tianlin's entire body began to shine. Yuetian was utterly astonished. Shin Baoshu was stunned as well. The 9-spirit primordial sage and King Yama stared at the primeval heavenly venerable. He was furious that his opponent was still alive. Tianlin's power had risen tremendously. It was me. He emerged from the boulder wearing a different suit of armor, and he had even grown a tail. King Yama exclaimed in surprise, Tianlin. He walked over to Yuetian, who was lying on the ground, and gathered her into his arms. Yuetian asked in confusion, Tianlin, why have you become like this? The blood crystal has shattered. Am I going to die? Tianlin reassured her, as long as I'm here, you'll be fine. With that, he gently touched her forehead. The primeval heavenly venerable controlled the stars and launched them at him. Tianlin asked Yuetian how she felt. Yuetian said that all the wounds on her body had healed. The primeval heavenly venerable was alarmed. This brat not only came back to life, but he possesses such terrifying power. What? Tianlin explained, Old Tai's true fire of Samadhi fused the demonic power and immortal pill within my body, creating this power of a demon god. It turned out to be the pill Shin Baoshu had forced into Tianlin's mouth at Flaming Mountain. Tianlin took out his phone. It had also unlocked the final function of Super WeChat, allowing him to command all the gods listed on the investiture of the gods. Every subordinate of the primeval heavenly venerable fell to their knees, their bodies no longer under their own control. This authority was no less imposing than the primeval heavenly venerable's divine might. Shen Baoshu said, and I got the wondrous pouch disguised as the WeChat store too. Sorry, kid, I was delayed because I went to the Heavenly Court Armory to steal some treasures. Tianlin stared directly at the primeval heavenly venerable. Now even the heaven-piercing seal is in our hands. Old man, do you still think you can win? I knew Senior would come. The primeval heavenly venerable still laughed arrogantly. Even if you possess these treasures, you're merely monkeys trying to imitate men. Come then, let me see how much ability you can truly display. With that, he deployed a formation above their heads. Tianlin raised his hand and cast a spell. Then let me show you just how tenacious an ant can be. He clenched his fist, shattering the primeval heavenly venerable's entire formation. The subordinates were blasted far away, crying out in agony. King Yama was shocked. He can shatter reality? She retreated to avoid the flying fragments, filled with fearful concern. Every fragment reflected the image of the primeval heavenly venerable. Shen Baoshu handed Tianlin a sword. Kid, take the sword. Tianlin took the sword, preparing to face the countless primeval heavenly venerables flying toward him. The primeval heavenly venerable asked, "You don't truly think that this little ability is enough to oppose me, do you?" Tianlin frowned. "We outnumber you." The primeval heavenly venerable formed a gigantic hand to crush them. Tianlin created a defensive barrier to resist it. But the primeval heavenly venerable unleashed the power of the 5 elements. With only the 3 of you, countless flames and boulders rained down. Tianlin looked up. This is all living beings. They stand between heaven and earth through their own will. By helping one another, they overcome countless calamities across the ages. Even when survival itself hangs in the balance, they will never yield. Even if our enemy is a god, we will fight to the very end. Only then did the primeval heavenly venerable begin to feel fear. This light is... Tianlin instantly appeared before him. Mortals cannot be bullied. He drove his sharp sword directly through the primeval heavenly venerable's body, leaving him astonished. The purest light of the heavenly Tao. Since the severing of heaven and earth's connection, I have never seen it again. Mortal, you have truly surprised me. Tianlin answered, "This is the power bestowed upon me by all living beings. Lofty gods, such as yourself, will never understand it." The primeval heavenly venerable stared at him. "Is that so? Unfortunately, this is as far as you go. The outcome was decided long ago." Unexpectedly, the primeval heavenly venerable trapped Tianlin within an illusion. Tianlin seemed to fall into the cosmos. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was standing in the palm of the primeval heavenly venerable's hand. The venerable had become a giant. "You are merely a toy in my hand." He brought his hands together, preparing to crush Tianlin. Tianlin leaped up and exposed him. "This is your mindscape." Seeing Tianlin withstand his attack, he pushed forward with his hand. Not bad. Tianlin pierced the surrounding spheres, followed by a tremendous explosion. "I will not give you another chance to resist." With a wave of his hand, Tianlin remained standing, unmoved. "Are you getting anxious?" The primeval heavenly venerable manipulated the mindscape to attack Tianlin again. Yet Tianlin did not waver. "Trying to destroy me with your mindscape proves that, in reality, your spiritual power has already reached its limit." The primeval heavenly venerable stubbornly replied, "I need not absorb primordial spirits to deal with you. However, if you surrender, I may spare your life." He created a bewitching vortex. The moment Tianlin approached it, he was sucked inside, leaving only his sword outside. He turned around and saw the sword stabbing toward him. Tianlin swiftly dodged. "Damn it!" The primeval heavenly venerable continued to bargain. "I can even teach you divine arts, so that you may rule the 3 realms with me." He then seized Tianlin in his palm. Tianlin sank his sharp teeth into his hand. This truly enraged the primeval heavenly venerable. "Ignorant fool, in the real heavenly realm, Tianlin stood with his head lowered before the primeval heavenly venerable. Wetian asked anxiously, "What is wrong with Tianlin? Why did he stop attacking?" Shun Baoshu judged. "It looks like they have both entered meditation. The situation seems unfavorable for the kid." The Sacred Mother of the Jade Pool ordered, "What are you waiting for? Quickly destroy Chu Tianlin's golden body and assist the primeval heavenly venerable." Wetian stepped forward. Don't even think of touching a single hair on his head." The Sacred Mother of the Jade Pool turned to King Yama. "What are you waiting for? Chu Tianlin used you to oppose the heavenly gods. Now is the time for revenge. Kill Chu Tianlin at once, and I will overlook your sneak attack." King Yama looked directly at her, then used her power to stop the subordinates from harming Yuetian and Shun Baoshu, while continuing to wipe out the forces behind them. The Sacred Mother of the Jade Pool was shocked. King Yama, Yuetian, and Shun Baoshu were also stunned by her actions. The Sacred Mother of the Jade Pool angrily said, "King Yama, you despicable traitor, how dare you defy the primeval heavenly venerable's orders?" By then, King Yama had reached the primeval heavenly venerable's back. "Chu Tianlin's control over me is indeed hateful, but compared with the oppression I have suffered from the gods, that what Chu Tianlin has done has actually given me some relief." She directly used her power to seize the sphere from the primeval heavenly venerable. "I can settle my score with him after I repay this debt." A vast amount of spiritual power poured out of the sphere, and every ability returned to its original owner. The primeval heavenly venerable lost the power of the primordial spirits. "Damn all of you!" He squeezed his hand, believing he had crushed Tianlin to death. But water suddenly splashed across his face from behind. Tianlin laughed loudly. "It looks like things outside aren't going well for you, old man." The water tightly bound him, making him fall and leaving him unable to move. "This is the heavenly river's weak water." Tianlin used the mindscape of the boundless sea, 3,000 weak waters. "Thanks for the help, old Tai. You let me draw the waters of the heavenly river here from the cosmos." At the final moment, the primeval heavenly venerable could do nothing to Chu Tianlin. Tianlin decisively thrust his sword down. "Die within your own mindscape." The primeval heavenly venerable was stabbed until he coughed up blood. Tianlin swung his sword again. "Is that all you've got, old man?" Unexpectedly, the primeval heavenly venerable still had enough strength to seize the sword hilt with one hand. Tianlin transformed his other hand into a vortex, and the vortex hurled the primeval heavenly venerable away. Yuetian watched Tianlin gain the upper hand. Shun Baoshu nodded. To think he successfully counterattacked within the primeval heavenly venerable's mindscape. This kid is truly remarkable. The Sacred Mother of the Jade Pool watched the primeval heavenly venerable anxiously. He was shocked by King Yama's betrayal as he watched his subordinates collapse in droves. "Is this the issue King Yama spoke of? Is this your answer to me, primeval heavenly venerable? I wonder whether you are satisfied." The primeval heavenly venerable clutched his chest. "To have raised a wicked creature like you, I must annihilate both your body and soul." He then used his power to immobilize King Yama. Countless sharp claws appeared, ready to tear her apart. "This is bad. I can't move my body." At the most critical moment, Tianlin saved King Yama. "You were far too careless." King Yama blushed, then unexpectedly kissed Tianlin. "It is not the place of a mere servant to lecture me." Yuetian immediately flew into a rage. "You shut your mouth. I'll fight you to the death." Shun Baoshu had to restrain her. "Calm down." Unexpectedly, King Yama bit Tianlin, making his mouth bleed. "This is a small punishment for you." Tianlin immediately pushed her away. "Tui, Tui, Tui, if you do that, my girlfriend will kill me." King Yama laughed. "Then you can return to my residence and continue serving as my slave." Yuetian was now furious beyond reason. "You seductive demoness, you are asking for death." Tianlin had to stop her. "Forget about her. Dealing with the primeval heavenly venerable is more important." King Yama deliberately added, "The first wife's boyfriend is quite impressive." She was intentionally provoking Yuetian. The primeval heavenly venerable was speechless, as expected of lowly mortals, obsessed with nothing but lust. He then formed a ring of razor-sharp arrows. "Filth like you do not deserve to remain in my heavenly palace." He immediately released tens of thousands of sword rays toward Tianlin. Tianlin used his sword to block every attack. All the falling arrows shattered. Tianlin stained his sword red with his own blood. If I cannot stand in the heavenly palace, then I'll step on your face instead. The primeval heavenly venerable also raised his sword and charged forward. The two swords collided, and the primeval heavenly venerable's blade instantly shattered. To keep Tianlin's sword from piercing him, he seized the sacred mother of the jade pool and used her as a shield. What a despicable old bastard. He used a broken sword fragment to stab Tianlin in the chest. Mortals truly are fragile. Fresh blood burst from Tianlin's chest. The sacred mother of the jade pool angrily grabbed the primeval heavenly venerable. Primeval heavenly venerable, why do you still put on that noble act? Do not worry, jade pool. I will remember your contribution. Tianlin cursed. You damned old bastard. You are worse than a beast. Seeing Tianlin bleed, Yue Tian was terribly worried. Tianlin, the primeval heavenly venerable, still snorted coldly. When one kills a swarm of insects, how many would feel guilty? I am the ruler of the three realms. You gods are nothing but tiny fish and shrimp in this mortal world. This is the rule. It is your fate. At that moment, the sacred mother of the jade pool died miserably. He took out a golden pill. You cannot change anything. Then he tightly clenched the pill. A terrifying power erupted from his entire body. He was recovering. Tianlin ordered everyone to attack. We cannot let him use the demon pill to replenish his spiritual power. But in the blink of an eye, just as everyone prepared to attack, the primeval heavenly venerable vanished. Tianlin froze. Unexpectedly, the primeval heavenly venerable appeared behind him. He directly kicked Tianlin, then counterattacked everyone else as well. Tianlin was gravely injured. The primeval heavenly venerable smugly declared, "Victory and defeat are clear." Tianlin hurriedly embraced Yue Tian to shield her. Seeing Tianlin drenched in blood, Yue Tian anxiously asked, "Tianlin, how are you?" The primeval heavenly venerable charged in from behind again. "He must die, and so must you." Shen Baoshu stood before them and conjured a shield to protect the young lady. "Hurry and get this boy out of here." Yue Tian stammered, "Senior." King Yama also moved to protect them. She bound the heavenly venerable with chains. Listen to that little rat. No one can lay a hand on this king's pet. Gates of ghosts. It then transformed into a gate to hell. The heavenly venerable grabbed the chains and tore them apart with brute force. "You think the two of you can stop me?" King Yama held him off from behind, while Shun Baoshu blocked him from the front, allowing the other two to escape. Countless long black arms suddenly grew from the heavenly venerable's body and wrapped around them both. "You will all die." Meanwhile, Yue Tian and Tianlin desperately ran toward the gates of ghosts. Yue Tian cried out through her tears, "Senior." In the final moment before the heavenly venerable could kill him with his axe, Shun Baoshu shouted, "Go! Take good care of Sikong Yu for me." I never got the chance to tell her. The heavenly venerable killed Shun Baoshu outright, his blood splattering across the heavenly venerable's face. He raised a hand toward the gates of ghosts, trying to escape. With a deafening blast, the gates of ghosts vanished. They had escaped. The heavenly venerable frowned and snorted coldly. "You may run for now, but you cannot run forever." King Yama clawed at his head again from behind, catching the heavenly venerable off guard. But he soon gained the upper hand, preparing to counterattack with a human face on his back. "And you shall pay for your betrayal." The hands on his back clamped around King Yama's throat. "This is the power of the nine-spirit primordial sage. You have completely turned into a monster, yet you dare call me a traitor?" He seized King Yama's claw and pierced her abdomen. King Yama realized that he wanted to take her inner core. She quickly fired concealed weapons of the nine-spirit primordial sage on the heavenly venerable's back. "I was bestowed a divine rank by heaven, revered by 10,000, and famed everywhere for suppressing demons." King Yama's inner core began to glow. The heavenly venerable pointed a finger at her, leaving King Yama covered in blood. Her inner core gradually shattered. Better to die than serve a savage tiger. The heavenly venerable struck King Yama. At last, King Yama died. Flowers of the other shore fell everywhere. Seeing the petals land on his head, the heavenly venerable frowned. She destroyed her own inner core. "I underestimated you." He looked around. By then, all his subordinates were dead. After thousands of years, Another cycle has come and gone. Only I am immortal and indestructible. Then he vanished from the southern heavenly gate. Two primal spirits descended from the sky, the primal spirits of Little Yu and Mao Tai. Mao Tai's shattered body gradually began to recover. Miyushi was overjoyed to see it. Tianlin succeeded. Xiao Dao ran over. Dad, Little Yu, Mao Tai said anxiously. While I was in spirit form, I witnessed the fierce battle between Brother Chu, Miss Shun, and the Heavenly Venerable. Why haven't they returned yet? Mao Tai was worried. Miyushi reassured him. Don't overthink it. Tianlin saved us, so he will definitely be all right. I believe in him. There are still many civilians trapped in the city center. Let's save them first. A strange beam of light shot straight toward the city center. Little Yu frowned. It is the primeval Heavenly Venerable. He has appeared in the sky again. The people began whispering among themselves, all of them stunned. The Heavenly Venerable spoke. Mortal beings, I am the primeval Heavenly Venerable, Lord of the three realms and guardian of your prosperity. Worship me sincerely now, and I shall grant you eternal existence. Yet no one reacted much. They looked as if they were watching a science fiction film. The Heavenly Venerable shone a light upon his statue atop the mountain. Obey me and live. Defy me and die. Refuse to follow me and perish. What is your choice? The people shouted in unison. Superstitious fraud. Get lost. God is with us. Down with this cult leader. Shoot him down. The Heavenly Venerable flew into a rage, having expected the people to submit to him. He clenched his fist, and the city center immediately exploded. I have no time to explain myself to vermin like you. Heaven and hell are born from your own thoughts. Terrified, everyone fell to their knees and surrendered to him. Captain Wu broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected the supreme god recorded only in ancient texts to be a demon that specialized in threatening mortals. A subordinate reported, Captain, headquarters has just informed us that 160 countries around the world have surrendered to the Heavenly Venerable. The captain sought his superior's opinion, and his subordinate firmly replied, no matter the cost, we must defend our people's right to live freely. The captain's gaze became firmer than ever. Gambling our lives against a god. That sounds exciting, but we are still missing a commander. Miyushi appeared. If you mean Tianlin, I can help you find him. The captain was doubtful. He is still alive, Little Yu said. I can sense a pure aura. The green lotus primordial spirit is resonating with me. I am certain it is my adoptive father. The captain asked, where is he? The 10th hall of the underworld. Tianlin slowly opened his eyes and saw Yuetian exhausting all her strength to help him recover. Yuetian, what are you doing? Yuetian said, thank goodness. You finally woke up, and she gradually weakened. Tianlin worriedly said, Yuetian, you fool. If you transfer spiritual power to me, your soul will scatter. Yuetian did not care about the sacrifice at all. You have to protect the whole world. All I can do is protect you. I'm so tired. I will sleep for a while. When you come back, remember to wake me up. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Tianlin accepted Yuetian's spiritual power. Sleep well, Yuetian. When you wake up, we will go home. Black and white impermanence appeared. This is bad. The demonic beasts in Avicii Hell have suddenly rioted and broken the seal. They will certainly escape. Tianlin thought to himself. Senior Shin once said that these ancient demonic beasts were personally sealed by the Heavenly Venerable. Their sudden riot today must have been instigated by him. He wants to use these demonic beasts to wipe out every dissenter in the three realms and preserve his divine authority. White Impermanence asked, what should we do then? Tianlin replied, gamble our lives against a god. It was exactly the same thought the captain had. Just then, a teleportation circle appeared outside. Xiao Dao had come to rescue Tianlin. We have come to get you. Black and White Impermanence respectfully said. With the underworld leaderless today, we beg young Lord Su to help us survive this calamity. You are the great king's man, so you must bear this responsibility. Tianlin was astonished. I am not. Do not talk nonsense. He then supported Yuetian and carried her on his back. Let's go. It is time to remake heaven and earth. Everyone answered together, yes. At that moment, violent tremors came from the demonic beast prison, splitting the ground apart. The guards panicked. The seal has broken. Do not let the demonic beasts escape. They are too powerful. How can we fight them? Do not retreat. Hold the line. If they want to get out, they will have to step over my corpse. Tianlin arrived to save the general. Impressive, but ghosts do not have corpses. Everyone get to work. Mao Tai and the others charged at the demonic beasts, each wielding a different weapon. Miyushi fired her automatic rifle in a rapid barrage. We cannot let these demonic beasts escape and harm the mortal world. The beasts vanished the instant they were hit. Tianlin used the fierce dragon cauldron fist. Mao Tai wielded his sword, while Xiao Dao and Little Yu attacked together with the 8 trigrams mirror. Suddenly, a pill and an ancient coin sword appeared on the chest of a headless demonic beast. Tianlin flashed forward and destroyed it instantly. He looked at the pill before him. Miyushi patted Tianlin on the shoulder. Luckily, you shared your spiritual power with us, or we would not have been able to collect these things. Little Yaoqi pointed to a gem on the ground. Ah, what is this glowing orb? Tianlin picked up the orb. This is a demonic beast core. I believe the Heavenly Venerable does not merely intend to use these beasts. He also wants to devour their cores to strengthen his spiritual power. White Impermanence dragged the severely wounded Black Impermanence over. This is bad, young Lord Chu. For some reason, these demonic beasts have broken through volcano hell. We cannot stop them from escaping the underworld anymore. The attendant was deeply worried when he saw Black and White Impermanence injured. Lord White, Tianlin stepped forward to support White Impermanence. That is the secret passage Senior Shun and I used to escape. The demonic beasts should not be able to pass through it. White Impermanence said, these demonic beasts are highly abnormal. For all these years, they remained hidden only because King Wu kept them suppressed. Tianlin handed the treasure bag to Mao Tai. Take the treasures back to the mortal world and intercept the escaped demonic beasts first. Do your best not to let them encounter the Heavenly Venerable. Contact me through thought if anything happens. Mao Tai replied, understood. Tianlin looked at the abyss before him. Once I restore the seal, I will come find you. Miyushi said, I'm going down with you. Tianlin was about to object. Don't be ridiculous. But she kicked him into the abyss first. Stop talking and get to work. Then she jumped down after him. Little Yu cheered. She is making a move on my adoptive father. Mao Tai said, I hope we will get to see scenes like this often in the future. Xiao Dao added, I am kind of jealous of Brother Chu too. Who knows what will happen? The 4 of them then returned to the mortal world. In the blink of an eye, they reached the surface. The moment they arrived, Mao Tai was horrified to see a burning fighter jet plunging toward them. He shouted, watch out! The plane crashed and immediately exploded. The 4 barely leaped away in time, escaping death by a hair's breadth. The captain looked up and saw countless planes flying in to intercept 2 airborne monsters. They were humanoid, demonic beasts. But how could fighter jets contend with such powerful humanoid, demonic beasts? One punch was enough to shatter a plane. Everywhere, civilians held clubs and swords. They seemed to have been brainwashed. Hurry, kneel, and devote yourselves to the Heavenly Venerable, or you will be burned to death. Mao Tai was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the Heavenly Venerable has gained so many followers. They forced Mao Tai and the others to kneel. Kneel, kneel, kneel. Looking at the scene before him, the captain wondered whether the entire world had fallen to the enemy. Can we really stop this onslaught with only us? Mao Tai shook his head. I do not know. I only know that mortals could not have survived to this day by relying on the mercy of gods. Resistance is carved into our bones. They want us to kneel. What should we do? The captain said, naturally, we break their legs. In hell below, Miyushi and Tianlin fought the monsters there. In the mortal world, Mao Tai and the others fought with all their strength against the brainwashed civilians. Elsewhere, people were being evacuated to safety. Everyone, enter the stadium in an orderly manner. Food and water have been prepared inside. We will ensure your safety. But just as they finished speaking, a loud crash tore through the roof of the stadium. Those who had just entered safety fled in panic again. A red-haired woman appeared. All 3 realms belong to the Heavenly Venerable. Where can you run? Only by believing in the Heavenly Venerable can you survive and receive his blessing of eternal life, just as I have. Seeing this, everyone submitted, kneeling and weeping as they begged. I do not want to die. I am willing to believe in the Heavenly Venerable. Please bless me, Heavenly Venerable. I do not want to die. I am willing to believe in the Heavenly Venerable. I do not want to die. The Heavenly Venerable absorbed all their thoughts into his body. Though you hate me in your hearts, that resentment only makes your faith stronger. Xing Tian appeared and explained, because you are now a demon venerable. Every act of cruelty will become a source of your strength. The heavenly venerable sneered. Then we should become demon gods together and rule heaven and earth. Xing Tian said, "It is not too late to join us now." The heavenly venerable replied, "During the treasure hunt years ago, I took the divine weapon from your hands. I have found it again. If you help me suppress the rebels, I will return your head to you." The man immediately bowed, ready to die for him. Though they were beaten down again and again, those people continued to cry out, "Heavenly Venerable, save me." Seeing that the situation was worsening, the captain said, "Taoist, the enemy we brought here is too powerful." The humanoid, demonic beast charged at them again. Mao Tai formed an 8 trigrams barrier to stop it. "I will hold it off. Use the treasure." The captain rummaged through the bag Tianlin had given them and pulled out the golden dragon scissors. "This is a treasure too?" He looked uncertainly at the huge pair of scissors in his hands. Meanwhile, the humanoid demonic beast broke through Mao Tai's 8 trigrams barrier and kicked him hard in the stomach. The captain raised the scissors and shouted at the monster, "I will cut you in half." With several sharp snips, the humanoid demonic beast was cut in 2. Mao Tai cheered, "Well done." Suddenly, an iron axe descended from the sky and slashed toward them. Fortunately, both of them dodged in time. It was Xing Tian. The captain hurled the scissors toward him. "Scatter!" The scissors streaked toward Xing Tian like an arrow, transforming into 2 golden dragons. Xing Tian gripped the fierce dragon cauldron tightly, a divine artifact willingly obeying mortals. What disgraceful self-destruction. The fierce dragon cauldron cursed. "We were created to protect mortals. You were the one who betrayed them first." Hearing that, Xing Tian tightened his grip around the fierce dragon cauldron's neck. "Nonsense. You forced me to live like a fugitive." In the end, the scissors were bent out of shape and lost all their power. The captain hid behind a wall, staying out of Xing Tian's sight. But Xing Tian sniffed once and discovered the captain's location. He reached out, grabbed its head, and pulled it out. But on closer inspection, it was merely a movable wooden puppet. Xing Tian raged. "Even Mystic Heaven wood is a divine artifact. How dare you defy me?" A huge bell fell from the sky. "Xiao Dao," and little you had hit their target. The bell covered Xing Tian, but it could not hold him. He split it apart with a single slash. Furious, he roared, "I will kill you all." At that moment, Tianlin returned and smiled. "What if I do not allow it?" Xing Tian looked up and saw Tianlin standing atop the blade of his axe. Enraged, he smashed it down toward the ground. Tianlin raised his hand to attack. "Only you would do something so foolish." Xing Tian used a shield to block Tianlin's strike. Then Tianlin flashed behind him, attacking Xing Tian from all directions. Xing Tian was stunned. "Such perfectly pure aura. What kind of being are you?" Tianlin replied, "No, I'm only an ordinary mortal." At last, Xing Tian exploded and evil energy scattered everywhere. "Has he been destroyed?" "Impossible." Tianlin smiled. "You know too little." He turned and pointed directly at the heavenly venerable. "You will be the next one to die." The heavenly venerable said, "You are surprised too, are you not, Xing Tian? None of us expected the human emperor to return after 3,000 years." Xing Tian's core flew into Tianlin's hand. Xiao Dao praised him. "Senior brother, you are amazing. You repaired the seal so quickly. Little you ran over. Adoptive father, you came just in time." Tianlin clenched the core. "No, the seal has been completely destroyed. It cannot be repaired." Mao Tai asked anxiously, "What happened?" Tianlin looked up at the sky, now covered in ash. "That is right. We can only clean them all out." The ground beneath their feet began to split apart as an enormous force shot into the sky. The crazed bats, with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs, seemed to be gradually dissolving. That enormous force sprouted countless tangled branches in the city center. The people saw snow-white particles falling from the sky and felt a wonderful warmth. But the red-haired woman felt none of that warmth. Instead, she was terrified. Every part of her body, touched by the white snow, gradually disappeared. "What is this? Stay away from me." A woman stood and gave the order. "What are you waiting for? The thing that restrains monsters is here. Everyone lend a hand. There is nothing to fear from this thing. Deal with her." Immediately, everyone worked together to pin the woman in red to the ground. Those who had always pursued justice now took up clubs and swords against the heavenly venerable's followers. "Kill these traitors!" Yet they still shouted defiantly, "The heavenly venerable will never forgive you." Mao Tai closed his eyes. "It seems to be resonating with my spiritual power. I can feel my strength returning." Little Yu's spell casting became increasingly fluid and natural. Xiao Dao rejoiced, amazing, but Tianlin looked deeply troubled, as though something had happened. Yesterday, I thought this battle might be a contest between great humanity and an evil god. Now I understand. This is merely a life-or-death war between two races. We are not such noble creatures ourselves. The Heavenly Venerable said, "Against me, neither you nor I has any way back." The Heavenly Venerable and Tianlin faced each other amid the white snow. Moving like lightning, the Heavenly Venerable slashed Tianlin's throat with his claws. At the same time, one of his own arms was severed. A six-headed serpent appeared beside the Heavenly Venerable, spewing sharp streams of energy at Tianlin. Tianlin evaded their attack, then threw out talismans to suppress the Heavenly Venerable, binding him tightly. You've never been punched in the face by a mortal before, have you? With that, Tianlin kicked the Heavenly Venerable squarely in the face. The Heavenly Venerable retaliated by wrapping Tianlin in ropes of demonic energy. An image of Yue Tian appeared within that evil aura, crying for help. "Tianlin, save me!" Tianlin panicked. At that moment, the Heavenly Venerable broke free and drove his hand straight through Tianlin's abdomen. "Is that all humanity amounts to?" Tianlin furiously headbutted him. "Shut up." Both were severely wounded and crashed to the ground, causing a massive explosion. Tianlin woke up covered in wounds, coughing incessantly. Though the Heavenly Venerable had lost an arm, he remained arrogant. "I devoured the primordial cores of countless demon beasts, yet I am only barely stronger than you. The human emperor's power truly is fearsome. That woman deserved to die alongside you in the inferno." Tianlin's eyes widened as he remembered Yushi. He had never expected that Yushi, who had followed him, had already died below. Tianlin recalled being in hell, preparing to head for the rift from which countless demon beasts were pouring out. He tried to reactivate the seal, but it was shattered. Yushi fought off the demon beasts while buying Tianlin time. "Tianlin, the demon beasts are all coming this way." Tianlin gathered all his strength. Don't distract me." Then he slammed his hand into the ground, destroying the demon beasts attacking them. Yushi said, "Looks like we came too late. The formation is beyond repair." Tianlin thought, "I'll try. Maybe I can still piece it back together." He began using his hands to paste the fragments of the seal together one by one. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Once the seal has been broken, even the combined strength of the three sovereigns would be useless." Tianlin was astonished. "You are?" The figure appeared and said, "I am the human emperor, DXN." Tianlin and Yushi stared in shock. DXN, King Zhou, the debauched tyrant who delighted in cruel tortures, murdered his own uncle, humiliated Daji, and was infamous throughout history, is the human emperor? The human emperor gave a bitter smile. "I would rather bear the name of a tyrant than bow my head and beg that old villain. The primeval Heavenly Venerable." Tianlin was puzzled. Bone God, could the truth behind a war of investiture be that the primeval Heavenly Venerable wanted to choose his followers from the mortal world? The human emperor's gaze was sorrowful. "That is right. That is why I sought help from the treasure spirit, Heavenly Venerable, and the demon gods. After heaven and earth were separated, the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor and the two sovereigns gradually weakened. The Heavenly Tao was not yet truly terrifying. Only the human emperor's bloodline could rival the heavenly gods. Yet that old villain, the primeval Heavenly Venerable, dreamed of unifying the three realms and launched the war of investiture. Though the alliance of humans and demon gods resisted desperately, they were ultimately defeated by the Heavenly Tao. Humans became slaves to the heavenly gods, while demons became prey for mankind, their minds controlled. Every disaster you have faced was caused by humanity. So hate humanity, and the gods who once helped us were cast into the deepest level of hell, imprisoned within the newly established encirclement. At the same time, her human emperor power was suppressed. From then on, the primeval Heavenly Venerable became ruler of the three realms, and heaven and earth entered a new order." Tianlin interrupted him. "Sir, times have changed. Humanity now believes in science and no longer worships gods. Without believers, the heavenly gods have steadily weakened. To preserve his life, the primeval Heavenly Venerable did not hesitate to become demonic. The order he created has completely collapsed." The human emperor was stunned. "Is that so?" Yushi added, the Heavenly Venerable is currently controlling the demon beasts and suppressing the Heavenly Clan's resistance. Please, we beg you to help us. Tianlin pleaded, yes. Please use your human emperor power to restore the seal. The human emperor pointed at Tianlin. The human emperor's power already has an heir. Tianlin froze. Me? The human emperor replied, yes. But the formation created by the primeval Heavenly Venerable has been destroyed. Sealing the demon beasts is impossible now. They can only be destroyed. But someone must sacrifice herself as the seed, so that the human emperor's power may once again shine upon the mortal world. He turned to look at Yushi. Tianlin objected. No. He grabbed Yushi's hand and tried to leave. Behind them, the human emperor called out, this young lady's utterly pure heart is most compatible with your power of utmost purity. Only she can bear the human emperor's power and eradicate evil. Tianlin's gaze was resolute. Even if I cannot win, I refuse to sacrifice anyone. Yushi pulled her hand free. Tianlin, let me go. You have your convictions, and I have my own choice. You cannot decide for me. Tianlin hesitated. Yushi, the human emperor refused to delay any longer and directly cast his spell on Yushi. In her final moment, Yushi still smiled. I won't die. I'll always live in your heart, won't I? As Yushi gradually vanished, Tianlin cried out, Yushi, don't. He tried to embrace her, but it was too late. No, Yushi had become a glowing primordial core in Tianlin's hand. Thank you for appearing in my life. Now go and do what you want to do, Tianlin. Tianlin forcibly suppressed his grief and returned to the present. The Heavenly Venerable transformed into a gigantic sphere of demonic energy. You will soon be reunited with her. Thinking of Yushi's sacrifice for him, Tianlin gritted his teeth and rose, trembling all over as he bound the Heavenly Venerable's legs with his power. The Heavenly Venerable was shocked. My spiritual power is being suppressed. This is... Tianlin punched him in the face. She was Mi Yushi, a people's police officer, the young mistress of the Mi family, and a righteous person. He continued to rain punches down on the Heavenly Venerable, leaving him no chance to fight back. Demonic energy spewed from the Heavenly Venerable's mouth to stop him, but Tianlin followed with another kick. She was my best friend. Tianlin struck him with an uppercut, sending him sprawling backward. The Heavenly Venerable was astonished by Tianlin's power. Moreover, the two lightning orbs beside him no longer seemed to obey his control. Impossible. Tianlin kicked him flying again. A venomous serpent grew from the Heavenly Venerable's severed arm. Tianlin chopped it in half with his hand, but countless sharp fangs sprouted from the severed wound. The Heavenly Venerable launched 1,000 swords at him, then bound Tianlin with thorny serpent ropes, preventing him from moving. Tianlin spun around and tore the serpent ropes apart, then delivered a devastating kick to the Heavenly Venerable's abdomen. The Heavenly Venerable gritted his teeth and instantly appeared behind him. You are far too confident. A tremendous explosion rang out, seemingly defeating Tianlin. But he swiftly turned and continued attacking. Then stopped running. The Heavenly Venerable remained supremely arrogant. If you think that this heart of utmost purity can restrain me, you are hopelessly naive. He attacked Tianlin with the scorpion tail behind his back. Tianlin had no choice but to turn and leap into the air to evade it. The Heavenly Venerable threatened, I have a way to defeat you. I only need to destroy mortals' hope, and then they will have no choice but to worship me. He directly struck Tianlin's heart of utmost purity with demonic energy. Tianlin cried out, Yushi, Yushi. The Heavenly Venerable blocked Tianlin from approaching the heart of utmost purity with both hands, transforming them into chains that bound him tightly. Don't even think about it. A flaming arrow flew in and severed the chains binding Tianlin. The Heavenly Venerable was startled. The sun-shooting divine arrow. What are you doing here? Chang'e replied, long ago, my late husband and I shot down 9 suns to bring peace to the mortal world. Today, if the Heavenly Venerable seeks to harm the people, how could I stand by and watch? The jade rabbit beside Chang'e had already prepared a medicine pouch and intended to treat Tianlin's injuries. The Heavenly Venerable raged. How dare you lecture me? Kill them without mercy. Another person appeared from behind. If you dare touch our fairy maiden, I will take your life. Jade Rabbit, take good care of young Master Su. Chang'e drew her bow again and fired. The Heavenly Venerable unleashed his divine power, but it was like striking a stone with an egg. Mao Tai and Captain Wu appeared behind him. And us, the Heavenly Venerable frowned. You're seeking death. But they were not alone. Many other powerful fighters surrounded him at once. And us too. The Heavenly Venerable seemed to regard them with contempt. And to do not know death turned to ashes. Boom! With a huge explosion, everyone unleashed their strength simultaneously and attacked him. The Heavenly Venerable shut his eyes tightly. My attack was neutralized. Zhao Yu circled behind him. The Heavenly Venerable pushed his demonic energy toward the glowing tree. What an annoying bunch. But unexpectedly, his demonic energy changed direction and was all sucked into Zhao Yu's mouth. Zhao Yu grinned smugly. The Heavenly Venerable used a defensive barrier to evade the flames he breathed, but the others manipulated earth and stone to attack, shattering the barrier. The Heavenly Venerable flew into a rage. You dare force me to release all my spiritual power? I acknowledge your resolve. Faces of those whose spiritual power he had absorbed appeared all over his body, making him look utterly terrifying. He pointed at the sky and created a deep abyss to suck everyone inside, but did not end there. Even ordinary people on the ground could not escape being pulled upward. Help! Save them! Chang'e fired 3 arrows into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Heavenly Venerable waved his hand aside the 3 arrows, then launched a counterattack at her. Just as the arrow was about to strike Chang'e, Tianlin appeared in time and caught it. Thank you, Fairy Maiden, for your timely aid. Leave the rest to me. Chang'e told him to be careful. Fully recovered, Tianlin leapt up to face the Heavenly Venerable. At that moment, the Heavenly Venerable's eyes were pitch black. Tianlin flew before him, launching an attack with Chang'e's 3 arrows. As long as I destroy you, this disaster will end. The Heavenly Venerable sneered. Then you will find it difficult to protect that tree. A hand uprooted the tree, while demonic energy continued, trying to snap it in two. Tianlin angrily halted his attack. The Heavenly Venerable said, "Too late." The red-haired woman appeared again atop the tree. The greater the power, the less stable it becomes. At that moment, she was covered in injuries. Then she merged into the trunk. With a crack, blood sprayed everywhere as she fused with the tree. The demonic energy was fed with blood, and the tree's roots were ripped out. Mao Tai and Xiao Dao were both stunned by the sight. The Heavenly Venerable poured out all his strength. Now, there is nothing left to protect you mortals. But unexpectedly, his strike dissipated the instant it reached Tianlin. All the people on the ground spoke in unison. We can protect ourselves, and we can protect our fellow citizens. Teach him a lesson. Show him the strength of mortals. The Heavenly Venerable raged. Only the weak gather in herds. Tianlin threw another punch. Are you ready to die by the blade of the weak? The Heavenly Venerable unleashed all his power, while Tianlin countered with the power of water. Humanity has tamed savage beasts and split mountains and rocks. Tianlin neutralized his move, stepped directly before him, and threw a punch, then kicked the Heavenly Venerable head on. Shoot down the 9 suns. The Heavenly Venerable arrogantly said, it is merely a condensed spirit body. He used all his demonic energy to block Tianlin's arrow, but unexpectedly struck him instead. He could not believe it. The Heavenly Venerable was kicked in the face and staggered to the ground. If heaven treats humanity as a plaything, then what is wrong with destroying the Heavenly Tao? Tianlin slashed directly at his arm. The Heavenly Venerable seized Tianlin by the throat with his remaining hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianlin severed that arm as well. The Heavenly Venerable then used the huge mouth in his abdomen to bind Tianlin and swallow him whole, chanting an incantation. But unexpectedly, Tianlin's arm tore through the Heavenly Venerable's abdomen and burst out through his back. Then Tianlin was caught by the mouth on the Heavenly Venerable's back. Tianlin broke out in a cold sweat. This man was truly difficult to deal with. He turned and cleaved the Heavenly Venerable in two. The demonic energy immediately dispersed, then gathered again to attack Tianlin. With the bearing of a superior being, the Heavenly Venerable drove Tianlin deep into the ground. Since the creation of heaven and earth, I have possessed an immortal body, indestructible and undying. How could a lowly mortal like you ever surpass me? His body had already fused back together, as though it had never been cut apart. Yet Tianlin sat up with a victorious smile. Stop! The Heavenly Venerable immediately froze. Tianlin mocked him. Good boy. I'll reward you with the slap you like best. With that, he sent the Heavenly Venerable flying. The Heavenly Venerable became even more enraged. How dare you? Yet his own hand struck his face, and his other arms began attacking each other. You worm, what have you done to me? Tianlin said, I left a little treasure inside you. Unexpectedly, a tiny demon was inside the Heavenly Venerable's body. I'm the little treasure. This is a wonderful place. The Heavenly Venerable completely broke down. Tianlin approached him. I can sense all the demon power in your body. They are willing to join Ding Ding in dealing with you. You cannot escape. He prepared to strike and finish the Heavenly Venerable, but he still managed to evade. Ding Ding could no longer remain inside the Heavenly Venerable's body. Seizing the opportunity, Tianlin lunged forward. The greater the power, the greater the weakness. He thrust his hand directly through the Heavenly Venerable's body. Whether you are demon, devil, or God, we will neither fear nor worship you. Even at death's door, the Heavenly Venerable could not believe that he had ultimately been defeated. His body had returned to normal. You cannot exist. His hand gradually dissolved as he was dragged into the abyss he himself had created, finally vanishing completely. The sky became clear again, and the city returned to its former peace. Miyushi had sacrificed herself in this battle. Little Yu cried sorrowfully. Sister Mi, Mao Tai, Yuetian, Xiao Dao, and Tianlin visited Yushi's grave together. Tianlin solemnly comforted Little Yu. Silly girl, you need to learn to be strong. Sister Mi definitely would not want to see you like this. Little Yu hesitated. I understand. What will you do next, Godfather? Tianlin looked at Little Yu. I entrusted the treasure pouch to the Divine Dragon. With the Special Investigation Bureau handling everything, I can rest easy from now on. Although Yuetian's soul and body have reluctantly fused, her divine consciousness was damaged. I need to take her to find a cure. No matter how long it takes, I will not give up. With that, he took her hand and flew away. Little Yu waved goodbye, not knowing when she would see her godfather again. Xiao Dao held up his phone and said, It's okay. Brother Chu gave me a phone, so we can keep in touch on WeChat. Unexpectedly, a message appeared on the screen. Ding ding. Son Wukong has declined your friend request. Little Yu and Xiao Dao stared blankly. What the heck? But Tianlin had already flown away. Xiao Dao and Little Yu shouted, Tell Brother Chu quickly. Godfather, come back. A tender green sprout emerged from Yushi's grave.